Chapter 151, A Rare Decision. Chapter 151 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hokage Tower. An important meeting was taking place at the Hokage Tower between the Jonins assigned new Genin teams and the Hokage. The ninjas reported the results of the Genin exam to their leader. Team 01 failed, Team 02 failed, Team 9 pass. Everyone looked at Guy as he gave the results. Congratulations, Guy. The Hokage looked at the results. It seems only one team has passed this year. How troubling. Sir, Kakashi isn't here yet. He was assigned to Team 2. A Jonin spoke up. Yeah, but do you really think he'd pass a team? It's highly unlikely. Another ninja spoke, showing his skepticism over the chances of Kakashi passing his team. I'll speak with Kakashi when he gets here. The rest of you are dismissed. The Hokage gave the order, and all of them left the place. Sometime later, his secretary came and informed him that Kakashi Hatake had arrived. Send him in. Kakashi walked into the room, and Hiruzen could tell that something was bothering him. So what's the excuse this time? The old Kage asked the man. Kakashi sighed and replied, No excuse. I was at the memorial stone. I just needed some time to clear my head. The bell test was the wrong exam for this scenario. Kakashi couldn't get Daichi's words out of his head no matter how hard he tried. Hiruzen nodded and leaned back in his chair. So how did the test go? Kakashi sighed and looked at his leader. They failed. One of them knew the specifics of the test, and the other two couldn't bring themselves to trust their teammate. But they got the bells. Or more specifically, Daichi got the bells, right? Kakashi's eyes slightly widened. You were watching? Yes. I was interested in how far Daichi had come, and I'm impressed with what I saw. But, sir, if you saw what happened, then you would know that he only agreed to work with the other two because he knew it was the only way of passing the exam. Yes, I'm aware. But the fact of the matter is, he did work with them. He made a plan that incorporated their talents and used it to complete the mission. But, sir, you have to understand Kakashi. Daichi has been training under a private tutor for the last 2 years. He is used to working alone. And from the other students' perspective, he is a year younger than them. Do you really expect kids who never met each other to suddenly trust one another implicitly? Kakashi was silent when he heard that. The same argument Daichi made. Did you know they were going to fail? Kakashi asked the Kage in a low voice. Hiruzen sighed and leaned back in his chair. After a few moments he answered. Seto may not be from a clan, but he is skilled. His taijutsu comes only second to Neji in their class, and Mari is skilled in trap detection, ambush, and long-range support. I picked those two as Daichi's teammates because after Neji and Tenten, they are the best in that graduation class. He stopped for a moment and Daichi's image appeared in his mind. I knew failure was a possibility, but I also hoped for Daichi to rally his teammates behind him to help. He did. And I was hoping for those two to overcome their fears and trust each other, but it seems they couldn't bring themselves to do so. Teamwork is something that should come naturally to a Genin. Yes, I agree. It's why we put them in squads. But there are times when exceptions must be made. Hiruzen said as he took his pipe and lit it on fire. He took a puff and looked at the surprised Jonin. Kakashi, look at Daichi individually. His skills, his talent, and his capabilities. If you met him on the battlefield without knowing who he is, what rank would you give him? The Hokage asked the man as he smoked from his pipe. Kakashi was silent for several seconds. After reviewing the battle in his mind, he answered, A mid to high-level Chunin at the very least. Hiruzen smiled hearing that and looked at the Jonin. Is that all? I'm sure someone with keen eyes like yourself would have noticed it. Kakashi was silent for a few seconds before he answered. He was holding back. Quite a bit, if I'm right. Exactly. He's a lot more cunning than you give him credit for. Usually kids with great talent and strength would love nothing more than to show off. But there are a few exceptions every now and then. Daichi is one such exception. He only showed you what he wanted you to see. And I'm sure that if he wanted to take the bells on his own, he could have. Kakashi was surprised at that assessment. Lord Hokage, what makes you so certain that he's already so strong? I have my reasons. The point is, Daichi is far stronger than his peers, and if we send him back to the academy for another year, that gap will only widen, and it will ultimately cause an imbalance in his next team. Wait, are you saying that I should pass this team? Sir, that would be a mistake. I can tell that Daichi is angry at Seto and Mari after what they did. He said it himself. He hates people who stab their friends in the back. I'm not sure he would even want to work with them. Kakashi saw the look on Daichi's face. Despite him trying to hide it, Kakashi saw great anger hidden behind the calm facade. Hiruzen nodded his head with that assessment. Yes, I agree. After what happened, I doubt Daichi would be pleased to work with them as his teammates, and in my opinion, those two could use another year at the academy. I'm sure it will do them well. Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke and looked at the silent Kakashi. Passing the whole team was not what I had in mind. The Jonin's one visible eye widened at that implication. Wait, are you saying? The Kage nodded his head. Yes, sending Daichi back into the academy will be a waste of time and a valuable resource. This year only Guy's team passed. The failure rate is almost 90%. Despite how our village looks from an outside perspective, we are in desperate need of manpower. I believe sending Daichi back to the academy with his skills is a huge mistake. He certainly has the skills and qualifications to become a genin. I know that this is a bit unorthodox, but I believe this is the right decision. I'm thinking about passing Daichi and just Daichi alone from your team. And put him where? There's no spots open on any other genin teams currently active. Hiruzen shook his head and smiled at the man. I wasn't thinking about putting him in a team with any other genin. Kakashi was surprised, and he had a vague feeling as to where this was going. Hiruzen continued. I had a plan in mind to create a few specialized teams next year. If Daichi had waited, I would have put him, Sasuke, and Naruto under your care. They would have been a special unit designed for heavy assault and backup. But now that's changed. And seeing Daichi's skills firsthand, I'm inclined to let him pass. He let out another puff of smoke and looked at Kakashi with a serious gaze. I'm thinking about creating a special two-man team. Daichi will be under your care for the next year. On the outside, your team will be a special Genin team, but you will also act as backup for other Genin teams, or low-ranked Chunin missions if need be. A rapid response team. This is certainly unexpected. Yes. But sometimes we have to make certain exceptions. And if you want, you can consider this as a way to gain valuable experience. You know, for when you have to teach your next team. The Kage chuckled as he said that. Kakashi was astonished at the decision. But there has to be another reason for this decision. You wouldn't make such a choice without some serious forethought. The Jonin wanted to know why the Hokage was adamant on Daichi passing. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and the image of his former teammate came to mind. No matter what, I can't let Danzo get to Daichi. The investigation last year didn't lead anywhere, and I had to pull back some of the restrictions on him. And if he finds out that Daichi is alone, he might strike again. I can't take that chance. Kakashi will be able to keep him safe, but he will want to know the real reason for why I'm doing all this. Having made up his mind, Hiruzen waved a hand and the hidden Anbu and guards vanished. Kakashi immediately knew he was about to hear something highly sensitive. Hiruzen walked to a secret compartment and took a few documents. He then handed them to Kakashi and gestured to the man to read them. You asked me why I'm certain that Daichi is hiding his real strength. The answer is in there. Kakashi went through the papers quickly and his one visible eye widened at what he saw. Wait, is this accurate? The Kage just nodded his head. Yes. Based on Tsunade's report, Daichi took down 4 of the 5 assailants on his own. And based on the report, they were Chunin at the very least, with 2 of them even Jonin. And even though I have no proof, I'm sure it was Danzo who sent them. Kakashi finally understood his leader's reason. You want me to train and protect him, and keep him away from the village from time to time with missions. Yes, there is a shadow war going on between me and Danzo, and Daichi is one of the key elements. Someone with his potential cannot fall into Danzo's hands. There are also other pieces in play, but Daichi is a crucial piece, and you are the only Jonin I trust who is loyal and has the strength to protect the boy. The silver-haired man was deep in thought. After a few moments, he spoke. Lord Hokage, if you don't mind me asking, why do you think he's hiding his strength? What he's really capable of? At that question, the image of Kensei came to Hiruzen's mind. I doubt the boy has any nefarious schemes or such. If I'm right, then I believe Daichi is hiding his strength to survive, to not draw any unwanted attention to himself. Kakashi paid rapt attention to his leader. Hiruzen continued. His grandfather was former Anbu. I'm sure he noticed Daichi's growth long before us, and I'm certain he's warned the boy about the enemies and danger that lurk in the shadows of our world. I believe the boy is hiding his real skills, not to cause any damage to anyone, but to protect himself. Although, being the student of a Sannin, he's bound to draw more attention sooner or later. Kakashi Hake took a deep breath and let it out. I understand, sir. When do I begin my assignment? Today. I will make the arrangements and announce that you and Daichi will be a special two-man team with you taking him as an apprentice due to his talents. I want you to train the boy, sharpen and expand his skills. The Kage said to the man, Yes, sir. I'll leave you to inform the boy of the new arrangements. Kakashi left the Hokage Tower and looked at the people moving through the streets. He slowly made his way back to Training Ground 3, where one of the most important monuments of the Leaf Village stood. Kakashi stood in front of the memorial stone for over an hour and thought about what just happened. He finally let out a breath and spoke as if he was talking to his old team. Looks like I finally got someone as my student. It's not a team, but I suppose I'll have to start somewhere. He reminds me a bit of myself. A great talent minus all the trauma. I hope I can pass on to him the lessons you taught me, Minato-sensei. Kakashi looked at the names important to him and then left the place. A short while later, the silver-haired man found himself standing in front of the Jonin station. He quietly went inside and took a seat near the window. He looked out at the academy building and the children playing around without a worry in the world. Ah! My rival Kakashi! You've arrived. The boisterous sound of his friend came from the other side of the room. Kakashi turned and looked at the man. Guy, I hear you passed your team. Indeed. They have shown their youthful spirit and dedication, so I have taken them under my wing. Guy said with a large smile. What about you? Did you pass your team? Guy asked with a wide smile, but there was a hint of concern for his friend buried in his tone. Kakashi sighed and replied, My team failed. Ha! I knew it! Pay up! The voice of Anko came along with disgruntled groans from a couple of Jonins near her. She collected the money from the few Jonin who made the wrong bet with a wicked smile on her face. Man, Kakashi, isn't that like the fourth team you failed? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're failing them because you just don't want to deal with the hassle. Asuma joined in the conversation. Asuma, when did you get back? Kakashi had heard that the man was working at the capital for some time and didn't realize that he was back in the village. A few days ago. The bearded man replied, So your team couldn't get the bells, huh? I guess that's to be expected. The special Jonin Aoba Yamashiro joined the conversation. At that, Kakashi gave a small chuckle. Well, technically, they got the bells. What? Every Jonin who heard that was surprised. Kakashi sighed and vaguely explained what had happened. They worked together and forced me into a corner, and they got the bells. Wait, they got the bells? And you still failed them? Guy was surprised to hear that. They turned on the teammate who had the bells at the last moment, so I had to fail them. So no team this time too, huh? Well, better luck next year, I suppose. Asuma said, patting Kakashi's shoulder. Not exactly. Everyone was confused at that reply. The Hokage decided to pass one student from the team, and based on the skills he's shown, I agree with Lord Hokage's judgment. It's decided that I would take him as an apprentice, and we'll both be a two-man team. The silver-haired Jonin said with a shrug. What? Are you serious? A two-man team? With a genin? Anko and everyone else was stunned. Who is this boy? Asuma asked Kakashi. Daichi Hekima. Asuma's eyes widened hearing that name. I see. It's that kid. Everyone's attention turned to the former Guardian 12 ninja. Asuma thought about what he had heard about the kid. You know the boy? Asuma nodded. I've heard some rumors about him during my time in the capital these last couple years. A very talented medic ninja personally trained by the Sanin Tsunade Senju. Rumors at the hospital are that his medical skills are already nearing or on par with Lady Tsunade herself. That information shocked everyone who heard it. They knew how formidable and capable the Sannin were. Tsunade holds the title of best medic in the world, and for a child to be compared to her was astounding. Wait, Daichi Hekima? I knew I recognized that name. Aoba suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to him. Yeah, he's the #1 student in his class, and teachers at the academy call him a prodigy. His skills are far ahead of his classmates. Is that true, Kakashi? You fought the kid. Is there any truth to the rumors? Asuma and everyone else looked at the man. Kakashi nodded. His skills are certainly a cut above the rest. His strength and abilities already put him in the ranks of Chunin, and he's quite proficient with medical ninjutsu. I've seen that up close. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. No wonder Dad made such a choice, Asuma said. Someone like that being sent back to the academy is the wrong move, no matter how you think about it. Kakashi nodded his head. He stood up from his spot and put his hands in his pocket. I guess I better go meet my new student. Good luck. Yosh, Kakashi! Next time we should have a competition to see who the stronger team is. Kakashi walked out of the Jonin station with his next destination in mind. Daichi's home. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 152. The Two-Man Genin Team, Chapter 152 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was evening, and Daichi was upstairs in his room. He was in bed thinking about how to move forward for the next academic year. Even if the Hokage was watching the test, the chances of the team passing are slim. I need to make a plan on what to do this year. Should I start on the 3rd step of nature training, or should I try something else? Daichi's mind suddenly went to the many quests that were pending and had to be completed. He opened the system window and opened the quest list. He looked at the ones that are currently active. Quest, Path to the Strongest. Quest, Obtain the 5th Cloak. Quest, Retrieve Ren and Kimiko Uchiha's Sharingan. Quest, Seek the Hidden Truth of the Necklace. Quest, Observe and Understand. 6 active quests? Assuming that I remain a student, then the quest Path to the Strongest will be active till the end of March next year. It'll be completed when I become a genin, so that's not a problem. Now for the others. Daichi looked at the 2nd active quest and recalled the information. Atamagai's cloak. I need to find his final work, the one deemed a masterpiece, but I have no clue where to start. During my travels last year, I tried to find history books regarding the Uzumaki clan, but that was a bust. Something tells me that I'll have to visit the ruins in the Land of the Whirlpool if I want my answers. So that will take time. It's a good thing this quest doesn't have a time limit. Daichi looked at the title of the next active quest and frowned. I need to find the location of Obito's hideout. Not to mention become strong and skilled enough to fight or evade his and Black Zetsu's senses. It will take time as well. But no matter the cost, I'll definitely take their eyes from his possession. Quest, Seek the Hidden Truth of the Necklace. Daichi's eyes went to the next quest in line. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the title. Ever since he got the quest, he had spent many hours coming up with theories on why someone would target the two. I have some suspects in mind, and several theories that explain their involvement, but nothing solid. And I need proof. If I'm going to get to the bottom of this mystery, then I'll have to do some things that I'm sure Tsunade-sensei wouldn't like. I lack the necessary information and resources. It seems like the others. This quest will also need to be put on hold till I'm ready. Quest, Observe, and Understand. Daichi opened this quest and looked at the conditions. Observe the various aspects of nature, such as land, water, plants, animals, and insects. Observe and understand at least 7 different types of creatures. Observe and understand the creational aspect of nature, plants, forests, lakes, and oceans. Observe and understand the destructive force of nature, raging ocean waves, forest fire, natural lightning strikes, tornado, and volcanic lightning. Explore and understand the different geologies of the world, forest, desert, frozen tundra, and volcanic lands. Daichi sighed as he looked at the conditions required to complete the quest. I have no doubt that this is the most difficult, time-consuming quest that I currently have. This will take years to complete. The only way I can bypass that problem is if I find dungeons with similar geologies mentioned in the quest. Not to mention staying in that dimension for an extended period of time. I'll also need to observe and understand their aspects. I'll need to up my intelligence and wisdom stats. Like the others, this is also another long-term project. At that moment, he sensed someone making contact with the barrier surrounding his home. But knowing that Kensei was outside, Daichi didn't pay it any attention. Could they be here for me? No. It's too soon. The Hokage might take a few days to think things over regarding my team. With that, Daichi turned his attention to the final active quest. He looked at the contents and sighed. Quest Heal Jin. This is the one that has a time limit, so this takes priority. I have a year to find a permanent cure. When I used my poison detection skill on him, it showed that there was poison in his system. But when I tried using the normal methods, I couldn't find anything wrong. An invisible poison that even Tsunade couldn't detect. Only someone like Orochimaru or Sasori would be capable of creating something like that. And along with Jin's interest in setting up business in the land of rice paddies, Orochimaru is the prime suspect, and I'm sure he's the answer to this problem. I'm certain of it. I need to find his hideout and take a look around. But that's going to be a problem considering I might not be able to leave the village for a year. Such a headache. Thinking about it for a few moments, Daichi made a choice. He decided he would complete the quest to heal Jin first and then focus on the others. He would try and find a permanent cure, but if he couldn't, he would look for a way to increase the man's lifespan. Daichi, come on down. There's someone here to see you. At that moment, he heard his grandfather calling out to him. I wonder who that could be? Daichi got up from his bed and went downstairs. He was surprised to see who it was that came for him. Kakashi? A few minutes ago. Kakashi Hatake slowly walked through the streets reading his favorite book. It wasn't long before he reached his intended destination. He tucked his precious orange book back in his pouch and looked at the house in front of him. This is the place, all right. The last time I was here was with Minato-sensei when I just became his student. Kakashi stepped forward and observed the place. There's a barrier around the house, but based on the intel, the one currently active is a standard one. As soon as I step near the gates, the person connected to it will know I'm here. Kakashi stepped forward, and a second later he was greeted by an old man. Master Kensei, I don't know if you remember me, but I came here a long time ago. Kensei nodded and recalled a certain memory. With the late 4th Hokage, I remember. You're Kakashi Hatake. You were so tiny back then. The Jonin awkwardly nodded and rubbed his hair. What brings you here, Kakashi? Kensei asked. I came to speak with Daichi. Is he here? Kensei looked at the man and nodded after a couple seconds. What's this about? Kakashi sighed and began his explanation. I don't know if he told you or not, but I was the one who conducted his genin exam, and based on their conduct, I decided to fail the team. Kensei kept a passive face as he listened. He told me you were the teacher assigned and that he failed, didn't tell me the specifics, and I didn't ask. Kakashi tilted his head and looked at the old man. You don't seem angry that I failed him despite his vast skills. Kensei slightly chuckled at that. Don't take me for an old bitter man, Kakashi. I've been a Jonin instructor and was an Anbu. I know how things operate, and I also know your reputation. You're strict and have high standards, but you're also fair. If you failed his team, then I'm sure you have your reasons, and I'm sure they're justified. I don't blame you. Kakashi was surprised at that assessment. Well, there has been a development regarding Daichi's genin exam results. Kensei had a small frown after hearing that. And what would that be? He passed. Just him. The old man's eyebrows rose as he heard that. I'll call him. Kensei went ahead and called out to Daichi. A few seconds later, the boy came out of the house, and Kakashi could see the surprise on the child's face. Kakashi? Present time. Daichi knew it was a possibility, but he was still surprised. What are you doing here? I knew the Hokage might make a favorable decision, but I didn't think it would happen so soon. He made his decision a lot faster than I thought. Came here looking for you. Walk with me. With those words, the man took out his orange book, turned around and slowly walked away. Daichi turned to look at Kensei, and the man nodded at him. He quickly left the house and ran up to the Jonin. So, where are we going? Daichi asked. Training Ground 3? Was the only reply from the Jonin. Daichi, not wanting to disturb him, kept silent along the way. Both of them navigated through the streets and soon reached the place where the both of them fought each other hours ago. Kakashi led Daichi through the small forest, and soon they stopped in front of a kunai-shaped stone. Kakashi was silent for several minutes, and Daichi didn't break the silence. After a few moments, the Jonin spoke. I chose the bell test because it's the test my sensei gave me. And like you, I only fought alongside my teammates because I knew the real purpose of the test. I used them as a means to an end. But Sensei saw through me, and yet he passed all of us. The man then looked towards Daichi. Teamwork is an important factor. You can accomplish much with a capable team you trust. You may or may not have been right that the bell test wasn't the correct exam for your team. The boy was slightly surprised hearing that admission. Is that an apology? Kakashi shook his head. No, your team failed when it counted. It may not have been your fault, but they failed to pass my exam. Why exactly are we here? Daichi sighed and finally asked the man. The Jonin turned towards the stone in the training ground. Do you know what this is? Kakashi asked Daichi. The memorial stone, an important monument of our village. The names of all the shinobi who died in the line of duty are engraved on this stone. Daichi replied. That's right. The names of my closest friends and teacher are on this stone. Each one of them taught me a valuable lesson that has guided me throughout my life. Daichi stayed silent as he listened to the man. Wish you forgot some of the lessons Obito imparted. He couldn't help but comment in his heart. Without knowing Daichi's inner thoughts, Kakashi continued. When you're part of a team, you're part of something bigger. Something more than yourself. Sometimes, you might have to make tough choices for you and your teammates that will impact everyone for the rest of your lives. At the same time, you'll have to trust that your teammates will have your back if you get into trouble. Trust is a fundamental element in a team. What are you getting at, Kakashi? The Hokage has made a decision regarding your team. Kakashi turned and looked at Daichi. The air around him became heavy. Daichi's eyes slightly widened after hearing that. Is this it? Am I becoming a Jinin? If so, then what about the other two? Am I going to be put on a new team or... After a few seconds of silence, Kakashi spoke. If I told you that you could become a Genin this year, but you'll have to work with Seto and Mari as your teammates, what would you say? The small excitement inside Daichi died down. He looked down and thought about the situation for a while and had an answer. He looked at Kakashi and spoke with a resolute tone. I'm gonna have to pass that offer. I'll wait another year at the academy and graduate with my classmates. Kakashi looked at the kid and sighed. You realize that you'll have to bear some humiliation if you go back to the academy, right? You're someone who took early graduation and the teachers call you a prodigy. If you go back while some ordinary students pass, then you should know you'll no doubt be mocked by some people. What others think about me won't matter after I become a Genin next year. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and looked at the boy. Why are you saying no? Is your pride so big that you can't work with people who aren't as skilled as you? Daichi shook his head and replied. I don't care that they aren't as strong as me. Heck, I'd be completely surprised if they were anywhere near my level. I've seen Jinin fight, so I have an idea as to how strong a fresh academy graduate is. I know they're only starting out, and they have much to learn and grow. I don't care about their strength. What I care about is their intent. So it's because they turned on you? At this question, Kakashi's tone turned softer. Yeah, you said it yourself. Trust is a fundamental element in a team. And I can't bring myself to trust those two. They didn't think twice about the objectives of the test. People say that trust is earned, something that's built with time, through trials and hardships, but with their actions, they destroyed it before the foundation was even set. Why didn't you just lie and say you'll give them another chance or something? The silver-haired Jonin asked the kid. Daichi shook his head and spoke. That might have helped and made me Jinin in the short term, but in the long term, it'll no doubt become a problem. Saying that I trust them will be a lie and nothing more. I'll second-guess their decisions on missions, and I won't be able to trust them to make the important choices. It will lead to one or all of us making the wrong choices and paying the price. I don't want that. I'm glad you were honest. Lord Hokage was right. Daichi looked puzzled at that statement. Wait, if you and the Hokage knew that I didn't want to be a part of their team, then why are we here? Because the decision he made was to pass you and you alone. Daichi's eyes widened with surprise. He was curious as to who his new teammates would be. And who's going to be assigned as my new teammates? Kakashi chuckled and looked at the boy. No one. What? Because of your abnormal strength, skill, and talents, the Hokage has decided to make you part of a special two-man genin team. You'll be working under me till you become a chunin. Daichi was shocked when he heard that. I didn't see that coming. Kakashi turned serious and looked at his new student. Daichi, you and I are going to be a team, so from this moment forward you'll have to trust me. And I'm going to trust you. My teammate taught me a very valuable lesson during our last mission. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are even worse than trash. Daichi stood still as he heard those words. Wow, this is so unbelievable. At that moment, Kakashi asked him a very important question. Do you trust me to watch your back? Daichi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then let go and looked at the man. Despite what the canon showed about him and his lack of training of Team 07, Kakashi is a powerful jonin with a vast arsenal of techniques. And if this is my ticket to becoming a genin this year, then I'm not complaining. And despite whatever faults the man has, I can count on him in a fight. I do. I trust you. And you can count on me too, Sensei. The jonin eyes smiled and the tense atmosphere around them vanished. Well then, starting tomorrow, Team Kakashi will be on active duty. Daichi had a smile on his face. Yes, Sensei. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 153, System Rewards and First Mission, Chapter 153 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Several system notifications appeared, but Daichi ignored all of them for the moment. His attention was on his new sensei. We'll start our duties bright and early tomorrow, so meet me in front of the Hokage Tower at 7 a.m. Kakashi gave a small thumbs up and vanished in a puff of smoke. Daichi was surprised at how things turned out for him. I thought the Hokage would pass me and put me on another team, but this... I haven't heard any instances of a two-man genin team before. It's normal for chunin and jonin ninjas, but definitely unheard of for genin. This is certainly a unique situation. There's no way he would have created a team like this with ordinary genins. I guess he must have taken my strength and abilities into account. I should go tell the old man the good news. Daichi left the training ground and went home. He looked at the notifications piled up and decided he would go through them once he reached his house. Before long, Daichi reached his home and saw Kensei waiting for him at the entrance. So I take it everything went well? The old man asked with a smile. Yes, I'm a genin. It seems the Hokage made a different decision when it came to me. He put me on a two-man team with Kakashi Hatake. It was unexpected, but I'm not complaining. Daichi replied with a wide smile on his face. Kensei nodded and patted his grandson's head. Looks like you get to be a genin this year after all. Daichi nodded. Yeah, my first mission as a genin begins tomorrow. Go get some rest. Tomorrow the next part of your journey begins. Daichi agreed and went upstairs to his room. The smile on Kensei's face dimmed as he saw the disappearing figure of his grandson. A two-man genin team? Hiruzen wouldn't make a choice like this unless he had no other option. Apprenticeship is not rare and is given to special students on certain occasions, but even they must go through with being part of a three-member squad for a while. So Hiruzen must believe that Danzo will go after Daichi again if he is held back. Meanwhile, Daichi was in his room and decided to look over the notifications. He closed the door and started looking through the blue system boxes that were piled up to the side. You have become a genin. Quest, Path to the Strongest is complete. Finally! That's one quest completed. 5 more to go. Special reward, A-grade item blueprint, 3 thurs. You have obtained a secret map that shows the location of a special A-grade item. Map is now in your inventory. The boy was taken back with the reward. What the? So the blueprint was a map? I thought it would be some kind of method to make an item or something. So this map is essentially a treasure map with a rare and powerful item at the end. I wonder what kind of item I'll find. Daichi took out the map from his storage dimension. New location added to the minimap. Daichi opened the minimap and looked at the location marked on it. The Land of Snow. It looks like I'll have to visit that place sometime in the future. The gamer eyed the map in his hands for a few seconds. Observe. Map to the A-grade sword. Midnight. This map was created by a great swordsman over 6 decades ago. He placed his treasured weapon in a secret location somewhere in the Land of Snow weeks before his death and left this map for a worthy warrior to one day find and claim his treasure. So I'm looking for a sword, huh? And based on the description, I have a feeling it's going to be a special one. Daichi put the map back in his inventory and read the next message. He was absolutely surprised when he saw what it was. Wow. So it finally happened. You have acquired a rank in the ninja world. You have reached a special condition. Special stat dignity is opened. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward have unlocked all the special stats. Reward 2,500. So that's what was needed to open the dignity stat, huh? I thought it was acquiring some kind of special title, but I suppose this works too. Quest. Get the bells. Ward. Wow. Over 9,000 XP in total. That's not bad at all. Your class has now changed from student to genin. 3 points to all stats. A 3-point increase in all my stats? That's incredible. So if this happened when I became a genin, then there's a chance I'll get another stat boost when I become a chunin or jonin ninja. Status. The gamer. Class genin, ID knife 9. Age. Twiddle. Capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, dungeon warrior, executioner, assassin, mighty healer, slug Sanin's apprentice, master of the elements, a genius of the continent. Level 50, 22287. HP 19234, CP 49181, SP 18680, MP 7175. Primary stats. Strength 255, vitality 260, dexterity 213, agility 259, intelligence 1880, chakra 360, wisdom 177. Sense 125, stamina 212, indomitable 32, charisma 57, persistence 32, dignity 4, luck 7. Stat points. Nice. Nice! Very nice, just becoming genin made me a lot stronger. And this is just the start. Seeing the increase in his stat points always made Daichi happy. Closing the blue boxes, Daichi went to see his grandpa. He and Kensei spent the day relaxing at the house and exchanging stories during their time away from the village. Before long, night fell, and Daichi headed up to his room. The man told me to come at 7 a.m., but I'm sure he'll be late, so should I arrive late as well? No. What if he comes early, just to mess with me? If I'm not there and he's already arrived, it might set a bad impression of me to everyone. Daichi let out a sigh and crossed his arms under his head. He looked at the ceiling and his mind went through several things as he laid in his bed. I wonder what Tsunade-sensei and Shizune-senpai are doing right now. Probably running around gambling and drinking. Before long, Daichi went to sleep. He had a big day tomorrow. The next morning, Daichi arrived at the Hokage Tower at exactly 7 a.m. Since the quest path to the strongest was completed, he didn't get any daily quests. But Daichi still woke up early and completed his morning workouts. It had become a habit for him. He didn't see Kakashi anywhere near the location and sighed. God damn it. Why did I even think he would be on time? I'll just wait for a while, and if he still doesn't show up, then I'll meditate. Daichi leaned on the building and waited for his sensei with his arms crossed. Almost half an hour went by, and at that moment a random jonin walked up to him. Hey kid, you need any help? The man asked Daichi. No, thank you. I'm just waiting for my sensei. It's my first day as a genin, you see. Daichi replied with a small smile. Oh, who's your sensei? Kakashi Hatake. At that, the Jonin understood what was happening. He let out a small chuckle and looked at Daichi with sympathy. Yeah, you better get comfortable, kid. You're going to be here for a while. Daichi nodded and decided not to waste any more time and sat down on the ground. He began meditating and gathering chakra and redirecting them to the strength of the 100 seal technique. Even though he was in meditation, Daichi was still vigilant of his surroundings. The people who were walking through the streets and going to the Hokage Tower raised an eyebrow at the kid sitting near the entrance and meditating. But since he wasn't doing anything, they didn't pay him much attention. Time went by, and Daichi was suddenly aware of the familiar chakra coming near him. He let out a breath and opened his eyes. Yo! Kakashi raised his hand and greeted his only student. Sup? Daichi gave an equally cheeky greeting to his sensei. You don't want to know why I'm late? Seeing Daichi's silent stare, Kakashi asked. Not really. No. Daichi kept a straight, calm face as he replied. Kakashi's sweat dropped at that bland response. Half the fun of coming late is watching their reaction. But this kid, he's taking the fun out of it for me. Come on, let's go get your first mission. Kakashi sighed and led Daichi through the tower. Daichi had a smirk as he walked behind the man. Haha, take that. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction, you Cyclops. Kakashi's eyes twitched as he had a feeling that Daichi was laughing behind his back. They soon reached the mission room where the Hokage and another Chunin were waiting for them. It's the Leaf tradition for a Genin team to receive their first mission directly from the Hokage. Come on, Kakashi said to the boy. Kakashi and Daichi entered the room and saw the third Hokage and Daikoku-sensei waiting for them. Lord Hokage. Kakashi gave a polite bow and nodded his head at the Chunin. Daichi followed his teacher's actions and greeted the Kage and his former academy teacher. Hiruzen and Daikoku smiled as they looked at Daichi, both having different yet similar thoughts about the boy. Hiruzen began and addressed Daichi's unique situation. Daichi, I'm sure you know that the usual makeup of a Genin squad is 3 students and a teacher, right? Yes, Lord Hokage. Daichi nodded and kept a serious face as he looked at the man. I decided to forgo that arrangement and pass you because you are an extremely talented individual, and also because of your performance during Kakashi's test. Even though the Hokage praised him, Daichi heard the unspoken words. Don't make me regret it. He replied with a confident smile to those unspoken words. Thank you for your consideration, Lord Hokage. I won't let you down. Hiruzen smiled and nodded his head. Well then, Daichi, are you ready for your first mission? Yes, sir. Hiruzen took the scroll Daikoku handed him and looked it over. He kept a calm face but was laughing hard inside. He couldn't wait to see Daichi's reaction. The Kage looked over the document and spoke. A flower merchant and his family will be traveling a few miles out of the village today. Daichi was surprised at hearing that description. Don't tell me I'm already getting a C rank. Is my first mission going to be an escort mission? Since Daichi was expecting a D rank mission, this was a complete surprise and it excited him. Hiruzen saw the excitement on the boy's face and kept a calm attitude. Your first mission? Daichi slightly leaned forward in eagerness. Is to babysit their 1-year-old son till they return to the village, the Kage said with a calm face. Daichi's expression fell flat, as if someone wiped the excitement off his face. You're kidding me, right? The words came out of Daichi's mouth before he could stop them. Hiruzen, Daikoku, and Kakashi chuckled watching Daichi's reaction. The Kage felt nostalgic as he looked at the boy's face. He looks exactly like Jiraiya did when I told him of their first mission. Ah, messing with Genin like this. It's so much fun. Daichi looked at the smiling faces of the adults and quickly composed himself. Damn this old man, he got me excited thinking I could go out of the village again so soon, only to pull out a Nuano reverse card. He probably realized that I'm aware of D-rank missions and just wanted to screw with me. So that's why he worded it like that. Daichi sighed and looked at the third Hokage. Well played, Lord Hokage. Why, thank you. Now here's the scroll. Hiruzen smiled and held the document in his hand. Daichi took the scroll and went to stand by his sensei. At that moment, a quest was created. Good luck. Kakashi and Daichi bowed, and they left the tower. And like that, Daichi's first D-rank mission began. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 154, D-Rank Missions, Chapter 154 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi went over the details in the scroll. The Hokage handed him. The time and location to meet the clients were also noted down in the scroll. After going over the details, both of them were on their way to meet the clients. At that time, the young gamer looked at the quest that appeared when he got the mission. Quest created, complete the first D-Rank mission. Your clients are going on a trip for a few hours. They need you to watch their year-old son during their absence. Successfully complete the mission to their satisfaction. Conditions: meet the clients before the designated time. Keep an eye on their son, and successfully perform any tasks related to the mission. Rewards: 2500 XP, reputation increases with your clients. 2000 XP, bonus reward for completing the first official mission. Failure: reputation massively decreases with your clients. Hokage, Daikoku Funino, and Kakashi Hatake. No missions for a while. This seems simple enough. The meeting time is at 10 a.m. Based on the location, we'll arrive well before the time. Good thing Kakashi's lateness didn't affect the mission. In a short while, the two-man genin team reached the client's home. It was a modest-sized house located in the heart of the Leaf Village. A man came to greet them and lead them into the house. Good. You're not late. Welcome. When I asked for a genin squad, I was expecting 2 more genins. Not that I'm complaining. My name is Heijin Tabori. The man introduced himself. He was a slightly pudgy man but had a charming face. Lovely home, Kakashi said, looking around the place. Thank you. My wife actually designed the place herself, the man replied with a smile. At that moment his wife joined them. Welcome to our home. I assume you're the team sent to complete the mission? Kakashi and Daichi nodded. I thought there would be 2 more. We're a special genin team. Kakashi replied with a polite tone. The woman nodded and got to business. My name is Mei Tabori, and you've already met my husband. We will be out of the village on a business trip, and will only be back by evening today. We need you to look after our son in the meantime. Is there anything we should know? He's just 17 months old. He likes to sleep most of the time, and I have his food and snacks already prepared. The woman led the 2 to their kitchen and showed where everything was. If he cries, just give him the juice box. I've written down everything you need to know here. With that, she handed the jonin a large sheet of paper with the needed instructions. She brought the 2 ninjas to their son's room. The little boy was soundly sleeping in his crib. What's his name? Daichi asked in a low voice. Ishin Tabori. The woman replied with a smile, looking at her baby. They went to the living room, and the woman took out a book and handed it to Daichi. If you have any doubts, then I believe this should also help. Daichi looked at the title of the book and deadpanned. How to Take Care of a Toddler for Dummies. Looks like we have everything we need. Well, take it from here, ma'am. Kakashi gave the parents a short nod. A little while later, the parents left the house, and it was just Kakashi and Daichi, along with the baby. Daichi had never babysat anyone before, even in his previous life, so he was unsure as to how to proceed. So, what do we do now? What else? We do our job. You are going to keep an eye on that baby at all times, and I will be here catching up on some much-needed reading. With those words, Kakashi sat down and took out his orange book. Daichi sighed at that sight. This guy will never change. Without wasting time, Daichi went up to the sleeping baby's room and took a seat near the door. As he sat there looking at the kid, he suddenly had an idea in mind. This is valuable time. I can't train, but I can use this time efficiently. Daichi created a single clone, and it went outside and found a spacious area. That clone created 10 other shadow clones, and they all started meditating. Daichi sensed everything that happened and was satisfied. I need to complete the 100 healing seal as quickly as I can. Now that my ninja career has started, I don't know when I'll need it. Kakashi sensed Daichi creating clones, and was curious as to what was going on. He stood up from his spot and went to a window and saw Daichi's 11 clones meditating. I wonder what's going on. Why is he using shadow clones to meditate? Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the clones sitting still. Based on the report from the academy, he mostly spends his time in the library, and from Lady Tsunade's notes, Daichi likes to train and improve himself. It's his primary focus. So this must be some kind of training. Question is what? He looked at the clones for a few more seconds and went back to his seat. Well, as long as he's not causing any problems, it's not my concern. The real Daichi was sitting at the entrance of the child's room and was keeping an eye on him. Around 2 hours had passed, and Daichi noticed that the baby was starting to wake up. Daichi got up from his chair and went near the small child. He noticed the toddler slowly opening his eyes. Daichi greeted him with a smile, hoping to make the kid laugh. Baby Ishin looked at Daichi's face for a few seconds, and then, wah! He let out a loud wail. Gah! Daichi reflexively took a step back. My God, the lungs on this kid. Hey, buddy, don't cry. I'm just here to look after you till your mommy and your daddy gets here. Daichi tried to appease the screaming child, but it was of no use. Damn it, I need that juice box. Daichi was about to leave the room, but stopped. I can't let the kid out of my sight, even for a second. Can't take any chances. Daichi created another clone and had it run to the kitchen and get the juice box for him. A few moments later, the clone returned and Daichi held the small yellow box in front of the kid's face. Here, don't you want this? This delicious and tasty juice? Daichi slightly shook the box a couple times, and baby Ishin attempted to grab the box. Daichi placed the straw in the box and gave it to the little kid. The child stopped crying and focused his attention on the new item in his hand. Familiar with what he had in his hand, the kid slowly started to drink from the box. Daichi let out a breath and sat back in his chair. Crisis averted. Not bad. You handled that well. But the day is still young. You should be alert for anything. The voice of his sensei came from near the door. Daichi looked at the man with a questioning look. This is just a babysitting mission. I'm sure I can handle it just fine. The man shrugged and went back to reading his book in the other room. Daichi then heard a sound coming from the empty box and knew the kid finished his drink. He was about to take the juice box from the little boy, but Ishin quickly threw it in the air. Watching the small box fly up, Daichi couldn't help but sigh. He quickly used chakra strings and caught the box. You're going to be a little troublemaker when you grow up, aren't you, kid? Huh? Ishin clapped and giggled as he looked at the box flying and landing in Daichi's palm. Why, thank you. It was a perfect catch, wasn't it? The kid's laugh brought a smile to Daichi's face. At that moment, another image came to his mind, and it dimmed the boy's smile. Reo, I wish I could have been there for you more. If I had just taken her home. No. If that happened, or if Kensei had adopted her, it would have brought attention from all the wrong people. Daichi slightly shook his head and thought about the positive side of everything. Since Ishin was awake, Daichi decided to play simple games with the kid and pass time. And that's how it went for Daichi's first mission. He played with the kid and kept entertaining him. When it was time for his lunch, Daichi fed him, and he also had to change the diaper. It was the only unpleasant part of his day. Before long, it was evening, and not wanting to get questioned by the client about his many clones around their house, Daichi dispelled them. Before long, the parents returned home after what appeared to be a successful trip. Seeing that everything was fine, they gave the necessary paper slip to Kakashi as he was the leader of the team. They thanked the Genin team for their work, and both Daichi and Kakashi soon left the place. So, how was your first D-rank mission? Kakashi nonchalantly asked his student. Daichi shrugged and replied, it's all right. Nothing much to think about. Is that all? Daichi looked at Kakashi with a doubtful gaze. These kinds of missions are also used to subtly make the genin form some sort of bond with the people of the village, a subtle form of manipulation and brainwash, but I'm not going to say that out loud. Why do you think D-rank missions exist? Kakashi's question brought a frown to Daichi's face. Obviously, D-rank missions are in place to build teamwork amongst the squad members. Genin will need experience working together in a safe environment first before they start taking difficult tasks, and I heard that they are tax deductibles. Daichi replied after a short while. Kakashi nodded and began explaining the intent behind the D-rank missions. 2 good points. Not bad. It's true. The D-rank missions and C-rank missions are tax deductibles. This is a system created by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Paying the mission fee is the same as giving to charity. So most businesses or wealthy people will hire genin to babysit, mow the lawn, or clean their house as a way to reduce the amount of taxes they need to pay. Genins use this opportunity as a team bonding experience, and they learn to interact with the clients. The genin will also learn valuable skills, and the people get cheap labor, a win-win situation. So I was right. Well, you're only partially right. There is much more to it. Daichi looked at the man in slight confusion. Noticing the look Daichi was giving him, the Jonin instructor asked Daichi a question. Why do you think I let do all the work today and didn't even bother to supervise you? Because you were bored and D-rank missions aren't worth your time? Daichi gave a snarky reply with a grin. The man chuckled at that answer. True, but that's not the whole picture. There is much more to these simple missions than you think. I left you alone because I wanted to see how you would act inside the house. I wanted to see if you would go through their bedroom or closet, snoop through their private stuff. Daichi's eyes widened at that. He was beginning to understand the purpose of Kakashi's absence and the true nature of these missions. Kakashi continued, You have to remember, whether it's a D-rank mission or an A-rank mission, we should treat the clients who hire us with respect, and we should follow the mission parameters and not overstep our boundaries. Of course, there are instances where certain exceptions must be made, but that's rare. In most cases, overstepping the mission parameters can cause serious problems. If you had gone through their private stuff and they had found out, it would have created a negative reputation. And that bad reputation will spread and people will become reluctant to hire us in the future. Even if we were only doing something silly like going through their closet or something serious like looking through the secret documents they have, it will create great problems for us. So by doing these D-rank missions, a genin will learn restraint and not do unnecessary stuff like that when handling sensitive materials on higher-ranked missions. Daichi was surprised at the deeper implications of a mission as simple as babysitting. Wait, the things Kakashi said, they're the same as the requirements for passing the second stage of the Chunin exam. Never open the scroll. Ninjas are not supposed to open a client's secret documents? I see. I had no idea. So these missions are a lot more important than they seem, huh? Of course, and it's not just this type of mission. Most D-rank missions help the genin prepare for higher-level missions. Kakashi replied. What do you mean? Daichi asked. Well, for example, most would think that babysitting is a simple mission, but it's not. It teaches the genin to be patient. Even when that baby was asleep, you were keeping an eye on him in case he suddenly woke up. Similarly, when you're completing a higher-ranked mission, you might need to observe your target for a long period of time. This will require concentration and mostly patience. Kakashi replied. Daichi's eyes widened as he understood the point Kakashi was trying to make. Another example is chasing and retrieving lost pets. Animals have high sensitivity to sounds and they can smell far and wide. Their senses are much sharper than ordinary people, and that's not counting ninja dogs and such. Capturing a pet may be a D-rank mission, but we learn many things during that mission. How to mask our smell and sound, track someone without being noticed, and quickly subduing or assassinating them. Most importantly, how to coordinate with your team and efficiently follow commands. Daichi finished what Kakashi was going to say. Exactly. Now you're getting it. A ninja must always see underneath the underneath. The Jonin smiled and looked at Daichi as he spoke those words. I understand, Sensei. The boy nodded his head as he realized the true meaning of these missions. Looks like I'll need to take these D-rank missions a lot more seriously than I first thought. Author's note. Hello, my fellow readers. 2 things. 1. I have never babysit anyone in my entire life, so not sure how that goes other than, don't let anything happen to the baby. So I just Googled babysitting and just rolled with it. 2. I wanted to create a realistic and valid reason as to why D-rank missions exist and given to people who are trained to torture and kill. I hope I did a good job of that. What do you guys think? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 155, A New Style and Skill. Chapter 155 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi and his sensei reached the tower, and Kakashi handed the slip of paper indicating the completion of the mission to the desk Chunin. At that moment, Daichi received the quest completion notification. Quest: complete the first D-rank mission completed. Rewards. Reputation increases with your clients. So I have to return and report the outcome of my mission to get the reward, huh? Seeing as the mission was marked successful, Kakashi gave Daichi his share of the mission reward. Well, our work is done for the day. Take a break tomorrow, and I'll see you the day after at 7 a.m. here. Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke without waiting for Daichi's response. Daichi sighed and left the place. He looked at the money Kakashi gave him. 1033. 2 Ryo. I guess it would be even smaller if I were in a normal squad. Daichi was given the necessary information about payments and such when he became a genin. The client deposits the total mission fee to the village, and then a team is assigned to the mission. If the mission is complete, the client gives a slip of paper to the team leader, and after submitting the paper to the mission desk, the money is allocated to the team. If the mission is a failure, the money is returned to the client. The cost of D-rank missions ranges from 3,000 Ryo to 25,000 Ryo. Daichi stopped at a nearby tea stall and got something to drink. As he drank the tea, he thought about how the money would trickle down to the ninja who completed the mission. The reward for this babysitting mission was 4,000 Ryo. The village takes an 18% from the total mission reward as a commission fee for facilitating the mission, so that brings that number down to 3,280 Ryo. The remaining amount is equally divided among the squad members. Since it's just me and Kakashi, my share is 1,640 Ryo. And from that individual amount, the village deducts a 15% for retirement funds, or as compensation for the family if anything happened to the ninja. Then another 15% goes to the healthcare system. Medic ninjas are difficult to train and their services are expensive, and another 7% goes to the village taxes. A total of 37% deduction from the amount that was divided. And that brings 1,640 Ryo down to 1,033. Suddenly, I'm kinda glad I don't have teammates. Daichi finished his cup of tea and left the place. Before long, he reached his house and noticed that Kensei was not home. Daichi went to his room and just sat on his bed. I'll be busy with missions, but I'll still have some free time. What should I do this year? This was a question that was on his mind for a while. I've mastered the 2 steps of all 5 chakra natures. I've learned medical ninjutsu. I should concentrate on increasing my stats and improving my ninjutsu. I'll start on the 3rd step this year. But which nature should I begin with? Daichi couldn't think of a solid answer for that question. But he came to a conclusion: lightning, water, or earth nature. It should be one of those. But for the moment, I'll take a break and enjoy myself. I've been training like a maniac for the last few years. I need to take a short break. And I'll have missions to keep me busy, so that's not a problem. I'll do physical exercises and work on improving my ninjutsu and genjutsu skills. Daichi stood up and went to stand in front of the tall mirror he had in his room. Now that I'm genin, I need to change my style and wardrobe. Daichi was wearing a dark green full-sleeve shirt with camouflage patterns and blue knee-length shorts. He also had the weighted clothes on him, along with a black ninja pouch strapped to his right thigh. His leaf headband hung loosely around his neck. The young gamer looked at his reflection and sighed. I'm in serious need of an upgrade. Guess I'm going shopping tomorrow. I'll also need to buy something like a chainmail mesh undershirt. Can't have too much protection, and I have a feeling it'll look cool with the right dress. I'll also need to take a look in my inventory. Take out what I don't need. Daichi opened the inventory section and started going through everything. He took out the books and other non-essential items and kept only what was important. At that moment, he noticed the weighted training clothes icon blinking. I wonder what that's about? Daichi clicked on it, and the information on the training gear popped up along with something else. Weighted training clothes. A training gear created. Option to modify the weighted training clothes is now available. Modification can be done according to the user's wish. The different pieces of the item can be combined into a new desired form. Would you like to modify it? Yes. Concentrate and visualize what you want the item to look like. Daichi thought about what he wanted and had a picture in mind. He concentrated, and a few seconds later, a new blue box appeared with the same picture he had in his mind. Would you like to change the item to a new form? Daichi pressed yes, and a few seconds later, the completion message appeared. New item created. Weighted black scarf. Daichi took the new item out of the inventory and smiled. Perfect. This will do nicely. The weighted leg warmers, arm sleeves, undershirt, and trouser all combined and modified into a new form. A long black scarf in a round shape that can be worn around the neck with two ends sticking out to the back. Daichi checked the information on it and found that it weighs 300 kilos. It also had an additional option added to it. The minimum weight of this item is 300 kilograms, but the weight can be increased or decreased by adding or removing chakra to the scarf. This scarf is modified so that its weight will be distributed evenly throughout the body. Nice. This is definitely much better, and I can increase the weight of this thing to improve my physical stats. Even distribution of weights throughout the body, huh? That's convenient. After checking the rest of his inventory and rearranging all the items, Daichi went to sleep. The next day, he headed out to a store that sold ninja gear and protection garments. Daichi looked over the items they had and soon made a choice. He bought the items he wanted and quickly returned home. Daichi bought black pants with a purple-tone chainmail mesh undershirt and a full-sleeve deep purple jacket with a few small silver lines for design. He also changed his footwear from open-toed sandals to black shoes. He tied his headband around his forehead and put on the black weighted scarf around his neck. His ninja pouch was now secured near his back pocket. The only thing that remained from his time as an academy student was his glasses. Daichi smiled as he looked at his new attire. This reminds me of the denim jackets I had before I came here. My hair has grown and it's reached mid-back length. Should I cut it? Nah, long hair is cool. Daichi spent the day just roaming around the village and getting used to his new outfit. The whole day was spent relaxing and just indulging himself in small pleasures. That's a new look, Kensei said as he looked at Daichi's new outfit when he got home. Yeah, I figured it was time for a change. The old man nodded, and they spent the rest of the day tending to the garden and sharing some stories. There seems to be something different about you today. Daichi ended his meditation and opened his eyes to the voice of his sensei. Morning to you too, sensei. Did you get new shoes? This guy is definitely trying to mess with me. Two can play at that game. Yeah, figured this was better than the sandals. Kakashi just hummed at that reply. That must be it. He and Daichi soon reached the mission desk. Ready for your next mission? Yup. The ninja at the mission desk handed Kakashi a scroll, and Daichi got a new quest. After looking over the details, Daichi and Kakashi were on their way to their second D-rank mission. They soon reached a modest-sized home. Your next mission is to clear the yard, pull the weed, level the ground, remove any rodents, that sort of stuff. Kakashi said as he looked at the boy. So what deep, insightful lessons will I learn from this mission? Daichi asked with a slight sarcasm. Kakashi looked at his student and replied, How to pull the weed, clear the ground, and kill any pest. Daichi raised an eyebrow at that answer. Not all D-rank missions have some great meaning behind it. Some are just chores. Now why don't you get to work while I find out what Mimi-chan is up to with her new boyfriend? With a small giggle, Kakashi turned his attention to the small book in his hand. Daichi sighed and began the mission. I should have expected that. If I can complete this quickly, I'll have much more time to focus on myself. And despite what Kakashi says, I can use this as training. I haven't focused on chakra strings for a while. That should be my priority. Just like the last mission, Daichi created several clones, but this time each clone took a section of the yard surrounding the house and got to work. They used chakra strings to pull the weed out of the ground. The blue chakra strings dug into the ground, and Daichi pulled them out by the roots. Even though it looked like Kakashi had his nose buried in the book, He was keeping an eye on his student. The man was surprised to see Daichi's use of chakra strings with such efficiency. Normally, you'd only see puppet masters from the Sand Village with such mastery over the chakra threads. The young gamer used chakra strings to catch the small pests that were running away. When it came to the largest plants, Daichi had an idea in mind. He focused the chakra in the strings and changed it to wind nature. He had a certain image in mind. Wind is mainly used to push and cut, and for this situation, cutting is what I need. The next second, the normal chakra strings took on the form of wind chakra, with small blades swirling around it. Daichi essentially had a long, flexible blade running from his fingertips. He flexed his fingers and aimed the strings at a large plant near him. The wind blade-coated strings wrapped around the plant, and the next second it was cut into pieces. Kakashi, who was paying attention to Daichi's every move, was surprised at that development. He was able to create something like that on his first try, and if he can change the nature of the threads to wind, then it stands to reason that he can change it to other natures he mastered. A new skill appeared, but before checking it out, Daichi created a new shadow clone and dispelled it. With that action, all the active clones learned the new technique. They started using the new jutsu to speed up their simple mission. Meanwhile, Daichi looked at the new skill that popped up. Elemental Strings Active, LV1. This skill is a more advanced version of the skill Chakra Threads. The user converts the chakra into different nature elements and changes the properties of the string. This technique can be used in battle in various ways. Even combined nature elements can be used to create the elemental strings, 5% more effective in the changed element properties. Excellent. I can already imagine a lightning and fire whip. I'll definitely need to train this jutsu. It will have so many applications on the battlefield. Looks like this mission wasn't a waste of time after all. Daichi and the clones soon completed the work. With the mission completed, Team Kakashi returned to the mission desk and got their pay. "I'll see you tomorrow, Daichi," Kakashi said to the boy. Daichi nodded and left the place. He didn't know it, but tomorrow was going to be his first C-rank mission. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 156, First C-Rank Mission. Chapter 156 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was almost 9:30 in the morning. Kakashi slowly walked through the forest of Training Ground 3 and found his student meditating. He quietly walked up to Daichi, and before he could announce himself, he saw the boy open his eyes and look at him. His senses are good. I made sure to keep my chakra and the sound of my footsteps concealed. So what's the excuse for being late this time? Daichi asked the man. Well, you see, on my way here, a black cat crossed my path, and you had to take the long way around? Daichi interrupted him with a smirk. Well, no, it looked so hungry. I had to feed it, so I took it home, fed it some milk, and then took the long way around. To avoid any bad luck. The Jonin ninja replied with a somewhat smug manner. Daichi just sighed at the man's quirks. Let's just get the missions. Both of them made their way to the Hokage Tower. As they walked, Kakashi spoke. Meditation helps with chakra control, managing stress, reducing negative emotions, and makes one self-aware. Is there a question in there? Daichi asked. Your chakra control is already as good as it will ever get, and you don't look like someone who's stressed. You have a good grip on your emotions. Well, most of the time anyway, and I'm sure you can make an objective evaluation of yourself. I'm still not hearing a question. Kakashi turned to look at his student. Why do you meditate? Daichi wasn't all that surprised by the question. With all the time I've spent meditating, it would have been weird if he hadn't asked me this. Daichi decided to give a partial truth as an answer. Meditation helps me focus more. It helps with gathering chakra and moving it throughout my body, and I will have a better understanding of how fast my chakra moves through my coils, how quickly I can release chakra through my chakra points and execute techniques. I would also be able to know if there were abnormalities within my body. Kakashi nodded as he heard that answer. A person would require extreme discipline and knowledge to achieve something like that. They didn't say anything else and soon reached the Hokage Tower. Daichi and Kakashi met the Hokage after a short wait. Well, we have a few D-rank missions. The old Kage spoke, but he saw Daichi let out a tired sigh and slightly smiled. It's a bit soon, but perhaps it's time I gave him something else. But we also have a C-rank mission that I think would be perfect for your team. The old leader saw Daichi's eyes lighting up as he heard those words. Kakashi was only slightly surprised to hear that. So he's starting to test the waters with Daichi. See how the kid operates. What do you say, Daichi? Are you ready for a C-rank mission? Yes, sir, Daichi replied excitedly. Very well. Your mission is to escort the goods trader Hans to the capital. Protect the goods and escort the man to the capital and back. Daichi, since you've spent some time in the capital, I believe your team is perfect for this assignment. The Hokage told them the mission. He gave the mission scroll to Kakashi. At that moment, a new quest appeared for Daichi. Quest created, escort Hans to and from the capital. Hans is a merchant that makes frequent trips to the capital. Escort him and his products safely to the capital and back and complete this C-rank mission. Conditions. Don't not let anyone harm Hans during this trip. Protect the goods during the journey. Rewards 4,500 XP. Reputation slightly increases with Hans. Failure. Reputation decreases with the Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, and Hans. No C-rank missions for a while. Accept. Daichi accepted the quest without hesitation. Finally, my first C-rank mission. I wonder how this will go down. The meeting place was given in the scroll, so without wasting time, Team Kakashi went to meet the merchant. They soon reached a large shop with the sign Greenfield Trading Company. They soon met the person they were going to escort. Hello, are you my team? Hans was a bulky older man with a large mustache and tan skin. Despite his aggressive look, he greeted Kakashi and Daichi with a warm smile. Yes, we're Team Kakashi. This is my student Daichi. We'll be your escort team for this mission. Kakashi introduced himself and his student to the client. You know, when I paid for a genin team, I expected 2 more genins, the man said, looking at Daichi. We're a special team, sir. We'll be more than enough to handle any problems that arise on a C-rank mission. Daichi spoke with a polite tone and a smile. A genin team with only 1 student. I've never heard of that. You must be something special, then, Hans replied. Daichi just smiled and used observe on the man. Age, 58, HP, 3,386, CP 680. Hans is a merchant and citizen of the Leaf Village. He is the adopted son of late Mido, who was also a minor merchant. Hans studied in the Ninja Academy, but dropped out due to his lack of talent in the ninja arts. He later found out his calling as a goods trader and later created the company Greenfield. STR, 50 AGI, 37 and 55. When do we leave? Kakashi asked the man. In a few moments. My men are loading the wagon as we speak. A short while later, the whole party was at the village gates. There was Kakashi and Daichi as protection and Hans and his associate on their horse pulling a large goods wagon. It's a little after 10. If we leave now, we'll be there by evening. We'll rest up for the night. I've already booked rooms at an inn. My business at the capital should take about 2 days to conclude, and after that we return. Daichi and Kakashi nodded to the mission details. Daichi, you take the rear. I'll take the front. The group began their journey and slowly made their way to the capital. Daichi was on full alert. He wasn't sure if he caught the curse of Team 7 where a seemingly simple mission can go straight to hell, so he was vigilant of his surroundings. Daichi had exceptional senses and he used chakra to increase its range. Daichi, relax. It's a C-rank mission. While we might face enemies, I doubt they would be ninjas. Kakashi spoke to the boy. He noticed Daichi's vigilance bordering on paranoia and wanted to reassure the boy. Daichi nodded and let out a breath. He kept an eye on his surroundings, but slightly relaxed himself. As they walked, he asked Hans a question that's been on his mind for a while. Hey, Mr. Hans, can I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. The name of your company, why Greenfield? Does it have any special meaning? When he heard that, a smile formed on the man's face. Yes, there is a reason why I chose that name for my company. Daichi and his sensei listened to the man's story. A merchant named Mido was traveling near the roads of the Fire Country, and he got lost when a storm hit. He walked for hours and ended up in a large field. At that moment, he suddenly heard a cry. It was a baby's cry. He looked all around, and all he could see were fields of green. Tall grass and plants were the only thing his eyes landed on. He heard the baby's cry again, and he started searching. Several minutes later, he found the baby in a small wooden crib hidden behind the tall, growing vegetation. He took the baby and raised it as his own. I'm sure you can make a good guess as to who that baby was? Daichi nodded and replied, You. Yes. Some might say that field was where I was abandoned, but the way I see it, that place was where I was given my second chance, where I was reborn as Hans, where I met a kind man who took me in and raised me as his own without hesitation. So I decided to name the company Greenfield. Wow. I never realized that name had such a backstory when I first saw it. Daichi spoke with a smile. Hans merely laughed at that. What kind of trading do you do? It was Kakashi who asked this question. Well, I mainly deal with agricultural products. Rice, vegetables, and some herbs, but occasionally I also trade quality textiles. Do you often journey to the capital for business? Daichi asked. Every 2 months or so. The man replied. They made small conversations along the journey, and Daichi found out more about the man named Hans. The trip to the capital was smooth and without any problems. By late evening, they reached the capital gates without encountering any enemies. The mission is half complete. I suppose it's to be expected. This is the main road leading to the capital from the village. If any bandits were present, they would have been taken care of by the patrolling ninjas. Hans and his associate Koran took the wagon to a warehouse for storage. Don't worry, it's going to be safe here, Hans said, but Daichi created a shadow clone and had it hide inside the wagon as a precaution. Kakashi discreetly nodded at Daichi in approval. They left the warehouse and soon reached an inn. Daichi and Kakashi did a sweep of the room for enemies or anything out of the ordinary. Finding nothing, they left the room, and Hans and Koran entered. Your room is the one adjacent to ours. Food will be delivered to your room, and take my word for it, they are quite excellent. Hans smiled at the two ninjas. Kakashi and Daichi relaxed inside their room. Well, dinner will be here shortly. What do you want to do? Kakashi asked his student. Nothing much. Shouldn't we be keeping an eye on our client? Daichi didn't think the mission would be this easy. This is a C-rank mission. On C-rank missions, we're not expected to battle ninjas, just some bandits or thieves who aren't too bright. What about unusual situations where you might have to deal with shinobi? Daichi questioned. Kakashi hummed as he thought about a scenario like that. If that happens, my job will be to take on the biggest threats and keep you safe, and your job will be to keep the client safe. Daichi nodded. I'm going to take a walk. Kakashi nodded and Daichi left the inn. He roamed near the area and then walked through the streets of the capital. It hasn't been long since I left this place, and I'm back here so soon. Daichi spent a few hours roaming the streets and then returned to his room. He made sure the client was well and decided to take the first watch. As Daichi sat on the balcony outside his client's room, he thought about the situation. We're in the middle of the capital. If someone wanted to attack him, this is the last place they would choose to do so. And since this is a C-rank mission, the threat probability is low. But it doesn't mean I should let my guard down. A couple hours after midnight, Kakashi came to relieve him of his shift. Daichi went to sleep and woke up early the next morning. He created a clone to stay at the inn and went to work out in a secluded spot near the building. Once his morning workouts were completed, he freshened up and joined Kakashi. The two ninjas shadowed their client throughout his meetings and business deals. Hans was good at bartering and traded his goods at a profitable rate for him. He and Koran then bought several items from the capital that could be sold at the Leaf Village and loaded his wagon. They spent the 2 days in the capital without incidents, and on their third day they were ready to return. Things went much better than expected. Kakashi, Daichi, our work here is done. What do you say? We head home. Daichi and his sensei nodded and both took positions. Their return journey began, and Daichi created a few clones to scout ahead of them. Kakashi just sighed watching his students' antics. Well, better be safe than sorry, I suppose. The team left early in the morning from the capital so they would reach the Leaf Village by late afternoon. The team of 2 ninjas and clones kept a vigilant watch, but it was unnecessary. They reached the village walls and didn't encounter a single enemy throughout their trip. After splitting up from Hans, Kakashi, and Daichi made their way to the Hokage Tower. This mission was kind of anticlimactic. Daichi said to his sensei, "What exactly were you expecting?" "I don't know. It was too easy, and we didn't fight a single enemy." The Jonin raised an eyebrow at that. "Isn't that supposed to be a good thing? You know, a boring mission is much better than one with enemies coming for your head. And you have to remember, this was a C-rank mission. The only way they ever go wrong is if the clients lied about the enemies after them, which would be idiotic, or if we encounter an enemy ninja by chance. And since this is not wartime, the chances of that happening is low." Daichi nodded with what the man was saying. "He makes a good point. If all missions happened like the Wave mission, then no ninja would accept missions from clients without wasting a ton of resources digging up everything about them." The duo made their way to the administration table and got their pay. At that moment, Daichi got the quest completion reward. Quest: escort Hans to and from the capital completed. Rewards: 4,500 XP, 675 XP. Reputation slightly increases with Hans. Kakashi then looked at his student. "Meet me at Training Ground 3 at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to do something different." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 157. Battle with Kakashi-01. Chapter 157 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kakashi was in front of the memorial stone, staring at a single name. He had been standing there for over 2 hours as he revisited the memories of his genin team. The man looked up and noticed the position of the sun and realized how long he had been standing there. "It's time to leave. I've kept Daichi waiting long enough." The Jonin looked back at the name engraved on the stone. "I'll see you tomorrow, Obito." Kakashi turned around and made his way through the forest. His mind went back to the conversation the third Hokage had with him some time ago. Flashback. "Kakashi, when you get the time, I want you to spar with Daichi. See his capabilities. But this time I want you to force him to fight seriously," the old Kage said. The silver-haired Jonin raised an eyebrow at that. "Is that really necessary?" Hiruzen nodded. "Yes. Only after you have a thorough understanding of his strength and abilities would you be able to train him efficiently. You would also be able to identify his weak spots if he has any, and with training can get rid of them." "Yes, I'll handle it. But do you mind me asking, what's this about? You don't normally take such a keen interest in a genin team." The Hokage taking an active interest in the training of a fresh genin was a surprise to Kakashi. "True. But your student isn't an ordinary genin. He is someone who has extraordinary potential and was personally trained by a former Anbu captain and a Sannin." "But that's not all, is it?" Hiruzen smoked his pipe and was silent for a few seconds. Letting out a smoky breath, he replied, "No. I have received some disturbing news regarding Orochimaru and Danzo. Things will come to collision between the three of us soon, and the people I've tasked with the matter will be in the middle of it. Kensei is one of those people, and what affects Kensei will also affect Daichi. I have no doubt that Orochimaru will come to know of the boy soon, if he hasn't already, and knowing him, he'll definitely try to make contact with the boy." Kakashi's eyes widened at that. He was alarmed that someone like that would one day come for his student. "Wait, Orochimaru's coming for the kid?" "Lord Hokage, I can protect him from almost any other Jonin but someone like Orochimaru." "Don't be so alarmed, Kakashi. This isn't something that will happen tomorrow or next week, and it's just a possibility. There is also the chance that Orochimaru will leave him alone, but the probability of that is low. I'm not telling you this to frighten you, but to warn you. Take the necessary precautions." The old Kage let out a breath and leaned back in his chair. "It's not just Orochimaru, but Danzo also has his eye on Daichi, but for the moment he won't make any moves. He's more concerned with the movements and ongoings of his organization Root." Kakashi nodded. "I see. I understand, Lord Hokage. I'll test him after the first C-rank mission." "Good. You need a clear picture of his strength and abilities if you're going to prepare efficient team strategies. Kakashi, as long as Daichi is within these walls, he'll be under my protection. But outside, I'm trusting you to keep him safe. Kakashi stood straight and nodded his head. He vowed he would keep that word no matter what. Flashback end. Kakashi had an idea as to what he had to do. Before long, he reached the clearing of Training Ground 3 and saw Daichi meditating. One day I'm going to figure out the secret behind that. Sensing Kakashi's presence, Daichi opened his eyes. Morning, Sensei. Morning. Ready for today's mission? Yeah, you said we were going to do something different. We are. Kakashi walked to the nearby 3 stumps and placed an alarm clock on top of the one in the middle. Daichi looked at the scene and felt a sense of déjà vu. Wow. Once the timer was set, Kakashi looked at his student. Today, you and I will be doing a survival test, and this one is going to be a lot different than the one we had at the beginning. Daichi narrowed his eyes as he heard those words. Something's different about him today. He's a lot more serious than usual. What kind of survival test? Daichi asked his sensei. At that question, Kakashi's face turned serious as he looked at the boy and revealed his killing intent. You have sensed killing intent. Daichi's eyes widened at the implication of Kakashi's action. The Jonin looked at his student and spoke. His voice was laced with a menacing tone. Daichi, for this test I'll be coming at you with the intent to kill. I'll try to capture and subdue you. And if that isn't possible, I'll try to kill you. Your goal is to defend against my assaults and either defeat me or escape. Survival is the priority of this exercise. Right now it's 10:30 in the morning. This survival test will last till exactly midnight. You'll pass if you successfully defend against my attacks, defeat me, or if you hide from me till the time runs out. You aren't permitted to leave the training ground till the end of the test. If you do, you fail. If I capture you, you fail. And if you die to one of my killing blows, well, try not to die. Daichi clenched his fists as he looked at the man. He was already releasing chakra throughout his body and was preparing for the coming battle. At that moment, a quest appeared in front of him. He quickly read the contents of the quest. Quest created. Pass the survival test. Kakashi Hatake has decided to test your skills and find out your true power. Survive his test by battling him or escaping him. Conditions: do not get captured before midnight. Do not leave the forest till the test is over. Do not let Kakashi land any killing, lethal blows on your body. Survive till midnight by any means. Defeat Kakashi. 2,000 exp. 35,000 exp. Bonus. Reputation increases with Kakashi Hatake, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Kensei Yasagi. No C-rank missions for a while. This quest is automatically accepted. Kakashi continued. And keep this in mind. If you don't use your full power, all your skills and techniques, you will suffer a painful end. I understand. I won't hold back. Daichi replied, releasing his intent as well. The air became heavy, and the sound of birds flying away from the forest could be heard. Up in the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was watching everything through his crystal ball. This isn't exactly what I had in mind, but I suppose it will have to do. This way Kakashi will be able to determine Daichi's stamina and stealth skills, medical prowess, and his proficiency in the ninja arts. But still, he's just 12 years old. A child. Would this be too much for him? Back in the training ground, Kakashi decided to make the first move. Begin. As the words were spoken, the Jonin was already moving at high speed towards Daichi with a punch aimed for his face. Daichi's heightened concentration and senses allowed him to track every move that his sensei made. He saw the man coming at him in slow motion with his left fist tightly clenched, and Daichi's mind began to work faster. His first instinct was to dodge using substitution, but there was something preventing him from making that decision. His pride. Even after all this time, after all the training, the dungeon fights, if I just run away when someone stronger than me shows up without even putting up a fight, then what does that say about the time I spent grinding myself to the bone? A waste. It was only a split second, but Kashi was already on him, his left fist coming towards his student. Even as the gamer's mind kept him calm, Daichi's face turned into one filled with rage. Fuck that! Chakra flooded his body, and with a greater speed than Kakashi, Daichi threw his right fist. his punch directly aimed at his teacher's incoming one. The Jonin's eye widened at the speed displayed by the boy. A moment later, both fists collided. Boom! Wind whipped around them from the force of the two attacks, meeting head-on. The ground cracked below the two, but neither one budged an inch. Since you're intending to fight me head-on, let's begin with taijutsu, Kakashi said as he threw another punch with his right arm aimed for Daichi's throat. The young gamer swiftly parried and redirected the attack away from him. He then immediately sent a knee strike aimed at Kakashi's ribs. The Jonin jumped back, escaping the strike, but Daichi didn't let up. He quickly rushed at Kakashi, and they began their intense hand-to-hand combat. Daichi used the skill Analyze to understand his opponent's fighting style and attack patterns. Even though the fight would have been seen as fast-paced to most, the battle was only just beginning. Both of them were only testing the waters and feeling out their opponent's skills. Kakashi sent several powerful punches aimed at Daichi's chest, biceps, and ribs, all of which Daichi successfully blocked or parried. His taijutsu skills are incredible, and on top of that, his battle senses are far beyond what someone his age should have. And this is only just the start. Just as Kakashi was making notes on his student, Daichi was also doing the same to his teacher. He's not blocking, but redirecting all of my punches. He's trying to conserve energy. That's not a surprise. This is going to last over 12 hours after all. This is a good opportunity for me to go all out, to see where I stand in this world. Kakashi, you will be an excellent measuring stick. Daichi sent a punch aimed at his enemy's liver, only for Kakashi to block and grab that fist. Immediately, Daichi sent a roundhouse kick aimed for the man's head. Kakashi raised his other hand and blocked the kick, and the next instant leaned his upper body back to avoid the knee strike that came for his chin. The Jonin swiftly retaliated with a kick towards Daichi's abdomen and sent the boy flying. Kakashi ran after his student intent on attacking him before he could reorient and defend himself. Daichi gritted his teeth as he saw his sensei coming for him. In midair, he quickly took out several shuriken and threw them at the man and swiftly went through several seals. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The few metal stars quickly became over a dozen, forcing Kakashi to change his path and dodge the oncoming projectiles. These few seconds were all Daichi needed to safely land on the ground and get his footing. Both of them looked at each other and took in their opponent's condition. Neither one was hurt, or even out of breath. It was Daichi who broke the silence. "What do you say we take things up a notch or two?" The silver-haired Jonin smirked at that. "Funny, I was thinking the same thing. You know, you might be my favorite student yet." Daichi deadpanned at that. "I'm your only student." With those words, Daichi placed a hand on his scarf. "I'll show you just how strong I really am." The next moment, he took the scarf over his head and threw it to the side. Boom. The sound of a heavy object falling on the ground was heard, and the ground slightly caved under the weight of the round scarf. Kakashi was surprised at that revelation. He was wearing weighted clothes? "How much does that weigh?" the man asked. 500 kilos, Daichi replied with a smirk. Kakashi and the watching Hokage were shocked as they heard how much it weighed. Daichi moved his head side to side and felt his shoulder pop. "I feel much better now. Been a long time since I took those off. Well then, I suppose it's my turn." With those words, Kakashi simply lifted the clothing covering his left eye, and that action alone would be enough to intimidate most, but Daichi was not one of them. Kakashi revealed the Sharingan to his student for the first time. Daichi looked at the red eye with 3 Tomoe and spoke. "Kakashi of the Sharingan, the copycat ninja. You got many names, don't you? I've always wanted to fight you." Kakashi looked at Daichi and then became serious again. "Don't get too overconfident. It will be your undoing." The boy smirked at that. He cracked his knuckles and spoke. "Funny. I was about to say the same thing." Killing intent ignited again as both of them got ready for the second round of battle. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Overpowered Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 158. Battle with Kakashi. 2. Chapter 158 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. An ominous wind passed through the training ground, blowing the leaves all around the two combatants. Daichi took that as the metaphorical bell to start the second round of his fight. He flooded his body with chakra and sped towards Kakashi. With his Sharingan, Kakashi saw how Daichi spread chakra throughout his body and prepared to attack. He's coming. Both of them were standing several meters apart, but Daichi crossed that distance in a second. He sent a powerful punch infused with his chakra directly at Kakashi. The Jonin quickly raised and crossed his arms to block the fast and powerful attack. The punch landed on Kakashi's forearm, and the force of the attack pushed him backwards. He skidded several feet before coming to a stop. He dropped his arms and looked at his student in wonder and renewed vigilance. My arm is feeling numb. The power behind that punch. It was magnitudes higher than before. I had no idea he was holding back this much. If I block more attacks like that, then I won't last for long. At this time, Daichi looked at Kakashi without a trace of emotion on his face. The next instant, he vanished from view, and the older man instantly ducked. He felt the wind pass and saw a leg sweep above him at high speed. Seeing Daichi miss and still in the air, Kakashi immediately took his chance and fought back. He infused chakra into his arm and sent a precise, powerful punch at Daichi's outer thigh, intent to reduce the boy's mobility. The punch struck its target, but the next second, Daichi burst into wooden pieces. Substitution. The man immediately jumped from his spot and expanded his senses. He sensed several projectiles coming towards him at high velocity. If I use substitution, then I'm pretty sure he'll find and attack me again almost immediately. Taking 2 kunais from his pouch, Kakashi expertly deflected all the weapons coming towards his vitals while landing safely. There he is. He sensed Daichi's chakra and body flickered to the boy's location. He found me! Daichi turned around and blocked the knife chop aimed at his head and sent a high kick that Kakashi blocked with his raised leg. The two began their taijutsu bout with neither one gaining the advantage over the other. Daichi was using Analyze skill to understand Kakashi's fighting style and attack patterns, while Kakashi had the Sharingan predicting the path of Daichi's movements. Those made it easier for him to parry or redirect the attacks. At that moment, Daichi received several notifications that he looked from the corner of his eyes. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the attack. He's trying to cast genjutsu on me. Too bad. Kakashi tried to place one genjutsu after another on Daichi, but each one failed as soon as the chakra entered the boy's system. The man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Daichi's confident face. Genjutsu isn't working on him, and he doesn't even have to disturb his chakra flow. It's almost as if he's immune to it. Kakashi stopped using that tactic to conserve his chakra. Daichi was keeping Kakashi at bay with a combination of skills such as sprint, body flicker, and chakra enhancement. This battle has only just begun. I can't keep going at this intensity so early. I need to break away and create a few shadow clones. But how? Daichi tilted his head and evaded the strike to his face as he sent a stomp to the knee that was blocked. Both opponents were in a sort of stalemate due to them beginning to understand the other's fighting techniques and taijutsu style. Daichi decided to switch gears and see just how strong Kakashi's Sharingan is. Daichi blocked and forcefully caught Kakashi's fists and made several seals with his enemy. He began taking a deep breath as he held on to Kakashi's fists. These actions only took less than 3 seconds. The Jonin's eyes widened as he recognized the seals that were made. If he unleashes that jutsu at this close proximity, I'll take some serious damage. Seeing the coming danger, Kakashi immediately lashed out with a fast kick straight to Daichi's chest. Daichi raised his knee and blocked the kick. But it was just a distraction as Kakashi gathered his chakra around his arms and turned it to lightning. The sudden lightning attack forced Daichi to let go of the man's arms, but his jutsu was ready. Kakashi jumped backwards as fast as he could just as Daichi unleashed a giant fire dragon from his mouth. Fire Style. Supreme Fire Dragon Jutsu. The fire took the shape of a giant dragon head with an open mouth as it moved forward. It was a powerful, fast-moving attack that reduced everything in front of it to ashes. The jutsu followed Kakashi and sent several small fireballs from its body as Kakashi tried to change directions. The fast, small flaming balls forced Kakashi to move in a certain direction. The Jonin increased his speed, and thus his distance from Daichi's attack. The specialty of Daichi's jutsu is that the caster can control the direction of the jutsu and can change its path if need be. It can also send small fireballs from its body according to the caster's desire. Daichi sensed Kakashi's chakra moving away, and he controlled the fire dragon to follow. Kakashi's Jonin vest was a little burned from fire, and aside from a few small light burns on his skin, he was ultimately unhurt. He was moving as fast as he could, and within a few seconds landed on the lake, flowing through the training ground. That attack is an A-rank jutsu, and one on the higher ends of the scale. Daichi had something like that under his belt? That jutsu costs a great deal of chakra. He wouldn't use something like that this early, unless he was certain he could finish me, or he thinks he has more chakra and can outlast me. Kakashi sensed the heat and saw the fire heading his way. There is only one way I can stop that. He started going through several seals as fast as he could. The moment he reached the final seal, the fire dragon was almost in front of him. Waiting no longer, Kakashi unleashed his jutsu. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The water from the river surged upwards and immediately formed a blue dragon. Both ninjutsu collided and there was a small explosion. Daichi kept pumping chakra into the attack, and Kakashi did the same. But a few seconds later, seeing that he entered another stalemate, Daichi cut the flow of chakra to the jutsu. Both attacks canceled one another out, and a giant steam erupted from the epicenter of the jutsu. The steam spread everywhere, covering most parts of the training ground. Daichi smirked as he looked at the steam. Everything is going according to plan. He immediately created a few shadow clones and sent them in various directions. Their mission was to hide anywhere within the training ground and meditate. Daichi then created a water clone and sent it near the river where Kakashi was. The clone suppressed its energy and came near the lake. Once it was close, it went through some hand seals and used a jutsu. Kakashi was standing atop the lake, taking several deep breaths of air. I knew he was strong, but he was suppressing his chakra volume this whole time, and this is only just the start. At that moment, he sensed a presence. Daichi. He's here. Just as Kakashi was about to confront him, he noticed that the mist around the place was getting thicker. And it wasn't just that. The mist had small amounts of chakra in it. The man's eyes widened as he recognized the jutsu. Is this hidden mist jutsu? Where did he learn that? Damn it. He's trying to reduce my visibility. At that moment, Kakashi heard several weak explosions. What's going on? It's not a paper bomb. What is he trying to do? At that moment, Kakashi's nose picked up a strong scent. The moment he smelled it, he almost gagged and felt slightly dizzy. Ah! What the hell is that? A light bulb immediately went off in his head. He's reducing my senses one by one. He's blocked my senses of sight with the mist, and now my sense of smell. Clever brat. Kakashi used chakra to block the nasty scents now lingering in the forest. This is getting a little bit harder than I thought. Somewhere in the forest, the real Daichi smiled as he heard the sound of the small explosions going off throughout the place. I knew he would find a way to escape my jutsu. I specifically used that technique to force Kakashi to go near the lake. I was counting on his pride to confront my jutsu with his. And I was right. His pride didn't allow him to run away from a Genin's jutsu. And with a large water source nearby, the best thing to do is attack with a water jutsu of similar strength. And the resulting mist gave me the chance to make my moves. Increasing the thickness of the mist with the mist jutsu, and dropping special smoke bombs that can disrupt the sense of smell for hours. That provided a cover for my clones to hide and gather chakra. Daichi smirked as things went according to his plan. Move your enemy. Do not be moved by them. Isn't that what you taught me, old man? Seeing that everything worked out, he suppressed his chakra and disappeared into the forest. Kakashi looked around and all he could see was the mist. You won't escape that easily, Daichi. Kakashi still had ways of finding his enemy. Due to his Sharingan, he knew exactly where he was in the training ground and the entire layout of the terrain. He slowly walked forward and soon stepped on solid ground. He placed his hands on the ground, closed his eyes, and concentrated. A few moments later, he found what he was looking for. He sensed a chakra signature near him. He's close. East. The Jonin quietly made his way through the forest and soon found his target. He noticed that the thickness of the mist was a little bit less than the other places. Kakashi got close enough just to see Daichi standing near the lake with a hand seal. He's keeping up the jutsu, but to do it so openly. An obvious trap if there ever was one. The man took a closer look around the place and then at the clone. With his Sharingan, he realized something about the Daichi standing near the lake. Water clone. He made a few seals and created an earth clone. Well, no point in wasting time. The clone made a seal and went underground. The real one threw several shuriken at water clone Daichi and waited. His ears then picked up sounds of shuriken coming from another direction, and the man smiled. There you are. The real Daichi was hidden in the trees and was waiting for Kakashi to make his move. When he saw the weapons flying at his water clone, he had found the location of his enemy. Daichi sent a few shurikens to deflect the weapons, and it succeeded. I can't let you take out the clone, Kakashi. Reducing visibility is to my advantage, after all. And unlike shadow clones, when these ones disappear, I don't get the chakra back. Based on my mana scout, he's still there and hasn't moved. He definitely knows my location. So why is he not coming after me? Is he waiting for something? Just as Daichi's shuriken deflected the weapons thrown by Kakashi, several new weapons were launched from a different area aimed at Daichi's position. They had a few paper tags attached to them as well. Daichi heard the sound of wind and turned around. He heard the whistle of sharp weapons coming and immediately used substitution. A second later, the spot where he stood was riddled with shuriken, kunais, and the paper bomb that blew up the place, dispersing some of the mist. At that moment, when Daichi was distracted, Kakashi successfully struck the clone and reduced it to a puddle of water. Kakashi turned and looked up at the boy standing on a tall branch, looking down at him. Yesterday, I rigged the whole field with weapons and traps. Traps that I could activate from almost anywhere in the forest. This test isn't just about brute strength. It's about tactics, intelligence, and evasion skills. The next second, Kakashi disappeared from his view. Daichi came to a realization as he looked at the spot where his sensei stood. Hit-and-run tactics. He can come for me directly, but he's trying to wear me down mentally. Survival exam. That's what he said this test is. I need to evade the traps he rigged here and avoid capture. Escaping from his attacks is the priority. So this is going to be guerrilla warfare, huh? So be it. The next second, Daichi vanished from his spot as well. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 159, Battle with Kakashi 03, Chapter 159 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Training Ground 3 was slowly becoming a war zone. Sparks were flying as weapons collided in the air. The ground and vegetation were getting destroyed as the two high-level ninjas fought each other, as if their lives depended on it. Daichi was running through the forest, evading and deflecting the sharp weapons coming at him. As he gripped his dagger and deflected another shuriken, he found his enemy. There. Finding Kakashi's location, Daichi increased his speed and rushed at him before the man could escape. Just as Daichi was on top of Kakashi, a Rasengan formed in his hand. The man saw Daichi coming a mile away. With the Sharingan, he saw how Daichi's chakra was beginning to gather in his hand. So he's going to use that, huh? The Jonin went through the seals, and the next second Kakashi's arm lit up with lightning chakra. He focused his energy and increased its power. It looked like both of them were about to clash in a ninjutsu strength contest, but something else happened. Kakashi smirked, and instead of directly confronting Daichi's Rasengan, he tilted his body to the side at the last possible moment and caught Daichi's wrist in a firm grip. Without wasting a second on useless banter, he thrusted his lightning-coated arm to Daichi's chest. His intention wasn't to pierce through Daichi, but to incapacitate him. Kakashi swiftly placed his arm on Daichi's chest, and before the boy could retaliate, the Jonin sent lightning throughout his student's body, electrocuting him. Grrr. Daichi gritted his teeth for a few seconds, before vanishing in a puff of smoke. The man's eyes narrowed at this revelation. At that moment, he felt several chakra threads connecting to his back, and the next moment he had a taste of his own medicine. Daichi was standing a few feet behind Kakashi and was channeling lightning chakra through his chakra strings. Daichi ran lightning through the man's body for several seconds, but the next moment the Kakashi in front of him turned to lightning, and through the chakra strings connected, reached Daichi and struck him. Feeling electricity course through his body, Daichi couldn't hold on anymore and vanished in a puff of smoke. Silence came as the short fight ended and the two fierce ninjas vanished. Memories of the two clones came to Daichi, who was on the other side of the forest. That guy! He tried to fool me into thinking that he thought the one with the Rasengan was the real deal and was trying to knock him out. A feint in the hopes that I would personally show up to attack him from behind. Too bad for you, it was a clone that did that. Kakashi, who was hidden deep in the earth, realized that his trap failed. He had switched with a lightning clone at the moment. Daichi's clone vanished and was waiting for his chance. So he didn't take the bait, huh? Almost 4 hours have passed since the test began. I can't slow down now. I need to push him and not give an inch. The Jonin ninja, using Earth Burrow Jutsu, moved beneath the ground and came up a short distance away. Once on top of solid ground, he took several deep breaths and steadied himself. I need to get back into shape. I can't believe I let myself slack off so much since I left the Anbu. If a kid like him could force me to this state in just a few hours... Che! This is embarrassing, but no time to think about that now. Kakashi took a small whiff, and he sensed that the stinky smoke had largely dispersed. Time to find the little brat. He sent chakra to his nose and ears and expanded his senses. He crouched down and placed his hands on the ground and closed his eyes as he concentrated. Several seconds later, he began sensing his enemy. 1, 2, 3, 7. I can sense 7 Daichi hidden throughout the forest, but none of them are moving. Strange. They could all be clones, or one of them could be the real one. But as soon as I make a move on one of them, the others will know, and they might hide again. And I can't hit all of them at once. Well, not without wasting some chakra anyway. A conundrum indeed. After thinking about it for a short while, he made a decision. This isn't ideal, but I'll see what he's doing. Creating 7 shadow clones, he hid and sent them to Daichi's locations. Each clone soon reached their target, and several small skirmishes began in the training ground. As the fight progressed, one of his clones was dispelled. Kakashi went through the memories and information he received. He was meditating, but as soon as he saw me, he engaged in combat. And his chakra. He was generating more chakra during his meditation? Is that what he's been doing? Expanding his chakra coils and increasing his reserves? That would explain some things. But why would he do something like that right now? At that moment, Kakashi realized something else. The chakra of the shadow clones, they return to their caster. If he can generate chakra and then... The man's eyes widened in shock as he realized one of Daichi's abilities. He can replenish his reserves with his shadow clones in the middle of the battle and thus his stamina. So that's why he was coming at me with such ferocity from the start. He knows he can outlast me. Can't let that happen. At that moment, he heard the sounds of weapons flying and the clash of steel. The Sharingan ninja rushed to the location just in time to see one of his clones vanish. The memories came, and with it an important piece of information. That's the real one. Seeing the man coming directly at him, Daichi bolted from the place with the Jonin chasing him. Daichi glanced at the man catching up to him. He's got some extremely sharp senses to find me so quickly. And with his speed, this was bound to happen sooner or later. At that moment, Daichi was forced to quickly change paths to avoid the shuriken his enemy threw. His eyes took in the devastation the weapons left in their wake. Shit. He coated them with lightning chakra. This guy is seriously trying to kill me. Kakashi was closing in and he began weaving seals. He stopped and placed his hands on the ground. Daichi looked behind him and was confused. What the heck is he doing? The Jonin's chakra surged as he used his technique. Earth style, mud wall. A large curved wall quickly sprung up in front of Daichi, intent on blocking his path. Despite there being a thick earthen wall in front of him, Daichi didn't slow down. He remembered Tsunade's teachings and gathered chakra in his fist. The moment he neared the structure, he punched it with all his might and released the chakra upon contact. Boom. Kakashi's eyes widened. He punched right through with that ease. To do something like that? He must have learned that technique from Lady Tsunade. Daichi blasted the large wall and sent chunks of broken rocks flying. But the moment he passed through, he heard the sound of something similar to birds chirping. Is that what I think it is? Daichi saw another Kakashi appearing with Chidori concentrated on his right palm coming for him. Both of them were moving at high speed and would collide in less than a few seconds. Without wasting another moment, Daichi created a Rasengan in his hand and got ready. Up in the tower, the Hokage watching the battle tensed as he saw what was happening. Kakashi, I hope you know what you're doing. Chidori and Rasengan hashed the next second and with an explosive bang. The chaotic lightning and the tightly contained ball of chakra battled one another for supremacy. The ground cracked from the force of the jutsu impact. Lightning arched and wind blew all across the place, destroying the nearby trees, rocks, and anything else in their paths. Daichi gritted his teeth and held his ground. When he looked at his teacher, he saw a grim determination in those eyes that reminded the boy of himself. But even in this moment, he kept a vigilance over the real Kakashi dozen meters behind him. He needed to be ready when the man would launch a strike from behind. Though the worry Daichi had was unnecessary. The moment the real Kakashi took a step forward, he fell to one knee. He clenched his Sharingan eye shut and had to take several deep breaths of air. This kid is forcing me to expend more chakra, so he must have already made a guess that the Sharingan costs too much chakra to maintain for long. At that moment, Kakashi's shadow clones dispelled, and he got confirmation that all of Daichi's clones were destroyed. Having made a decision, he took a ration pill from his pouch and ate it. A few seconds later, he let out a breath of air, feeling the pill quickly doing its work. Kakashi just knelt there, resting for as much time as he could, looking at the confrontation taking place ahead. Daichi received the memories and chakra of clones and Grimest. I didn't think he'd take out the clones so quickly. But still, I got some chakra back. So that's a good thing. At that moment, the Sharingan-wielding ninja with the Chidori looked at Daichi and spoke. Even through the loud sounds of their battling jutsu, Daichi was able to clearly hear his sensei. Your talent is undeniable, but to surpass me, it won't be that easy. Ha! Kakashi increased his chakra output, and thus the strength of his lightning attack, and began pushing Daichi back. The ground cracked more around Daichi's feet, and he began to slide backwards. Daichi increased the chakra throughout his whole body and poured some more to his Rasengan, making it bigger. No, I won't be defeated. I will never experience that feeling again. With the increase in power, Daichi firmly stood his ground and glared at his foe. I have a goal to conquer. So no matter who it is that gets in my way, no matter how strong my enemies are, I will never let myself be defeated. Putting everything he had, Daichi pushed forward, and because of the large energies from the two techniques, the next moment they violently exploded between the two. A shockwave was created that spread throughout the training ground forest, with the ground at the epicenter of the explosion destroyed and charred. Kakashi's clone was destroyed, and Daichi was blown backwards, where the real Jonin was waiting for him. Debuff, right arm temporarily paralyzed. Negative status, bleeding, several muscles torn. Burns. Daichi's special black glasses broke, and some of his clothes got torn, but the major injuries were on his right arm. It was wounded in the clash and had burn marks, charred skin in several places, bleeding, and had a few muscles torn. His regeneration powers were kicking in and slowly healing the wounds, but for the moment, Daichi was reduced to fighting with one arm. Daichi used chakra strings to reorient himself and bleed off his body's momentum. He came to a stop a few feet in front of his sensei. Daichi looked at the man but was conscious of his wounds and wanted to fight in a way that wouldn't aggravate them. Even with all the damage reduction effects, I still took this many injuries? Unbelievable. Still, I have some contingencies in place if something like this ever happened. Kakashi looked at Daichi, and even though he inwardly bemoaned the state he put the boy in, he didn't show it on his face. His expression was one of cold indifference. I warned you to not get overconfident. Now look at you, down an arm and unable to defend yourself. Daichi chuckled hearing those words. Ha ha, True, I'm down an arm, but by no means am I defenseless. At that moment, Kakashi noticed several green chakra strings coming from the forest. Thinking that it was an attack aimed at him, Kakashi jumped and gained some distance, but that was a miscalculation. The man's Sharingan showed that the chakra strings were not made from the 5 nature elements. The Jonin took a closer look at those green strings of energy. What is that? The strings quickly attached to Daichi's wounded arm, and they began to do their work. In seconds, small steam started to erupt from the arm, and wounds began closing at a visible speed. The charred skin peeled off and was replaced with new ones. Daichi winced as he felt some pain, but he knew it would only last a short while. Kakashi was astonished with this new ability Daichi displayed. Healing from a distance, and using clone and chakra strings as a medium. That's actually brilliant. He saw the wounds closing on the boy's arm, and he focused his attention back on the battle. He quickly took off towards Daichi, trying to stop him from completely healing himself. Damn. I can't let him finish healing. How did a clone escape my senses? I thought I got all of them. Kakashi reached Daichi and thrust his chakra-coated kunai at the strings. Daichi blocked it with his dagger, but he wasn't able to stop the second one due to his condition. Daichi quickly jumped backwards and gained some distance while the clone that hid appeared and attacked Kakashi. Seeing his sensei distracted, Daichi used his speed skills and got away. Kakashi evaded the dagger swings and quickly broke through the clone's defense, turning him into smoke. The man looked around and sighed. Gone, and by the time I find him, I have no doubt he'll be fully healed. But still, I'm curious. How did this clone avoid my detection when others didn't? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 160, Battle with Kakashi. Conclusion. Chapter 160 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kakashi went to a nearby tree and sat down under the shade. He closed his Sharingan eye and took in a few deep breaths. He felt some relief after drinking some water from a small bottle stored in his pouch. Hiruzen was watching the battle from time to time. He was impressed with how Daichi survived so far. Kensei and Tsunade taught him well. To push Kakashi like this, he's no doubt beyond Chunin. I made the right choice passing him. Kakashi took a few minutes break to catch his breath and recuperate some energy. Based on his medical skills, I'm sure he's already healed himself. Letting out a long breath, he stood up and bit his thumb. With the needed blood as sacrifice, he spread the bloody thumb on a scroll and began to make several seals. Once he reached the final seal, he slammed his palm on the ground, summoning Jutsu. In a large puff of smoke, 8 dogs of all sizes appeared wearing ninja gear. Hey guys. The man smiled, looking at his ninja dogs. The small pug sitting on top of the large black dog took a look at his summoner and was taken back. What happened to you, Kakashi? The small dog asked in a deep, gruff voice. Hey, Pakken. What's going on? Well, I'm currently putting my student through a survival exam. The dogs looked around the place and noted the destruction. Must be one hell of an exam, one of them said. Yeah. Kakashi took a piece of clothing and handed it to Pakken. I took this during our battle. I need you guys to track him. He's somewhere inside this training ground. Pakken took a whiff of the torn piece of clothing and concentrated on the smell. Once he had the scent, he closed his eyes and searched for his target. A few seconds later, the ninja dog opened his eyes and spoke. Got him. West of here, Kakashi nodded. Track him and capture. But be careful, he's strong and he has powerful senses. Understood. With those words, the ninja dogs disappeared. Daichi got away from his enemy and stopped near the border of the training field. Kakashi will take at least a few minutes to rest. His Sharingan must be taking its toll on his body by now, so this is my chance. He created a shadow clone and sat down, controlled his breathing, and within a minute entered the meditative state. His clone began healing his injuries, and his meditation skill fastened the healing effects. Now that I can enter meditation quickly, it helps with healing wounds and speeding up the chakra and health regen. In just several minutes, the debuff notifications vanished, and his arm was fully healed. Daichi took a medical pill from his inventory and quickly ate it. That will ensure my body will have the protein and vitamins needed for healing other large wounds. I have a feeling I'm going to need it." "How do you feel?" the shadow clone asked as it took a step back and asked his creator. "Not bad, considering the situation. I'll go hide and rest some more." "I need you to distract Kakashi," Daichi told his counterpart. Replying with a nod, the clone took off in Kakashi's direction. As the real Daichi stood up and was about to leave the place, several ninja dogs burst out of the ground and bit down on his body. 2 dogs clamped their jaws on each of his arms, and another 2 held onto his legs. A large black dog was on Daichi's back with his jaws near the boy's neck. Daichi was surprised as he was completely trapped. "Shit!" I didn't even sense their movements underground. And because I didn't use Mana Scout, they escaped my detection. But even so, to escape my senses, these ninja hounds must be pretty exceptional. At that moment, another small dog appeared out of the ground. He looked at the trapped prey and narrowed his eyes. "So this is the student. Kakashi was right. I can already tell from his chakra, this kid is extremely dangerous." Daichi recognized the dogs around him, especially the one that made the latest appearance. Pakken. So Kakashi actually summoned them, huh? He's actually kind of cute. "Do you want to touch my paw?" Pakken suddenly asked him. "What?" Daichi was slightly taken back by the question. "My paw? Do you want to touch it?" "It's soft." The small pug raised its right front leg and showed Daichi its paw. Daichi gave a large, innocent, and angelic smile and replied, "Sure, I'll touch your paw. It looks so smooth and it does look soft. If you just tell your buddies to let go, I'll shake your paw. I'll even pet you. Dogs are my favorite, you know." "Oh, really?" Pakken tilted his head and smiled at the boy. "Yup." "Okay, but I'll let you go after the test. Then you can pet me." The small dog had a smirk on his face as he replied. "Damn it!" Daichi's smile fell and he mumbled. At that moment, sounds of battle were heard coming from the direction his clone took off. It lasted for a dozen seconds before the forest became silent again. Daichi got the memories of his vanquished clone and almost cursed. Kakashi went for killing blows and quickly finished off the clone. He must want to end this now. I'm not going to give you that chance. A few seconds later, footsteps were heard, and Kakashi's form became visible to all. He walked with his hands in his pocket, his Sharingan eye closed, and a nonchalant look on his face. Once he reached the spot, he looked at Daichi and spoke. "You've done well in this test. Far better than I had thought. But this is where it ends." Kakashi spoke with a serious tone. Despite the situation he found himself in, Daichi still managed to smile. "Do you really believe that?" he asked the man. The Jonin wasn't surprised at the boy's defiance. He half expected it. "I do. And you think you can escape this situation because you don't understand it. Those are ninja dogs that are currently biting down on your body. And since you're a great medic, I'm sure you already know where their teeth are currently resting." With that, the man opened his Sharingan eye again. Daichi narrowed his eyes and replied after a second, "My vital areas." The man nodded. "Exactly. Now before you do anything rash, you should listen to what I have to say." The Jonin paused, and taking Daichi's silence as a yes, he continued. "If you make one move, try to gather chakra for a jutsu. I will know, and before you can even execute it, I will give them the order to tear you apart. These dogs are specially trained to take down even high-level shinobi. They will tear through flesh and bone and can rip their target to pieces on command. Your neck, the muscles, arteries, bones, and veins through your arms and legs. Once they chomp down, you'll receive critical injuries, and you'll bleed to death in seconds." Daichi raised an eyebrow at the grim picture Kakashi just painted. He had a plan, but for it to work, he needed to turn off the gamer's mind. "I need to test something. Turning off the gamer's mind is the only way. It's not the best move, but it's my only option." Daichi mentally opened the options panel and turned off the gamer's mind. He then asked the man a question with a small smile. "Would you really kill me?" "During this test, yes. If it comes to it, I will." Kakashi replied without hesitation. "This is a survival exam. I told you from the start, I'll be coming with the intent to kill. Now, we can avoid that if you just surrender." At that question, Daichi looked down and he couldn't help but chuckle. The small chuckle quickly turned into full-blown laughter. Kakashi was taken back by Daichi's unexpected response. Pakun and the other dogs became weary. Their animal instincts were predicting a coming danger, but they weren't sure what. A few seconds later, the laughter died down and Daichi looked at the man. He had a dangerous and maniac smile on his face that set Kakashi on edge. "Kakashi!" Pakun called out his name in a slightly scared tone. The small ninja pug had a feeling things were about to get a lot more dangerous. Kakashi ignored him and kept his attention on his student. "Do you remember?" Daichi asked the man at that moment. "Remember what?" "What I told you that day? During the Jonin exam, when you had me pinned down with my arm behind my back?" At that, Kakashi remembered the memory of that moment. He clearly recalled the words Daichi said to him. "You have no idea of the strength of my resolve." Daichi looked at the man with a dangerous grin on his face. "I have no intention of dying for the foreseeable future, and even if I somehow do, it won't be from a few dog bites." Kakashi's danger sense, born from years of facing strong enemies, suddenly reared its head. The hairs on his body suddenly stood as he felt the rise of an ominous intent. Daichi emitted a powerful killing intent that spread throughout the area, petrifying everyone in their spot. Due to turning off the gamer's mind and amplifying the strength of his emotions, the effects of his special stats, and with a small bit of chakra mixed in, his intent became sufficiently potent and much stronger than most. Kakashi's eyes widened as he felt the strength of Daichi's murderous intent. What is this? How can he produce such powerful killing intent? Daichi's flowing aura contained the helplessness and rage he felt in the last day of his previous life, his desire to live as he bled out in the street, his strong resolve to survive as he battled the various powerful enemies throughout the years, and the cold, merciless brutally he was willing to unleash on his enemies. Skill killing intense level has risen by 1. Skill killing intense level has risen by 1. Skill killing intense level has risen by 1. His intent concentrated on the dogs biting down on him for a few seconds, and then it just vanished. Once the killing intent was gone, Daichi only spoke 2 words in a small, soft tone. "Let go." Even though they were spoken in a soft tone without killing intent, they had a massive impact on the ninja dogs. Their natural animal instincts overcame their training, and all of the ninja dogs let go of Daichi, and the next second ran away as fast as they could, disappearing into the forest. Daichi turned his eyes to the last remaining dog. Pakun saw no mercy in those orbs staring down at him. "Get lost, or I'll kill you." Pakun looked into Daichi's eyes and understood. He really will kill me. I need to. The small pug tried to move his body, but its legs wouldn't move. They were petrified in fear, and that fear showed on its face. The next second, the small dog was safe in Kakashi's arms. "It's gonna be okay, Pakun. You're safe." Kakashi gently stroked Pakun's body and calmed him down. "Pakun, thank you for your help. I'll take it from here. Go find the rest of them and return home," Kakashi said with a smile. Daichi didn't make a move and just looked at the scene. He turned on his gamer's mind and reined in his emotions. Several notifications appeared at that moment, but he didn't pay them any attention. Now that he was free and thinking more clearly, he felt slightly bad for scaring them like that. I should get them a treat as an apology after this. The small dog looked at Kakashi in sadness. "Sorry, Kakashi. Don't apologize. You did what I asked. You found him and trapped him. You guys did well. Now, find the others and get home. Once I'm done here, I'll call you guys back for a well-deserved snack." The man had a gentle smile as he replied. Pakun nodded and disappeared into the forest the next second. Once his last summon disappeared, Kakashi looked at his student. "So that's what happens when someone pushes you to the edge, huh?" "Thank you for not attacking them. They won't interfere anymore. This will be just between you and me." The Jonin's tone and expression didn't show any rage at what had just happened. Daichi slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. "You don't sound angry at what I did to your friends." Kakashi let out a breath and replied, "I told you to come at me with everything you got, and your goal is to survive till the end of this test. You did as I asked. I can't fault you for that." But a second later, his eyes narrowed and he clenched his fist. "But that doesn't mean I'm not pissed off at what you did to them." No more words were spoken, as in the next second both of them rushed at each other and began their attack. Kakashi blocked Daichi's punch and slapped away another. He thrust his fingers, intending to target the nerve bundle in Daichi's chest, but was blocked by the boy's high kick. The Sharingan-eyed ninja bent low and did a leg sweep to unbalance Daichi, but he jumped and brought the other leg high in the air down onto the man's shoulder with enough force, bringing Kakashi to his knee. The man swiftly grabbed and tightly held on to the leg on his shoulders, and he ran to the nearest tree and slammed Daichi into it. The speed at which Kakashi slammed him destroyed the tree, and before Daichi could respond, Kakashi attacked with a palm thrust right towards Daichi's chin. With his head snapped upwards, Daichi was unable to properly defend himself, and the next moment he felt a strong punch bury itself in his diaphragm. Ja! Without wasting another second after the chin strike, with precision, Kakashi bypassed Daichi's wild defense blocks and struck a blow to the boy's abdomen, taking away his air. He quickly followed it up with several punches to the ribs and upper body. Daichi had the wind knocked out of him and felt the blows wrecking his body. His breathing became unstable and he coughed a few times. His vision went blurry for a second, but he held on. Using every ounce of willpower and survival instinct, he unleashed chakra threads from his arms and attached to a nearby tree and pulled himself from the spot, thereby barely dodging a kick from his opponent that would have buried him in the ground. Kakashi followed his student, but before he could continue with his assaults, Daichi managed to create over a dozen shadow clones. One began to heal Daichi, while the rest surrounded the Jonin ninja. The clone at the back placed his palms on the real Daichi and started emitting green chakra. It quickly and meticulously checked Daichi's condition. Difficulty in breathing due to the spasm of diaphragm, but no tears or other injuries in that area. Now moving upward. 3 cracked ribs and a bruised sternum. The real Daichi took a few deep breaths of air and got his breathing under control, while his clone worked on healing the injured ribs and sternum. At that moment, Daichi was watching his clones get torn apart with speed and precision. Despite having a numerical advantage, my clones are getting destroyed. When getting attacked, Kakashi grabs and uses one to take out another, and his taijutsu is almost flawless. He was a former Anbu captain, so I guess I should have expected this much. Kakashi meticulously took out the clones one by one with taijutsu. He avoided their ninjutsu, and due to the Sharingan, their genjutsu techniques did nothing to slow him down. He dodged the chakra strings flying at him and jumped to the side to evade the wind bullets. But the moment his feet touched the ground, 2 hands suddenly appeared and grabbed onto him. The next second, a fireball from behind came and blasted him, but Daichi's clones realized that the man used substitution jutsu. But it was too late, as the ground around the 3 clones suddenly turned into swamp and fast lightning chakra-coated shuriken came and pierced through them the next instant. Only the real Daichi and the healing clone remained. But the real Daichi was healed and stood next to his doppelganger. Not planning on staying there any longer, they dropped smoke bombs on their location, covering their 2 figures. The next second, 2 Daichis rushed in opposite directions. Kakashi and his shadow clone watched the 2 disappear and followed after them. The real Kakashi took off, and as he swiftly moved through the trees, he threw a kunai that cut a wire hidden in the branches of a tree. Daichi, who was ahead, sensed movement from a bush and quickly dodged the weapons flying in his direction. At that moment, he received the memories of his clone and was not happy. He took out my clone already? As the boy jumped to another branch, Daichi's heightened senses allowed him to sense his teacher coming from above, intending to strike him down. Daichi flipped in mid-air and blocked the knee strike that was aimed at his back. His hands went through seals as he sent a roundhouse kick that Kakashi blocked. A small but fast fireball jutsu came from Daichi and struck the man in the face. But the next second, charred wooden pieces rained. Daichi was getting annoyed at that. Sometimes I hate that jutsu. He backflipped and landed on the ground, but something unexpected happened. He had an uneasy feeling just before his feet touched the soil, and his intuition was right. The instant his feet touched the earth, several paper bombs lit up around the ground he was standing on and exploded the next second. Daichi watched from a nearby tree and felt the shockwave from the blast pass him by. But sometimes I love that jutsu. He tilted his head to the side and grabbed the arm that tried to attack him from behind. Daichi used Kakashi's momentum and sent an elbow strike backwards to the man's chest and dispelled him. He jumped down from the tree and avoided the small rain of shuriken that landed in his previous spot. A second later, the real Kakashi appeared in front of him. Both looked at each other and resumed their battle. Daichi was using Analyze skill on Kakashi, and now, after hours of battling, the man he knew how the Jonin fought. The battle continued with both of them trying to bring down the other. During the chaotic fight, Daichi was able to create a few clones and escape the place, but minutes later he sensed that Kakashi was onto him. He created 3 more and had them move in different directions, but still felt that Kakashi was on his tail. Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, but 3 times is enemy action. How does he know I'm the real one? The Jonin ninja caught up to his student, and they clashed for a while. Daichi had to use several skills that amplified his speed to escape the situation once again, but the Mana Scout indicated that his enemy was on his tracks. How is he following me? I managed to drop a few stink bombs around the place, and made sure to disappear from his line of sight. But he's still tracking me. How? As this thought came to Daichi's head, he stopped and looked at himself. He quickly checked himself over and soon found a small piece of paper tucked in his pocket. He saw a seal engraved on it. He used Observe on the item and cursed. Son of a bitch, a tracking seal. I didn't even know he had something like this. Daichi quickly destroyed the seal and checked his body if there were any more. Finding none, he let out a sigh, but that relief was short-lived, as the tree near him exploded, sending him flying through several other trees. Gah! Daichi landed and rolled on the ground a few times before coating his hand in lightning chakra and grabbed the earth to bleed off the momentum. His ears were ringing, but he was able to raise his hand and block the punch that came with his forearm. Another bout of taijutsu battle began, but due to Daichi's less-than-ideal conditions, he took several blows and was only able to partially defend himself. Damn it, he's too good. I can barely defend myself, let alone attack. He's going for my pressure points and nerves. He's trying to paralyze me like the old man did at the end of our fight. Kakashi had great respect for Daichi, especially after seeing what he was capable of in this test. Even after taking an explosion near him, he's still able to defend like this. How hard must he have trained to achieve such tenacity and will? He is definitely the best in his generation. With all his skills and his growth rate, there is no one who will be able to match him. I've been burning my chakra at a fast pace. I won't be able to hold on if I continue at this rate. I need to end this now. Wanting to finish the fight before running out of steam, Kakashi sent a speedy fist to the boy's chest, but the next second, Daichi turned into broken wooden pieces. Shit! He escaped. His use of substitution jutsu is impressive. Kakashi was about to give chase, but he noticed something. He narrowed his eyes and concentrated. I can't track him, so he found the seal. I was hoping to end this before that had happened, but seems I have no choice. Kakashi let out several long breaths and decided to take a short break and recuperate his energy. Meanwhile, as Kakashi was resting, Daichi moved through the training ground as fast as he could, only stopping after several minutes. He let out a breath and dropped to his knees. He had been using intense stamina skills, various ninjutsu and genjutsu, to fight on equal terms with his foe. I had to fight with overwhelming force and intensity to match Kakashi and compensate for his years of experience and skill. My health isn't a problem, but my chakra and stamina are starting to run low. I'm down to a little over 35%. But first things first. I need to find the traps he has hidden in the forest and either disable them or try to use them to my advantage. I can't get caught like that again, but for that I need to scour the whole forest, and Kakashi will be waiting for me. I'll have to use Mana Scout, but I need to use it sparingly. Daichi thought about the points stored up, but decided not to use them. He didn't want to see them as a crutch or a safety whenever he ran into trouble. Daichi created a few clones and had them meditate for as long as they could, while he went to look for the traps Kakashi planted. Before long, he came across one. He looked around and saw that it would launch shuriken and kunai with a few paper tags in a certain direction. Just as he was about to enter and disable the trap, he stopped himself. He had a thought that ran through his mind that froze him in his tracks. Always look underneath the underneath. That's his mantra. Could it be? Without moving, Daichi carefully looked around the whole place with a critical eye. As he was carefully searching, he noticed a ninja wire painted green running through the leaves. He followed the wire and soon found that he was right. That bastard. He rigged a trap around the booby trap. If I were to disarm the first one, the second would go off. And he made the first one somewhat easier to find so that I wouldn't look deeper and find the hidden one. That sly motherfucker. He's clever. I have to give him that. He looked around to see if there were more traps, but after a while he found none. Daichi jumped back and gained some distance. Well, if I can't disarm it, then the next best thing to do is let it go off. But this time it will be on my terms. He took a few kunai and sent them at the wires of the trap. Kakashi raised his head and looked to the side as he heard the sound of an explosion followed by the wind blowing through the place. So he found one of the traps, huh? I wonder if he got caught or if he saw through it? Kakashi got up and went to the location. He didn't find Daichi, but the next moment he heard the sounds of shuriken hitting a tree trunk near him. By the time he reached the place, Daichi was already gone. It seems he saw through my little ruse. Well, he isn't exactly dumb, so I half expected that. Based on the location of the two traps that were triggered, he's moving south. Unless I'm wrong, he must have already reached the next one I set there. I'll intercept him at the fourth one. Kakashi moved quickly and took a long round path with the idea to confront Daichi when he reached the place. But contrary to his expectations, he didn't see Daichi, and after several minutes, heard another one of his traps go off in a completely different direction. The man narrowed his eyes and then sighed in frustration. This kid is starting to become a real pain. I could have been at home reading my books, but no, I had to take this seriously. I'm beginning to regret this whole thing. Daichi smiled as he set off another trap. When I checked the location on my mini-map, it was obvious that the traps were set in a certain order with a similar distance between each one. You thought you could track me like this? I won't be that easy to manipulate. Daichi then moved in a random direction in search of the next trap. At that moment, he got the chakra and memories of a clone that was dispelled by Kakashi. Seems he's starting to get frustrated. Ha! That's what you get when you mess with me, you walking scarecrow. The cat-and-mouse game continued for hours. The two ninjas often confronted each other and would then disappear into the forest. Kakashi took another ration pill to keep up with the chakra demands of his body, and Daichi created clones to generate chakra, stamina, and health points for him. The contest of strength now turned into one of tracking, evasion, and capture. The Jonin would try to capture Daichi and would come close several times, but the boy would find some ways to escape. The sun went down and the moon slowly began to rise in the sky. The darkness of the night was often illuminated by a fireball or a lightning strike. The sounds of trees and rocks getting crushed by winds and water jutsu could be heard. And if one was near the place, they would often feel the movements of the ground as if there was a small earthquake happening. Daichi was sitting under a tree with his back resting against its large, wide trunk. He was breathing hard as the intensity was starting to take its toll on him. Come on, how much longer? As if to answer his prayers, the sound of an alarm bell going off was clearly heard throughout the training ground. Fucking finally. It's over. I won. I haven't gotten the end of quest reward yet, but it must be because it's not officially acknowledged by Kakashi. But it's not that big of a deal. The bell rang, and I won. That's all that matters. Daichi chuckled and laid on the ground. He took several breaths and looked at the sky. He soon stopped smiling and sat up. Time to see this through. Kakashi was at the clearing of Training Ground 3 near the 3 stumps, waiting for his student. He reached the place a minute after the alarm went off. A couple minutes later, he saw his student appear in a body flicker. The man smiled as he looked at his student. His headband covered the Sharingan eye, and the serious intent that was around him earlier wasn't present, as if it was never there to begin with. Well, I have to admit, I am impressed. You survived till the bell went off. To be honest, I didn't see that coming. Daichi smiled as he looked at the man. You really put me through the ringer, sensei. And you almost had me too, if it weren't for some lucky breaks I had. Kakashi sighed as he scratched his head. Well, it doesn't matter how, but you survived. So congratulations, you pass. Now, I'm going home and gonna take a long bath. I'll see you later, Daichi. A bath does sound relaxing. I could use that. Good night, sensei. Daichi smiled and turned around. He only took a step forward before he felt a kunai to his throat. Daichi slowly tilted his head and looked at his teacher. What's going on? You said I passed. Kakashi once again had the cold expression he had during the test. Never trust anything your enemy says. They don't play by your rules. You said the test is over once the alarm rings. Did I say that? Think back to what I said carefully. Daichi recalled every word Kakashi said when they met in the morning. You just placed the clock on the stump. You never did say that the alarm would signify the end of the test. You just wanted me to think that. Exactly. I said this test would be over exactly at midnight. I set the alarm to go off 15 minutes before midnight. So technically, this is still not over. Daichi was silent as he heard the words. Kakashi, not wanting the boy to feel depressed, spoke in a somewhat gentle tone. When in prolonged combat, our mental state gets worse, and after some time, we look for a way to finish the battle quickly or to escape. And in that desperate moment, people often choose an easier path that opens up that will later become a trap. You were becoming tired and wanted to finish this quickly, so when you heard the alarm ring, your subconscious mind told you that it's safe. You let your guard down. It's something that happens to almost every person. It's not something we can control. You did splendidly in this exam. You have nothing to be ashamed about. Now that being said, I win. Daichi heard the speech, and he slightly chuckled. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at the kid. Daichi spoke after calming down. You're right, it's something that happens to almost every person. But I'm not one of them. That voice came from behind Kakashi. The Jonin's one visible eye widened, and he looked behind and saw another Daichi with 2 daggers positioned millimeters away from his kidneys. The Jonin looked at the one he held at knife point and came to a realization. A shadow clone. How? The man asked. Even before I joined the academy, I trained hard, and after I joined that place, my training time only increased. I've spent so many days training till midnight and then some. I trained till I was on my knees struggling to take the next breath. Once I was done, I would spend some time looking at the sky, at the stars, and at the moon. I did remember that you specifically said the exam ends at midnight. Before I came here, I happened to look at the moon. I noted its position and realized that you set the alarm early, and knowing your personality, I knew it was another trap. Kakashi had to fight off a smile as he heard that. This kid. You said that as our situation worsens, so does our desperation and the need for a way out. I'm not someone who would make such a careless mistake, and I don't think you're the kind of person who would make an error in judgment like that as well. So why didn't you use a shadow clone to confront me? The boy asked his sensei. Kakashi sighed and replied to that question. If I had used a shadow clone, and it turned out you had fallen into my trap, then I would have won, and the test would have ended immediately. But if it was a clone, then we would have been in a stalemate, and I doubt I could have found the real you, and subdued you in the remaining short time. And I would have ended the test then and there. Either way, this test was bound to end quickly. I didn't see a need to waste any more of my chakra, and so I came by myself. He took the kunai off Clone Daichi's throat and placed it in his pouch. Oh, come on. We don't know who will win for certain. We still have a few minutes before midnight. Want to try your luck? Daichi asked the man as he took a few steps back. No, I'm good. You passed Daichi. For real this time. There's no point in continuing this. At that moment, Daichi received a system message. Quest, pass the survival test completed. Author's note. Oh man. Finally, it's completed. Even after writing 3 chapters with over 2K words, it still took another chapter with over 6K words to finish the whole battle. This is my longest chapter in the series yet. A whopping 5.6K word count chapter without status page or skill list mentioned. That's a first. Now that I've posted the whole battle sequence, I'm curious as to the response. Did you guys enjoy it? This would be a perfect time for you guys to go back a few chapters and reread the whole fight. I wanted to show that, while Daichi is strong, he isn't powerful enough to steamroll someone like Kakashi. Well, not without using the saved stat points anyway. But I also wanted to show that the last several years weren't a waste. Daichi would have survived and outlasted Kakashi, but wouldn't have beaten him. Kakashi survived till midnight only due to taking ration pills. That will be explained in the next chapter. So I didn't make him unnaturally stronger than his canon counterpart. I wanted to strike a balance that showed Daichi was strong but not yet too OP. That would be boring if I did that this early. Writing the whole thing with that balance in mind was a bit challenging. Now I'm dying to know the verdict. Did you guys enjoy it? Or do you think it's lacking something? Comment without holding back. This will make me want to try even harder for the next fight. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 161, Trust and Truth Row 1, Chapter 161 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi didn't let his guard down when Kakashi said those words. It was only after he received the quest completion notification message did he start to relax. He let out a deep breath of air and put the 2 daggers back in his pouch. Once the adrenaline started to wear off, Daichi began breathing hard. He was completely exhausted, but unlike him, Kakashi didn't appear to be in such a tired state. Well, you should get some rest and get home. You've pushed yourself beyond your limits in this short time. Take a few days off. We'll meet here next week. With those words, Kakashi turned around to leave, but Daichi's question stopped him. You can barely see straight, can you? The boy knew Kakashi was only putting up a front. He knew the man was on the brink of collapse, but didn't want to seem weak in front of his student. I'll be fine, Daichi. It's nothing, just some rest won't fix. Kakashi said and began walking away. The young genin narrowed his eyes and stood. He flexed his fingers, and the next second chakra strings came to life around them. Kakashi only took a couple steps before he felt something grab onto his back and pull him backwards. He didn't have the strength to move his hands, let alone defend himself. Daichi, you realize that I can escape any time, right? If you had the strength, then you would be gone by now. Daichi carefully pulled the man back and forced him to sit on the ground. He created 2 shadow clones and then walked up to his sensei and carefully removed his Jonin vest. Daichi placed his palms on the man's chest and concentrated. Green glow formed as healing chakra began emitting from his hands. You need to rest, kid. Don't worry about me, Kakashi said through haggard breaths. I'll be fine. Now stop being so stubborn and let me heal you. Daichi carefully scanned the man's body and took in its condition. Meanwhile, Kakashi took note of the 2 clones meditating a few feet away from him. I guess now's as good a time as any to get some answers. The meditation you do, it increases your chakra reserves, and you also use it to replenish your chakra and stamina during battle. Don't you? Kakashi said, looking at the boy. Daichi sighed hearing that. He was bound to figure that out. A short silence later, Daichi answered. Yes, the clones hide and begin to build up chakra. It also acts as a counter to the fatigue accumulated. I see. After a second of internal debate, Daichi revealed another use of meditation. I use shadow clones to train chakra-related exercises such as control, nature training, and improving the skill of my jutsu. By using my clones, I can drastically reduce the time needed to learn a technique. Kakashi was surprised to hear that. He thought about such a training method, and after a short while came to some conclusions. But something like that is only possible for someone with very large reserves of chakra. And if the experience comes with the clone, then does that mean the fatigue also comes back to the user? Yes. So I have some clones meditate to counteract the negative effects of such training. Kakashi thought about the efficiency of such training and the results it would provide. Too bad I won't be able to do something like that. You took 2 low-grade rations pills, didn't you? Daichi asked the man at that moment. The Jonin sighed and replied, Yes, these pills are not as powerful as the military ration pills used on missions, but they did their job. It was the only way I could fight so long. Daichi looked over his condition and healed his injuries. Aside from major chakra exhaustion, the man didn't take much damage aside from a few minor scrapes and bruises. Your sharing-in consumes lots of chakra, and prolonged fights with it puts a large strain on your coils. The pills are quickly starting to wear off, so that's why you're starting to feel such intense side effects. At that moment, Daichi's clones came up to Kakashi and began transferring their chakra to him. Kakashi let out a deep breath of air as he felt his chakra rise. The real Daichi finished his medical checkup and took 2 pills from his pouch and gave one to his teacher. Here, this will counteract the rough side effects of the ration pills. Kakashi was hesitant. Daichi understood the reason and immediately reassured the man. Don't worry, you won't get addicted to this. Kakashi nodded and took the pill. He looked it over and then, without hesitation, ate it. His movements were fast, and he didn't allow Daichi to see his face under the mask. Kakashi internally smirked as he saw the small twitch in Daichi's eyes. He then closed his eyes and felt the pill take effect immediately. He felt much better and in a better condition. What is that? Well, it's something to combat the toxin buildup after using the ration pill. Toxin, Daichi nodded. A ration pill is made with powerful nutrients and stimulants that can be instantly absorbed into the body. When someone eats a military ration pill, it nourishes the body and replenishes the chakra. While that's true, it's not the whole deal. They do supply the body with chakra, but they also stimulate the cells and organs to release some of the chakra stored in them. What do you mean? Even when someone has chakra exhaustion, their cells and organs would have some chakra in them so that they could function. It's the reason ninjas recover from chakra exhaustion without deadly repercussions with just rest and food. Well, most of the time anyway. The chakra stored in the cells and organs helps keep the body alive long enough for the person to recover. Kakashi was beginning to understand where Daichi was going with this. So then, the pills forced that stored chakra to be released into the coils to be used. Yes, it's how a person would be able to keep fighting for 2 or 3 days after taking a high-grade pill, and that same reason is why they go into severe cases of exhaustion once the effects wear off. And the forceful extraction of chakra throughout the body creates toxins that would become harmful to the body if not treated. I see. I read about some cases where some dropped dead a couple days after taking the pill, but they didn't get the proper treatment in time. Kakashi added his thoughts. Yes, if the right treatment and capable medic ninjas arrive before the time runs out, then there is a good chance of survival, but it's still a risky gamble. Kakashi nodded. It's the reason why most ninjas don't take those pills, unless absolutely necessary. There is also the chance of getting addicted to it due to some of the narcotics used in the creation of those things. It's why the village has strict control over the distribution of those pills. Yeah. It's why I made sure to make my pill non-addictive and with non-lethal side effects. Here. Daichi handed the second pill. These should help with the recovery and healing muscles. It's also something of my own design. It contains the necessary minerals, vitamins, and proteins needed for cell repair. It works slow, but it has no negative side effects. The only downside is, you'll need to rest properly for a day or 2 and drink plenty of water. That doesn't seem so bad. The boy smirked at that. I told you. Daichi's face then turned slightly serious and asked a question that's been on his mind since the beginning of the test. Hey, Sensei, why did you put me through this? You know that an ordinary genin would never have passed something like this, right? Heck, I doubt even Chunin ninjas could have survived. Kakashi sighed as he thought about how best to answer the question. He remembered the Hokage telling that Kensei had probably informed the boy of Danzo and a possible attack from him. Should I keep this from him, or... Lord Hokage didn't specifically tell me not to say anything. Trust is a two-way street. After thinking about it, he made a decision. I'll tell you the reason if you honestly answer a couple questions of mine. Daichi frowned but nodded his head. Seems fair, I guess? Still, the answers I give will depend on the questions. Glad you think so. Now the first question. Why did you hide your strength in the Genin exam? If you had shown this much skill and strength, you would have been made a Genin regardless of what had happened. Daichi was silent when he heard that. He looked at Kakashi and, after a short internal debate, decided to answer honestly. There are 2 reasons for that. 1. People think being a genius and graduating early from the academy is a good thing. They're wrong. While it may open doors that will be useful to your career, unofficially it's like painting a giant orange metaphorical sign on that person's head saying, "Here's a kid with great potential. Come and kill him before he becomes a threat." I don't want the wrong kind of attention from someone dangerous. Kakashi internally winced when he heard that. It's a bit too late for that kid. Unaware of Kakashi's thoughts, Daichi continued, I know that it's impossible since I'm a student of one of the Sannin. But if I openly flaunt my strength to anyone I meet, then trouble will find me sooner than I would like. The man nodded in understanding. And the second reason? I wanted to pass, but I also needed to see if I could trust my teammates. I wanted to see what kind of people they were. If I had shown my real strength, then, as you've said, I would have passed. But I might have been on a team with those two. And the gap in our strength and lack of concrete trust would have caused problems in the future. There was also the fact that I needed to see what kind of a man you are. If you were like your canon counterpart, or someone different. The Jonin nodded. Thank you for being honest, Daichi. Yeah, you said you had a couple questions? What's the second one? Daichi asked. Well, not to brag, but I have powerful senses similar to yours. So during the test, when you created 7 shadow clones to meditate, I managed to find all of them. But there was one more clone. One which evaded my senses. That's very rare. So my question is, how did you do that? Daichi smirked as he heard that. Oh, that? Well, there's a trick to it. It's something I learned to do during my time with Lady Tsunade. I'm listening. Kakashi wanted to learn the secret to such a perfect hiding technique. There are 4 main factors that come into play. A good location to hide, masking your chakra, trick the nose of your tracker, and the final one. Kakashi already figured that Daichi employed the first 3, and slightly narrowed his eyes as he listened to the 4th. You need to be indistinguishable from a corpse. The Jonin was perplexed at that. What do you mean? Daichi smirked. I'll explain from the top. First, you need to find a good hiding place. I chose to hide underground, right below a giant boulder. Now, before you hide, there's something you have to do. As Kakashi listened, Daichi took out 2 pills from his ninja pouch. What are those? Kakashi asked. These are the pills I use to mask my scent. You see, your body odor can change depending on what you eat. Depending on the proteins and minerals that go inside you, your body could exude a good smell, bad smell, or no smell at all, Daichi said with a smile. The man's eyes widened as he heard that information. But there's more. During my time learning about the various medicines and herbs, I figured out that a combination of certain plants when ingested can change the body odor to one of soil scent. Another where they change the body odor to vegetation and plants. The first few combinations I made during my training took a few hours to take effect, but with time, I perfected it. Take a couple of these pills, and in just a minute, my scent would change and be indistinguishable from that of the one given out by the earth. Kakashi was impressed. You found an ideal location to hide, and then took the pills that would change your scent to one resembling the environment you were in. Exactly. But there were still 2 problems. My chakra. A skilled sensor would still be able to find me, so I suppressed my chakra to near undetectable levels. Kakashi rubbed his chin as he thought about that. But that still leaves a problem. I can use a certain jutsu and detect if there are any living creatures underground. I used this along with my other senses to find you, so I should have sensed your presence even if you had done all that. And therein lies the 4th aspect. Breathing. I controlled my breathing and brought down my pulse and body temperature. It's something I learned during my training. The shadow clones are made of chakra, but when they are created, they have chakra-made organs inside them mimicking the real thing. I laid still, brought my temperature down, and reduced my pulse to little over a few beats per minute. I essentially became a corpse. That's how you couldn't detect me. If I had used a jutsu to hide myself, then your Sharingan would have picked up on it. So I had to do things this way. That's smart. Tell me, did you instruct that clone to only come out of that state if all the others were dispelled? Kakashi asked. Daichi nodded in affirmation. There is also the stealth skill that came into play, but I don't need to tell him that. I can't believe you came up with something like that. Kakashi was impressed. Yes, bask in the glory of my genius. Mwaha. Daichi stood in a dramatic pose and laughed with his hands raised in the air. Kakashi's sweat dropped, seeing Daichi laugh to himself like an idiot. I think all those blows he took knocked a few screws loose in his head. Daichi looked at his sensei and spoke with a grin. Any more questions, sensei? Maybe about how I look so good every day, or maybe some cooking tips. The Jonin sighed and replied, I'm good. Thanks. Daichi just smirked at that answer. Your loss. All right, now that I've answered your questions, it's my turn. Actually, I just had one more question for you, Kakashi said. Daichi nodded and waited for the man to speak. Do you know about the organization known as Root? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 162, Trust and Truth. 02, Chapter 162 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. The grin on Daichi's face vanished as he heard that question. He kept silent and looked at his sensei. What do I tell him? Me remaining silent is already an answer to that question. Gramps told me that knowledge of the Root organization is known only to the upper-level ninjas, and even they don't know the full details. Daichi recalled the conversation he had with Kensei after his encounter with the Root ninjas. Flashback. Did they have any kind of identification marks? A concerned Kensei wanted to know every detail he grandson could recollect about the attackers. No, they also only used the standard jutsus. There was nothing in their techniques that pointed to any clan or organization. Daichi replied. He kept a calm face, but internally he was unhappy about lying to the man. Daichi apologized to Kensei in his heart for the deceit. I'm sorry, Gramps, but I have plans for those bodies. And I can't reveal info that I got from Observe. Kensei was silent, and after a few minutes spoke as he went over what just happened. Since we don't have concrete evidence, their real identities will remain unknown, but I'm positive they attacked you under Danzo's orders. Based on the information and their strength, they are most probably Root ninjas. Daichi nodded. What do I do now? For the moment, nothing. Hiruzen won't let something like this slide. And since the attack failed, Danzo would definitely not plan another. Not with the scrutiny he'll be under. You said that knowledge of his organization exists on a need-to-know basis. Since an academy student like me shouldn't be privy to information like this, what do I do in the event that the Hokage questions me? I'm not sure I can lie and get away with it. You probably won't. Tell him the truth. I'll take the blame. If Hiruzen questions you, tell him I'm the one who told you about him and his agents. Daichi slowly nodded. Flashback end. Kakashi was intently looking at his student's expressions. So he knows, but will he admit it? Daichi let out a sigh and replied, Yes, I do. How? My old man told me. The wrong attention that I said I wanted to avoid. It's from the man leading that organization. Daichi replied. The Jonin ninja sighed hearing that. So you know about Danzo? The boy nodded. Kensei told me some things about him. It didn't paint a pretty picture. Kakashi nodded. He knew what Daichi was talking about. That man came after my Sharingan once, so I have no doubt he would go after someone like Daichi. Very well. Since you answered my questions honestly, I suppose it's only fair that I do the same. Daichi was surprised. Wait, don't you want to know any more? Like how much I know about him and the Root ninjas? The Jonin shook his head. No, I'm sure Kensei told you everything you needed to know. Daichi kept silent at that. He then repeated his earlier question. What was the real reason behind this test? That unwanted attention you wanted to avoid. I'm afraid it's too late for that. Daichi's eyes narrowed. So that Danzo guy is coming for me. Not Danzo. Daichi was confused. Is there someone else? Who could be after me at this time? I'm sure you've heard of him. Orochimaru, Kakashi told the boy. Daichi was only slightly taken back by that name. So that snake freak knows of me. I half expected it since I'm an apprentice of his teammate, but I didn't think he'd be coming for me so soon. I need to prepare countermeasures. You don't seem that surprised. The Jonin noted Daichi's reaction and concluded. Daichi crossed his arms and sat down. I'm Lady Tsunade's apprentice. That title alone will garner me some enemies from hostile nations. I was well aware from the start what training under her would entail. I learned about the legendary 3 ninjas during the last few years. Orochimaru's name came up during one of my conversations with her, but she didn't talk about him all that much. She just told me that I should be careful if I ever meet him. Kakashi agreed with that assessment. You should be extremely vigilant if you're in his presence. He's not someone you can go up against. Well, not at the moment anyway. Where did you get the information about Orochimaru? Was it the Hokage? Yes, but you don't need to panic. The intelligence that we received suggests that he has knowledge of you and has a mild interest in your capabilities, but nothing more. And besides, I'll keep you safe. It's my job as your teacher, so you don't need to worry. Kakashi gave Daichi an eye smile as he tried to ease the boy's worries. Daichi nodded, and both of them became silent for a few moments, processing the information they learned. Daichi looked at Kakashi from the corner of his eyes. He still remembered the moment when his sensei asked him if he was willing to trust him. I can't sense any lies. Looks like I made the right bet. He's like his canon counterpart. He'll definitely try to protect me. I told him the truth when I said I trust him. But even so, that trust only goes so far. I'm sure there is still information Kakashi is keeping to himself. Blind trust is only something fools do. Even with you, I won't completely let my guard down. I won't let anyone catch me from behind. After a few more seconds of rest, Kakashi got up from his spot. Well, I'm going home. I'm looking forward to some much-needed rest. I'll see you next week, Daichi. The gamer ninja stood and nodded his head. He watched Kakashi walk away and decide to head home. He looked around the whole area and noted the devastation. Yeesh. I do not envy whoever has to clean this mess. Daichi went to where his weighted scarf was and put them on. He took a new pair of stylish sunglasses in his inventory through his pocket. Having spares was a good idea. It was then he looked at the numerous notifications piled up on the corner. He decided he would check them out once he reached home. Kakashi slowly made his way to the Hokage Tower. Since it was midnight, there weren't many people in the streets, and he only saw a few patrol ninjas roaming by. He soon reached the office door and knocked. Come in. Kakashi went and stood in front of his Kage. This is a surprise. I figured you'd show up a couple hours later with some random excuse once the test was over. Hiruzen spoke with a smile. The man sighed as he heard that. He wanted to report the findings and then take a few days off to rest as quickly as he could. Hiruzen then took in Kakashi's appearance and raised an eyebrow. Seems you've had a very exciting day. That's one way to put it. That concern you had about Daichi's safety in the event of an attack, I don't think you need to worry that much. Kakashi said as he ruffled his hair. Hiruzen smirked and nodded. Yes, I gathered that much from your appearance and from what I saw. The Jonin ninja had a feeling that was the case. You watched the whole fight? Not the entire fight. My work demanded most of my attention, so I was only able to see pieces of your battle. Your assessment? Kakashi straightened and recounted the abilities he took note of. His taijutsu is strong enough to hold back and even take down ordinary Jonin ninjas, and his chakra capacity is larger than mine. But not by much. But I suspect that with time, it will grow at an exponential rate. His ninjutsu skills are excellent for someone his age, and I can confirm that he has mastered the second step of change in chakra nature of all 5 elements. His medical skills and techniques were excellent. He's demonstrated that he's capable of using chakra scalpels in battle. He's able to heal wounds much faster than any medic ninjas I've seen in the field, and he can heal from a distance using chakra strings as medium. Hiruzen was surprised to hear that. He changed the properties of strings from ordinary chakra to healing chakra and connected them to the wounded area from a distance. That's smart. Kakashi nodded. His proficiency in genjutsu comes last. But I only say that due to the number of illusion techniques he used. Most were D and C rank, and he didn't use much to conserve his chakra, since he knew my Sharingan is a counter, and it would only be a waste. Hiruzen nodded, agreeing with that decision. But I believe he's highly resistant or immune to genjutsu techniques. What? The old Kage was shocked. Yes, Whenever I used genjutsu on him, the chakra entered his system but was immediately flushed out. Hiruzen leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. Was it some kind of an automatic response from his body, or was he aware that he was being attacked and was able to actively counter it? Based on his expression and reaction, he was aware that I tried to use genjutsu on him, but the thing is, he didn't need to do anything when he was attacked. He didn't need to disrupt his chakra flow, nor did he inflict pain on himself to get free. It was as if he knew he was getting attacked, and his body automatically responded to the foreign attack without needing him to take action. Hiruzen was silent as he heard that. This is certainly interesting. Only people with special visual prowess can see through genjutsu so efficiently. But Daichi isn't an Uchiha or a Hyuga, and based on the blood work Tsunade did, she didn't find anything that indicated that he was from any clan. It must be some kind of a special technique. Hiruzen was silent for a minute and then looked at the Jonin. Kakashi! This information. When you complete the report, do not write it down. His resistance to genjutsu must be kept an absolute secret. If this information gets out, there will be plenty who will have their eyes on him, both in and out of the village. So keep this to yourself. And make sure to tell Daichi that he shouldn't reveal that ability to anyone. The silver-haired Jonin nodded his head. There is something else. You were right. He knows about Danzo and the Foundation, Kensei told him. The Hokage sighed when he heard that news. I figured. Kensei won't take any chances with Daichi after what happened. I also told him about Orochimaru. Kakashi hid a wince as he looked at the sharp eyes drilling into his skull. Hiruzen looked at his Jonin with narrowed eyes. Several seconds later, he sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. This is a very delicate time, Kakashi. Any information leak could be catastrophic to the plans I've put in place. So why did you do something like that? Trust needed to be built. If I lied about why I put him through what I did then, it wouldn't have gotten us anywhere. Lying won't help us, and he needs to know the danger so he can prepare. Kakashi made his judgment, and he was going to stand by it. And besides, I believe Daichi knows the value of keeping something like this a secret. He might tell Kensei, but I'm sure he won't tell anyone else. The Kage sighed. I will trust your judgment on this. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kakashi gave a brief oral report on Daichi's abilities, skills, strength, and weaknesses. Hiruzen was impressed with the boy's progress. Once the debriefing was done, Kakashi left the office and headed home. Hiruzen was in his office, going through everything he heard. The Chunin exams are coming up in a few months, but it's going to be held in the Stone Village. Should I send Daichi to take part? I can't send him alone. He'll need a team. There is still plenty of time. I'll deal with this matter at a later date. In a dimly lit room, Danzo was standing near the window and looking out at the village. Hiruzen pulled back his surveillance and let go of the restrictions placed on me, so he didn't find anything after all. For the moment, I can move somewhat freely and conduct business. But still, I need to be careful. He now knows Root isn't disbanded, but he doesn't have any proof. He turned around, and at that moment, a ninja rose from the shadows of the room. The shinobi in black gear kneeled, indicating his loyalty to his master. Lord Danzo, I've conducted a thorough review of all the candidates we've recruited last year, along with some of the active ones who joined a few years prior. I didn't find any spies. Danzo nodded and dismissed his agent. He sat down in a nearby chair and thought about the situation. The second Hiruzen learned of the attack, he suspected me. It was because the attackers knew about Daichi and, more importantly, Tsunade's phobia. But he made sure that all my agents hid as soon as Hiruzen took me into custody. His efficient work has made things easier for me. Making him my second-in-command was an excellent choice. Since Hiruzen couldn't find any evidence of my organization being operational, I thought for sure that he would send someone to infiltrate Root. Seems I was wrong. His grip on his cane tightened just a bit. So then why do I still feel uneasy? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 163. One Step Forward, Chapter 163 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer, please support the official release. Daichi slowly walked through the streets of the village. It was a full moon night, and the road was illuminated in silver light. He thought about what Kakashi said. So Orochimaru is coming for me? He must have learned of my existence during my time at the capital. I healed plenty of people after all, and there were many who knew that I'm her apprentice. Looks like I need to prepare for him. Daichi thought about the best way to fight one of the most dangerous Sannin. He'll most likely toy with me at first, and that will be my best chance to land a fatal blow. But he has the special substitution jutsu that can heal his injuries. So, how do I get around that? As Daichi thought this through, the answer quickly came to his mind. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken. In addition to dealing great damage to the body, that jutsu also attacks the cells and shreds the chakra network. He wouldn't be able to heal himself if he doesn't have access to chakra. But I need something more. He's known for surviving even the most fatal blows. I can't let my guard down. I need something with similar firepower. As Daichi's mind went through a possibility of a combination jutsu, he had an idea. A fire-style Rasengan. If wind cuts, then fire burns. And if this jutsu turns out like the Rasen Shuriken, then its power would be incredible. It would no doubt burn the target to ash, and if I combine the wind and fire Rasengans and use a new combination technique. A smile formed on Daichi's face as he had an idea as to what the jutsu would look like. I need to start working on this. Just as soon as that crossed his mind, his smile dimmed. But there is still the problem of jutsu backlash. My gamer's body will heal the negative effects after a night's sleep, but I'm gonna need to learn to use nature chakra to protect myself and further increase my strength. I wonder if the Tiger Clan would have access to nature chakra? I hope so. Otherwise, I'll have to look for alternative measures. With several plans in mind, Daichi made his way to his home. Kensei raised an eyebrow as he looked at his grandson and saw the obvious signs of a battle. What happened to you? About that, I have good news and bad news. Kensei kept silent and paid attention to Daichi. My sensei decided to put me through a survival exam so tough that I'm sure even some jonin would fail. But I passed. That's the good news, Daichi said with a small smile. Kensei's eyes narrowed. And the bad news? There is a chance that Orochimaru or one of his minions might come after me in the future. Daichi sighed and sat down. Kensei let out a breath and leaned back in his chair. A few seconds of silence passed before Kensei spoke. We knew this was a possibility, but I didn't think it would happen. Not so soon. Kakashi-sensei didn't look all that worried, but that might be a facade he put on to make sure I'm not scared. Aren't you? Kensei looked at his grandson. There was worry in his eyes. Having the attention of someone as dangerous as Orochimaru was a cause for concern. Daichi let out a breath and looked up at the ceiling. I'm slightly worried. He is dangerous, but I'm not terrified or anything like that. I'm not going to let someone like him scare me. There are much scarier opponents I have to face in the future. Compared to them, Orochimaru is a joke. Kensei knew Daichi was fully aware of the threat someone like Orochimaru posed, and yet to hear his grandson speak such strong words. A small smile appeared on his face. Yes! No matter who it is, don't let yourself fall, and even if you do, I'll be here to help you get back up. You're right. You should be cautious, but never let fear rule you. Daichi smiled and nodded to his grandfather. Daichi quickly got cleaned up, and they had their dinner. Daichi was in his room going through the numerous notifications. Skill Advanced Chakra Regeneration level has risen by 1. Right now my chakra is regenerating at 52 CP per minute. I was able to keep going thanks to this and my strong vitality, so unlike him, I didn't need any supplements. Skill Basic Body Conditioning's level has risen by 1. X-Till Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. X5. Congratulations, you have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 expa. Finally, I should learn and master a more advanced and lethal taijutsu style. I wonder if Guy's strong fist style is suited to me. Skills risen by 1. X3. Skill Danger Senses level has risen by 1. X5. Skill Chakra Senses level has risen by 1. X4. Ninjutsu Wind style Wind Bullet Jutsu has leveled up. Ninjutsu Earth style Rock Shelter Jutsu has leveled up. Skill Killing Intense level has risen by 1. X6 plus Forwardable. Wow. So releasing killing intent at that level increases this stat quickly, huh? Excellent. Daichi had a smile on his face as he saw his improvements, but the next system message Daichi read erased that smile. Warning, switching the gamer's mind skill on and off within the span of 3 to 4 hours can cause damage to psyche. Time required between turning the skill on-off without receiving any negative side effects. I can't believe there's a restriction like this. It seems the system doesn't want me to use that loophole. The gamer's mind would protect me from any permanent damage to my mind, but I should be careful moving forward. Daichi sat down on the ground and focused on his breathing. A minute later, he was in meditation. Daichi concentrated and felt his emotions. He focused on his mind and tried to see if there was any damage. After an hour of meditation and sensing nothing wrong with himself, he opened his eyes and began to go through the rest of the blue system message boxes. Skill Ozark's Resilience's level has risen by 1. Skill Dual-Wielding Mastery's level has risen by 1. X-Till Chakra Enhancement's level has risen by 1. X4 Ninjutsu Lightning Style Overdrive Jutsu has leveled up. Skill Chakra Flow's level has risen by 1. X3 Ninjutsu Fire Style Dragon Fire Jutsu has leveled up. Skill Combat Arts' level has risen by 1. X4. As Daichi went through the notifications, he saw something unexpected. You have analyzed the fighting of your opponent and have reached sufficient understanding. You have acquired a new taijutsu style. Shadow Layering 8 Extremities Fist. Active LV1. An advanced taijutsu style that can be used in a defensive or offensive manner to kill or subdue a single or multiple targets who are armed or unarmed. This form of martial arts uses few or no weapons and includes throws, holds, and paralyzing attacks against the enemy. A true master of this style can create the illusion and effects of having additional limbs when attacking. Effects: % increase of chance in landing critical strike, 2% increase in attack power, 2% increase in defense, 3% increase in speed, 2% decrease in damage taken. This has limitations depending on the stats and level of your enemies. Oh wow, this is incredible. I must have learned this after using Analyze skill on Kakashi so much. Daichi's mind went through the different forms, stances, and katas used during the battle. With the information Daichi acquired with Analyze skill, he was able to reconstruct the taijutsu style and had an understanding of it. This taijutsu style was also designed to supplement swordsmanship or small blades weapons during combat, and in case of absence of a weapon elbow strike, explosive short-range power fists and leg strikes aimed to cripple are used. A lethal taijutsu indeed. I'll need to work on this. Okay, what else? Ninjutsu Earth-style Fist Rock Jutsu has leveled up. X2, Skill Light Steps' level has risen by 1. X3, Chakra Suppression's level has risen by 1. X4, Skill Analyze's level has risen by 1. X7, Skill Elemental Strings' level has risen by 1. X2, Medical Jutsu Healing Strings has leveled up. Medical Jutsu Mystical Palm has leveled up. Medical Jutsu Chakra Scalpel has leveled up. Plus 5/6 Stamina. Congratulations, you have encountered a lucky break. Reading this, Daichi remembered the incident it was referring to. Kakashi was about to land a powerful strike that would have knocked him unconscious, but at that moment a tree branch snapped and fell on the trap Kakashi rigged near their area, and it was triggered. Kakashi had to dodge his own weapons, and Daichi was able to make a quick escape. Daichi opened the luck stat and looked at the description. This stat also has a 0.001% chance to trigger a good luck moment every minute. This percentage increases with stat growth, and during battle or luck-based events the player is participating. I need to increase my luck stat. It triggered only once during the battle, but it saved my life. It's one hell of a special stat. 2 Dexterity, 6 Chakra, Wisdom, 2 Intelligence. Looks like almost all my stats got a good boost. With just one fight, I've gotten a lot stronger. High-intensity battle is the only way to get stronger. Quest, pass the survival test complete awards. 2,000 exp. 3,000. Reputation increases with Kakashi Hake, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Kensei Yasaji. Daichi then opened his status page and checked the progress. My intelligence and wisdom stats are the only ones from the primary stats that's still below 200. Need to change that. Well, since I'm using points, I might as well use some of them on the other stats as well. Strength, 259 plus 11. Vitality, 263 plus 7. Dexterity, 215 plus 15. Agility, 264 plus 6. Intelligence, 182 plus 28. Chakra, 301 plus 29. Wisdom, 180 plus 30. Daichi used a total of 126 points to increase his primary stats. He felt the increase in strength and chakra throughout his body. If I keep going like this, I'll soon be able to complete the Strength of the 100 seal. Intelligence has passed 200 points. Negative side effects of overusing mana are now removed. Daichi felt his mind become more powerful all of a sudden. It was as if an invisible weight that had gone unnoticed by him had been lifted off from his head. There are so many mind techniques I want to create. I can also use them to counter Sharingan, and maybe even the Rinnegan. Let's see what my stats look like now. Status. Class Genin, ID 01559. Age 12, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, dungeon warrior, executioner, assassin, mighty healer, slug Sannin's apprentice, master of the elements, a genius of the continent. Level 50, 2400. CP 400, CP 54118, SP 21072, MP 12620. Primary stats: Strength 270, Vitality 270, Dexterity 230, Agility 270, Intelligence 210, Chakra 400, Wisdom 210. Special stats: Sense 129, Stamina 220, Indomitable 36, Charisma 57, Persistence 34, Dignity 4, Luck 9. Stat points 586. I have about 600 points. I could use another 90 to increase strength, vitality, and agility to 300. Should I increase it and get the benefits of 300 stats now, or wait? Daichi weighed the pros and cons of such a choice. For the moment, I'm relatively safe. I should train as much as I can and improve my stats. Then I'll increase it with points. Looks like I'm going to hold off for the moment. It's getting more difficult to increase stats with training. Once it reaches 290, or at least 285, I'll put some points into them. The next thing Daichi checked was the progress of the 100 Strength Seal. This is moving faster than anticipated. I sleep for 5 hours a day. So aside from the daily chakra given to the seal, I generate and redirect an additional 60,800 CP, and I use clones on most days to meditate and store chakra to the seal. So that's an additional 6,000 plus. All in all, things are moving well. Looks like I'll be able to complete this in 4 to 5 months. Daichi laid on the bed and looked at the night sky through the window. I've come a long way since my first day, but there is still a long road ahead, and this adventure has only just begun for me. With a small smile, Daichi soon went to sleep. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 164, The Daily Life of a Genin. Chapter 164 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was early morning. The sun had only broken through the horizon a short time ago. The sounds of weapons clashing could be heard throughout the forest. Sasuke and Daichi were engaged in a spar at their usual meeting place. They were battling each other and measuring each other's improvements. The spar had been going on for a couple hours. Daichi tilted his body to the side and evaded the fast punch Sasuke sent his way. He then ducked under a high kick and sent a leg sweep trying to unbalance the Uchiha. Sasuke jumped back and immediately threw several shuriken at Daichi. The boy took a kunai and deflected all the weapons and then immediately jumped away from where he was standing. Several shuriken came from the back and landed on the spot the next second. Daichi stood on a thick tree branch and smiled at Sasuke. I see you rigged the whole place with traps. Not bad, but it's a shame it won't work on me. Sasuke just smirked and made a hand seal. The next second, Daichi was engulfed in a small explosion. Even as Sasuke stood there vigilant, he was unable to sense the kunai at the back of his neck until it was too late. Sensing his defeat, the young Uchiha just grunted. You've gotten a lot better. Your speed, reaction time, and techniques have certainly improved, Daichi said as he put the weapon back in his pouch. Sasuke turned around to look at his sparring partner. I could say the same about you. It feels like I'm taking one step forward, and you're taking 10. Daichi went under a tree and sat down. You'll catch up. The way you're improving, you'll be able to match me soon. You're already head and shoulders above the rest of the class. They don't matter. I don't care about them. If I need to reach my goal, then I'll have to go at the pace you're going. The only way I'll get stronger and stronger is if I fight stronger opponents. Like you, the young Uchiha said. You know, it's not just about physical strength. They could be a great asset if you let them. Daichi wanted Sasuke to form bonds with his peers. He wanted to see if he could turn the Uchiha away from the future that's written. Sasuke smirked and looked at Daichi. Have you ever asked for their help when you needed something? Daichi just sighed and remained silent. This is going to be a lot harder than I initially thought. Time to change the topic. Daichi asked a question that's been on his mind for a while. How goes your progress with awakening your Sharingan? Sasuke soured upon hearing that question. I tried to control my emotions, meditation, intense training. Nothing. I haven't awakened my eyes yet. It's so frustrating. Daichi just nodded. So how's being a genin? Sasuke suddenly asked. Not bad. I'm just starting out, so the missions assigned to me are easy ones. What about your teammates? Are they any good? Sasuke wanted to know who Daichi was partnered up with. Actually, it's just me and Sensei. We're a special two-man genin team. What? Is that even a thing? Sasuke had never heard of anything like that, and he was understandably surprised. Daichi just shrugged and replied, My skills were above them by a large margin, and it would have caused an imbalance. So it was decided that I would be part of a two-man genin team, me and my sensei. Sasuke just nodded after hearing that. Daichi then looked at the position of the sun and realized it was time to meet his teacher. Bidding farewell to Sasuke, Daichi left the place. Kakashi and his students slowly made their way to the Hokage Tower. They were on their way to get the next mission. As they walked, Daichi asked his teacher something that's been bothering him since the survival test. Hey, Sensei. When I asked why you made me go through the survival exam, you said the reason was Orochimaru, but that still doesn't explain a lot of things. Kakashi took his eyes off his book and looked at Daichi. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Daichi's suspicion grew. It's not the whole truth, is it? What exactly does it mean when you said I caught Orochimaru's attention? What do you know? Kakashi looked at his student from the corner of his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he replied, The intelligence suggests that at the moment, Orochimaru is only mildly curious about you, most probably because of your association with his former teammate, Lady Tsunade. So he might send one of his people after you. But the Hokage didn't want to take any chances, and it was decided that you need to prepare in the eventuality that the man would come for you himself. If I'm going to train you, then I need a full understanding of your skills and abilities. I knew you would only show your true strength if I pushed you hard enough. It's why I conducted such an exam. Daichi thought about it and nodded his head. Kakashi tested me on all fronts. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, evasion techniques, tactical intelligence, and combat capabilities. And he forced me to go all out. And since he now has a solid understanding of my strength, I'm pretty sure the Hokage does too. Daichi thought about everything that's happened in the last few years. The attack of the Root, the old man's frequent trips, and now this. Kensei has been going out a lot lately, and he's more on edge these days. Something's going on. There's a storm brewing, and I have a feeling this is just the calm before it hits. You don't need to look so tense. Like I said to you before, I'll be here. Kakashi reassured his student. Daichi nodded with a small smile. They both made the rest of the journey in silence and soon reached the mission desk. It's a D-rank mission. Your task is to find the missing pet. You will meet the owner here at this address. The mission details are in the scroll. The Chunin at the desk had a scroll for them. Kakashi took the scroll and looked at its contents, while Daichi went through the new quest he received. Quest created. Retrieve the missing dog. Your client's pet has gone missing. Find and retrieve the dog and successfully complete the mission. Time limit, 3. Conditions. Find the pet dog and return it to the client before the time runs out. Rewards, 3,000 expa. Reputation increases with your client. Failure. Reputation decreases with your client, Hokage and Kakashi Hake. No missions for a while. Accept. Wien Daichi accepted the quest and along with his teacher headed out to meet their client. They soon reached a modest home and saw a young woman waiting for them near the gate. "Are you guys the Genin team I requested?" The woman asked them. "Yes, ma'am," Kakashi replied with a nod. "Hello, my name is Amika. I was going to take my pet dog Bakura to get his vaccine today, but it seems he ran away. He can be a bit stubborn sometimes," the young woman said with a smile. Kakashi didn't speak and decided to let Daichi handle the mission. The fresh genin began asking about the dog, its identifying features, and its habits. He's half Inuzuka breed, so he's a lot smarter and stronger than the average dog. They gave him up for adoption, and I took him in when he was just a small pup. Now he's almost 9 years old and half your size. The woman gave Daichi several pictures of the dog and told him of the Bakura's favorite places. "Please bring him back in 3 hours. The vet clinic closes at that time and I won't be able to get another appointment for a few weeks." Daichi nodded to the woman's request and took the needed information. After receiving the necessary information, Daichi looked around the house. He saw several footprints of a dog and memorized their distinctive shape. He also got a piece of Bakura's favorite clothing and took a whiff. Daichi took one whiff and grimaced. "Ugh! I can't believe I'm doing this, but at least I now know what his scent is." "So, Sensei, you gonna help me out, or just gonna read that book? It's your show. Let's see what you got." Daichi nodded and looked around the house for a bit. As he observed the place, he saw a part of the fence broken. Daichi took a closer look. He saw fresh canine footprints leading outside the fence. "Looks like we got tracks, and it's headed into the hills," Daichi said to his sensei. Dogs can smell a scent from miles away, and the senses of an Inuzuka dog are even sharper than that. Kakashi reminded his student. "I know." With that, Daichi made several seals. Kakashi recognized the simple jutsu. A scent-masking jutsu. Good. Daichi also suppressed his chakra, and both of them began tracking the K9 through its footprint. Daichi used his evolved sense skills, absolute smell, and acute hearing in tandem. Blocking out the unnecessary sensory input, Daichi focused on the one he wanted. Several seconds later, he had his target's general location. Gotcha! Daichi followed the scent he picked up and, along with the footprint, slowly made his way to their target. Daichi noticed something along the path. There are several claw marks on the trees, and they appear to be fresh, and they're almost the same size as the dog's. Daichi and Kakashi quietly made their way through the forest, and about 40 minutes later came upon a clearing near a small stream. They saw a dog with the same features as the one described by Emika sleeping on a pile of leaves. Well, that was easy. The second Daichi had this thought. Bakura opened its eyes and looked at the two ninja. Daichi, Kakashi, and the K9 stayed still, with Daichi having a staring contest with his mission target. Several seconds of silence later, he saw the animal slowly get up on all fours. "Don't you do it," Daichi said, looking at the dog. Daichi recognized intelligence in its eyes. The jaws of the dog widened as if he was smirking. Daichi frowned and slowly raised his hands. "Here, boy, I got some tasty treats for you. Just come here." The dog tilted its head and looked at the small human. It tensed its leg muscles as if preparing to run. "Don't you dare. I'm in no mood for a chase," Daichi also said, prepared to run and quickly catch the target. He looked at Bakura's and saw the taunting expression on its face. Neither of them moved a muscle until... Achoo! Kakashi let out a loud sneeze, which startled Daichi, and Bakura took this split second to run away. Birds hidden in the forest were crying and flying all around the place, and leaves were falling from the tall trees. "What the hell, Sensei?" The young genin looked at his teacher with a gobsmacked expression. "Oops, my bad. I sneezed because the suspense was killing me," the jonin said with a sheepish chuckle. Daichi looked at his teacher with a dumbfounded expression for a few seconds before he shook his head and leapt after his prey. "No way I'm gonna let a mutt escape me." The Inuzuka dog was fast. It jumped through branches and dove through bushes with great agility. But Daichi was faster. he was catching up to the dog, and he hadn't used any skills to increase his speed. Just as Daichi was within arm's length of reaching Bakura, it showed its defiance and let out a stream of fresh golden piss directly aimed at Daichi's face. The boy's eyes widened at the incoming stream, and he immediately changed directions. He avoided the urine and landed on another branch, but due to the force of his momentum, it snapped, causing the boy to fall. Daichi quickly used chakra strings to steady himself and safely land on the ground. He looked at the canine fleeing through the forest and had a twitch in his eyes. All right, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Daichi directed chakra through his limbs, and the next moment, he disappeared from his spot. Bakura let out a bark or joy and kept moving forward. Psst. It's time you go back to Emika. It didn't even sense Daichi above until it heard the words. The next second, it was lifted off the ground and held in midair. The canine wiggled with all its might, but it was useless. Daichi held his target with chakra strings and suspended him in midair. Well done. Time to return him to the client, Kakashi said, landing behind his student. Daichi nodded and both of them made their way back. They soon reached their client's home and handed the dog back to the woman. Oh, I'm so happy you're back. Don't go running off like that again. You're gonna make Mommy so sad, Emika said to her pet with a sad expression. The dog whined and licked her face, making the woman giggle. Thank you for bringing him back in such a short time. Now I'll be able to make my appointment. Emika thanked the team and gave them the mission completion slip. Quest retrieve the missing dog completed. Rewards, 3,000 heeks. Reputation increases with your client. With another D-rank mission well done, Kakashi and Daichi return to the tower to collect their mission pay. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 165. A Hatred Born Out of Nothing. Chapter 165 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was May. A month had passed since the future Rookie 9 entered their final year at the academy. Naruto and his friends were near the academy grounds enjoying their lunch break. Hinata and Sakura were reading a book, while Shikamaru was laying on the ground, looking at the sky. Ino was calmly eating her lunch while Kiba, Naruto, and Choji fought for the food in front of theirs. And lastly, Shino was off to the side, under the shade of a tree, observing the small insects flying about. Hey! Hey, I came up with this really cool technique that I'm sure is going to work against Iruka-sensei. It's going to be awesome. Naruto's excitement to use his new technique on his academy teacher was blatantly visible on his face. I'm pretty sure whatever juvenile technique you're going to use is just going to get you in trouble, Shikamaru said with a sigh, never taking his eyes off the clouds. Yeah, aren't you tired of getting detention, Naruto? Ino asked with exasperation. No way, even if I do get detention, I'll find a way to skip it, the blonde boy said with his arms crossed. And besides, the classes are getting boring. Wish I could graduate soon and go on some awesome missions, like rescuing a princess or stopping an evil warlord. Naruto was eager to begin his journey as a genin, but he still had a year to go. Yeah, I kinda wish I put in a request for early graduation too. Arf arf! Kiba and Akamaru agreed with that sentiment. I wonder how Daichi's doing. I bet he's going to all kinds of cool places, Choji said as he took the last piece of meat while Naruto and Kiba were distracted. Hey, I was gonna eat that, Kiba and Naruto said at the same time. The young Akimichi smirked victoriously as he looked at the two. Never take your eyes off the prize. Naruto sat down grumbling. Have any of you guys seen Daichi these days? Ino asked the group. No. We looked for him in the usual places after the academy, but we didn't find him, Kiba said. I bet he's on some super-secret, dangerous mission, protecting someone important. Naruto imagined those as the kind of missions he would do when he became a genin. Not exactly, Naruto, Daichi said, standing behind the kid. Gah! Naruto almost jumped out of his skin when he heard the voice behind him. Where'd you come from? Oh, I just came to visit my pals, the young genin said with a smile. Daichi, we thought you might be on a mission. Ino smiled at him. She had a small blush on her face as she looked at him. I'm just starting out. so I get assigned simple missions for the moment. Daichi sat down with his friends and placed a small bag of snacks in the middle of the group. They all took some and began asking Daichi questions about his genin life. Daichi answered their questions, and Naruto was disappointed to learn that they would have to do simple D-rank missions when they became genin. Daichi, do you have any more books on medicine? I'm almost done with the one you gave me, Sakura said. Daichi was only mildly surprised. That book had more information than what's taught at the academy, but it still only contained the basic information. Even so, I thought it would take her at least 3 months to finish. For her to complete it already is just, well, her strength at the moment does lay in storing information. Daichi nodded. Yeah, I'll give you the titles of some reference books. They'll probably be in the academy library, so you can check them out whenever you want. I can't believe you're asking for more books to study. Yeah, there's no way I'd do that. Naruto and Kiba said in unison. Well, maybe if you two knuckleheads did study, then you would have better grades. Ino told them and defended her friend. That reminds me, I remember giving you a book on chakra control. Have you read it? Daichi asked Naruto. The blonde boy just sheepishly chucked and rubbed his head. Daichi's sweat dropped as he already knew what the answer to that question was. Well, you see, I tried it and just couldn't get the hang of it, so I kinda stopped after a few days. Naruto replied with an embarrassed smile. Daichi sighed. This kid. I thought he would be motivated enough, but it seems he isn't in the mindset he was in the wave mission. Sasuke was there to motivate him, but here he doesn't have that, and the sheer drive to learn the technique. Daichi decided to set a metaphorical fire under Naruto. That's a shame. Sasuke looked like he completely mastered the technique. Hearing that, Naruto jumped to his feet. Say what? How do you know that, Daichi? Choji asked him. You've been sparring with him, haven't you? Shikamaru said. Daichi nodded. Yeah, he's about mastered the tree-walking technique. What? How come you don't spar with us? Yeah. Kiba and Naruto were slightly hurt that their friend wouldn't fight them. They still remembered the words Sasuke said during the match at the academy. Daichi recognized the sad tone in their voice. Guys, it's nothing personal. I was training in the forest near his clan grounds and we accidentally met. We just sparred to kill some time. Naruto was now determined. There's no way I'm gonna let Sasuke get ahead of me that easily. I'm gonna master the tree walking as fast as I can. Me too. I'm gonna train, and I'll learn it before you do. Kiba also became eager. You should learn it. It helps with chakra movement throughout the body and will also help with the clone jutsu. There are also ways you can increase the chakra control training intensity. Daichi spoke, and he had the attention of almost everyone. He saw the most excitement in Naruto's eyes. As written in the scroll, tree walking increases chakra control, but this is a simple exercise. After you learn tree walking, you can also increase your focus and chakra control by sticking leaves to the tip of your toes and the soles of your feet. It's the same concept of sticking the leaf on the forehead. That way, you'll learn to control just how much chakra is needed. Naruto, your problem with clone jutsu is that you're not moving your chakra through the body correctly. And Sakura, if you want to learn medical ninjutsu, then chakra control is of utmost importance. Daichi finished his explanation. Naruto and the gang, save for Shikamaru and Shino, nodded their heads. Those two already knew the specifics of chakra control training. As they were talking, Daichi sensed someone watching him. He discreetly looked around the place and a few seconds later saw who it was. Mizuki. He's not as subtle as he thinks. He's observing us. What's his intentions? Is he keeping an eye on Naruto or me? He had contact with Orochimaru, but to that snake, this guy is just a weak pawn. Not even worth it. Mizuki was on the first floor of the academy looking at the group through one of the windows. He didn't notice that he caught Daichi's attention. Mizuki's fists clenched as he saw the group of 8 students and 1 new genin laughing and enjoying themselves. He had his eyes on 2 people in particular. That damn fox brat. I can't believe he made friends. And that's Daichi Hekima, the student who took early graduation and one who's called a genius. The man's eyes narrowed as he looked at the genin. He didn't realize it, but he was jealous of Daichi's great talent. And that jealousy, along with the boy's friendship with Naruto, made Mizuki hate the boy. Daichi's senses picked up on the minute killing intent Mizuki emitted. He kept calm and talked to others with a smile like nothing happened. A few seconds later, the bell rang throughout the academy, signaling the end of students' lunch break. At this moment, Daichi saw Mizuki walking away. His smile vanished, and his eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the disappearing form of the man. "Next class is Mizuki-sensei's. We better hurry. See you next time, Daichi," Choji said, and the rest said their farewell as well. Shikamaru was the last to get up and leave. He noticed the way Daichi looked at the certain academy instructor. He didn't leave and waited for the rest of his friends to get ahead. "Is there something wrong with Mizuki-sensei?" Shikamaru stood near Daichi and asked in a low voice. Daichi was quiet for a few seconds. He was contemplating on how to answer that question. A few moments later he spoke. "I'm not sure. It's just, I have a bad feeling about that guy. It's not based on any evidence or anything like that. It's just an illogical gut feeling." Shikamaru looked at his friend and slowly nodded. He walked away, thinking about what Daichi said. "Mizuki-sensei has been teaching at the academy for a few years, but he wasn't assigned to our class till this year. So I doubt Daichi had any lengthy interaction with him, if any at all. But for him to still say that, this is so troublesome." Daichi left the academy with his mind on the silver-haired academy instructor. "I hope nothing bad happens." Naruto and the others were walking to their class. "You know, I'm kinda surprised you didn't ask Daichi for a spar," Sakura said. "It's not that I don't want to. It's just that Daichi is the strongest. I do want to challenge him, but I'll only do it after beating Sasuke. And when I fight Daichi, I'm gonna beat him too." Naruto, as he clenched his fists. Sakura snorted at that notion. "Yeah, good luck with that. Hey, I'm serious." They soon entered the class and waited for their teacher. A few moments later, the door opened. "Good afternoon, Mizuki-sensei." The class greeted him. The man had a kind smile and greeted all the students. When his eyes reached Naruto, the smile on his face cracked for only a split second, but he successfully kept the facade of a kind, loving teacher. No one saw the hate in the teacher's eyes except for one person. Shikamaru didn't believe Daichi at first and thought he was just being paranoid or something. But he decided to trust his friend and his own instinct, and paid close attention to his teacher from the moment the man set foot in the room. It was only because he paid such scrutinizing attention that he saw such a split-second micro-expression. The young Nara frowned as he looked at his academy instructor. Daichi is definitely onto something. This guy is not what he seems. 597, 598, 599, 600. Daichi completed the 600-rep handstand and landed on his feet. "I got another 2 points in strength, 1 in stamina. Doing it with weights is the best way to improve stats. I need to increase the stats as much as I can and get them to 300. I need the perks more than ever." Daichi wiped the sweat with a towel and sat down. He soon began meditating along with the several clones near him. Sometime later, he sensed the arrival of his Jonin teacher. "So what's it this time?" Daichi asked the man. "My alarm clock stopped working, so I got up late. I'll fix it after our mission." Daichi released the shadow clones and stood. "So what's the mission today?" "Let's go find out." With that, the two-man team headed for the tower. Soon they reached the mission desk. They saw the Hokage assigning missions to various teams. "Ah, Team Kakashi. Welcome." "Lord Hokage." The two ninja greeted their leader. "If you're interested, I have a C-rank mission for you," the old leader said. Daichi straightened and nodded. "Well, since my student is so eager, I guess we'll take it," Kakashi said with a smile. The Kage gave a scroll to Kakashi and gave them a mission overview. "It's a document delivery mission to Tonika Village." At that moment, a new quest popped up. Quest created, delivery mission to Tonika Village. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 166, Quest, Acquire the Spring Water. Chapter 1666 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hiruzen handed Kakashi the scroll and spoke. He told them the details of the mission. This scroll contains authorized documents pertaining goods trade between our villages. I want you to deliver the scroll to the head of the Tonika village head and await his response. After listening to what the Hokage said, Daichi went through the quest details that popped up. Quest created, delivery mission to Tonika Village. The Hokage has tasked your team with delivering an important scroll to another village. Successfully deliver the scroll and return with the response of the other party to complete this C-rank mission. Conditions: protect the scroll during the journey. Rewards: 7,000 XP. Reputation slightly increases with people of Tonika Village. Failure: reputation decreases with the Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, and people of Tonika Village. No C-rank missions for a while. Accepting the quest, Daichi turned to his teacher. Kakashi took the scroll and left the tower. The Tonika village lies on the outskirts of Fire Country, so this will take a couple days to complete. Pack accordingly. Meet me at the gate in an hour. Kakashi gave instructions to his student. Daichi nodded and left for his home. He already had everything needed in his inventory, but he needed to inform his grandfather of his journey. Daichi was waiting near the gates of the village. A short while later, Kakashi showed up. So ready for a trip outside the Fire Country? Kakashi asked in a jovial tone. Well, I've been to other countries, but yes, I'm somewhat excited to travel to a new village. His student replied with a smile. Both of them marked their departure with the guards and started their journey. Since they didn't have a civilian with them, they were moving through the trees at a fast but controlled pace. Daichi thought about what he knew about the Tonika village. It's a small village out in the middle of a barren wasteland. That's the village that was attacked by Kabuto, the place with the Tower Spear of Heaven. It was a filler arc, but since fillers exist, that place also exists. It's also the place with spring water that has overflowing life energy and accelerated cell division. I need to get a sample of that water and analyze it. There are also rumors about hidden treasures in that village. What's on your mind? Kakashi asked his student. I've read up on the other villages, and Tonika village came up during my study. There are some mentions about treasures and powerful weapons hidden in the village. Do you think that's true? I've heard rumors about such, but I don't know for sure. Kakashi replied. Both of them jumped through the trees and made their way to the borders of the Fire Country. They saw patrolling ninjas pass by a couple times, and their journey was uneventful. The young genin was amazed as he hadn't encountered any unexpected surprises yet. Naruto and Sasuke. Maybe those two are just bad luck, or maybe it's the curse. Technically, my team is called Team Kakashi, so maybe I'm free from the curse of Team 7. That must be it. The ninja duo made their way through the trees, and after several hours, they started to see a change in the terrain. Vegetation and trees became less and less as they moved forward, and soon they were moving through a barren land in the scorching sun. Minimap updated. Daichi looked at the notification and new information appeared in his head. We're on the outskirts of the country. We need to move along east of here, and we'll reach the village in a couple hours. Kakashi said and pointed, and they both took off in the direction. As they made their journey, they soon came across a large pipe going in another direction. The gamer ninja recognized the pipe. This pipe? This must be the pipe that supplies spring water from the Tonika village to the Hacho village. We're close, Kakashi said, and they both continued on. Before long, they reached their destination. Wow, Daichi was amazed at the sight. Seeing this village through a television screen does no justice. The Tonika village was situated in a large hole. It was an ecological oasis in the middle of a barren wasteland. The village was situated in the middle of the hole with a large forest and lake surrounding it. It's beautiful, the boy spoke. Kakashi agreed with that sentiment. The village, bustling with wildlife and vegetation, was a stark contrast to the lifeless wasteland around it. At that moment, a few people were coming towards them. A group of 4 people came near Kakashi and Daichi and looked at the two. They noticed the leaf headband and slightly relaxed their posture. My name is Santo. This is my team. We're the guards of this village. What brings you Leaf Ninja here? The man introduced himself. I'm Kakashi Hatake. This is my student Daichi Hakima. We're on a mission to deliver a scroll to the village head. Kakashi took out the scroll and showed the official seal of the Hokage. The guards straightened and nodded. They left to patrol the village, while their leader Santo escorted the 2-man gaining team to his village. Come, I'll take you to meet the elder. The three shinobi made their way to a wooden stairs that led down to the village. So, can I ask you something? The genin looked at the Tonika ninja. Santo had a smile as he addressed Daichi. Of course. So is it true, the rumors? Haha. I assume you must be referring to the ones about treasures. Yeah. Well, the legend has it that long ago, long before even this village was created, a powerful ninja hid something here in this area. That information spread, and over time became the legend of the treasure. Truth be told, when I was a child, me and my friends searched this village up and down for the so-called treasure. Couldn't find anything. I heard that bandits used to attack this place. Kakashi spoke. Yes, the thieves come in search of the treasure, but we've repelled them. We've placed traps around the place to stop intruders. Santo didn't elaborate on it any further. The trio soon reached the bottom of the steps. As soon as Daichi touched the ground, a new quest appeared in his view. Quest created. Obtain the spring water. The spring water is abundant with life energy and vitality. Obtain the spring water and increase your stats. Conditions. Obtain 1 liter of spring water for consumption. Rewards. Stat increase. Failure. None. Wow. Amazing. A stat increase by obtaining the water. There's no way I'm going to reject this. Without wasting a second, Daichi accepted the quest. They made their way to the village. As they walked, Daichi recognized certain areas of the village, especially the place where several pillars stood tall. There were patrol ninjas roaming around the place. They soon made their way to a large house. A tall old man with large white hair and beard appeared before them. Behind the elder stood another tall man. He was the guard tasked with protecting the head. Santo bowed to the elderly man. Elder. They are from the Leaf Village. Santo said. Thank you, Santo. I got it. The elder then looked at Kakashi and Daichi and smiled. Welcome to our village. Please come inside. The leader of the village led the 2 ninjas to his office. Kakashi gave the scroll to the village head. The details of the trade agreement between our villages are inside. Our Hokage would like your response. The elder opened the scroll and went through the information. Once he was done, he looked at the 2 ninja. Please wait for a day. I must discuss it with a few others before I make a final decision. I understand. Kakashi nodded. He had been on plenty of missions like this, so he knew he would have to wait for a while. In the meantime, you 2 are more than welcome here. Geno here will guide you. Thank you. Kakashi and Daichi nodded and they left the office. This place is completely different from the outside, so full of life, Kakashi said as he looked around. Yes, it's because of the spring water here. Geno didn't elaborate further. He had a somewhat stern visage. They walked through the streets of the village, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere of the village. At that moment, a little kid playing near them tripped and fell down on some sharp stones and wounded his arm. He cradled his arm and started crying. Daichi immediately rushed to the boy. What are you trying to do? Geno quickly rushed after Daichi and asked the boy. He was wary of foreign ninjas, and that included ninjas of the Leaf Village. I'm a medic ninja. I'm just going to take a look at his injury and heal him. Daichi replied without even looking at the man. Geno was suspicious that a boy so young would be a medic ninja, but he didn't stop Daichi. Don't worry, he knows what he's doing, Kakashi said to the man. Daichi reached the crying child and calmed him down. He then looked at the arm and noted the injuries. Nothing's broken, but he has a deep cut. Hey, what's your name? Noburo. Hello, Noburo. My name is Daichi. Don't worry. Everything's going to be okay. I want you to hold still. Close your eyes and count to 60. Can you do that? Daichi asked the child with a gentle smile. The small child nodded and closed his eyes. He started counting in a small voice, and the medic ninja beside him quickly got to work. Daichi immediately brought up his hands, and they started glowing green. He quickly removed any foreign objects from the child's wounded area and began to heal the injury. The Tonika village ninja watched in fascination as the wounds on the boy's hand quickly closed up. In less than a minute, Daichi completely healed the arm, and when the boy opened his eyes at 60, he was shocked. It doesn't hurt anymore. Of course. I healed you, but you need to take it easy for the day, and don't play around near sharp rocks. The child stood and bowed. Thank you, Brother Daichi. You're welcome. The child left with a wide smile on his face. Geno looked at Daichi and his expression softened. Thank you for what you did to him. Daichi nodded. I'm a medic. It's what I do. Would you like to look around the village? They toured the village, and Geno's attitude slowly became friendly towards them. After some time, Daichi asked a question that's been on his mind. I could just sneak into Spring Lake, but I'd rather not cause any problems. And now the chances of them rejecting my request is near zero. Even if they do, I still have ways to get the water. Hey, I have a request, if you'll indulge me? Daichi spoke. What is it? Can I take some of the Spring Lake water with me? During my time learning about various herbs, I read about the spring water here and its abundant life energy. And based on the fact that there is a forest in the middle of a wasteland, I'm guessing that's true. Geno nodded. Yes, it's true. The spring water here nourishes and creates the wildlife you see before you, and it has some healing properties as well. And as for your request, yes, you may take some water. I'll show you where to get it. Thank you. Why do you need the spring water, Daichi? Kakashi asked. Mostly for research. I want to study its effects and see if it's possible in creating medicine. The boy replied. They soon reached the lake that surrounded the village. It was a crystal-clear lake that almost sparkled. The trees around the place were even taller than most trees in the lead village. Daichi sensed various animals roaming throughout the area. This is the place, Geno said. Daichi took a gourd out of his scroll and dipped it inside the clear lake. Once it was filled, he brought it to his nose. No smell. It's pure. There are no contaminating elements. He then quickly began drinking the water. In a few seconds, Daichi finished the whole thing. 400 CP. Note, drinking 1 liter of Spring Lake water gives an increase in HP, CP, SP, but it is a temporary effect. Drinking the water again within 12 hours of consumption will not increase the HP, CP, SP points. 15 vitality. 10 chakra. Note, stat increase is a one-time permanent effect. Amazing. The stats increased by 38 points, and this restores points in health, chakra, and stamina. But it's temporary and got a 12-hour cooldown time. Still, it's far better than nothing. I need to find a way to store gallons of this stuff. But I doubt they would agree to something like that. And I don't want anyone to know about my interest in this stuff. At that moment, the quest completion notification appeared. Quest, obtain the spring water, completed. Rewards, stat increase. Refreshing, isn't it? Geno spoke to Daichi at that second. Yes, it's quite something. Daichi dipped the gourd into the lake and refilled it. Once it was full, he sealed the bottle and they left the place. Daichi was very happy with the results. He was already making plans to abscond with a large quantity of the pure water. Looks like I need to come here without anyone noticing after all. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 167. Daichi the Medic. Chapter 167 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was around midnight, and Daichi was still in his bed awake. He looked out the window and saw the village submerged in darkness. It's time. I shouldn't wait any longer. With that thought, Daichi closed the open window and created a shadow clone. He took the invisibility cloak from his inventory and handed it to the clone. You know what to do. Go. The clone nodded, and under the protection of the cloak, left the building. The real Daichi laid back on his bed and soon went to sleep. The shadow clone swiftly moved through the area and quickly reached the lake. He walked on top of the lake almost a dozen meters from the shore. Once he found a suitable spot, he took out a special sealing scroll. This will do nicely. I'm glad I bought scrolls like this when I had the chance. He placed his fingers on the scroll and activated it with his chakra. Several seals appeared on it with the kanji for water in the middle. It was a sealing scroll that could store vast quantities of water. He placed the scroll on top of the lake, and it began absorbing the spring water. My chakra sense and mana scout doesn't show anyone around. Excellent. The less people know, the better. The properties of this water are amazing. No wonder Kabuto sought it out. I can revise the ration pill formula and create something even better with this. But it needs thorough research. I could also use this as an ingredient for Jin's cure. At this, another thought popped up in Daichi's mind. It was something he's been considering for a while. I need to set up a lab. Learning medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade has certainly ignited a passion for research in me. I need to also use it for my other quests. A top-tier research lab will definitely come in handy for me. But how do I build one? Daichi knew he wouldn't be satisfied with a regular laboratory. He was thinking about building one with advanced high-tech equipment and machines. I need to find an ideal spot to set up my lab. I need the funding to buy the necessary items. And even then, the production and distribution of advanced medical equipment is monitored by every nation. If I'm not careful, I could get into some serious trouble. And after creating my lab, I need to create adequate defensive measures. So many things to do. As he was making plans for the future, the scroll he was holding stopped absorbing the water. It's filled to capacity. This will last me a long while, and even if I need more, all I need to do is come back here. Daichi closed the scroll and placed it in his inventory. Since he was a shadow clone, he couldn't take things out of the inventory, but he could place items inside. Time to make my exit. Daichi cut the flow of chakra to his feet and immediately fell into the lake. As he submerged, he took off the cloak and quickly placed it in his inventory. Once the cloak disappeared, he released the jutsu and vanished. Kakashi and his student were in front of the elder of Tonika village. Along with his guard, Geno, there were a few others there with him as well. We've looked over trade deals proposed in the scroll, and we've come to a decision. We will accept the terms. I have signed the scroll. The village head spoke with a smile as he gave the scroll to the Leaf Jonin. Kakashi took the scroll and secured it. It seems our mission here is done. We'll be on our way then. Thank you for the hospitality. Daichi slightly bowed. As the two Leaf Ninja were about to leave, the village head called out. Could you wait a moment? The elder asked. He looked at Daichi and spoke. Geno here says you're a medic ninja. Is it true? The leader asked. Daichi could sense the uncertainty and hope in his tone. Yes, I am. The village leader hesitated for a moment and then asked a question that's been on his mind for a few hours. Did you perhaps learn medical ninjutsu under the sun and Lady Tsunade? Daichi and Kakashi's eyes narrowed. They both were on guard when they heard the question. People were bound to know about my relationship with her. Still, for someone to know that info even out here. Yes, I did. Daichi nodded. He kept an impassive face. He wasn't sure what the old man wanted from him, but he could make a strong guess. You two needn't look so tense. It was a coincidence that I learned of this information. The man tried to ease the atmosphere. Do you need me to heal someone? Daichi asked the man. At this, the elder's face dimmed. There was great sadness in his eyes. Yes, if it's not too much trouble, could you take a look at my daughter? She is weakening day by day, and I don't know what to do. She gave birth a few months ago, and soon her body began weakening. He spoke with a heavy heart. I hired some good medics from the fire capital, but they couldn't find the cause. That's when I heard about Princess Tsunade's young apprentice. I didn't know for sure if you were the same Daichi Hekima as the one I had heard about. He had hope in his eyes as he looked at the boy. Since you are her apprentice, I have no doubt that you're more than capable. You are my last hope. Will you please help her? The man almost pleaded. Quest created treat the elder's daughter. The village head's daughter has come down with an unexpected illness. Find the true cause of the illness and heal her. Conditions identify the cause of her illness and create a treatment for her. Rewards 2500 XP plus 2 intelligence stat. Reputation massively increases with the head of the Tonika village and his family. Reputation increases with the people of Tonika village. Reputation slightly increases with Kakashi Hatake and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Failure reputation decreases with people of the Tonika village. Reputation slightly decreases with Kakashi Hatake and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Accept. Daichi accepted the quest, but he also needed Kakashi's approval. He knew the man would most likely agree to it. But he wanted to be sure. This was just a simple C-rank delivery mission, after all. Daichi looked at his sensei from the corner of his eyes. Kakashi nodded in approval. Yes, I'll see what I can do. Take me to her. The elder and the other people in the room had smiles on their faces. They all adored the elder's daughter and her 2 children. The head of the Tonika village guided the 2 leaf ninjas to his home. Once they reached the house, the old man led them upstairs. The room his daughter was situated in was on the upper floor. He opened the door to the sick woman's room. Daichi, Kakashi, and the village elder entered the room while the few others waited outside the house. The man closed the door while Daichi looked at the woman sleeping on the bed. He went near her and examined her breathing and took her pulse. He could already tell that her condition was severe and knew that if nothing was done, she would die in a matter of weeks. He placed his hands above her chest and it started glowing green. Daichi was examining her state and soon found the problem. After a minute of observing his new patient, he stood and looked at the elder. He then silently looked around the room. Kakashi was watching Daichi's every move. He must have found something about her illness. The elder was silent as he watched the boy look around the room. He didn't want to disturb the child. Daichi looked around the room and didn't find what he was looking for. It was then that he heard the sound of a tree branch slightly hitting the window in the room. He noticed a table near the window and a basket filled with fruits on it. Daichi went near the table and examined the fruits in the basket. He then opened the window and looked outside. He looked down and saw something he had expected to see. A small smile formed on his face and he turned around. Kakashi knew that smile. Seems he figured it out. Seeing the boy's smile, hope began to rise in the old man's heart. "Can you help her?" The desperation in his voice was obvious. "I found the problem, but for an effective treatment and cure, I need to make sure of something. I need you to answer a question." Daichi replied. The elder's eyes widened and he nodded. "Whatever you need." Daichi went to the fruit basket and picked a certain fruit. It was a red fruit the size of Daichi's palm. It was in the vague shape of an ape. "Has your daughter been eating this fruit?" he asked the elder. The man shook in affirmation. "Yes, it's one of her favorite foods." Daichi nodded. "Rubukara pyrocus, or commonly referred to as the scarlet ape fruit due to its dark red color and ape-like shape. It is rich in vitamins, antioxidants, and it's quite delicious. It's nutritious and an ideal food for everyone." "I'm sensing a butt coming," Kakashi spoke. Daichi smiled. "But what people don't know is, it can also be turned into a poison." "What?" The elder was shocked. "Are you saying someone poisoned my daughter?" "Not necessarily." The village leader was confused when he heard the boy's reply. Daichi beckoned them to come near the window and look outside. The 2 men did as Daichi told and looked outside. "Look down. The small garden you see down there. Do you see a green flower with 6 petals?" At Daichi's question, both men focused their attention and quickly found the plant in question. Heptauralum, or the green umbrella flower. The 6 leaves, hanging down in an arc, resembles the shape of an open umbrella with the green flower on the top center. It's a very rare, beautiful flower and quite harmless. It's difficult to grow this flower in most places. It flourished here most likely due to the spring water here. The 2 adults looked at Daichi as he continued with his explanation. It produces much more pollen than other flowers, about 7 times, and since these pollen are microspores and no different than dust, we dismiss them. Now this plant was recently grown here, wasn't it? The village head nodded. Yes, it was among the plants I brought here from my trip to the fire capital several months ago. My daughter thought it would be beautiful in the garden and planted it there. But what does that have to do with the fruit or my daughter's illness? The old man asked. The pollen from this plant, when combined with the scarlet ape fruit, creates a toxin that slowly eats away at the chakra system and weakens the muscles. It's virtually impossible to detect unless you know what you're looking for. Your daughter must have been eating this fruit with the window open, and with the winds flowing in this direction, the pollen may have landed on the fruit when she was eating it. It created the toxin, and your daughter became poisoned. The 2 men's eyes widened. So it was just an accident? Kakashi asked. Yeah, I don't think anyone intentionally poisoned her. This was just a random coincidence, Daichi replied. See, can you save her? The elder was anxious. Don't worry. Even though the poison has been in her system for a while, she's not going to die today. And yes, I can save her. Daichi eased the old man's worries. Hearing that, a wide smile formed on the old man's face. A few tears escaped his eyes, which he quickly wiped away. "I need a pen and paper," Daichi said to the man. The elder quickly took a large piece of paper and pen and handed them to Daichi. The young medic quickly wrote down several instructions on the paper. Once he was done, he handed them back to the man. "I've created a medication for her. Right now, her body is weak, so a heavy dose of the cure could do more damage to her than good. So I want you to give her this. I've written another prescription. Give this to her for 2 weeks, and then start on the second medicine. In about a month, she should be fully healed. Oh, and you should either remove the flower from that area, or don't let her eat the fruit." Quest Treat the Elder's Daughter completed. Towards Exp. +2 intelligence stat. Reputation massively increases with the head of the Tonika village and his family. Reputation increases with the people of Tonika village. Reputation slightly increases with Kakashi Hake and Hiruzen Sardabi. The elder held Daichi's hands in gratitude. "Thank you. You saved her life. How can I repay you?" "You don't need to do anything. I'd prefer it, actually. Oh, and before I forget, you need to keep what you learned here to yourself. This is a good way to make an almost undetectable poison, and if this information got out, it would cause trouble." Daichi conveyed the seriousness of the situation to the man. "I understand." The man nodded his head. He smiled at the boy who created a cure for his daughter. He then led the 2 ninjas outside. The few people outside were anxiously waiting for the results. They saw the village head come out with the 2 leaf ninjas. They saw the wide smile on his face and had an answer. He truly is Lady Tsunade's apprentice. He found her illness and created a treatment for her. The man said to them, "Reputation increases with the people of Tonika village." "What was wrong with her?" Jino asked his leader. Before the man could reply, Daichi answered. She was suffering from a rare genetic disease. It caused her muscles to weaken over time. The village head didn't dispute the words and nodded along with Daichi. "Would you like to stay for a few more days? We'd be more than happy to have you." The elder gave them an invitation, which the 2 ninjas politely declined. "I'll be sure to visit the Leaf Village with my family once my daughter is healed. I'm sure she'll be excited to meet her savior," the village head said. After some time, the 2 leaf ninjas left the village and headed back home. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 168, Military Tactics. Chapter 168 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. The 2 leaf ninja were on their way back to the village. Watching Daichi find the root of the woman's illness and create a treatment so quickly still amazed Kakashi. It was yet another reminder that the boy was the apprentice of one of the Sannin. How did you diagnose her condition so quickly? The Jonin asked out of curiosity. Daichi had a small smirk when he heard the question. My medical ninjutsu techniques are far more precise and thorough than everyone else's. The only one who could match my skills or have even greater proficiency is Lady Tsunade. The second I scanned her body, I knew there were foreign particles inside her. Those particles are almost impossible to detect by anyone else. It's why the other medics failed to recognize what was wrong with her. And during my scan, I found that her veins started clogging up first, and her chakra system was being attacked after. That narrowed down the cause, and the rest, well, you saw. Kakashi nodded and looked ahead. People dedicate their whole lives to learn and become proficient in a certain field. But this kid, to him, it was as if learning medical ninjutsu was just a side project. The man still remembered the day he met the boy and the discussion he had with the Hokage after. An immeasurable talent with a rapid growth rate. He could very well become Kage level in a few years if he keeps going at this rate. The duo moved through the trees without stopping. They didn't encounter any resistance or bandits on their trip. Several hours later, they reached the village gates and notified their arrival at the gate guards. Hiruzen was listening to the mission details. Kakashi recalled everything that happened and quickly gave an oral report. Once the Jonin was done, the Kage nodded his head in approval. I see. So that's how it went, huh? Well done, Daichi. You've completed the mission, and you saved someone's life. Tsunade would be proud. Daichi smiled and gave a short bow. He received the quest completion notification, and soon the two of them left the Hokage's office. Quest delivery mission to Tonika Village completed. 7,000 X, 1050 XP. Reputation slightly increases with people of Tonika Village. You have leveled up. Yes. Level 51. I need to complete high-ranking missions and increase my experience. I also need to think about the next dungeon I want to enter. As Daichi was making plans, Kakashi spoke. Take a day off to rest. The day after tomorrow, meet me at the training ground at 7 a.m. We'll go over some battle tactics and team formations. Kakashi said those words, and the next second vanished in a puff of smoke. So military tactics and strategies, huh? I'm looking forward to it. Daichi headed back home and spent the remainder of the day just enjoying himself. He visited Naruto and the gang the next day and spent some time with his friends catching up. It was almost 10 a.m., and Daichi's senses picked up the scent of his teacher entering the forest. He opened his eyes and stopped his meditation when Kakashi got near. So what are we doing today? Daichi asked the man. You're not even curious as to why I'm late. The Jonin looked at the kid. Nope. Daichi shook his head and kept a straight face. Kakashi sighed, seeing his student's lackluster response. Maybe this will be more fun with my next team. He decided to get down to business. The academy gives their students survival, evasion, resistance, and escape training. You've been away from the academy for 2 years, but I'm sure Lady Tsunade has taught you these lessons during your time with her. Yeah. Daichi nodded. The curriculum I received during those 2 years were even more comprehensive and advanced than the standard ones given in the academy. I learned about survival techniques, recovery methods, rescue techniques, and various signals. He continued. The Jonin nodded. So Lord Hokage wanted to make sure he was ready, huh? Today you're going to learn team formation training and military tactics. I'm going to teach you some general form of warfare. Now, these are things you only learn when you become a Chunin or during wartime, but circumstances have forced our hands. The Jonin looked at Daichi and knew the boy took the situation seriously. Daichi knew what Kakashi meant. Powerful people had taken an interest in him, and he needed to be prepared. Kakashi and Daichi sat down, and the Jonin began his lesson with Daichi paying close attention. Like I said, there are several forms of warfare. The first is exploiting the weather. The tactical use of weather as a force multiplier has influenced many battles throughout history. Using the terrain to our advantage also falls into this category. At this, Daichi thought about the Sasuke vs Itachi battle, the way Sasuke used fire to create a lightning cloud and used its power to use one of the strongest lightning attacks. Kakashi continued. Next comes forced concentration. It's the practice of concentrating a military force against a portion of an enemy force. To take out high-profile targets or important bases, right? Yes. Only when we stand to gain something significant of value would we employ such a tactic. Kakashi recalled the missions he completed during the last war. Now comes night combat. As the name suggests, it is combat that takes place during the night. But it would have tactical advantages and disadvantages to both attacker and defender, wouldn't it? Daichi questioned. Yes. If we employ such a tactic without proper information on the enemy, then we could be the ones in trouble. And night combat requires more preparation than combat during the day. One needs to have all their senses on high alert during such a battle. The next is reconnaissance, the mission to obtain information on the enemy by any detection methods. In such a mission, one would need to find out the activities and resources of the enemy, their routes, potential, and even the meteorological, hydrographic, and even the geographical characteristics of their location. Man, that's a lot of things. The chances of getting caught during such a mission are high. Daichi spoke. He knew he would one day be sent on a mission like that, but with his cloak, he wasn't all that worried. Yes, it's an extremely dangerous mission. We're talking about spying in hostile territory with enemies that have who knows what abilities, why most reconnaissance missions consist of Hyuga clan and Aburame clan shinobi. Since they can spy on enemies from a long range, they will also be aided by someone who's good in close combat. Daichi nodded his head. He had read several books on strategies, so he already had an idea as to what Kakashi was talking about. Listening and reading about this stuff is entirely different from experience and actually doing it. I need to train these tactics during my next dungeon run. Giving Daichi a basic idea, Kakashi moved on to the next topic. Now, these are some of the general tactics used. There are much more, but for now this should do. Next, we move on to standard warfare maneuvers. You're talking about penetration of the enemy center, defensive attack, single and double envelopment, feigned retreat, and delayed approach. Daichi remembered the techniques used by Kensei during his time in the war. Kakashi was surprised. Information like that wasn't easily available to ninjas below Chunin rank. You know about that? The boy nodded his head. Old man Kensei told me about the various strategies he used during the war. Daichi recalled that day. Flashback. Daichi and Kensei were having a shogi match. The only way to get smarter is if you play a smarter opponent, and shogi is the perfect tool to help with that. It will help you in coming up with strategies to get out of tight situations, Kensei said as he moved his piece on the board. Daichi moved his piece and spoke. In war, it won't be just me fighting. I may be part of a large team. Or you may be the one leading a team. Either way, you'll no doubt find yourself in a difficult situation. It's not a matter of if, only when, Kensei said as a matter of fact. So how do I prepare? How did you do it? I'm sure you've led a team or two in your time. What kind of strategies did you use? Daichi asked his grandfather. Well, in a war, there are several maneuvers one can use to overcome the enemy forces. The first is penetration of the center. We exploit a gap in the enemy line and go directly to the enemy's command or base of operations. There are two ways to accomplish this. Can you take a guess as to how? At Kensei's question, Daichi thought about how he would do such a thing. We separate the enemy forces and use a reserve to exploit the gap, or we attack their weak spot with overwhelming force. Kensei smiled as he heard that answer. Precisely, just like this. He moved his shogi piece and captured Daichi's piece. Damn it! Daichi cursed and looked at the board. His grandfather had forced him to concentrate his pieces to two locations, and thereby creating a path directly to one of the more valuable pieces. Daichi looked at the scene, and his eyes widened as he understood what happened. His battle senses and wisdom are incredible. We use Chunin ninjas and special jonin to hold the line while our elite forces smash down the weak spots and continue forward exploiting the gap. Kensei spoke as if from experience. Daichi nodded and took every word to heart. Kensei continued. Now the next is defensive attack. We establish a strong defensive line and attack the enemy. But this strategy has a problem. A prolonged defensive battle can become too passive and it could ultimately lead to our defeat and deaths. If you are in such a situation, try to change the tides or escape. Those are the two options. I understand, Grandpa. Now for single envelopment, we attack with a strong flank, holding the front line while the enemy gets demolished from the rear. What happens if there is someone extremely strong behind the weak front? Daichi asked. If that's the case, it might prevent our allies from successfully completing the maneuver, or it could even result in total failure. But it only happens in the case of a strong enemy present, Kensei said to the boy. The next moment he moved his piece and ended the match. Checkmate, said Kensei with a smile, capturing Daichi's king. You're getting better. You lasted much longer this time, the old man complimented the boy. But I still have a long way to go. Daichi grumbled. Patience, Daichi. It is a virtue. What are the other maneuvers used? Daichi was more than curious now. He wanted to know the different kinds of strategies to outsmart his enemies. Kensei leaned back and replied, Well, the next is feigned retreat. The frontal forces fake a retreat, forcing the enemies to chase us, drawing them out in pursuit and then attacking them. Is that what you're getting at? From the very name of the technique, Daichi had an idea as to what it entailed. The old veteran ninja nodded his head. Yes, we attack with a strong force at the location of our choosing, but in some cases the feigned retreat may devolve into a real one. Now the final one is delayed approach. We wear down the enemy with a minor force and then launch an attack with a majority. In this case, there will be unavoidable sacrifices. Is there any way to minimize the casualty? Daichi asked. Information is key. Information on the enemy's strength, the number and rank, and we also need to be prepared for the unexpected. Utilizing this information and arranging our forces accordingly, we can reduce the number of deaths to our forces. I see. Flashback end. So you have an understanding of the techniques used in war. Good. Seems we can skip that part. Kakashi began moving on with the next topic. Team formations. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 169, Rivals and Training. Chapter 169 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kakashi and Daichi spent the day training in several team formations and combat maneuvers. The Jonin taught Daichi how to cut off an enemy's retreat or to escape when facing much stronger opponents. Understanding and effectively utilizing these formations depending on the enemy's strength is critical. Kakashi told his student, "Once you achieve higher ranks, you would be sent on missions involving counterattack, infiltration, extraction, or you'll be part of a rapid reaction unit. Your strategies and techniques should change depending on the situation." Yeah. Daichi nodded. They battled and trained for the whole day, and Kakashi made sure Daichi knew what to do if a difficult situation arose. Kensei's home. Daichi opened his status page and looked at his progress. Name, the gamer. Class, Jinin, ID 012559. Age, 12. Title, Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Beast Slayer, Dungeon Warrior, Executioner, Assassin, Mighty Healer, Slanin's Apprentice, Master of the Elements, a Genius of the Continent. Level 51, HP 21119, CP 5536, 8 SP 21A84, MP 12690 primary stats. Strength 272, Vitality 285, Dexterity 230, Agility 270, Intelligence 212, Chakra 410, Wisdom 210. Special stats. Sense 130, Stamina 235, Indomitable 37, Charisma 58, Persistence 35, Dignity 5, Luck 10. Stat points 5 and 94. I have about 600 points to spend, but it's getting really difficult to increase my points already. If I use any more now, look at me, hoarding the points like a dragon hoarding his gold. Vitality has already reached 285. I need to increase my strength and agility. Once they pass 290, I'll add points and get them over 300. That should do. Daichi closed the blue window and got up from his bed. He looked outside and his mind wandered. I need to build a lab, but how? And where? I'll need to start my work on that soon. So many things to do before canon starts. I wonder, there definitely would be some kind of a butterfly effect because of my presence. But what could it possibly be? Daichi let out a small sigh and went back to bed. Whatever it is, I'll just need to be ready. Kakashi gave his student a few days off, and Daichi spent the time training and improving his skills. He was getting ready and preparing himself to start on the third step of nature training. So are you ready for another mission? The silver-haired Jonin asked his student, already knowing the answer. Daichi nodded, eager for the next C-rank mission. Yeah, I've been getting a little restless. The duo made their way to the tower, with Kakashi reading his favorite book and Daichi looking around the place. As they reached the entrance of the tower, Daichi noticed another Genin team exiting the place. A team he knew well from canon. Team Guy had just accepted a mission from the Hokage and left the place. As they came out of the Hokage tower, Rock Lee saw his best friend coming in his direction. Daichi! Lee had a wide smile and ran to give his friend a tight hug. Easy, Lee. I'm happy to see you too. Daichi awkwardly hugged and then pried the bowl-cut-haired boy off him. Guy also smiled and looked at his Jonin rival. He stood in front of the man, not minding that Kakashi was still engrossed in his book, and boisterously spoke. Ah, Kakashi! My youthful friend rival. I see you came here for a mission. Haha, but it is too late. We came first and got the mission before you. It was then that Kakashi looked up from his reading material and looked at the green spandex-wearing taijutsu specialist. Oh, Guy. I didn't see you there. Did you say something? Guy dramatically held his heart as if an invisible arrow pierced it. Arg, that hip and cool attitude. I'll definitely beat you, Kakashi. His gaze then shifted to Daichi, who was conversing with Lee. "You must be Kakashi's youthful student, Daichi." Daichi looked at the jonin and slightly bowed. "Yes, sir. So polite. You must be exceptionally strong for Kakashi to take you as his only student." Guy spoke, looking at the boy. "Well, I do eat my vegetables and train a lot. So," Daichi replied, giving a small smile. He used observe skill on the man and found what he expected. "Damn nothing. Makes sense. He's on the same level as Kakashi." Guy laughed, hearing that response from the boy. Lee was excited to see his friend after a long time. "I've gotten a lot stronger since the last time we met, Daichi. I can't wait to spar again with you," Lee said with a smile. "I look forward to it," Daichi replied. He then turned his attention to the last two members of Team Guy standing back and looking at him. Neji looked at Daichi, and the Hyuga didn't know what to make of him. So it's him, the only genin on a two-man team, and the first to pass that Jonin Kakashi Harake's impossible test. Why would someone who's praised as a genius and prodigy waste time with someone like Lee? I must see for myself how strong he really is. While Neji Hyuga quietly observed the genin, Tenten stepped forward and introduced both of them. "Hello, I'm Tenten and he's Neji Hyuga." Daichi Hakima. Daichi introduced himself and used observe on the three genin as well. The information on them was what he already knew, and all of their stats were normal for a fresh genin team. "Oh, we already know who you are. Lee can't stop talking about you," Tenten said with a teasing smile. "Tenten," Lee laughed in slight embarrassment. "Lee and I've been friends for a few years. I know how excitable he is. All right, team, it's time to leave for our mission. Kakashi, when I come back, will have another battle," Guy said with great enthusiasm. An enthusiasm Kakashi did not share. The silver-haired jonin just sighed tiredly and replied, "Whatever you say, Guy." "There's that nonchalant, cool attitude again. I will definitely defeat you in our next battle. Lee, let's not waste any more time and train. We must race to the village gates, but on our hands. The second place must complete 1,000 push-ups." He spoke with determination. "Yes, Guy-sensei," Lee shouted with equal determination. Guy and Lee immediately got into a handstand and took off to the village gates. Neji and Tenten just sighed as they looked at the scene. "Well, we better go after them. It was nice meeting you, Daichi. Kakashi-sensei?" Tenten bowed and followed after her teammates. Neji looked at Daichi for a few seconds and he left as well, never saying a word. Once they were gone, Daichi looked at his teacher. "Well, that was interesting." "Yeah, that's one word for it. Come on." Both of them continued on and soon stood in front of the mission desk. Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke as he looked at the special two-man team. "So you're looking for a C-rank mission, huh? I'm afraid you two are a bit late for that. The team before you took the last C-rank. There are a couple of D-ranks available." Daichi looked at his sensei from the corner of his eyes. "If this guy came at least half an hour earlier, we would be on a C-rank mission by now." Kakashi awkwardly rubbed his head and pretended not to notice the stink eye his student kept giving him. "Well, take it," his sensei said. Hiruzen slightly chuckled, seeing Daichi annoyed with Kakashi's antics. Daichi sighed and took the mission scroll. He looked at the mission details and lamented. "Trash collection? This is not my day." Daichi accepted the corresponding quest that popped up and decided to complete the mission as soon as possible. He had some important nature training to complete. Guy and his team were at the village gates, ready to escort their client to a nearby village. "So that's the guy you're always going on about, huh? He's kind of cute. I'll give him that," Tenten said as she looked at Lee. "All the teachers at the academy say he's a genius. Well, otherwise they wouldn't have allowed his early graduation. So how strong is he exactly?" "Do you know?" She asked Lee, the question that's been on her and Neji's mind. Lee was on the ground completing his push-ups. A few seconds later, he stood and looked at Tenten. "He's really strong. Daichi is the best at everything. I was never able to make him take me seriously." "Che, that's not much of a problem," Neji said with a cold tone. Lee looked at his teammate in seriousness and spoke. "Neji, you may have heard the teachers say that he's a prodigy, but you have no idea just how true that is. If you were to challenge him now, you'd lose. I can tell you right now, he's much stronger than me, and he's stronger than you. He's a prodigy in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Right now, there is no genin here that's his equal." Tenten's eyes widened, and Neji was also surprised at that declaration. He's that strong? At her question, Lee nodded his head. Guy was also listening in on their conversation. If the rumors are to be believed, then Lee is absolutely right. He's the strongest genin currently in the village, a genius and a student of one of the legendary Sannin herself. The Hyuga genin narrowed his eyes and looked at his teammate. His face was calm, but there was anger beneath that calm facade. We'll see. At this time, their teacher interrupted them. Yes, Daichi may be stronger than you at the moment, but are you going to let that get to you? Guy asked. No way, Guy-sensei. I'm going to train harder and become much stronger. I'm going to defeat him. Lee's words had strength and determination in them. I'm going to show everyone that I can be a great ninja too. Lee's greatest dream was to be acknowledged as a splendid ninja. Daichi and Kakashi were completing the D-rank mission assigned to them. Man, I need a long shower after this, Daichi said as he kept collecting the trash. Well, we probably won't get a mission like this for a while, so that's good news, Kakashi said, trying to lighten the mood. Daichi just grunted at that reply. He was quiet for a while, and then asked Kakashi something. Hey, Sensei. I'm thinking about starting the third step of change in chakra nature training, Daichi spoke. Kakashi's single visible eye widened when he heard that. Daichi, that's very advanced stuff. Its difficulty is on a completely different level when compared to the second step. You would have to spend a great deal of time on it? Are you sure about this? Yeah. I've been thinking about it for a while. I want to master the elements to their highest degree, and I want to create ninjutsu that are unique to mine. Kakashi let out a breath when he heard that. Creating something like that. Even mastering the third step, one needs intuition, a deep understanding of that element and perfect control of one's own chakra. I suppose you do have those. But something like this will take a long time to learn and even master. Are you absolutely sure about this? Daichi nodded. Yeah, I'm ready. The third step of mastering change in chakra nature. I'm not sure what they are. You would have to ask Lord Hokage for that information. The Jonin informed Daichi. The boy nodded his head and focused on his current task. Before long, with the help of Daichi's shadow clones, they completed the mission and returned to the mission desk and returned the mission slip. Once they submitted a report, Daichi made a request to the Hokage. Lord Hokage, there is something I'd like to ask. What is it, Daichi? Kakashi looked at his student. He's really going to go through with this? Looks like I need to adjust my training plans. I want to start on the third step of change in chakra nature training. Hiruzen slightly narrowed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He looked at the boy for a few moments in silence, and then spoke. Mastering this would require extraordinary time and effort. It could slow down your progress in other areas. Are you certain this is what you want? The Kage asked. Yes, sir. Very well. Have you decided on what element you're going to start first? At the Hokage's question, Daichi already had an answer in mind. Yes, sir. I'm going to start with water nature. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 170. Ninjutsu Mastery of Tobirama Senju Chapter 170 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hiruzen was slightly surprised when he heard that answer. I thought he would start with his primary affinity, Earth. The old Kage was silent for a few moments as he contemplated the choice. Water is certainly a versatile element. Can you tell me the reason for choosing that? He asked the boy. Daichi weighed the pros and cons of telling the man why he wanted to start with that. A couple seconds later, he ultimately decided to inform the Kage of his reasons. The versatility of water isn't just in its attack and defense. It's also in its element. Water, when cooled down, can be turned into ice, or if heat is applied, can be turned to steam. Ice and steam is something most people see as different elements, but at their core, they are a subdivision of water. Kakashi and Hiruzen's eyes widened as they realized where the boy was going with this, and they were astonished at what Daichi was intending to do. You don't actually think you can use Ice Keke Genkai Jutsu, do you? Hiruzen asked. In his mind, he already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from Daichi's mouth. Yes, sir, but not in the way you think, Daichi replied. Seeing the Hokage's silence, Daichi continued. I'm not from the Yuki clan, so I won't be able to create ice particles out of nothing and use ice-style jutsu like them. But if I master water nature to its highest degree, even greater than Lord Second, then I believe I'll be able to turn the existing water around me to ice and use that to my advantage. By removing heat and cooling down water to 0 degrees Celsius, then I'll be able to create ice. The same in the opposite can also be done, and I get steam. Daichi replied and looked at the Hokage. Hiruzen was amazed at what he heard. It reminded him of the few times with the second Hokage where the man would tell him theories on what was possible. The logical answer to what you just said is that it's an impossibility. The young genin said nothing as he looked at his leader. Hiruzen sighed and spoke. Daichi, what you're saying, you're not the first person to think that. Lord Second also had theories that it could be achieved, but he was never able to do it. Do you really believe you can succeed where he failed? The boy gave a small smile and replied, I won't know unless I try. You're determined to go through with this, aren't you? Yes, sir. Hearing Daichi's strong-hearted reply, Hiruzen got up from his seat and went to the corner of his room. He made several seals in a second and focused his chakra on a particular seal etched into the floor. The next second, a box appeared, and Hiruzen opened it. Rummaging through it for a minute, he found what he was looking for. Hiruzen closed the box, and the next second, it vanished. He made his way back. In the handful of decades, only a few powerful ninjas have ever laid their eyes on this, and I'm about to give this to a genin no less. Even if I refuse, he's just going to go to Kensei, and one way or the other, I'm sure Daichi will get what he wants. He's becoming so strong in such a short amount of time. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to give the boy a chance. He gave the scroll to Daichi and sat down in his chair. The young genin took the scroll and inspected it. It was a dark blue scroll with the insignia of the Senju clan on it. That scroll was written by the second Hokage himself. His training methods and the theories on water nature, the possibilities, all of them are written down in detail. Your talent is undeniable. Since you've insisted on this, let's see what you can do. Hiruzen spoke. Daichi pocketed the scroll and bowed to the man. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded his head. Make sure to keep that safe and return it to either me or Tsunade. Daichi nodded his head, and a short while later, the Hokage dismissed them. Kakashi and Daichi were walking down the streets at a slow pace. You're going to dive right in and not waste time, aren't you? Kakashi asked the boy as he read his book. You know me so well, Sensei. The jonin sighed as he thought about the extra workload. And here I was looking forward to a relaxing few weeks. Meanwhile, Daichi opened his skill list and looked at the water affinity skill. Water affinity, active, passive, LV90. Water release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Dog Hand Seal. Once this skill crosses level 85, the user can manipulate even the molecular structure of water to create ice or steam. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities, which have also crossed level 90. I crossed level 85 long ago, and I was able to level up all the affinities to level 90 with the first 2 steps of nature training. Now, since I can manipulate water at a molecular level, it is best I start with this element. Both of them soon reached the training ground. Why don't you go through that scroll, and then we'll start. Kakashi told Daichi and went to sit under the shade of a tree, intent on finishing his book before starting. Daichi didn't waste any more time and opened the scroll. He slowly began going through every word recorded in the scroll. The second Hokage meticulously noted down the most efficient ways to train the water chakra nature and several of his theories. He also theorized that his brother's unparalleled medical ninjutsu skills were also partially due to his proficiency in water style and yang chakra. As Daichi read through the scroll, he understood why the man was considered a genius and a ninjutsu specialist. This guy, his intellect is unbelievable. He theorized that to turn water into ice, he had to remove the kinetic energy from it. Stopping the movement of molecules would bind and transform water from liquid state to solid. He was able to analyze the element on a molecular level. he was also able to find out the atomic structure of hydrogen and oxygen. This scroll even notes down what he felt when he created water out of the atmosphere. As Daichi read the scroll, his theories about the second Hokage were confirmed. Humidity is the concentration of water vapor in the atmosphere, the gaseous state of water invisible to the naked eye. Tobirama Senju has an exceptionally high affinity to water nature. With his chakra, he was able to extract water out of humid ambient air and use it in his techniques. But that can't be all there is. As Daichi kept reading the scroll, his suspicions were confirmed. So that's how... I see, he was also a proficient user of other elements as well. So it makes sense. Kakashi was keeping an eye on Daichi and realized the boy found something interesting. Truth be told, he was also very much interested in the information personally written down by the genius ninjutsu creator. With a sigh, he closed his book and went near Daichi. "You look like you found some great treasure. Care to share?" Daichi looked up and had a wide smile on his face. Yes, the information in this scroll could indeed be considered a treasure. I believe I know how the second Hokage was able to generate a large amount of water from air. He only noted down a few clues. He certainly didn't want to make it easy, but I figured it out. Kakashi, one visible eye widened. This kid, he never ceases to amaze me. "What did you find?" the Jonin asked his student. "There are several factors that come into play. The second Hokage had a high affinity towards water chakra nature, but he was also a master of the other 4 natures. Kakashi nodded his head. He read that the second Hokage was capable in all 5 natures, just like the third. Daichi continued. He created water from air through 2 means. First, he spread his chakra around him and cooled down the air below its dew point. The dew point is the temperature of which air must be cooled to become saturated with water vapor. When condensed below this point, water vapor will condense and form liquid water. But to cool down the atmosphere like that? He used wind chakra. He didn't have the Kekkei Genkai trait in his blood to combine wind and water to form ice, but his mastery over that nature allowed him to use it to cool down the atmosphere, Daichi explained. Kakashi began to understand what his student was getting at, similar to a capable fire-style user using ash and smoke. Exactly. But this is only the first. His second method was to combine hydrogen and oxygen to create water. But to have that kind of deep mastery over the element? Is it possible? The man was somewhat skeptical, but he had no reason to doubt Daichi. Combining hydrogen and oxygen isn't enough to create water. An energy catalyst like fire or lightning spark is needed to start the chain reaction between their atoms. His affinity towards ninjutsu was so powerful that I believe he was able to instinctually start this process. I believe this is what the Lord Third meant when he said that one needs the right instinct for this training. Kakashi slowly nodded his head. I see. Even with all my training, I doubt I'd be able to accomplish a feat like that. The Senju brothers were truly something else. Kakashi then looked at Daichi. He was quiet for some time. Do you really think you can accomplish the same feat? Like I said to Lord Third, I won't know unless I try, Daichi replied. Kakashi then asked Daichi for the scroll and took a look at it. He quickly went through it and reached the training portion mentioned in the scroll. The third step is divided into several tasks. In it, to complete the third step of water nature, the person must first extract water out of the leaf without making physical contact, Daichi said. This seems like the reverse of the first step. In the first step, one had to concentrate on their chakra and turn that chakra to water nature. That's how the leaf becomes wet. But it seems here one must focus their chakra and extract the water present inside the leaf, resulting in the leaf drying up. Kakashi spoke as he went through the details. Daichi nodded. It's a lot more challenging than it seems. You have to be perfect in extracting water and just the water content from the leaves. Any damage to the leaves would also indicate a failure. Turning one's own chakra into a different nature is one thing, but it is doable, but far more challenging. But luckily I was trained in medical ninjutsu. I know how to identify different substances, even microparticles, and extract them without damaging the surrounding areas. And since I have the gamer system, and with my perfect chakra control and high water affinity, I should be able to get this soon. Well, since you were so eager, let's get to work. Kakashi also decided not to waste time and got into his own training. He pulled his headband up, revealing the Sharingan. And like that, the next stage of Daichi's training began. He created 10 clones and each one picked several leaves and sat down in the meditative pose. They placed the leaves at least a meter away from them and concentrated. Daichi and his clones slowly spread chakra through their hands and extended the chakra to the leaves. They kept their chakra neutral and carefully examined the object, analyzed the material composition, and identified the different elements in it. Daichi concentrated his chakra and examined the leaf. It was more difficult without the specific medical analysis ninjutsu that's used on patients. This is also a test in how one uses their chakra and how much control they have. The level must be delicate, if not, the leaf will get damaged. Daichi's concentration reached its peak. All the voices surrounding him disappeared, and he was single-mindedly focused on his task. As he kept it up, he suddenly found it. He found water particles inside the leaf and concentrated on them. Slowly but carefully, he began extracting them. Slowly and carefully moving the water particles through the veins to the upper epidermis and outer layer. Daichi opened his eyes and let out a breath. He looked at the leaf and saw it. A drop of water was on the leaf he focused on. Ha ha! Yes! Daichi immediately created a shadow clone and dispelled it. With the clones having more to work with, now they redoubled their efforts. Soon they began to see results. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously concentrating chakra to an object and extracting water, the skill Water Extraction Technique has been created. The smile on Daichi's face only widened. Author's note: don't worry, you guys. I'm not going to make you go through another long training arc. I wrote this chapter to establish that Daichi had started his next stage of training. I wanted things to have a somewhat scientific root instead of the explanation that it's chakra and thus equivalent to magic. BS. I hope I got it right. Next chapter, we're back to the genin missions and other stuff. And on the matter of Daichi's Tiger Summon, he will be tested to see if he's worthy after canon starts, but before the Chunin exams. If you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. A thumbs up always helps. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 171, Team Guy vs Team Kakashi. Chapter 171 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was early morning, and Kakashi, as usual, was standing in front of the memorial stone. Each time he came here, it reminded him of his failures. His failure to keep his promise to Obito, and his helplessness when the Nine Tails attacked. Minato-sensei. I have a student who reminds me a lot of you. Well, in his inherent shinobi talents anyway. It's only been 4 days and already he's started learning the final step of change in chakra nature training. His work ethic, focus, and talent. It reminds me a lot of you, sensei. I just hope I can guide him correctly, just as you did for me. Kakashi, I thought I might find you here. The silver-haired Jonin was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of his friend and rival. Hey, guy. Kakashi greeted the man in a monotonous tone without looking away from the stone. The Jonin Might Guy walked and stood near his friend and looked at the sacred stone. His boisterous demeanor calmed down as he read the names of his comrades who had passed away during the last decades. After a minute of silence, he decided to drag Kakashi away from here and cheer him up. Come on, let's go for a walk, the man said, placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Maybe another time, Guy. No excuses. It's been a while since we've challenged each other. Not taking no for an answer, Guy dragged his rival away from there. Oi, Guy, wait a minute. Kakashi protested, but the taijutsu master could tell that the protests were half-hearted, and his rival was glad to have him there. They walked for a few minutes and reached a clearing. Don't you have a genin team to train, Guy? Kakashi asked the Jonin. They'll be fine on their own for one afternoon. They will keep training and improve their skill even if I'm not there. Their passion, their youthful spirit, it flows deep in their bones. Guy smirked wide and shouted out to the heavens. Kakashi sweat dropped at his friend's theatrics. I'll take your word for it. Guy then turned to Kakashi. And besides, I could ask the same of you. You know you're supposed to be guiding your student, so why aren't you with him right now? He's in the middle of something delicate at the moment, and I'm sure he doesn't need my help. The silver-haired Jonin replied. Guy just smiled hearing that and got excited at the thought of challenging his rival. Well then, I guess you have some time to spare. Since I'm leading with a score of 46 to your 45, this is a good opportunity for you. This will be our 90-second battle. Ready? Hearing Guy's declaration of challenge, Kakashi got ready. He slightly slid his right foot back and brought his right arm up and got ready. His challenger also prepared himself and brought his arm up. The next second, the battle between two of the strongest Jonin in the Leaf Village began. Rock, paper, scissors. Guy would challenge Kakashi every once in a while, and they would both play rock, paper, scissors. The winner of that match gets to set whatever challenge he wants between the two. Both of them brought their hands down and each chose paper. Rock, paper, scissors. They went again, and this time they both had rock. They brought their hands up for the next bout. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Each one ended it in a draw, but soon it ended with a win for Guy. Yes, my rock beats your scissors. Feel my youth, Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin just sighed and put his hands in his pocket. All right, since you won, what's the challenge? Might Guy had a wide smile as he took a scroll from his pocket. He placed it on the ground and gave it some chakra. 2 puffs of smoke appeared, and Kakashi saw 2 identical machines appear. He recognized them immediately. Is that what I think it is? Kakashi asked Guy. Yes, it's the Mole Buster. I specifically commissioned these 2 just for our battle, my dear rival. Guy had a wide smile as he gave a thumbs up to his friend rival. What came out of the scroll were 2 identical whack-a-mole machines. They had 8 holes in the play area, and Kakashi could make out the top of cartoonish moles hidden in the cabin. Each had 2 display screens. One of the display screens showed 00000 the score, while the other showed the time 3 Sarasa. A large black mallet was hanging at the side of each machine. All right, what's the rules? Kakashi asked. The challenge is to hit as many of the moles as you can. The moles will pop up for only half a second before they disappear back into their holes. For every mole you hit, you get 2 points, but if you miss your hit, 1 point will be deducted from your score. These machines are specially designed to read even the fastest movements. I saw to that. And there is a timer. Guy explained. Let me guess, 3 minutes. And no Sharingan? Kakashi said as his eyes went to the time displayed on the screen. Yes! This is an excellent competition that tests reflexes, speed, judgment, and precision. The one with the highest score when the timer reaches 0 wins. Guy was excited, and he knew Kakashi would be as well. The Jonin of Team 9 was correct. Kakashi was more interested in this game than he let on. This is more interesting than some of his other challenges. He actually put a lot of thought into this. I'm kind of getting excited to start the match. All right, let's do this. After Kakashi and Guy took the mallets and got in position, Guy took out a small remote with a red button. He pressed it and the lights turned on in the 2 machines. A small red bulb started to blink on both machines. When that red turns to green, that's when this begins. Guy told his friend and got ready. Kakashi nodded and raised his hand. His visible eye focused on the red blinking light. The blinking became faster and faster, and after about 5 seconds of wait, it suddenly turned green on both machines at the same time. Both Jonin swiftly struck the first mole that appeared. And thus the 90-second competition between 2 rivals began. The moles popped up quickly and disappeared just as fast. There was only half a second window to strike, and sometimes the cartoonishly sculpted moles appeared in groups, and other times in singles. Both Jonin tried to get as many points as possible while trying to not lose any. Their arms became a blur as they struck the wooden rodents. Daichi and his shadow clones were training the water extraction technique and slowly making progress. He carefully sent his chakra a couple meters away from his body and surrounded the leaf in front of him. He concentrated and slowly extracted the few drops of water from the leaf. The process took a couple minutes to complete, without causing any damage to the leaf. The extraction process is becoming faster, but I need to get this down to a couple seconds. Daichi released his shadow clones once they completed the tasks, and their memories and fatigue came to him. As he sat to catch his breath and meditate suddenly, he heard 2 small explosions coming from a distance. "The hell is that?" Daichi got up and decided to check it out. He made his way to where he heard the sounds, and his senses picked up 2 scents coming from that direction, and immediately recognized them. Kakashi and Guy. Wonder what they're up to. He quickly came upon a clearing and found the 2 Jonin standing in front of 2 wrecked whack-a-mole machines. It had the scores 1123 and 1120 flickering across the screen. He saw Guy-sensei sulking on the ground, while Kakashi-sensei stood with a smug aura. Daichi quickly deduced the situation. This must have been one of Guy's challenges, and based on their reaction, it looks like Sensei won. "Ah, you won, Kakashi. If I just hadn't missed that last one," Guy lamented. "Better luck next time, Guy," Kakashi said. At that moment, he sensed someone coming from the other side and saw Daichi looking at the 2 of them. Guy noticed the boy as well. "Oh, young Daichi, you're here." Guy jumped to his feet and gave a nice guy pose to the boy. He placed a hand around Kakashi's shoulder and smiled. "My rival here tells me that you love to train. Ah, the passion flowing through you. It's so beautiful." Daichi just stood there and watched the man speechless. Wow, watching this through a TV and seeing him act like this in real life. Oh man, I get Naruto and the others' reaction now. Thanks, I think. "Hey, I have a great idea. Why don't we have a team battle?" "Huh, Kakashi?" Guy asked his friend. "I don't think that's necessary at the moment." "Nonsense, Kakashi. I challenge you again." The silver-haired Jonin just sighed and got ready. Both of them brought their hands up. Rock, paper, scissors, and quickly brought them down. It was Guy's win again. "Haha, looks like I get to challenge you again. Let's do a team battle. Your genin versus mine." "Fine," Kakashi sighed and agreed with the man. Don't I have a say in this?" Daichi asked them. "Young Daichi, this will be an excellent chance to show your fighting spirit to your peers. Come, let's go." With that, Guy rushed out of the training ground. "Let's just follow him. Otherwise, he is just going to keep persisting," Kakashi told the boy. The gamer ninja sighed, and both of them followed after the green beast of the leaf. Might Guy quickly reached his training ground. He saw Lee completing his exercises and Neji meditating and Tenten sharpening her weapon skills. Lee saw his sensei arrive and was the first to greet the man. "Guy-sensei, you're here." Neji opened his eyes and along with Tenten greeted their teacher. "Lee, Neji, Tenten, I have a special surprise for you 3 today." It was at that second that Kakashi and Daichi entered the training ground. All 4 members of Team Guy turned to the new arrivals. "Daichi, Kakashi-sensei," Lee greeted them with a wide, happy smile. Neji looked at Daichi and narrowed his eyes. "What's going on?" he then asked his teacher. Guy smiled and was silent for a few seconds to build the hype. He spread his arms and grinned. "Today we're going to do a team battle. Team Guy versus Team Kakashi." Excitement coursed through Lee when he heard that. The last time he sparred with Daichi was before he left for the capital, and now he was going to get the chance. Neji was also interested in the upcoming battle. A chance for me to see for myself if he's truly worthy of the title Genius. As Lee and Neji were mentally preparing to fight Daichi, Tenten asked a question. Sensei, since their team has only one genin who's going to fight." At that, Lee and Neji snapped from their thoughts and looked at their sensei. Guy smiled and looked at Kakashi. A silent conversation seemed to pass between them, and Guy made his decision. "Like I said before, this is a team battle. That means all 3 of you will be battling Daichi." Daichi was surprised to hear that, but he wasn't going to back down. Lee frowned when he heard that. Sensei, isn't 3 against 1 kinda unfair?" Guy gently smiled at his favorite student. "In a true battle with the enemy ninjas, sometimes you might be the one with numbers on your side, but that doesn't mean victory is certain. You must fight and see for yourself the outcome of the battle." Lee understood what his sensei meant, and he got pumped up. Kakashi realized what his friend was doing. Guy isn't someone who fights unfairly, and I'm certain he knows, or at least has an idea as to Daichi's strength. I'm sure he knows that even with 3 of them, their chances of winning this are slim to none. So then, this must be a test for his students. He wants them to see the difference in strength between them and Daichi. He wants them to set Daichi as their goal and motivate them to grow stronger. Clever. But since this is a 3-on-1 battle, I'll make things a bit difficult for you three as well. Here are the rules. Guy began explaining the rules and everyone paid attention. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 172, 1 vs 3. Chapter 172 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Alright, the rules are as follows. Daichi, you will need to land 3 successful strikes on Lee, Tenten, and Neji for you to secure victory. Once you are able to land 3 hits on your enemy, that person is out of the battle, Guy said, looking at Kakashi's student. The boy nodded his head, and the taijutsu master then turned to his own pupils. While Daichi needs to only land 3 strikes, you guys each will have to land 6. The time limit will be 15 minutes. Only if all 3 of you land the strikes will it be considered a victory for you. And if the timer runs out before you defeat your opponent, then the victory will automatically go to Daichi. Any questions? The 3 genin of Team Guy was mulling over the rules. Tenten was going over the challenge rules in her head. All of us need to strike him before the timer runs out to win. And the rules don't say he can't escape or run from us. This will be a lot trickier than it seems. While Tenten thought that Daichi might decide to dodge or escape, Lee knew better. Daichi isn't someone who runs from a fight. He will battle us head-on. And based on his speed and strength and taijutsu skills, we need to work together if we want to win. Neji was looking at Daichi with slightly narrowed eyes. I knew I would face him one day, but I didn't think it would be so soon. Daichi was calm as he looked at the 3 slightly nervous genins. I half expected a quest to pop up by now, but it seems the system sees this as an obvious victory. Is my gamer system sentient? Question for another time, I suppose. Kakashi walked to the side while Daichi stepped forward and stood in the middle of the clearing, indicating that he was ready for battle. Lee and his 2 teammates stepped forward as well. Neji and Lee got into a fighting stance while Tenten got ready with her scrolls. Neji looked at his opponent's calm temperament and saw that Daichi hadn't yet entered a fighting stance. Is he looking down on us? I'll show him the power of the gentle fist. Daichi had both arms in his pockets and stood casually as if he was waiting in line for something mundane and had no cares in the world. And it only enraged Neji and brought a frown to Tenten's face. But Lee knew Daichi longer than his teammates. He knew Daichi respected hard work and strength. He studies and trains so hard every day, even more than me. I have to show him just how far I have come, and I must earn his respect. Are you ready? Guy asked them. Getting a nod from everyone, he raised his right hand. Let your youthful spirit shine brightly. Begin. Nobody made a move, but Team Guy knew that time was not on their side. We can't delay any longer. The more time passes, the greater his chances of victory. Having made a decision, Neji Hyuga dashed forward with his palms coiled, ready to send a fast, precise strike. And that was the signal for the other 2 to take action as well. Lee rushed forward towards Daichi as well, and Tenten hanged back to provide backup. Daichi saw every move Neji made, from where Neji was looking to strike to the way his muscles moved. Neji quickly reached Daichi and sent a fast palm strike aimed at the boy's chest. But the Hyuga Genin's speed was nowhere near Daichi's, and thus he was unable to land the attack as Daichi easily sidestepped and dodged. At that moment, he sensed movement from behind and knew it was Lee's kick coming from behind. The young gamer ninja jumped and saw Lee fly by under him. At that moment, several shurikens struck him and he fell to the ground. But the next second, the fallen genin vanished, and in his place was a wooden log. Daichi was somewhere nearby and sitting atop the branches of a large tree. He looked at the 3 genin and smiled. I'll play a little cat-and-mouse game for a few minutes. Get them riled up, then I'll fight them head-on. I'm eager to see how much Lee has improved and what Neji and Tenten are capable of before they had a year of training with Guy. Neji, where is he? Tenten asked, looking around. Neji closed his eyes and made a hand seal. Byakugan. His eyes opened with veins around them bulging, an indication that he had activated his Kekkei Genkai. It took only a second for him to find their opponent since he wasn't trying to actively hide. "Neji, we need to fight him together." Lee spoke, but the young Hyuga didn't waste any more time and took off. Daichi jumped down from the branch and saw Neji headed his way. "You need to be much faster than that if you want to hit me." Neji pushed himself and was right in front of Daichi again. He started unleashing a barrage of gentle fist strikes aimed at Daichi's arms, torso, and major pressure points, but Daichi easily dodged each one while still rooted in his spot. Neji saw the boy avoiding his attacks with just inches to spare. "Damn it. It's no good if I can't land my attacks on him. How is he so much faster than me? My speed is much greater than an ordinary genin my age, and yet I can't land even one strike. And what's worse, he's not even serious." Neji saw the expression Daichi wore and understood. It was almost the same one he had when fighting someone much weaker than him. Boredom and annoyance. At that moment, Lee joined the battle. Both Neji and Lee attacked Daichi without slowing down, but not one of their attacks connected. When they showed a gap, Tenten would launch some of her shuriken, but it was for naught. None of them landed their mark. A few ways away, Kakashi and Guy were watching the match. Guy looked at Daichi's movements and immediately realized the outcome of the fight. Daichi is adjusting his speed every so often. Whenever Neji sends an attack faster than the previous one, Daichi slightly increases his speed and evades. And even with Lee's help, they can't touch him. His speed and taijutsu skills are certainly far beyond genin. It looks like the chances of victory for my team is 0. Neji and Lee were giving it their best and trying to work together to bring their enemy down. Both of them forced Daichi to jump back a couple feet, only for several ninja wires to suddenly surround and trap him. Tenten pulled on the ninja wire and immobilized Daichi. "We got him." She couldn't help but grin. "Do you now?" Daichi looked at the three and smirked. The next second he vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving nothing behind. "What the? Where'd he go?" Lee looked around and couldn't find Daichi. "What happened? Was that a clone?" Tenten quickly recovered her ninja wire and asked. With the help of his Byakugan, Neji quickly located their foe. He clenched his teeth in anger. "He's on the other side of the training field. He's just toying with us. If he keeps escaping, then we won't be able to beat him." "Neji, we need to work together. It's the only way." Neji looked at Lee, and after a couple seconds slightly nodded his head. He understood that this was a team battle. "We need to force him to fight us and not escape. I might have a way." Neji spoke. Team Guy took off once again and quickly reached Daichi's location. When they reached the place, they saw Daichi waiting for them with a bored look on his face. Neji stepped forward and spoke. "Is this all you can do? Run away?" Daichi smiled. "Why should I do otherwise when I can win like this? If you can't catch me, you lose," he replied. Neji smirked hearing that response. "So the so-called genius is nothing more than a coward. You might have some speed, but you're scared of facing my ability. The way you evade my attacks. You know what I can do, don't you? I guess it's only natural that you're afraid." Kashi and Guy, who were standing to the side, understood what Neji was trying to do. As did Daichi. The boy looked at his opponent and uncrossed his arms. "You know, the funny thing is, I know you're playing me. I know what you're doing, Neji. Goading me into fighting all of you till the last second, playing to my ego. Fine, we'll do it your way." Daichi looked at the three, and the bored expression on his face vanished. Guy looked at the change in battle tactics and was curious. This should be interesting. Kakashi, too, looked up from his book and glanced at his student. So he's going on the offense. He most probably won't end it quickly. Based on his personality, he'll likely test them before finishing the fight. Neji and Lee immediately entered their respective taijutsu stances, and Tenten leapt back and got ready. All three kept their eyes on Daichi. Neji and Lee raised their vigilance, but it didn't help them. 1 second, Daichi was standing several meters away from them. The next moment, he vanished. Neji, with his Byakugan eyes, saw where Daichi was standing and was shocked. "Behind!" Neji yelled to Lee and turned around. Daichi was standing a few feet behind the two. Lee and Neji turned around and began their aggressive taijutsu assaults on their opponent. Daichi easily parried Neji's chakra point strikes and blocked Lee's fists. Even with fighting two opponents, Daichi's was able to take a few shuriken and accurately aim them at the incoming projectiles sent by Tenten. His shuriken deflected and redirected the weapons back towards Tenten and forced her to move away. Daichi tilted his head to avoid a fist by Lee and redirected a palm strike by Neji. He stayed close to them so the two couldn't use higher momentum attacks against him. Tenten landed on the ground and looked in awe at the fight in front of her. Lee wasn't kidding around. Daichi's speed is unreal. He was able to instantly get behind them, and even in the middle of fighting those two, he was able to successfully target my shuriken and change their trajectory back to mine. Even I can't do something like that, and weapons and accuracy are my specialty. Guy, who was watching the fight, was now starting to understand the fighting prowess of Daichi Hikima. "Kakashi, that kind of shuriken skill," he said in a low tone and left the statement unfinished. "Yeah, reminds you of Itachi, doesn't it?" The silver-haired Jonin was well aware of his student's capabilities. Daichi kept blocking and redirecting the attacks sent his way. "I'll use Analyze skill when they are a bit more proficient in their taijutsu. Right now they're only just beginning, so it won't help me all that much." Time was quickly running out, and not once, even with the distractions and openings Tenten tried to create, could Lee and Neji successfully land a strike on Daichi. 1 minute remaining. Guy's voice was heard by all, and Daichi immediately vanished again. He reappeared several meters away from them and looked at the two. Both Lee and Neji had haggard breaths, while Tenten had sweat dripping down her face. All three of them looked weary. "All right, I've seen all I wanted to see. You've had your time to attack. Now it's my turn. Here I come." With those words, Daichi rushed forward. Neji and Lee instantly tried to escape, but it was futile. Daichi quickly reached Lee and sent fast, precise strikes to his torso and chest. He broke through Lee's meager defense before the boy knew what had happened and landed 3 attacks on him. Lee is out of the battle. Guy's voice rang through the training ground. Neji was next on Daichi's list. The young gamer reached the Hyuga prodigy and easily parried and redirected his gentle fist strikes. The first attack Daichi landed took Neji's breath away. The second and third came before the young Hyuga could compose himself. Neji is out of the battle. At that moment, Daichi jumped back and quickly dodged the shurikens coming his way. He vanished, and within moments the final member of Team 9 was also down. Winner, Daichi Hikima. Neji looked at Daichi and saw that he looked just as he did when he entered the training ground. His eyes widened as he looked at his fallen teammates. "He was just toying with us this whole time. We never even stood a chance of winning." He slowly got up and looked at the boy. "I see. So this is why the teachers called him an unmatched prodigy." Neji's fist unconsciously clenched as he looked at his new goal. "I need to train harder. I have to surpass him." Lee, even though he lost, wasn't that depressed. He experienced defeat so many times, and it only motivated him to try harder. He saw Daichi walking towards him and extending his hand. With a smile, Lee took Daichi's hand and stood. "You've gotten a lot stronger, Lee. You're completely different from when you were in the academy. I told you. All you need to do is believe in yourself." Daichi smiled at his friend. He knew how hard Lee trained and wasn't above giving credit where it is due. "Wow. You really are a genius," Tenten said, looking at Daichi. "That title means nothing without effort." Daichi replied, "Yes, young Daichi is very correct," Guy said as he came near them. He looked at his 3 students and gave them a wide smile. "You have all done wonderfully. Even though you lost, you can use this as nourishment for your growth. Let your youthful power grow from a small sapling and burst like a mighty oak." He grabbed his 3 students and hugged them, despite the protest of 2. "Well, I think it's time we take our leave. Daichi." Kakashi said with his eyes roaming each line in his book. "Kakashi, this time you win. I'll challenge you again soon. I'll show you the blossoming power of my youth." Guy said with his fists pumped as if he was ready for action. Silence prevailed, with Guy enthusiastically looking at his rival for a reaction, and all the gens standing awkwardly. Kakashi didn't seem to hear him, and a couple seconds later he looked up from his book. "You say something, Guy?" "Gah!" That hip and cool attitude, I'd expect no less from my rival. He comically cried. Daichi and Kakashi quietly left the training ground, and Guy turned to his students. "My cute ducklings, it's time to train." "Yes, Guy-sensei," Lee shouted, with the other two nodding their heads. They may have lost, but their spirits were unbroken. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 173, C-Rank Mission and Chain Quests. Chapter 173 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kakashi and his student stepped into the Hokage's office ready to take on their next mission. "Ah, you two are here. Excellent," the Hokage said and looked through some documents. "I have a C-Rank mission if you're interested." "Yes, sir," Kakashi said. "Good." The Hokage nodded and looked to the assistant Chunin. "Send him in." The Chunin quickly left, and a few seconds later a middle-aged man stepped into the room. He gave a small smile as he looked at everyone. "Kakashi, Daichi, this is Kenichi Goroya. He's your client. Now this mission is a bit tricky. A valuable heirloom that was in his family for generations was stolen. Your mission is to track it down and retrieve it." The Hokage introduced the man and gave a rough outline of the mission. Daichi had a small frown as he heard the broad details. "So a simple tracking mission. Doesn't seem that complicated to me." The Kage just smiled as if he was expecting that response. "That's not the case, young Daichi. The thing that makes this mission challenging is that the heirloom was stolen almost a year ago." Daichi's eyes slightly widened, and Kakashi sighed. The Jonin knew a mission like this could be a headache. "Okay, you're right. That complicates things," Daichi said. At that moment, a new quest and notifications appeared. But this time there was something different. Chain quest initiated. Chain quest? I've read about these. So that means I'll get more missions once I complete this one. Quest created. Locate and retrieve the missing item. The Hokage has tasked your team with finding the client's missing item. Successfully gather information and track down the item to complete this C-Rank mission. Conditions: gather information and find the item. Retrieve it without causing any damage to the item. Return the item to the client without damage. Rewards: 50,000 XP. Reputation increases with the client. Reputation increases with Kakashi Hatake and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Failure: reputation decreases with the Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, and the client. No C-Rank missions for a while. Daichi accepted the quest and a new notification appeared. You have accepted the first quest. Daichi was excited about this mission. Finally, something challenging. At that moment, the client stepped forward and spoke. "Hello, my name is Kenichi Goroya, and I would be grateful if you two could help me with my predicament." "Well, we'll certainly try," Kakashi replied with a nod. "Splendid, but let's discuss the matter over some tea. I know just the place." The client and two ninjas slightly bowed to the Hokage and left the place. Kenichi took them to a beautifully designed tea shop and got them a private booth. He ordered for them and got situated. "Wow, so you're the owner of this place?" Daichi asked in surprise. "Yes, this has been the family business for generations," the man replied. At the man's request, they enjoyed a relaxing cup of tea and then finally got down to business. "All right, Mr. Kenichi, tell us more about the mission." The man nodded and sat straight. "To start, you need to understand the significance of the item I want you two to find. Now, this is a story that's been passed down through my family for 3 generations. Over 100 years ago, the ruling daimyo of Fire Capital visited my great-grandfather's tea stall during one of his travels. But an assassin that was following him got past the daimyo's guards and poisoned him. My great-grandfather saved daimyo's life with his herbs and medicines, and as a gesture of gratitude, the daimyo gave him land in the capital, money, and a gift. This gift was a handcrafted teapot made with rare earth materials. Some said that it was even more valuable than gold in its weight. Now, this teapot was passed down from father to son for 3 generations, and a year ago my father died, and a week later it was stolen. Wow, I'm sorry for your loss, but something like that must be worth a lot to the right buyer, Daichi said. Yes, well, if the story is true anyway, Kenichi said with a sad smile. Daichi was puzzled at that reply. What do you mean? Well, let's just say I have a different view of things than my father and grandfather did, Kenichi said. looking at the cup of tea in his hand. "You don't believe the story. And you think the teapot is just ordinary, don't you?" Kakashi asked, looking at the man. Kenichi just sighed and remained silent. Deciding to change the topic, Kakashi asked another question. "If the teapot was stolen a year ago, then was there an investigation at that time, right?" The man nodded his head. "Yes, I hired a team, but after weeks of searching, they couldn't find anything. And they gave up, and after a while, so did I." "So then why start again now?" Daichi asked. "It's been 1 year since my father passed away, and despite my feelings, that teapot is the family heirloom. My father treasured it, and if I couldn't do everything I can to find it, then I would be ashamed to meet him in the next world," he replied. Daichi nodded. "Where did the theft occur?" "In the main residence at the capital," Kenichi replied. "Then we better get going." Kakashi spoke, and the three of them soon left the tea house. The two ninjas quickly got ready for the journey, and soon the trio made their way to the capital. Kenichi was riding on a horse, while Kakashi and Daichi jumped through the trees, keeping an eye on their client and surroundings. Within a few hours, they reached the capital gates, and Kenichi led the two ninjas to his home. "What can you tell us about the robbery?" Kakashi asked the man. "Well, aside from the teapot, some precious stones and scrolls were also taken. The people who investigated hadn't even been able to identify how the thief got in, let alone find him," Kenichi replied. Kakashi and Daichi looked around the house. "The fire capital has defenses almost equivalent to a hidden village, and the punishment could be severe for something like this, especially if it came out that the teapot really was a gift from a former daimyo. Stealing something that was given as a gift from the daimyo is the equivalent of insulting the daimyo himself," Kakashi said, looking around the place. Daichi understood what his sensei was getting at. So whoever did this is definitely not an ordinary person, and based on the fact that not a single clue could be found means the person is skilled. Exceptionally skilled. The tea shop owner looked at the two ninjas with great sadness. Even the investigators at the time couldn't find anything. So now, almost after a year, I know what I'm asking is an impossibility, but I would be grateful if you could help. "We'll try our best," Kakashi said to the man. He then turned to his student. "Come on, Daichi. Let's see what we can find." The two ninjas left the house and walked through the streets of the capital. "Do you buy his story?" Daichi suddenly asked his sensei. The jonin merely glanced at his student, that he wanted to find the teapot a year after it's gone because of some remorse and guilt. "What do you think, Daichi?" The boy was silent for a few moments and then replied, "I think he found out that the teapot might be more valuable than he thought. I think there might be some truth to the history of the heirloom." "Well, whatever the case is, he's our client and he hired us to find it. So unless something happens, our mission parameters are clear." Kakashi was simply reminding Daichi not to get sidetracked. "So where are we going?" Daichi asked his sensei. "We are going to the archive building. It stores mission reports, investigation, and personnel files. A Leaf Jonin can access the files any time, but a Chunin can get access to it after getting special permission," Kakashi replied. "So a small-time genin like me couldn't take a peek if I wanted to, huh?" Daichi said with a mischievous smile. "Unless you have a Chunin with permission accompanying you, then no," the jonin replied with an eye smile. They soon reached the place. Daichi saw several Leaf Ninja patrolling the place, along with some guards who wore the Fire Capital insignia. The Leaf Ninjas recognized Kakashi but made sure to check his identity. Once they were done, they let him and Daichi inside. Kakashi walked up to the guard with the Fire Capital insignia who was guarding the door to another chamber. "Shigeru, been a long time." "Kakashi, yes, it's been almost a decade." The guard, Shigeru, smirked at the jonin. Daichi looked at the interaction between the two. So he knows the guy. Wonder how strong he is? The boy used observe skill and couldn't find anything. Damn, I guess they wouldn't keep someone weak to guard important documents. Shigeru and Kakashi talked for a short while. His eyes then turned to Daichi. "So who's this?" Kakashi placed a hand on Daichi's head and spoke with a smile. "Well, this is my student, Daichi." The guard looked puzzled. "You took a genin team. Where's the other two?" "Well, it's just him. He's a special case, so I took him as sort of an apprentice." Kakashi said while Daichi just looked disgruntled. He never liked it when someone messed up his hair. Shigeru raised an eyebrow at that reply. A couple seconds later, he looked at Daichi with renewed interest. You wouldn't happen to be Daichi Hekima, the medic who studied under Lady Tsunade, would you? Daichi was slightly surprised at that. Yes, sir, I am. The guard smiled at that. You may not know me, but I know about you. During your time here at the hospital, you saved my friend's life. You're quite the talented medic. Thank you for the compliment, sir, but I wouldn't even be half as good without Lady Tsunade and Shizune-senpai's help, Daichi replied. He wanted to give a humble appearance. The guard gave a light-hearted laugh, hearing that. He turned his attention back to the Jonin. So, Kakashi, what are you looking for? We're looking for the incident report and the investigation files pertaining to a robbery that happened almost a year ago. A robbery that took place at Kenichi Goroya's home. Kakashi answered. Ah, yes, I remember. Come with me. Shigeru opened the door and led them inside. The group entered a large room with dozens of shelves with different labels on them. Thousands of scrolls were stored in this place. The guard led the two ninjas to a certain section of the room. He opened the shelf and after some searching, took a scroll and handed it to Kakashi. Here, this is what you're looking for. Kakashi and Daichi looked through the documents and report, and it pretty much stated what little they already knew. The thief took off with the family heirloom along with some jewelry and scrolls. Do you know anything about that incident? Have you heard any rumors? Daichi asked the man. Shigeru nodded his head and spoke. Well, this investigation is one of those very rare ones where no culprit was found. Not even a single clue to identify who did this was left on the scene. There were no signs of forced entry or any disturbances inside the home. We couldn't find anything that pointed to anyone. So we're after someone with extraordinary stealth and thieving skills, Daichi said. Yes, Shigeru agreed. Congratulations, you have encountered a lucky break. Daichi was pleasantly surprised at this notification. He looked at the guard, and the man looked like he wanted to say something else, and Daichi caught on to it. What is it? The boy asked. Well, not to brag, but the guards and ninja guarding the capital are some of the best. And the fact that we still couldn't find the person who did this, it is still a shameful moment for all of us. You know, some of us joked around that the person who pulled off this robbery was the Phantom Thief. Shigeru replied with a small smile. The Phantom Thief? Daichi could see Kakashi was surprised, but more than that, there was something else in his tone that Daichi couldn't identify. Yeah, but it's not him. I guess we just said that as a way to protect our self-esteem, Shigeru replied with a small smile. Do you know about this Phantom Thief, Sensei? Daichi asked Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and was quiet for a few seconds. Yes, let's just say I've come across his work. The Jonin replied. At that moment, before Daichi could press his sensei for more information, a new quest popped up. Quest created, identify the legendary thief. Daichi looked at the quest title and was shocked. What the hell? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 174. The Legendary Thief. Chapter 174 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi instantly looked at the details of the quest and was shocked. Quest created, identify the legendary thief. A mysterious and highly skilled thief had made their mark all over the world. No one has been able to catch or identify this thief since she began their exploits. Find this person's true identity. Conditions, gather information and find out the identity of the thief. Rewards, 3000 XP plus 2 level for stealth skill, plus 2 wisdom stat, plus 1 intelligence. Reputation increases with the client. Reputation massively increased with Kakashi Hatake and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shigeru and some people in Fire Capital and around the world. Failure to complete the quest, locate and retrieve the missing item. Accept. The young gamer's eyes slightly twitched as he looked at the failure part of the quest. If I can't complete the main quest without completing this one, then is that really a choice you're giving me, huh, system? He didn't wait for the non-existent reply and accepted the quest. Daichi then looked at the guard and spoke. Can you tell us more about the Phantom Thief? Daichi, we're here to find who took Kenichi's family heirloom, not to go after ghosts, Kakashi said. Yes, I know that, but you just read the incident report. There isn't anything in there that's useful, and I'm pretty sure the people who investigated this incident a year ago would have pursued all possible routes. What we need is a new angle, a different approach. Do you disagree with my assessment, Sensei? Daichi looked at his sensei in anticipation. I have to get Sensei to agree with me. The fact that I need to complete this quest to finish the main one means this Phantom Thief character is involved in this. Kakashi just sighed at his student's eager eyes. Daichi decided to sweeten the pot. Sensei, we'll go over everything in the robbery files, and if we don't find anything, what do you say we look through the Phantom Thief's files? Who knows, we might actually solve it. The Jonin was silent and then agreed. Fine, we'll do it your way. At that moment, the guard Shigeru chuckled. Well, this has certainly gotten interesting. I'll bring the reports and files on the mystery thief, while you two can go over the other report and see if we missed anything. The guard left, and Kakashi and Daichi went to a nearby table. They both took their time and looked at the detailed report and went through each line. Kakashi carefully examined every piece of information written down in the scroll about the incident. Daichi was right. Whoever did this left no clue to trace. The ones who searched at that time couldn't even find a scent of the thief. We'd be wasting time with this report. We need a new approach. By the time they were done, Shigeru returned with a scroll in his hand. This is everything that's known about the Phantom Thief. He placed the storage scroll on the table and opened it. Dozens of files appeared atop the scroll. Wow, that's a lot, Daichi exclaimed. Yes, this is information compiled from the 5 great nations, Shigeru said. Wait, the great nations were cooperating? Daichi was surprised at that. Kakashi shook his head. No, the thief stole from all the world and from some important people. But even that couldn't force them to work together. At the beginning, none of the nations shared any information because they all wanted to find the thief first. But over time it became clear that it was going to be impossible. So, after pressure from the daimyos, the Kages shared whatever intel they had on the thief to others on certain conditions. Shigeru nodded his head. Precisely. These files contain every location the thief hit, what they took, when they took, and more. Dozens of people looked over these files and couldn't find anything. The guard then looked at Daichi and Kakashi. Listen, I know I joked about it being the Phantom Thief behind this, but it's not. In all his robbery, he leaves a red paper crane at the scene. There was no such thing at Kenichi's house, and the Phantom Thief disappeared almost a decade ago. The heirloom at Kenichi's house was stolen only a year ago, so I don't think this was done by him. For all we know, he could be dead, so there's the chance that you might literally be chasing a ghost. This certainly is a complicated mission, but I have a good feeling about this. Daichi smiled as he looked at the guard. The man smirked at Daichi's confidence. Well, I'll get back to my position. Good luck, Kakashi, Daichi. The 2 leaf ninjas nodded and sat down. They looked at the huge pile of files and sighed. Well, you heard the man. Let's get to work. Daichi and his teacher started going through the files. At that moment, Daichi asked his teacher a question that's been on his mind for a while. Sensei, what did you mean when you said you've come across the Phantom Thief's work? Kakashi had a wistful look on his face as he remembered the time spent under his sensei, Minato Namikaze. A few moments later, he answered Daichi's question. It was during the Third World War. I was studying under the 4th Hokage with my teammate. My team was sent on an escort mission. A wealthy merchant hired a team to protect him during his journey. He was an important client of the village, so the 3rd Hokage sent our team. We arrived at his house and escorted him to the hidden waterfall village. There he picked up his daughter, and we escorted them both back safely to their home. But once we reached the place, we saw that 2 items inside the house were missing. Didn't the place have guards? I would assume that a wealthy man would have a few protecting his home. Daichi asked. He did. There was a team of capable mercenaries guarding the house, but they didn't notice anything. We only found one thing that was out of place. A red paper crane. The identity of the person was instantly clear to all of us. What did this phantom steal? At that question, Kakashi recalled that day. Flashback. A ninja with bright, spiky yellow hair wearing the Leaf Jonin jacket led two smaller ninjas into a large villa. Team Minato reporting. A tall, bulky man with long hair and a beard wearing a luxurious dress appeared. Minato Namikaze, I've heard a lot about you. I'm glad the Hokage has sent your team. I feel safer already. The man smiled at the Leaf Jonin. Minato stepped forward and shook the man's hand. Thank you for the trust you've placed in us, Mr. Makoto. We will make sure any problems are taken care of. Yes, I know your team is more than capable. We will leave shortly for the Hidden Waterfall Village. I have to pick up my daughter and conduct some small business, so we'll be there for only a day. We'll return the day after. Minato nodded. Let me introduce you to my two students. This is Kakashi Hatake and Rin Nohara. The merchant smiled and nodded at them. Nice to meet you two. We'll leave in half an hour. In the meantime, feel free to make yourselves at home. Minato and his two students looked around the house and saw several artworks and antiques decorating the walls. As he looked, Minato's eyes were drawn to a certain painting at the center of the room. He walked closer and inspected it. Is this what I think it is? Minato's surprised and somewhat shocked question drew his students' and Makoto's attention. The man came near the Jonin and admired the painting. Yes, it's the original. It cost me quite a lot to acquire it. Kakashi was curious about the artwork that drew his sensei's gaze. The painting was of a large ship sailing away from the viewer. What is this painting, sensei? This painting was drawn over 200 years ago. It is known as the Voyager. It was named after the ship you see in it. The story has it that the ship carried 100 brave sailors who traveled the world and saw everything they could. Minato said, Yes. The story is that the artists started on this work just as the ship took off and completed the painting in 4 days right there on the spot. Once the real ship completed the journey, the value of this painting skyrocketed, and over time it only kept increasing. Makoto said with a smile, This is the most prized artwork here. As they talked about the painting, Rin's eyes were drawn to the music box near it. Makoto saw the look of wonder on her face and smiled. That music box was specifically created by an excellent sculptor from the Fire Capital. I had it commissioned as a gift for my daughter. Very nice, sir, Rin smiled. Flashback end. It was a special music box. He showed us how it worked, and sometime later we left the house. We returned 4 days later and saw that the painting and music box were stolen. In place of the painting was a small red paper crane. The moment we saw that, we knew the chances of finding the culprit would be slim to none. Kakashi said to Daichi, Did you guys investigate the incident? Daichi asked. Kakashi shook his head. No. Well, our team didn't. If it were any other circumstances, we might have. But we were in the middle of a war. The village couldn't put our team on an investigation mission. So we left. Daichi was beginning to understand the history of the thief. The two ninjas looked through documents upon documents and noted the items stolen. Hours went by, and Daichi pinched the bridge of his nose. Oh man, this guy has stolen from all over the world. Diamonds, valuable paintings, exotic sculptures, rare manuscripts, and scrolls. Exactly 40 thefts with nothing pointing to him, except his signature, the red paper crane. No one can even give a description of the guy. Nobody knows where he's from, or if it's even a he. I told you this is going to be a really difficult case to crack, but not impossible. Everyone leaves something behind. Daichi was determined to complete this quest. Daichi, no one's ever come close to even finding this person's identity. You're forgetting one thing, Sensei. I've never gone looking for him. Daichi had a confident smirk and resumed his work. Kakashi looked at his student with an unreadable expression. It's good to be confident, but hubris, that's a dangerous thing, Daichi. Let's see how this goes. The two ninjas looked over every document present. In every case attributed to the Phantom Thief, the most valuable item at the location, along with something of minor value, were stolen. And the signature red paper crane was left where the most valuable of the two items was. The last time Phantom Thief struck was over a decade ago. No one could figure out how he got in or out of the places undetected. It's how he got his name. Kakashi said as he looked over the reports. Yeah, And in the incident that took place a year ago, there was no red crane and the thief took several things. Daichi went over every detail given in the incident report. After spending several hours going over almost all the documents, Daichi came to a conclusion. This conclusion was something he drew from the moment the second quest appeared, but he needed to be sure. The thief may not have left a crane at Kenichi's home, but I'm sure that the robbery was done by the Phantom Thief. Granted, there are a few things different in this case, but he's got a certain style. There is a singular sensibility at work here, Daichi said to his sensei. Kakashi looked at the items the legendary thief has stolen over the years, and then to the items stolen from Kenichi's home. So then, if that's the case, then why? If the history of that heirloom was real and that teapot was indeed more valuable, then why didn't he leave his signature behind? And why start after a decade? Daichi was silent as he mulled over the question. He tried to look at it from several perspectives. A few minutes later, he had a theory. What if it was personal? What if the Phantom Thief had some kind of grudge against Kenichi's father, or even Kenichi? Or maybe someone found the thief's identity and hired him to steal from them. Regardless, the Phantom Thief is involved. The Jonin mulled over the information and thought about their next move. You might be right. We need to know more about Kenichi's father. We need to dig into his history. The two ninjas sealed the documents back into the scroll and took it with them. They headed back to Kenichi's home to talk to the man about his father. At the moment, as Daichi and Kakashi made their way to their client's home, they had no clue what was waiting for them at the end of the mission. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 175, Decades-Long Mystery. Solved? Chapter 175 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kenichi and the two ninjas he hired sat down and made themselves comfortable. All right, what can I help you with? What can you tell us about your father? Kakashi asked the man while Daichi paid close attention to him. Kenichi was confused. What's this about? I thought you were looking into the person who broke into my home. We are. But if we want to find the culprit and retrieve the stolen items, then we need more information. We need to know if your father had any enemies? The more information we have, the better. I know this might be a difficult subject, but we need your help if we want to solve this. Kakashi said in a reassuring tone. Okay, what do you want to know about him? Anything and everything you can tell us. My father Ichiro was a kind man. He followed in grandfather's footsteps and continued the family business. Kenichi had a smile on his face as he recalled memories of his father. He was a brilliant man, but he was also a cautious one. He made sure not to step on any toes, and that's how he was able to expand the business beyond the capital without making enemies. Father truly believed the history behind the heirloom. He spent his days taking care of me and my mother and growing the business. During the last several years, he suffered from memory loss and loss of muscle movement. Your father traveled a lot, didn't he? Daichi asked. Kenichi nodded his head. He's visited all over the world and met all kinds of people. Daichi and Kakashi questioned the man for about half an hour before they were somewhat satisfied. The two ninjas then decided to look around the house to see if they could find something all the others missed. As they looked around, Daichi's eyes were drawn to several animal and bird sculptures locked behind a glass shelf. He used Observe skill on one of them, and the information he found amazed him. A chakra puppet created by Nia Ikaru. Special weightless but strong reels were used in the creation of this puppet. This mechanical puppet can only be activated if a certain chakra is poured into it. Once activated, this puppet can follow the commands set by the person who activated it. This puppet was mainly used for reconnaissance, can fly and observe an area or target for several hours and return to the user. Materials used are... At that moment, a new notification appeared. Blueprint for the puppet can be acquired if you examine its inner mechanics. Daichi was about to ask if he could look at the puppet more closely, but then immediately fell silent. I need to be careful with my intentions. Those sculptures look so real. Who created them? Daichi asked Kenichi. The man looked at the objects on the shelf. My mother. She had a fascination with such things. My grandmother was from the Wind Country. She had a love for puppets. I guess my mother picked it up from her. Those puppets can move for several seconds and can mimic the real thing. Well, it was made in a way that only my mother's chakra could make it move. I see. Daichi looked at the puppets on the shelf and committed their image to memory. He had some things to do. At that moment, Kakashi came and gathered his student. Well, we will get out of your hair for the moment. Daichi and his sensei left the house and made their way to an inn. The rooms were provided by Kenichi till they completed their mission. So have you drawn any conclusions? Kakashi asked his student. His father travels a lot, has contacts in several places. Kenichi's father is a good suspect for the thief. And those puppets, he's an excellent candidate, Daichi replied as he looked out the window. But it doesn't fit. The theft at his house occurred after he died. And I'm sure that it was done by the Phantom. Did you get them? Yes. Kakashi took a small book that their client gave them. This is his father's travel journal. It noted down all his travels in and out of Fire Country. The man was meticulous. Daichi opened the scroll on the Phantom Thief and laid the contents on the desk and examined the time and location of the thefts. He then compared them to Ichiro's business trips. A few of the thefts coincide with his travels, but many took place while he was on the other side of the map. Kakashi sighed and looked at the setting sun. Let's call it a day. We'll resume tomorrow with fresh eyes. Daichi closed his eyes and thought about the situation. Before, we were investigating the thief, but now we're also looking into Kenichi's father. It's like going in two directions at the same time, but it's not going to help. Everything I learned till now are different pieces of the puzzle, but it doesn't fit right. But where do we start? He asked his teacher. With the infamous mystery thief, of course. Kakashi's voice brought Daichi out of his thoughts. We'll start with him, and then once we figure out his identity, we'll take it from there. Daichi nodded his head in agreement. He looked at the mountain of documents in front of him. There must be something here that we're missing. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Sensei. With those words, Daichi got up and left. He went outside and was looking to buy a few items. The materials, color, and design should be identical. This will be somewhat tricky. Daichi spent a couple hours roaming the capital streets and bought the items he needed. He returned to his room and got to work. Morning, Sensei. I see you're already working. Daichi greeted his teacher and saw that Kakashi was going over the files. This is one of the trickiest C ranks I've had in a long time. Daichi nodded at that sentiment, and then Kakashi took a map and placed it near the table. It was a detailed map of the world with important locations marked. It was difficult to acquire, but with Shigeru's help, the task was completed. Daichi looked over the different thefts that occurred, and he was impressed. While his student was studying the thief's methods, Kakashi began marking the locations on the map where the thief hit. The dates and locations seemed random with no discerning pattern. Daichi was impressed with the Phantom's work. Man, whoever this is, they're really impressive. Stealing the jewel from the earth, Daimyo's castle in broad daylight, robbing a painting from the Fire Capital Royal Court the night it was unveiled, rare diamonds. This guy had flair. The total estimated value of everything he stole would be around 500 million and above, and no one could even find any trace of him, a master of either stealth or disguise, or maybe even both. Yes, but the things he stole are too unique. Even if you put them up for auction in the black market, you'd be found almost immediately. He couldn't have sold it. That would have put a huge target on his back. Kakashi said as he looked at the dates and places of the theft. They spend hours combing through the reports, and as Daichi was looking at something, Kakashi called out to him. The Jonin placed a paper with several dates notes down on it. Daichi, tell me, do these dates seem interesting to you? Kakashi asked him. Daichi looked at the dates noted down on the paper. 1703, 1102, 0406, 1004, 0509, 1408, 1309. Daichi looked at them for a few moments and shook his head. No. Did you find something in them? The first time the Phantom Thief made his appearance, 17th March. That year he only made one appearance. The next year he made two. on the 11th February and 04th of June. The culprit isn't just interested in fame and rare items. He also has a fascination with numbers. Daichi looked at the numbers again and tried to see what his sensei had found. Seeing Daichi's silence, Kakashi continued. The first date, 1703. Now if you add the individual numbers in that date, 1 plus 7 plus 3, you get 11. Daichi's eyes widened. He looked at the dates again and at the month, and something clicked in his head. Add 11 months to the 3, March, and you get February, the second month. Precisely, the date of the next robbery, 11 Otef. Now add the individual numbers up. 1 plus 1 plus 2, and you get 4. Add 4 months to February, and the date of the next robbery is 04th of June. Daichi looked at the dates, and Kakashi's theory was correct. So the date of the next robbery was in the previous one. How has no one figured this out yet? You would need to wait for a while for the pattern to emerge, and most people wouldn't look at the dates so closely at first. Still, I doubt we're the first people to make this connection, Kakashi said. Daichi sat back with his arms crossed and compiled all the information they had on their target. This guy has no problem letting the world know of the date for his next heist. He's bold. He's confident that he can escape whatever traps that are set up if they figure out the trick with the date. The fact that he's still a mystery speaks to his skills. This person wants to remain anonymous, yet they want the world to know their existence. With 40 thefts across the world, he's marked his name into the history books. At that thought, something else crossed Daichi's mind. Wait a minute. Marked. Daichi took the map and spread it across the floor. Kakashi smiled under the mask as he looked at his student. Looks like he has a new idea. Sensei, I need you to tell me the location of the heists in the exact order it happened. Kakashi looked at the files and began telling the information. As he said the name of each location, Daichi marked it down and committed it to his memory. A couple minutes later, 40 locations were marked with a small pin on the map. Daichi took a few steps backwards and looked at the map from a distance. There isn't any identifiable symbol or markings appearing across the map, but I was sure that with his personality he would leave something behind. Maybe I'm just not seeing it? Daichi took a pen and paper and looked at the map. You okay, Daichi? His sensei asked. I thought I had something. I'm not sure. The Jonin decided not to disturb his student and let Daichi do his own thing. Daichi started scribbling on his paper and tried to come up with various kanji, symbols, or other meaningful illustrations that might appear, and one that fit all the location points. The few that connected made no sense. Hours went by and dozens of crumpled up paper was by Daichi's side, but the boy knew he was getting close. His mind worked through hundreds of images that could be formed, but none of them fit, until Daichi slowly connected each dot and finally a meaningful word emerged. He did more than just leave clues in the dates. He was marking his presence on the world itself. Did you find something, Daichi? Kakashi looked over, and in Daichi's paper was a stylish version of the kanji eternal. Daichi had a wide grin on his face. Eternal. He marked the word eternal into the map itself, but there's something else. The kanji on the map. It has a certain design that makes it unique. Kakashi looked at the symbol Daichi drew. He's right. The kanji is drawn in a unique font and style. The way this kanji is written, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and looked at kanji closely. I've seen this before. This kanji in this exact design. I've seen it before. The boy was shocked. What? Where? Kakashi recalled the information. During one of my missions several years ago, I came across this symbol. It was the house symbol of a small lord living a few miles outside the capital. I saw the symbol when I went to his house to complete a mission. Do you remember anything else? Daichi asked in excitement. Yeah, the symbol also had a crane in its background. Eternal crane. That's his house sigil. Kakashi closed his eyes and said with a sigh. As he heard that piece of information, Daichi's eyes widened, and he couldn't have had a wider grin. The thought of solving a mystery that stumped everyone else made him positively giddy. Kakashi, on the other hand, had entirely different thoughts and emotions running through him. This mission just got a lot more complicated. If we're not careful, this could turn into a huge problem for everyone. Author's note. Hi guys, something I want to make clear. is that the Phantom Thief character is not based on the Kaito Kid character in Detective Conan anime. I've only watched Case Closed, the English-dubbed version of the series, a long time ago. It had around 130 episodes, I think. Anyway, I didn't watch any more than that. And I've only come to learn of Kaito Kid halfway through writing this arc. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 176, The Thief's Identity. Chapter 176 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Despite his excitement, Daichi noticed his sensei's somewhat tense posture. What is it? What's wrong? Kakashi looked at his student and let out a deep breath. What we have isn't solid proof, and our mission was to find the location of our client's heirloom. Instead, we might have solved one of the biggest cases of the decade. But more than that, if we're right about who's behind this, then this mission could have great implications. Daichi's eyes narrowed as he heard that. The value of everything the Phantom Thief stole over the years is over $500 million, and that's a low estimate. Since none of the items that were stolen were found anywhere, it's assumed that it's all kept in one location. The 5 Kages put certain conditions in place when they shared the information in the first place. If we're right, and we unearth this treasure... The Jonin just sighed and fell silent. Daichi understood what his sensei was getting at. Let's just confirm our theory before anything else. Right now that's all we have. A theory. Kakashi nodded and both of them sealed all the documents back into the scroll. To continue their investigation, they had to leave the fire capital, and the 2 ninjas informed their departure to their client. Within a couple hours, Kakashi and Daichi were on the move, with the Jonin leading the way. A few hours later, they were in front of a modest-looking mansion. "This is the place," Kakashi said to Daichi. He spoke to the guards outside, and a few minutes later, Kakashi and his student were let in. Daichi looked at everyone working in the mansion and used observe. None of them was the Phantom Thief. A few moments later, a man in his mid-30s approached them with a smile. Daichi looked at him and immediately knew he was the lord of this land. This guy is too young. There's no way he could be the thief. Just to make sure, he used observe on him, but didn't see anything useful. "Welcome, Leaf Ninja, to my home. I'm Hirohito Inagi. What can I do for you two?" The young lord spoke. The silver-haired Jonin stepped forward and introduced himself. "My name is Kakashi Hatake. I don't know if you remember, but 7 years ago, your father hired me for an escort mission." In a few moments, Hirohito recalled the incident and smiled. He quickly recognized the man in front of him. "Ah, yes. I remember. My father was very impressed with your work. What can I do for you?" "Can I speak to your father? It's important." Kakashi came to the same conclusion as Daichi. He knew the man in front of him was too young to be the culprit. The smile on the lord's face dimmed. "My father passed away from a stroke 5 months ago." At that, Kakashi turned a bit more serious and looked at the lord. "I see. Can we speak in private? There is a matter of grave importance that we need to discuss with you." Seeing the serious demeanor of the Jonin, the smile on Hirohito's face vanished. He looked at the 2 ninjas and a second later dismissed his guards and took them to his personal office. He locked the door and looked at the 2. "No one will disturb us. Speak." "The Eternal Crane. That's your house sigil, isn't it?" Hirohito raised an eyebrow at that question. He was silent for a couple seconds, but then answered. "It was, but that seal was replaced during my grandfather's time. But my father still had an attachment to it. What's this about? I assume you've heard of the Phantom Thief?" The young lord slightly laughed at that name. "Ah, yes, the ghost who can appear anywhere and disappear with your riches. Last anyone has heard of him was over a decade ago, I believe. What does an infamous thief have to do with my old family seal?" At that, Kakashi took the world map out of scroll with the locations where the Phantom Thief struck. These are all the locations the thief has struck during his time. The Jonin then took Daichi's drawing and showed it to the man. "If we connect all the dots on the map, the kanji Eternal appears, but it has a unique design. The same design as the kanji on your previous house emblem. and the fact that the thief leaves a red crane as his calling card. Can you explain that? Hirohito was stunned as he heard the accusations. He looked at the map and then to the drawing. Daichi was paying close attention to the man's body language and chakra. Heartbeat elevated. Body temperature has risen and increased breathing. He's not faking it. This guy is definitely shocked. Either we have the wrong person and this is all just a coincidence, or even he didn't know about his father's double life. After a few moments of silence, the man's face turned from shock to anger. He looked at the two ninjas, furious, and spoke. I can't explain it because this is some random coincidence. You don't have any proof that my father is this phantom, do you? I won't have you slander my father's name. Please leave my house. Reputation decreased with her. Kakashi knew that since the man was a somewhat wealthy lord and with connections to the capital, it could be troublesome if he employed his more aggressive interrogation tactics. But neither the Leaf Jonin nor his student was going to leave without answers. Mr. Hirohito, I'm asking you to cooperate with us. If you don't, things will become much more problematic for you, Kakashi said with a dangerous edge in his tone. The lord narrowed his eyes and looked at the ninja in front of him. Is that a threat? Kakashi shook his head. No, I'm just stating facts. We came across this information when we were looking into the thief. I haven't reported this to the Hokage yet, but the moment I do, he will inform the Fire Daimyo, and the Fire Daimyo will definitely look into you and he'll be obligated to inform the other feudal lords. Daichi was impressed with his sensei. Wow, blackmail and a thinly veiled threat. His dark Anbu side is showing. The young lord's eyes widened as he now began to understand the repercussions. But he was still defiant. It's still not going to be enough. What you have is just a wild conjuncture. No actual evidence. You can make any kind of symbol with locations marked. If you put baseless accusations forward, there will be consequences. Kakashi continued to put pressure on the man. True, there might be. But this kanji is still a unique design. And the thief chose the locations and robbed them in the exact order you would write the kanji eternal. You have to admit, that's one hell of a coincidence. Now, whether the information we came across is a coincidence or not, your life won't be the same. The phantom thief stole from very powerful and dangerous people. When they find out about this new piece of information, they will no doubt come for you, and I'm sure you know just how cruel some people can be. Stop, please. Hirohito was breathing hard. He closed his eyes and the image of his father appeared in his mind. He still couldn't believe what he was hearing, but the man slowly started to recall several suspicious and secret outings his father had. It can't be. There's no way. But if it is true, even if this information is false or just a coincidence, if this gets out, my family will be destroyed. A few moments later, the man composed himself and looked at Kakashi. The Jonin understood what Hirohito was going through. We need your cooperation on this matter. If you help us, then we might be able to keep your family's name out of this. The lord just sighed and resigned himself. What do you need? I know your father kept a journal regarding his travels. I need to take a look at the journal, and I want you to tell us if your father had any properties that he used for any personal business. Right now, we need to confirm that your father was indeed the phantom thief. Hirohito was puzzled. But won't that bring more trouble for me and my family? Not necessarily. It's believed that the phantom kept all his loot in one location. If we can recover the loot and return it and confirm that the phantom is dead, then there wouldn't be much reason for people to come after you. The silver-haired Jonin reasoned. And the only way to find the location of the stolen items is if you confirm the identity of the thief. Kakashi nodded in agreement. If I help you, will you give me your word that me and my family won't face any wrath from the daimyo? Kakashi sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. He then looked at the man and gave the honest answer. I can't promise you that. I'm sure that you had no idea of the truth about your father. So what I can promise you is this. I will tell Lord Hokage and plead for leniency. If your father is indeed the thief, and since the culprit is dead, I doubt he would come after you. And I will make sure he will make the case to the daimyo as well. Hirohito just sighed hearing that. I suppose given the situation that's the best I'm going to get. He went to his desk and after looking over a few items, took a brown leather-bound book and handed it to the jonin. This contains all the trips my father made in and out of Fire Country. Kakashi and Daichi looked through the dates, and about a dozen coincided with the time the thief was present in the area. It was looking more and more like Hirohito's father was the thief. But that could also be a coincidence. There were some important functions taking place at these locations during the time of the theft. At that moment, Hirohito took a small key and showed it to them. I would sometimes catch my father coming in at odd hours after being gone for a few days. He always had a believable excuse. Now I'm not so sure. This key. It's to one of his private properties a few miles from here. I only found it after he passed away. Have you visited the place? Daichi asked. Just once, but I haven't seen anything valuable there. We'll need to take a look at that property. The young lord nodded, and soon the trio made their way to the location. It was a small home, located in a private compound. The young lord opened the gates and soon unlocked the front door. Kakashi, Daichi, and Hirohito stepped inside the dusty home. It was evident that none had been living here for a long time. What exactly do you expect to find? Hirohito asked. Something that will help us with our search, Kakashi said as he looked around the place. He then looked at his student. Daichi, you remember all the items that were stolen, correct? Yeah, good. Search the place and see if you find anything. Daichi and Kakashi looked around and moved to the living room. As Daichi looked around, something on top of a nearby table caught his eyes. Sensei, you might want to see this. Kakashi turned to look at his student, who was pointing at a music box. A very familiar-looking music box. His visible eye slightly widened at the implication, but he needed to be sure. Kakashi stepped near the table and took the music box. He opened the lid, and a lady figurine in a gorgeous kimono rose on a silver circular platform, dancing to a soothing melody. What is it? Hirohito asked. During one of the heists, a music box was stolen from a merchant's home, one that looks a lot like this, Kakashi replied. How can you be sure that this is the same one? At the Lord's question, Kakashi recalled the memory of the man showing his old team the secret of the box. The music box that was stolen was specifically designed as a gift for his daughter. The merchant showed my team what was special about it. With those words, Kakashi closed the box and looked underneath it. The bottom of the box was divided into 9 equal parts. He gently pressed them in a certain order and then placed the box back on the table. A couple seconds later, the lid of the box slowly opened on its own and a new song started playing. The melody had a calming effect on anyone who listened, and even during this tense situation, brought a smile to the 3 who were present. It played for about 60 seconds, and once the song ended, a small click was heard. A small hidden compartment at the bottom jutted out of the box. Kakashi pulled the compartment open and took what was inside. Daichi and Hirohito looked at the object in Kakashi's hand. It was a photo of a happy family. A father, mother, and daughter smiling as they looked at the camera. On its back were the words, "To my dear Moonlight, happy birthday. Love, Papa." Kakashi saw the photo and remembered the joy on the man's face as he showed them the special gift. He also remembered the devastated expression the man had when he learned of its theft. To him, the music box was more valuable than the painting that was stolen. For Daichi, the moment he finished reading the words, notifications popped up. It's him. We did it. We solved one of the biggest unsolved cases in the world. Quest Identify the Legendary Thief completed. Rewards: 3000 XP, 450, +2 level for stealth skill, +2 wisdom stat, +1 intelligence. Reputation increases with the client. Reputation massively increases with Kakashi Hatake and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shigeru, and some people in Fire Capital and around the world. Just as the boy finished reading the words on the blue boxes, a new one popped up. Third quest. Daichi's next quest has come. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 177, Treasure, Part 01. Chapter 177 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi looked at the third quest that appeared. Quest created, Find the secret of the heirloom. Kenichi's family heirloom contains a vital secret. Find the teapot and figure out its secret. Conditions: retrieve the heirloom and identify its secrets without damaging it. Rewards: 3000 XP. +2 intelligence reputation increases with Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and several other people. Reputation increases or decreases with the client, depending on the action of the player. Failure: cannot open the fourth quest. Reputation decreases with the client, if heirloom is damaged. So that teapot does have some secrets, and the quest says it's a vital secret. And my reputation might decrease? So if I take a certain action, my reputation may increase or decrease with him. That's strange. And it's not given in the failure part of the quest, but the reward. The young gamer thought about the clue hidden in the wording, and quickly came to a conclusion. This quest! It's about finding the secret of the heirloom. After I find out the secret, depending on what I do after, the client will be pleased or displeased with me. It must be it. If I want to take the right course of action, then I need to find out what the secret is. Daichi looked around the place. He was beginning to have an idea as to what this was all about. There is no way this is a coincidence. This whole thing must be connected with the thief. Daichi, Kakashi suddenly called out to him. We have our evidence. I need you to search the whole house. We need to find the other items. The Jonin said to the boy. What will you be doing, Sensei? I need to send an urgent report to the Hokage. He then turned to Hirohito. The man was shocked at what he had just learned and was quietly sitting on the couch with a downtrodden face. Hey, I need you to please stay here for the moment. Don't leave the premises for any reason. Even though Kakashi had worded it as a request, the man knew it was an unconditional demand. The young lord only nodded to the order. After everything that just happened, he didn't have the energy to argue. Kakashi took out a scroll from his pouch and started writing. Several minutes later, after his report was completed, he went outside the house and made the 5 hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, a single dog appeared. It had tan fur, white snout, and long brown ears. And the blue vest and the forehead protector it wore indicated that it was a ninja dog. Guruko, I need your assistance. The ninja dog was on guard and was looking around. Kakashi, please tell me we're not fighting that crazy student of yours. The Ninkin still remembered the feeling of dread from that day. No, nothing of the sort. The ninja dog Guruko let out a breath of relief. What do you need? I need you to deliver this scroll to the Hokage as soon as possible. Go directly to the Hokage. The information on this scroll is very crucial. And wait for his orders. Guruko nodded and took the scroll from the Jonin. The next second he disappeared from his summoner's view. Kakashi sighed and slowly went back into the house. Daichi looked all around the house but couldn't find anything else that was stolen. There has to be something else here. What am I missing? Didn't find anything? Daichi shook his head to Kakashi's question. The young genin looked at his teacher, who appeared to be in deep thoughts. You got something, Sensei? Maybe. When people want to hide something, they usually put it under them. The boy quickly caught on to what his sensei was implying. The basement? But I already checked. It was empty, save for a few desks and chairs. Daichi said. Let's go check again. It's possible you might have missed something. Daichi didn't argue since he had nothing else to go on. As both of them headed down to the basement, Hirohito joined them. He wanted to see if his father had hidden anything more in the house. They quickly reached the basement and looked around. There was nothing else except for a few desks, chairs, and a few wall-mounted hooks, with a hat on one of them. Both the ninjas started looking around the basement, but there was nothing that was out of the ordinary at first glance. As Kakashi made his way across the room, he noticed something peculiar on the floor. A few drops of some black stain was on the floor, but what was strange was that the wall was over half of the small drop. Kakashi lifted the headband over his Sharingan eye and looked at the spot. Daichi, could you come over here for a moment? The boy looked over to his sensei and saw that the man had his Sharingan out examining something. Daichi walked over and looked down to where his teacher was looking. He quickly noticed the anomaly and heightened his senses. Daichi bent down and took a whiff and looked closely at the stain. Seeing the two ninjas crouched at the other end of the room, Hirohito also made his way over. After a few seconds, Daichi came to a conclusion. It's an ink stain. Yes, but the shape is strange. It's in a semicircle. Only half of it is on the floor and the edge of this wall is clean. There isn't any stain on where the rest should be. With his Sharingan, Kakashi quickly made his analysis. Daichi looked at the wall in front of him and focused his attention on it. A few moments later, he sensed something. He placed his fingers a few millimeters above the bricks and slowly moved. Sensei, I can feel a draft coming from this area. It's faint, but it's there, Daichi said. Kakashi nodded and knocked on the section of the wall. Yes, you're right. I'm pretty sure there's a passage behind this wall. Wait, hold on. Are you saying there's a secret passage behind this? The young lord was surprised. He looked around when he first came here and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Today is just full of surprises, and not the good kind. Yeah, it seems so. Stand back. Daichi told the man and was reading his hand to punch right through when Kakashi stopped him. If we force our way inside, who knows what will happen? We can't just break through. We need to open it, Kakashi said. You think there might be traps? It's a possibility. Let's look around. There might be something here. With that, the duo renewed their search and focused their attention on every inch of the room. As they searched, Daichi noticed something. Sensei, I think I found it. Kakashi walked over and looked at what Daichi was pointing at. These 4 wall-mounted hooks. One of them doesn't have as much dust or cobwebs as the others. I think this must be the key. Daichi deduced this by the state of the hook. He also used observe just to make sure, and he was right. Kakashi pulled the particular hook down, and the sounds of gears moving were heard. Then the wall they examined earlier started going down, revealing a narrow stone passage. I can't believe this path was here the whole time. Hirohito couldn't believe his eyes. Daichi was also excited. This is incredible, solving a mysterious theft, finding hidden treasures. I feel like Sherlock Holmes. My life is so awesome. They saw fire torches hanging on the side of the wall, and Kakashi quickly lit one and took it. With light from the flaming torch as a guide, the 3 people made their way forward. They walked for several meters and soon came to the entrance of a large octagonal-shaped room. Kakashi lit fire to the torches hanging in the room, and soon light illuminated every inch of the place. Wow! Daichi and Hirohito couldn't help but exclaim. I can't believe there was something like this under the house all along, Hirohito muttered. There were over a dozen paintings hanging on the walls. Daichi turned his head and saw jewelry boxes neatly placed on a table. There were a few rare statues among the collection as well. Looks like we found the loot of the century. Ha-ha! Daichi said in a glee. Kakashi looked around and he wasn't as joyful as his student. This isn't it, he said with a sigh. Hearing Kakashi's serious tone, Daichi sobered up. What's wrong? Look around, Daichi. Yes, these are many of the stolen items, but many more are missing. The phantom thief stole 2 items during his robbery. One that's priceless and another that's not worth as much. Granted, it's still valuable, but what we have in front of us are items that have secondary value, Kakashi explained. What? You mean there's more? The young lord was stupefied. I can't believe my father got away with so much treasure and hid them till now. Daichi carefully looked at the items in his view and realized that his sensei was right. So this is only half the stuff, huh? He must have hidden the ones with greater value at another location. Or maybe there might be another hidden room here somewhere. We have to search this house. Maybe there's another hidden room. Kakashi nodded with that theory. It's possible. But right now, we need to move forward with our mission. We have to find our client's heirloom. Daichi agreed, and the 2 of them started going through the stolen items. The client had shown them a picture of the item that was stolen, so they knew what they were after. Several minutes later, they found what they were looking for. Kakashi found the item stashed away inside a small box. Along with it were the jewelry and scrolls that were stolen from their client's home. The teapot was black with a gold design and several precious stones embedded in various patterns. Finally, we found it. You were right, Daichi. The phantom was the one who stole from Kenichi's house. Daichi nodded and looked at the item. Observe. Inochi no Kurimono, also known as Gift of Life, is a teapot created by a master craftsman and given to a Kagura Goroya by the fire daimyo as a gift for saving his life. The daimyo gave the name to the teapot due to the life-saving incident. Several rare and expensive stones were used in the creation of this item. The Goroya family consider this their heirloom and most valuable item. Several years ago, Ichiro Goroya came across valuable information and with the help of an artist, stored it in this teapot in secret. You have witnessed an item created by a master craftsman. So intelligence. So the story was true. This was indeed a gift from the daimyo at that time. But moreover, Daichi's eyes were focused on the information shown last. A secret information stored in this pot with the help of an artist. That's a clue. Sensei, may I? Kakashi looked at his student and then gave the teapot to Daichi. The genin carefully took the heirloom in his hands and began examining it. He carefully scrutinized every inch of the black teapot and even took a look inside. He tried to see if there was some sort of hidden pattern inscribed on the pot. There isn't anything inside, and it doesn't appear to have any storage or any other seals of any kind on this. So what secret are you hiding? What are you looking for? Kakashi asked his student. The design and craftsmanship of this item are spectacular, and the diamonds and several other stones on this are real. Moreover, based on its appearance, I'm pretty sure this thing is at least several decades old. This teapot is indeed worth a fortune. The story was true. I believe his ancestor did save the daimyo of the time, and got this as a gift. Daichi said. The jonin raised an eyebrow at Daichi's conclusion, but didn't disagree. Well, I guess now we know why Kenichi wanted to find it so bad. Daichi slightly shook his head. I'm not so sure about that. Why would the Phantom Thief steal this after so many years? He disappeared for almost a decade, and right after the guy dies, he steals this from his house a year ago. No, I don't think that's some coincidence. So what's your theory? Kakashi asked his student. I think there is more to this teapot than what we know, and I'm going to figure out its secrets. Daichi said with confidence as he looked at the precious item in his hands. Hokage's office. Hiruzen was relaxing in his chair, smoking his pipe in comfort when he heard knocks coming from the window. He looked to the side and saw a ninja dog and immediately recognized it as one of Kakashi's. Kakashi wouldn't send his summon unless something serious happened. There was a worry in Hiruzen's heart that the team might have encountered dangerous enemies. He made a small gesture with his hand, and one of the hidden guards opened the window to the office. The ninja dog jumped inside and hopped up onto the desk. Guruko took the scroll and placed it on the table. Lord Hokage, Kakashi tasked me with delivering this directly to you. He says it's important, and I'm to wait for your response. Hiruzen nodded, took the scroll and began reading its contents. As he went through each line, his eyebrows began to rise, and as he reached the end of the scroll, he was completely shocked. You've got to be kidding me. The Hokage groaned, thinking about the headache that will certainly arise when the other Kages and feudal lords are made aware of the situation. They were supposed to be on a simple tracking mission. But now? Is everything all right, Lord Hokage? The Hokage's guard special Jonin Genma appeared kneeling and asked. It seems Kakashi and young Daichi have encountered something that will definitely spark an international incident. Sir? Genma and the hidden guards in the room were surprised at how a routine genin mission could turn into something of such magnitude. Genma, it seems I will need to make a trip to the capital, most probably early tomorrow morning. I need you to make the arrangements. The old Kage gave the order. Yes, sir. And summon Akai Hyuga and Nomoru Nara. Genma nodded and vanished. The Hokage then turned his attention to Guruko. Tell Kakashi to stay the course. Since he and Daichi have found the identity of the culprit, we can't let this opportunity pass by. Tell him I'll be sending a Hyuga to help with the mission. He will be at the capital at the inn by tonight. And also inform Kakashi that I will be there by noon tomorrow. Kakashi's summon nodded its head and quickly left the office. Hiruzen sighed and leaned back in his chair. He thought about the conditions placed by the other Kages and feudal lords when the information on the mysterious thief was shared. Whoever finds the thief or his stolen items will get 10% of the total value of everything that's found. The other Kages placed that condition in the hopes that if one of their ninja finds the stolen treasure, then the money they get would be diverted to the village. That's a lot of money, enough to finance several dangerous missions. And that's just one of the conditions placed. This needs to be handled diplomatically. He let out a breath and stood from his chair. He paced in his office, thinking the best move forward. He slowly came near the window and stopped. I can't believe this whole time that Kyoto Inagi was the thief. But that doesn't make any sense. He certainly wasn't in need of any money. And even though I've only met the man on a couple occasions, I'm certain he didn't possess the skills to commit these acts. So how? Is there an accomplice? Or was the innocent man I met just a facade? At that moment, someone knocked on his door. Come in. Two people entered the room, both wearing a Jonin vest. One had distinctive white eyes, indicating that he was from the Hyuga clan, and the other had the Nara clan symbol etched on his shoulder. Akai Nomoru, you two are here. Good. There is an urgent matter that needs to be discussed. Both ninjas straightened and had their full attention on their Kage. Akai, I need you to travel to the fire capital and meet up with Kakashi and his student. Your task is to help them with their C-rank mission. This is a priority mission with great implications, and the sooner you reach the location, the better. Kakashi will fill you in on the mission details. Go. The Hyuga nodded in seriousness and vanished using the body flicker jutsu. The Hokage then turned to the Nara in the room. Nomoru, you'll be accompanying me to the fire capital tomorrow. I need you to prepare for a coming meeting with the diplomats from the other 4 nations. There was an incident, and once the news reaches the other nations, the Kages will definitely send their diplomats to the capital. I need you to prepare. Nomoru nodded. Lord Hokage, what's this about? He then asked. The identity of the legendary phantom thief has finally been revealed, the Hokage replied after a couple seconds. The Nara's eyes widened in shock. He now understood the magnitude of the events taking place. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 178, Treasure, Part 02, Chapter 178 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Near the fire capital. A short while later. So that's what the Hokage said, huh? Guruko nodded his head. Thank you for the assistance. Here. Kakashi gave his summon some treats, and moments later, the ninja dog vanished. The Leaf Jonin met the other two and informed them of their journey back to the capital. Daichi placed the teapot into a scroll and secured it. Soon the trio was making their way back to the capital. Daichi only took Kenichi's heirloom with him, and the rest were kept in the hidden room. Before long, they reached the gates of the capital. Kakashi turned to look at Hirohito. I'm sure you're aware that what you have learned today must be kept secret, don't you? If there is any information leak before the matter is resolved by the daimyo, then it will bring trouble for you and your family. So for the moment, just stay at this inn. The young lord nodded seriously. Kakashi gave the man an address, and soon the two ninjas parted ways with the man. Daichi and Kakashi made their way to their temporary residence. Daichi, we really should just hand over that teapot to our client and finish this mission, Kakashi advised his student. Please, not yet, Sensei. I want to examine this. I'm sure this holds some valuable secrets. The silver-haired ninja just sighed. Daichi, we don't need to do that. Our goal was to find it and return it. We found it. Now we just need to return it. Daichi was calm on the outside, but he was getting slightly anxious. He needed to examine the heirloom and find out its secrets. A day. Just give me a day. I did crack one of the biggest cases of the century. Kenichi waited about a year for this. I'm sure he won't mind waiting for one more day. Kakashi was surprised at Daichi's request. Why are you so adamant about this? What secrets do you imagine this heirloom holds? I don't know what, but I know it does. Don't you think it's strange? There were never any incidents reported that matched the thief's style other than the 40 thefts and the one at Kenichi's house. And in the 40 thefts he left his mark, the red crane on the scene, but at Kenichi's house, nothing. And that robbery was almost a decade after he disappeared. So there must be something he wanted. Something important. Daichi tried to come up with a logical explanation for his desire to examine the heirloom. "And you think whatever that is hidden on this teapot?" The boy nodded his head. Kakashi looked at his student and sighed again. "Fine. We'll do it your way. But how exactly are you going to find out what you're looking for?" Daichi just smirked at that question. "I have my methods, but first I need to get a few things." With that, Daichi took a storage scroll and left the room. Kakashi looked around and just let out a small tired breath. Guess there's nothing to do but wait. He took out his favorite reading material and just got comfortable. Daichi looked around in his room in Kensei's apartment in the capital. During his time as Lady Tsunade's apprentice, she would often task him with identifying, examining, and making notes on various materials. Organic and non-organic. Where the heck is it? I know it's here somewhere. Aha! Found you. Daichi held a microscope in his hands and carefully placed it in the storage scroll. The technology in this world is really bizarre. There is advanced tech in the medical field, but cars and cell phones don't exist yet? He also took several other objects that would help him with his examination. Once he had everything he wanted, he sealed them in his scroll and headed back to Kakashi's place. Once Daichi returned, he saw his sensei with his nose buried in his trashy book. The young genin didn't mind and in fact welcomed the quiet atmosphere. Daichi set up his equipment and was finally ready to solve the mystery. Time to begin my experiments. The information on Observe said that the guy went to an artist to help him hide his secret. So it must have something to do with paint, or maybe ink. I need to focus on foreign material added to this in the last decade. Daichi placed both hands above the teapot, and they started glowing green. A scanning jutsu created with a standard technique from Lady Tsunade and combining the gamer powers. Perfect for all occasions. But still, I never thought I'd use this to examine a teapot of all things. As he made notes on the minerals in the teapot, a few stood out. Gold, silver, and several precious elements present, but the one that was added later was phosphorus, and it's mixed with some other chemicals. Daichi took a black light from the storage scroll and shined it on the teapot. He sighed as he looked at the result. Nothing. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. I thought for sure it was invisible ink. All right, time to get some physical samples. But I have to make sure not to damage it. Daichi took a needle and scraped a minute sample from several sides. He took several samples and soon had them ready to be examined under a microscope. Time slowly went by as Daichi examined different slides and noted the materials present on the teapot. He made sure to take samples from even the inside and the bottom of the teapot. Kakashi glanced at his student from time to time, but didn't say anything. It's quite something watching him work. I wonder what he'll dig up now. Hours went by and Daichi was finally done. He had made a list of all foreign chemicals and minerals that was later added to the object. Daichi looked at the chemicals used and frowned. This combination of chemicals, it's definitely used in the creation of invisible ink. But when I used a black light earlier, it didn't show anything? Daichi sat back down and thought it through. It's some kind of special invisible ink. I'm sure of that, so he wrote the information and hid it in plain view. But what kind of information, and how do I see it? I need to get some air. Daichi stood and went to the balcony outside the room. What am I missing? He looked ahead at the disappearing sun and suddenly had an idea. He quickly returned to his room and opened the blacklight to look at its insides. Just as I thought. Daichi made a few modifications to the device. He took out a pair of large black sunglasses and put them over the ones he already had on. He let out a breath and then shined the light over the black teapot. The result took Daichi's breath away. At that moment, Kakashi spoke up from his spot. Daichi, you've been silent for a long time, and not that I don't mind the quietness, but should I be concerned? Daichi quietly took off the large sunglasses and started chuckling. Hee-hee-hee. Ha! Daichi's soft chuckle turned into full-blown laughter. Sensei, prepare to prostrate, be humbled, and weep at the magnificence of my intellect. Ha! Kakashi just looked on as his student laughed like a loon. Nope, I was wrong. It was better before. At that moment, both of them were taken out of their thoughts by the knock on the door. Daichi sensed a strong chakra presence behind the door and became serious. That must be the Hyuga Lord Hokage sent. Kakashi opened the door, and he was right. Come in. Akai Hyuga stepped forward and looked at the two occupants of the room. He noticed the delicate equipment set up in the place. Were they doing some kind of experiment? Hello, I'm Akai Hyuga, Special Jonin. I'm here to assist you with your mission. The man introduced himself. Kakashi Hatake, and that's my student Daichi Hikima. We were just about to discuss some information my student had discovered. Kakashi then turned towards Daichi. Well, Daichi, the floor is yours. Yes, but before that, since a Hyuga is here. Daichi took hold of the teapot. Can you please use the Byakugan and see if there is anything hidden in this? Akai looked sideways at Kakashi, and the Jonin just shrugged. The Hyuga made a seal, and the veins around his eyes immediately bulged. The Hyuga looked at the teapot and carefully examined every inch. After a few moments, he let go of his visual jutsu. No, I can't find anything. There isn't anything hidden in it, Akai said. But despite what the Jonin said, Kakashi had his doubts. He knew Daichi was brilliant and had found something, so he paid close attention to his student. Daichi smiled hearing that reply. Just as I thought. With the trace amounts used, even the Byakugan couldn't find it. What is it? What did you find? Kakashi asked. The Jonin Akai was also curious. Something my eyes missed? What do you know about the electromagnetic spectrum? Daichi asked the two. Kakashi looked at Akai, and the Hyuga just shrugged, indicating he didn't know what Daichi was talking about. It's some kind of wave, right? That carries signals? Kakashi said, recalling the limited information he knew about the subject. It's much more than that. Electromagnetic spectrum is the range of all types of EM radiation. Radiation is energy that travels and spreads out as it goes. Now, there are 7 types of radiation that make up the electromagnetic spectrum. Radio wave, microwave, visible light, ultraviolet, X-ray, and gamma rays. Among these, the visible light is the only one we humans can detect without special abilities or gadgets. The two Jonin nodded as they listened to Daichi's every word. Since they never studied such subjects, this was new information for them, and it sounded fascinating. But Kakashi didn't understand what significance this information had to do with their situation. What does this have to do with the teapot? Everything. The normal human eyes will only detect visible light, the light that's reflected off an object's surface. Now, we as humans are a crafty bunch. We came up with means to send messages that escape unwanted eyes. Daichi said with a smirk, You're talking about invisible ink, aren't you? Kakashi asked. Daichi nodded. But Daichi, you used a blacklight earlier. I noticed. Nothing showed up. Daichi agreed with his sensei. Yes, it's true. If the person had used a normal invisible ink, it would have appeared as soon as I had shown the blacklight above it. A standard blacklight emits ultraviolet rays between 320 nanometers and 400 nanometers. A normal invisible ink will be cooked and become visible if placed under this spectrum of UV rays. Kakashi stayed silent as he listened to his student. But what if it was a special ink that was used to write the secret message? An ink that would only be visible under a certain condition, under a very specific wavelength of rays. The two Jonin were starting to get what the Genin was saying. Daichi continued. The special fluorescent phosphors ink was made by mixing very specific chemicals. To create this ink is no easy stuff. Now, the materials used are inorganic compounds. So this ink is sunlight stable, heat stable, and will last a long time. This ink will become only visible under UV shortwave lengths. UV shortwaves? What's that? Akai asked. The ultraviolet rays are separated according to their wavelength. Just as the visible lights are separated into 7 colors, the ultraviolet rays are categorized into 3. UV long wave 320 nanometers to 400 nanometers, UV medium wave 280 nanometers to 320 nanometers, and UV short wave 280 meters to 100 nanometers. Now, almost all invisible inks appear when UV long waves fall on them, but this ink, it would only show up if shortwave UV light is used, Kakashi said. Daichi nodded his head. Almost all black lights that are available use long-wave UV rays, so you wouldn't have found it under normal methods. Can we see? Kakashi was now more than curious about the message hidden in the heirloom. Daichi nodded and took out 2 pairs of sunglasses and handed them to the 2 older ninjas. To protect your eyes. He put on his pair and turned on the modified blacklight over the teapot. He flipped the pot upside down, and underneath it were several instructions shining in bright orange color. It's a cipher. Kakashi immediately recognized it. Daichi nodded his head. Yeah, and without the key we won't be able to unlock it. So who has the key? Akai asked. The young genin smiled. Who else? Our client, of course? Kakashi thought about that possibility, and he couldn't rule it out. What do you think these instructions are for? He asked his student. He was looking to hear Daichi's theory. It's no coincidence that the Phantom Thief would come and steal this item after so many years. There is only one reason he would do something like that. I believe these are instructions left by Kenichi's father that will lead to Phantom's hidden treasure, Daichi said. The Jonin was surprised. Do you mean the items missing from that hidden room? Yes. How can you be certain of that? Akai asked the kid. Daichi was silent for a few moments before answering. It's just an illogical gut feeling, but this is the story that makes sense. And it's also based on every heist movie, Sherlock stories, and detective novels I read in my previous life. This has to be it. Now the whole pieces connect. Daichi then looked up to his sensei. So teach. What's our next move? The silver-haired ninja just closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A few seconds later, he made a decision. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 179, Treasure, Part 3. Chapter 179 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. As Kakashi thought about their next move, Daichi took a look at the quest rewards. Quest Find the Secret of the Heirloom completed. Rewards. 3,000 XP. 450. Plus 2 intelligence. Reputation increases with Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and several other people. Reputation increases or decreases with the client, depending on the action of the player. Not bad. I won't say no to more stat points and experience. Now it's time to check the next quest. Quest created, the Great Treasure. Many people from all over the world have been searching for the items that were stolen by the Phantom Thief. Since the value of the items has only increased due to their infamy over time, it is considered one of the greatest hidden treasures in the world. Find the hidden great treasure. Rewards: large unknown amount of money. Plus 2 dignity. Reputation increases with the daimyo and people of the Fire Country. Reputation increases with the Hokage and people of the Leaf Village. Reputation increases with some people around the world. Reputation slightly decreases with some people around the world. Failure. Incomplete chain quest. Wow, a treasure hunt. How exciting. My guess was right. Daichi went through the quest and quickly accepted it. A large unknown amount of money? Will the system give me that reward, or is it going to be the Hokage? Regardless, this quest is far too profitable not to accept. Daichi didn't mind the reputation decrease portion of the reward. He knew that the attention he'll receive once he completes this quest would be negative and positive. At that moment, Kakashi spoke up, bringing Daichi out of his thoughts. Let's just review what we learned so far. Decades ago, Kyoto Inagi decided to become a thief, and he amassed a large amount of stolen items. He decided to mark the sigil of his house onto the world map with the location of his robberies. And once that task was completed, he disappeared. And this was over a decade ago. He kept the stolen items in 2 locations. In the octagonal room in the basement, we found items of secondary value. And the rest were hidden elsewhere. Somehow, around the time when the Phantom was active, Kenichi's father Ichiro Goroya found out about Kyoto and possibly the location where he hid his main treasure. This is on the assumption that the secret message is indeed about the stolen items. Daichi nodded his head. He took over from his sensei. Kenichi said that during the last years of his life he suffered from memory loss, so it's possible he wanted to record the information in a safe place. The silver-haired jonin nodded. Yes. So Ichiro went to a skilled chemist and created an invisible ink that would only appear under specific conditions. I'm sure he must have a blacklight that would reveal the information. And he must not have told anyone in his family. Even his son. If he had, Kenichi would have kept that heirloom in a much more secure location. And somehow, during the last couple years or so, Kyoto found out about what Ichiro did, and after the man's death, went to his house to steal the heirloom and make sure his hidden treasure is never found. He probably stole random objects to confuse and mislead the people who were going to investigate. Daichi concluded his theory. Kakashi stopped and looked at the two ninjas in the room. But there is still a problem. We don't know if Kenichi is aware of the secret message hidden underneath the teapot. We don't know if that's his goal, or if he truly regrets letting his family heirloom get stolen and is genuinely trying to get it back. Daichi tilted his head in slight confusion. Why is that a problem? If the man was genuinely trying to get the heirloom back, then it wouldn't be a problem. If we tell him everything we've learned the last few days, there's a good chance he might help us. His sensei answered. Daichi took a slight breath as he realized where his sensei was going. But if he did learn about the treasure and is after that wealth, and if we tell him, he'll just play dumb and be a lot more cautious. He won't solve the cipher and go after the treasure until he's sure we aren't watching. Precisely. And we can't exactly torture the guy for information, Kakashi nodded. But why not? And if you're worried about repercussions, then why don't you just use your Sharingan on him? Put him in a genjutsu and get the answers needed, then erase his memories. Daichi asked. It's not that simple. Akai Hyuga was the one who answered. Daichi turned his attention towards the new temporary addition to the team. As far as I understand, this Kenichi is the client, yes. Daichi nodded. Akai continued. The mission that was originally given to you was to locate his stolen property. And despite the information you've come across during your search, if you put the client in a genjutsu or torture him for information without a very good sufficient cause, it could affect our standing with the people poorly. And not to mention that this client is wealthy and has ties to the daimyo, so even if it is an efficient logical move, it is a bad one. Yes, Kakashi agreed with his fellow jonin. If we put him in a genjutsu and it turns out he didn't know anything, there will be serious backlash against us in the village. We need to proceed carefully. What about going to the Hokage? Get him to negotiate with the daimyo for us to interrogate Kenichi. Kakashi shook his head. No, it's risky. If we don't have any results, then it could put a strain on our relationship with the capital. No matter how small that might be, it's something we should avoid. Daichi shook his head upon hearing that. Look, I get what you're saying, but he knows about the treasure. And how would you know that, Daichi? Do you have any solid proof that Kenichi is aware of what his father did? Kakashi questioned his student. He looked at Daichi, and he couldn't figure out why the boy was certain of this theory. Daichi was silent as he heard that question. Damn it, I can't tell them. It's because of the quest that just popped up. So what do I do? Kakashi sighed, seeing the frustration on Daichi's face. Look, I understand your frustrations, but right now all we have is speculations. Even that hidden cipher isn't enough. We need something more. And we need to be careful before taking the next step. If Kenichi has figured out that the Phantom was the one who stole the heirloom and we return the teapot, then he'd know we figured out Phantom's identity and tracked him down. He doesn't. I'm sure of that, Daichi said in absolute confidence. What makes you say that? When we asked him if he had any idea as to who stole the teapot, he said he didn't have a clue. He wasn't lying. I'm sure of that. I believe he thinks this was just a random robbery, and if he knew it was the Phantom Thief, then he would have at least tried to send us in that direction, but he didn't. The young genin said confident in his deduction. After taking a few deep breaths, Daichi looked at his sensei. So what now? What do we do? Kakashi silently thought about the matter. Lord Hokage will be here by tomorrow afternoon. We'll speak with him, and then we'll make a plan. Right now, you should get some rest, Daichi. What will you be doing? The boy asked. Akai and I will go to Kyoto's house again. We'll check the whole place one more time just to make sure we didn't miss anything. Kakashi replied. With my Byakugan, we'll be able to spot if there are any more hidden structures underneath the compound. The Hyuga added, We'll be back by morning. Try to get some sleep. Okay? At Kakashi's request, Daichi simply nodded his head. A short while later, Kakashi and Akai left the capital once again. Daichi was on the couch thinking about what to do. At that moment, he thought of something and opened the scroll containing the details about the robbery at Kenichi's home a year ago. Daichi opened the scroll and looked through certain documents. There will be changes to the number and formation, but it won't matter. I'll have to make my move soon, though. Just need to find the right time, and I can't draw anyone's attention. With a few plans in mind, Daichi soon went to sleep. He woke up a few hours before dawn and went outside to complete his daily exercise. An hour later, by the time he was done, Kakashi came up to him. "You didn't find anything, did you?" It was more of a statement on Daichi's part. The Jonin simply sighed and after a few seconds of silence replied, "No, there wasn't anything else other than what we found." Daichi nodded and went back to training while Kakashi relaxed and read his book. Soon, by the time it was noon, there were a few knocks on the door. Kakashi opened it and immediately bowed. "Lord Hokage, please come in." Hiruzen with a smile slowly entered the room. A ninja from the Nara clan and Akai Hyuga also followed the old Kage into the room. Daichi also stood from his spot and greeted the Kage. "Lord Hokage?" "Daichi, Kakashi, you two certainly know how to make things interesting for me," Hiruzen said with a small laugh. "Please tell me you're not complaining that we cracked one of the biggest unsolved cases in the last few decades," Daichi said with a small smile as he looked at the old man. Hiruzen just laughed at that. No. While this will certainly cause a headache for me, it is a minor one. The rewards far outweigh any problem that might arise." He looked at the two ninjas and spoke in a somewhat more serious tone. "Akai has filled me in on the situation. I haven't spoken to the daimyo yet, and the people of Fire Capital are under his protection, so using genjutsu or any means of direct interrogation will cause problems. So how are you two planning to proceed?" At that, Kakashi spoke up. "Well, Daichi and I came up with a plan. It's a simple, straightforward idea, and I believe it should work nicely." Kakashi explained his plan, and the Hokage gave his permission to move forward with it. The next day, Daichi and Kakashi were in Kenichi's office. Daichi held the precious teapot in his hands and showed it to their client. "I believe you were looking for this, sir," Daichi said with a smile. Kenichi's eyes were wide as he looked at the item in front of him. "Oh my God, you actually found it. After all this time I didn't have much hope, but you two actually did it." Reputation increases with Kenichi Goroya. "We couldn't find the jewels that were stolen. This is what we were able to track down," Kakashi said. Kenichi shook his head, smiling. "Those jewels don't matter that much. This is what I wanted. Now I'm sure my father will be able to rest in peace," Kenichi said with a wide smile as he carefully took the teapot from Daichi and inspected it. "You retrieved it without any damages. Well done." The man placed the teapot on top of the table and looked at the two ninjas he hired with a happy smile. "I should have hired you two from the start. I'm amazed. How did you even track this down? Who had it?" Kenichi asked them, eager to know the details. "Well, as for how, we can't reveal the tricks of our trade, I'm afraid," the Jonin said with a polite smile. Now, as for whom, it was a skilled thief from a nearby village. He was at the Fire Capital and heard of your valuable heirloom, so he broke in and stole it along with whatever else he deemed valuable. "The nerve, where is he at the moment?" Kenichi asked with slight anger. "Dead. He died of an illness a few months ago," Daichi replied. Kenichi let out a small breath and calmed himself. He smiled again. "Well, I guess this is it. You two have completed your mission perfectly. Thank you." "It was our pleasure," Kakashi replied. Quest: locate and retrieve the missing item completed. Rewards: 15,000 exp. Reputation increases with the client. Reputation increases with Kakashi Hake and Hiruzen Sarutobi. For Daichi, at that moment, the quest completion notification appeared, but he only briefly glanced at it. He kept his full attention on the man in front of him. "Will you two be staying at the capital? You two are more than welcome to stay at the inn. You could enjoy some free time and tour the places. It will be my treat." The offer from Kenichi sounded genuine to the two ninjas, and his face only expressed his joy at the return of the heirloom and satisfaction at the two ninjas' impeccable work. "Thank you for the offer, but maybe another time perhaps. Now that our mission is complete here, we'll be returning to the village promptly," Kakashi said, smiling. "If you're leaving already, then please take this." Kenichi took 2 coupons from his desk and handed them to Kakashi. You two will no doubt be looking to relax once you reach the village. Please show these coupons at my shop and the staff will treat you to some excellent tea. Please, I insist. Thank you. The Jonin took the 2 coupons and stashed them in his pouch. The 2 ninjas soon left Kenichi's home and headed to the capital gates. They showed their identification documents and left the fire capital. Daichi had a small smirk as he jumped through the trees. Now the plan begins. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 180, Treasure, Part 04, Final. Chapter 180 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kakashi and Daichi quickly moved through the trees and made their way back to the village. Do you think he was suspicious? Kakashi asked his student. Daichi shook his head. No, he believed us when we said the robbery was done by a random thief. I'm certain. I think the same. Now we know for sure. He has absolutely no idea that it was the Phantom who stole the item. And that's the key. Daichi agreed with his sensei. Due to their speed, both of them reached the village in just a few hours. Since he was gracious enough to give us 2 coupons, we should use it. The Jonin said, and both of them soon reached Kenichi's tea house. They showed the coupon to the staff and were escorted to a private room and served their best products. Oh wow, this really is delicious. I can see why this guy has shops all over the country. Daichi commented as he emptied his cup. The flavors are truly exquisite. I'm glad I got to enjoy this. Kakashi also chimed in. They spent some time relaxing at the tea shop and soon left the place. The duo walked through the village streets and slowly made their way to Training Ground 3. I think that should be enough. Don't you agree, Daichi? The boy nodded and both Kakashi and Daichi made a hand seal. Release. The next second, both ninjas vanished in a puff of smoke. Fire capital. Daichi and Kakashi were sitting in a room in a different inn. They stood as they felt the chakra of the shadow clones coming back to them. Looks like our clones did a good job fooling everyone into thinking we reached the village, Daichi said as he stretched himself. I wonder, did Kenichi give us those coupons because he truly was grateful, or is there something more? I guess we'll find out soon, won't we, Sensei? Kakashi nodded. Now that our roles are done for the moment, it's Akai's turn. He'll be able to observe Kenichi's movements much easier without getting noticed. Yeah, but we're stuck here for who knows how long. Daichi had no problems with staying inside, but he was miffed since he didn't know how long it was going to last. Daichi and Kakashi found out Kenichi's schedule for the next several days before they handed the heirloom to the man. The plan was to see if Kenichi would act any differently once he thought the team he hired had left, and so they waited to see the outcome of their gambit. In the Leaf Village, a few minutes after Kakashi and Daichi left the Kenichi's tea shop, a staff member sent a scroll out for delivery, just as Lord Goroya instructed. The staff member remembered what the man had said. Remember, send this only after the ninjas have returned. Once he made sure the scroll would be delivered to the capital soon, he went back to work. I wonder what that was all about. Akai was watching every move his target made from a safe distance. He made notes of the people the man met and where he went. The shadow clones of Kakashi and Daichi left that morning, and it was already late evening. He hasn't done anything suspicious yet. Well, only a day has gone by after all. Does he really not know what that teapot contains? Akai Hyuga frowned as he paid close attention to the man. But at that moment, the Hyuga saw someone deliver a scroll to Kenichi, and Akai saw the glee and joy on the man's face. What's he so happy about? What's in that scroll? The spying Jonin clearly saw the change in the man's demeanor. Looks like Kakashi and Daichi's plan is working. This will be interesting. Kenichi looked at the scroll his men had delivered to him from the Leaf Village. It contained the monthly report and details of his business operations of the tea shop in the Leaf Village. A normal scroll with no real value or secret message from someone else's perspective. But that wasn't the case. I tasked him with sending me this scroll only after he confirmed the arrival of the 2 ninjas back in the village. He was to send this specific scroll should that happen. It seems the two ninjas really did return to the village. They weren't suspicious about my story at all. Fantastic. The man closed the parchment and went back inside. He went to his private chamber and looked at the family heirloom with an intensity that wasn't present before. The great hidden treasure of the legendary Phantom Thief. It's all mine. He took the teapot and carefully held it in his hands. When I read my father's personal journal, I never expected something like this. A secret message stored on the family heirloom. Time to see if it's true or not. Kenichi closed the door to his room and all the windows and made sure he had absolute privacy. He took a specialized lighting equipment and turned it on. The entire room was bathed in blue ultraviolet rays. He shined the light over the teapot. He frowned, seeing nothing. But then he carefully took the pot and looked underneath. The next second, a wide smile was on his face. Yes, it's all true. The location of the great treasure. His journal didn't mention how he found out the identity of the thief, or how he came by the secret location, but he knew his memory was failing him. And for him to go to such lengths to preserve the information, and on the item he considered the most precious in the family, it must have some truth. Kenichi took a book and wrote down what was written underneath the teapot. Once he was done, he put the black light away and took out his father's journal. He turned the pages and found the keyword necessary for decrypting the cipher. After about half an hour, he deciphered the message. I need a map. Kenichi took out a detailed world map and after studying the message, found the location mentioned in it. This area. It's within the Fire Country, but it's a wilderness. As far as I know, there are no settlements or such near that place, but I need to make sure. I'll also need to see if there are any bandits hiding there. I'll check it out first thing tomorrow. With plans made for tomorrow, Kenichi went to sleep dreaming about the wealth he soon would have. The next morning, Kenichi took a horse and without any guards left his home. He was dressed in simple clothing and at a glance people would mistake him for a commoner. Kenichi left the capital and headed in the direction marked in the map. Unaware that several pairs of eyes were on him and following in the shadows. After a few hours, he reached the area. Kenichi looked around and didn't find another soul in the area. Perfect. There isn't anybody here. This place isn't near any traveling routes and there is no strategic value here. The chances of someone coming here is low. That will make this easier. He began his search in the thick wilderness. Come on, it should be here. He carefully looked around and several minutes later found it. A small well that was covered in thick vegetation appeared in his view. That's it. That's the spot. Even after all these years, it's still here. That well is an ideal location to hide important stuff. Kenichi took a look inside the well. The water was clear, but he could see a few small snakes and insects inside the water and crawling on the sides of the inner wall. I need to get rid of these pests. Can't enjoy the treasure if I'm dead due to a snake bite. Kenichi had some training in chakra and knew a few low-level techniques, so he wasn't that worried. He got to work, and after an hour he was done. He looked around and still found no one. He was anxious to see what was at the bottom of the well, and without wasting a second, he jumped inside. He landed and stood on top of the water on shaky feet. Wow. The man held his hands out as if to steady himself. I can't believe all those times spent on learning about chakra and its uses came in handy. Time to see what's underneath my feet. Taking a deep breath, Kenichi cut chakra to his feet and immediately plunged into the water. The well was much deeper than one would guess. He swam down and soon he reached the bottom. Kenichi felt around with his hands and feet and didn't find anything except for soil and rocks. After a couple minutes, he came back for air and dove back in. He searched again, but he didn't find anything and came up for air a second time. Damn it. It's supposed to be here. Did someone else take it? Or did the phantom move the treasure? Kenichi went back down for a third time and tried to find anything that could make this trip worth it. But it was for naught. He tried to dig and see if the items were buried, but he didn't come across anything other than earth. He slammed his fists into the wall of the well as took several breaths of air. Damn it! Damn it! It's not here. Either it was all a lie or someone else got here first. Kenichi was depressed that his endeavor didn't bear any fruit. He slowly climbed out of the well, and when he looked up, he saw the smiling faces of Daichi, Kakashi, and the stoic face of Akai Hyuga. "Hi there. You seem to be having some trouble." Kenichi was so shocked at their presence that he almost slipped and fell back into the well. He held on and slowly climbed out. What are you doing here? I thought you went back to the village?" "We did," Daichi answered. "But we decided to take a stroll." It was Kakashi who said that part. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He didn't find any treasure, and he was already in a bad mood. "I mean, how did you get here? Were you following me?" Well, we were at the capital a few hours ago, and then decided to explore. We just happened to go in the same direction as you." The silver-haired Jonin said with a chuckle. "Anyway, what are you doing here in the middle of nowhere and inside a well?" Kenichi was silent as he heard the question. "I was inside that well for quite a while. They couldn't have seen me if they were just passing by, so they must have been here for a while. They've been following me since I left my home." "Nothing. I just dropped something and went to get it." With those words, Kenichi made his way to his horse. "You deciphered the cipher, didn't you?" Daichi's question stopped the man in his tracks. Despite his body being cold, he began to slightly sweat. "No. Maybe I can still get out of this if I just act dumb. There isn't anything here, so without any evidence I won't be in any trouble." "I don't know what you're talking about," the man answered without even looking at the three ninjas. "Your father was a clever man, to leave a message in a special fluorescent ink that only appears under the light from a special blacklight." Kenichi swallowed and took a deep breath. There is no way these guys can know the Phantom is connected. Can they? No. It's impossible. I'll just pretend I was here trying to find something else. He turned around to face the ninjas. It was just gibberish. There wasn't anything here. He marked this on the teapot, and I just wanted to know why. That's not a crime, is it? No. But deliberately withholding information that could potentially help the village discover a vast stolen wealth is, Kakashi said, and the smile on his face slowly vanished. "Kakashi-senpai, I believe it's time we use the carrot and stick," Akai said. The Jonin-sensei nodded and spoke to Kenichi. "Mr. Kenichi Goroya, let's stop playing these games. We know the code written on the teapot is the location of the treasure stolen by the infamous Phantom Thief. We know for certain because we've found his real identity and already found his safe house and part of the stolen loot." Kenichi's eyes widened as he heard that. The gears in his mind slowly turned. "Wait a minute. It wasn't just some random thief that stole from my home. It was him, wasn't it?" "Yes," Daichi answered. "But he died several months ago." "Now let me explain what's going to happen. The Hokage is already in the capital, and soon the daimyo will get involved. You coming here means you knew the truth about the teapot, and since you stayed silent, you're going to be in trouble. We're going to find the remaining treasure, and so you have two options. You can cooperate, forget about the stolen wealth, and maybe the daimyo will forgive you. He might even give you a reward for leading us to the thief. Or stay silent. We find the treasure and you'll get to face the daimyo's anger." Reputation decreases with Kenichi. Kenichi gritted his teeth. "Damn it! Now no matter what I say, the daimyo will eventually get involved, and I'll be in trouble. I'm backed into a corner. Wait!" Kenichi then smiled as he looked at them. "I wasn't trying to take the stolen treasure for myself. I swear. The reason I didn't say anything earlier is because I wanted to make sure it really was what it was, and then once I found it, I was going to gift it to the fire daimyo. I had no intention of keeping the stolen items for myself," he said in a smiling, humble tone. Daichi's sweat dropped as he looked at the man's 180-degree flip and expression. Man, this guy is unbelievable. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Akai Hyuga narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man. "How shameless can you be? Trying to play that card now." Daichi and Akai frowned as they looked at the man, but Kakashi was smiling. "Oh, is that right? Then we were mistaken. If that's the case, then you wouldn't mind telling us what was written underneath the teapot, would you? Since you didn't find anything in the well, maybe we'll give it a try. What do you say?" Kenichi was smiling, but on the inside he lamented. "Damn it, I can't lie to them. If I do, I'll be in even more trouble. I don't have a choice. Sure, the message was this location, and it said that inside the well I'll find a great treasure. That's it. I see. Well, thank you for informing us. We'll take it from here, Kakashi said, and the next second he created a shadow clone. Why don't you return to the village? My clone will escort you. Kenichi knew it wasn't a request. He nodded without saying a word, got on his horse, and started to make his way back home with the Kakashi shadow clone following. So, Akai, find anything? The real Kakashi asked once the other two left. There is a tunnel at the bottom side of the lake leading to a different location. It's strange. For some reason, my Byakugan vision is getting blurry when I'm looking further down the tunnel. Well, then, why don't we check it out ourselves? The other two nodded to Kakashi's words and jumped into the well. They took a deep breath and plunged into the water. Daichi used Observe on everything, and soon they reached the bottom. The three ninjas could hold their breath for far longer than an ordinary person, and thus were able to investigate longer. Akai noticed a brick that was connected to a hidden pulley system and pressed it. The brick slid into the wall of the well, and the next second a portion of the well started to sink into the ground. Enough for one adult to pass. The three ninjas swam through the water-filled tunnel. Soon they began to notice the water level dropping, and their feet touched the stone ground. We can breathe, so that's something. But I can still only see several feet in front of me even with my eyes. It's really strange. They carefully made their way forward with Akai leading them, and soon the tunnel began to get bigger and bigger. Before long, Kakashi and the two others were standing at the entrance of a large underground cave. Akai saw a couple torches and lit them. What the three saw as light illuminated the darkness made them speechless. The cave was far larger than they thought. They could see several precious artifacts, paintings, statues, and other stuff, all perfectly preserved and kept on different tables. We did it. We actually found it. The great treasure of the legendary thief, Daichi said in an awed tone as he looked around. Yes. Yes, we did. The great treasure completed. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 181, Meeting the Fire Daimyo, Chapter 181 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was in awe as he looked at what was in front of his eyes. Amazing. Everything is perfectly stored and preserved. Look at all this stuff. You can buy a small army with it. Akai said as he inspected the items. There were paintings, precious stones, statues, and scrolls with the markings of daimyos. I can't believe our C-rank mission turned into one of the biggest treasure hunts in the world, Kakashi said as he looked around. He then turned to this student. Well done, Daichi. This wouldn't have happened without you. I think you mean us, Sensei. I wouldn't have known the identity of the thief if it wasn't for you. Kakashi shrugged and turned his head to the items all around. There is something I still don't get. How did he steal all this without getting caught? The places he robbed must have had at least a few sensory ninjas. How did he escape their senses? Is his infiltration and escape skills that good, or is there something else? With the man dead, I suppose we'll never know. As Kakashi was mulling over his theories, Daichi looked at the notifications piled up. Quest the Great Treasure completed. Rewards. Large unknown amount of money, +2 dignity. Reputation increases with the daimyo and people of the Fire Country. Reputation increases with the Hokage and people of the Leaf Village. Reputation increases with some people around the world. Reputation slightly decreases with some people around the world. Dignity and large unknown amounts of money, huh? So dignity stat can be increased with quests like this. That's good to know. Now time to check out how much money I got as a reward. Daichi was ecstatic about the reward. He opened his status page and looked at the Ryo count. It wasn't any different from yesterday. What the? I didn't get any money? Then... Daichi thought about it and figured that if the quest didn't reward him, then it's possible that the monetary reward was from the Hokage. Daichi looked at the next quest that appeared. Quest created, Kyoto Inagi's Secret. Kyoto Inagi only had ordinary skills in the shinobi arts. Yet he was able to infiltrate the most secure compounds in the world, investigate this underground cavern, and find out his secret. Rewards: +2 level in stealth skill. Failure. Incomplete chain quest. Daichi read the quest and his eyes slightly narrowed. A man with only average ninja skills infiltrated places like daimyo's mansions and heavily guarded museums. How did... At that moment, a thought entered his mind. It can't be. There's no way he could have found Atamagai's cloak, could he? No, it couldn't be his 5th and final cloak. That possibility is low, so it must be one of the other cloaks. But when I first got the quest, it said the first 3 cloaks were destroyed. I have the 4th, and the Abyss cloak is the 5th. So what's going on? Did he really find the Abyss cloak? Is it here? The quest mentioned investigating the cavern, and Daichi was intending to do so. If the 5th cloak really is hidden here, then I have to find it. Sensei, I'm going to take a look around. Why don't you start packing everything? Looking for something, Daichi? Kakashi asked in a curious tone. This is the place the Phantom Thief hid his great treasure. There's no way I'm leaving without inspecting every inch. Who knows? We might find something else. Daichi was calm as he said those words, but he was cautious. If the 5th cloak really is here, then I must have it. There's no way I'm handing it to anyone else. I have to do my part and complete this quest. Especially since my clone did his job so well. Flashback. Shortly after Kakashi left with Akai Hyuga to investigate Kyoto's home, Daichi opened the scroll containing the investigation reports on the robbery that happened a year ago. Kenichi is a wealthy man. He had hired several guards to protect his home, and yet the thief broke in. The investigating shinobi have made a detailed account of the guards' patrol time and positions. And this report even has a layout of the building. Not that I need it that much since I've been inside. Still, this is good. The guard's shift may have changed, but it hardly matters. Daichi thought about a plan that would put everything in his favor. Kenichi doubles his guards at night, so I'll need him to leave his house in the morning. If he did know the location of the treasure, then I doubt he'd go there at night. I need to convince Kakashi to make a plan that would have Kenichi leave the house in daylight. Only a couple maids will be at his home during that time, and it'll make my job easier. Daichi thought about how to proceed, and came up with a plan. He opened his inventory and looked at the items he recently created. Perfect. They look exactly like the puppets in Kenichi's home. Not a hair out of place. Even he won't be able to tell the difference just by looking. And based on how they were, he hadn't even touched them in ages. He won't be able to tell the difference. It's a waste to just lock those puppets away inside that shelf. Daichi memorized all the information necessary to infiltrate Kenichi's home and steal the items. When his sensei returned, Daichi laid out his plan and got the man to agree. And once it had the Hokage's green light, Daichi prepared himself. He's on the move. He didn't take any guards with him, Akai said as he looked at Kenichi leaving the capital. Well then, let's see where he leads us. Kakashi gave the order, and the 3 ninjas swiftly moved. They made their presence to a minimum and maintained a certain distance. At this time, Daichi's shadow clone under the protection of the invisibility cloak infiltrated Kenichi's home. The clone easily moved past the guards and soon reached the room where his prize was located. But there was a maid cleaning the room. Daichi used Observe, and the information showed that she was an ordinary woman. He used mana puppetry on her and made her leave the room. Master Kenichi is gone. Why don't I take a break? The maid left, and Daichi made his way to the shelf with the chakra puppets. He opened the shelf without making any noise and carefully lifted the items and placed them in his inventory. Once that was done, he replaced them with identical wooden sculptures. With his mission completed, the clone slowly made his way outside. He carefully moved through the streets and reached his room. The clone took off the cloak and placed it in the inventory, and the next second vanished. Flashback end. Half an hour went by, and Kakashi and Akai were sealing the items in a scroll while Daichi looked around. As he observed every inch of the place, he came across something peculiar. At the far end in a corner, a rock stood out with burn marks. Daichi would have ignored it if there was no quest, but since he was searching for clues, he decided to inspect it. There was something else on the burned rock. Daichi knelt and carefully inspected the area. Something was burned here. But what? He looked closer and he could see something. Observe. Destroyed. A charred piece of fabric from the third cloak Atamagai Uzumaki created, last used by Kyoto Inagi. The observe skill didn't show any more information on the piece of item. The third cloak. Now it makes sense. He did have it, but after he was done with his thievery, he destroyed the cloak. But why the hell would he do that? This is a great stealth item. Why would he destroy it? Daichi Inagi's secret rewards his 2-level in stealth skill. First chain quest, prerogative. Daichi didn't know the answer, but he didn't care. As long as it wasn't the 5th cloak and the quest was completed, it doesn't really matter now. Completed, huh? It seems this chain quest is officially done. Still, this is a bit underwhelming. I thought this guy had some awesome skills or stealth jutsu. Turns out he only just had a cheat cloak. Find something, Daichi? Kakashi came near and asked his student. Daichi held the small burned fabric and spoke. This was the only thing here. It's almost fully burned. Kakashi took the item and carefully examined it. Seems like a fabric of some sort. Must have been part of his disguise. It's no use to us now. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Daichi replied. I've finished storing everything. What do you say we leave Kakashi? The Hyuga spoke up at that moment. Daichi and Kakashi looked around one last time and nodded their heads. They started making their way back to the fire capital. Daichi and Sensei gave a detailed report of their findings to the Hokage. Currently, they were in a meeting with the Hokage, and the man Hirohito Inagi was also present. The man went through a light interrogation to make sure he wasn't aware or a participant in his father's crimes. Hiruzen had a stern gaze as he looked at the man. I've spoken with the fire daimyo. Due to the sensitive nature of everything, he has agreed to keep your name out of it. Since you didn't know what your father was up to, it was decided that you wouldn't be punished for his crimes. Thank you for the mercy, Lord Hokage. Hirohito bowed respectfully as he heard his verdict. This was only possible because we were able to retrieve everything that was stolen. If that weren't the case, then things would have gone much differently for you. So instead of thanking me, you should be thanking those two behind you, Hiruzen said. Hirohito nodded and turned towards Daichi and Kakashi. Thank you sincerely. He then looked at Kakashi. Thank you for keeping your word. The silver-haired Jonin just nodded with a small smile. The man was dismissed, and soon it was just the 3 of them in the room. Hiruzen looked at his 2 ninjas. The daimyo wants to meet you two. I couldn't exactly say no, the old Kage said. Kakashi nodded. I understand, sir. Hiruzen then turned to Daichi. I know I don't have to say this to you, but please be on your best behavior. You're about to meet the most powerful man in Fire Country. Daichi nodded his head. Yes, sir. He knew the matter was no joke. If he made any remarks that displeased the Fire Lord, it could have great consequences. Good. Let's move. The group made their way to the Fire Daimyo's palace. You have witnessed a work created by several master craftsmen. This palace is incredible. The Hokage chuckled, looking at Daichi's reaction. It was something he expected. Yes, indeed it is. This is the Fire Lord's home, after all. There were guards everywhere, visible and hidden. Daichi could sense all of them with his mana. He knew using chakra sense was a bad idea. No, there definitely would be a sensory-type ninja hidden. If I use chakra sense and he detects me, that might cause some trouble. Better not risk it. A high-ranking court official met them and led them inside. Soon they reached a room with 2 giant doors in gold and red design. This is Lord Ryuga's personal chamber. Come. The doors opened and they went in. This room is much bigger than I thought. On the other side of the room, on a luxurious couch, sat the current Fire Lord, Ryuga Hino. 2 guards in imperial armor stood behind him. There were a couple of advisors with him as well, taking part in the meeting. Daichi used Observe, but couldn't see their level. When he used Mana Scout, he sensed several other ninjas hidden throughout the room. Must be some of the 12 Guardian ninjas. The daimyo smiled as he looked at the Hokage. Ah, Hiruzen, you've come right on time, as always. I did not wish to make you wait, and it helps that I do like to be punctual. Hiruzen replied with a polite smile. Daimyo laughed merrily after hearing that. Come, Sit, sit. While Hiruzen sat on the opposite couch, Daichi and Kakashi stood near him. And like that, the meeting with some of the most powerful people in Fire Country began. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 182. Ryuga Hino, Chapter 182 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Come. Sit. Sit. At the daimyo's invitation, Hiruzen took his seat and his two ninjas stood behind him. Despite being in front of the daimyo of the Fire Country, Daichi had been paying attention to the guards visible and invisible in the room. It was only after observing them that he paid full attention to the man sitting on the couch. Daichi looked at the old man and he was slightly confused. Wait a minute. Now that I'm taking a closer look at the guy, he doesn't look like the Fire Lord I saw from Canon. Daichi took a close look at the guy and recalled the face that was shown in Canon. Yeah, that's definitely not him. The daimyo looked to be in his late 50s, but Daichi could tell he had a strong physique. He wore luxurious clothes that had gold and red embroidery. He had an oval face with long white hair and a goatee. His green eyes looked as if they were peering into one's soul. The realization sent a jolt through the boy. Daichi immediately used Observe. This guy is over level 96. I know he's been the daimyo of this country for several decades, so this change didn't happen because of me. That means, is this some kind of alternate universe? Why is this happening? And if this is different, then what else is? The boy's face didn't show any expression, and he looked calm. But Daichi was anxious inside. He felt he couldn't trust whatever canon information he had, and it bothered him slightly. I've already made changes, but in the larger scheme, things are relatively on track. At least that's what I thought. Now, it's good that I found out this now. I need to dig into the history of this world. I need to know what else is different. Daichi looked at the advisors in the room, and they were civilians with no ninja training. I've spoken with Kenichi Goroya. Despite the man's less-than-pure intentions, I've decided not to pursue the matter with him. The story passed down through his family is true. His ancestor did help save mine, and he did lead us to the treasure. So in a way, I suppose I owed him. The daimyo spoke as he recalled the short meeting with the man responsible for starting everything. Hiruzen agreed with that assessment. Yes, he has business across the nation, and he is a client that brings missions every year. It was a wise move. Ryuga nodded and spoke with a smile as he looked at Hiruzen. My people looked over everything your ninjas have recovered. All the items are genuine. They are indeed the ones stolen from all over the world. And based on the report, we've recovered everything. The Hokage smiled hearing that. I'm pleased. That will help us during the negotiations. I assume you've already sent a message. Ryuga nodded his head. Yes, this isn't something that can be hidden. And I still clearly remember the conditions set forth by everyone. He was silent for a moment and then continued. The other Kages and daimyos will be sending their diplomats. They'll be here in a few days. Things will become hectic. He sighed and leaned back in his seat. The Kage nodded. He too knew the seriousness of the situation. Yes, that's why I brought Nomorunara with me. You know, Hiruzen, you could have given me a heads up about this sooner, Ryuga said with a small sigh. I know, and I apologize for withholding the information till the last moment, but I couldn't risk anything going wrong. I hope you understand, the Hokage said with a small smile. The daimyo laughed lightheartedly. He decided to switch to lighter topics. I know, I'm just complaining for the sake of complaining. How is Asuma? He left a few months ago. He said he was interested in taking a team to train. The old Kage nodded his head. He is well. And yes, he has expressed his intentions on teaching a Jinin team. A new Inoshikacho team will graduate from the academy next year. I was hoping for Asuma to take charge of them. Ryuga nodded. Speaking of the Leaf Ninja Academy. His eyes then drifted to Daichi. Hiruzen and Kakashi, while outwardly calm, were slightly tense as the daimyo looked at the genin in the room. The fire daimyo, unlike the other lords of different nations, was trained from a young age and was a skilled warrior. He had the aura of a powerful ruler. Hiruzen knew the true nature of the man. He can be kind and merciful, but he is also ruthless when the time calls for it. He has no qualms about getting his hands bloody if the need arises. If he decides to take Daichi to the capital. Hiruzen knew that scenario would complicate a few things. Ryuga looked at the boy standing behind Hiruzen. Daichi Hekima, the apprentice of Princess Tsunade Senju, now genin under Kakashi Hatake. If the reports are right, then the most skilled medic currently in the capital. Daichi was silent and calm as he locked gaze with the man. I'm curious, Daichi. Do you think you're the best medic in the capital? Ryuga asked the boy with a smile. Hiruzen glanced at Daichi and gave a small nod, as if giving him permission to answer the question. Daichi took a deep breath and answered, Lady Tsunade has taught me everything she knows, but I still have some ways to go before I surpass her. If she were in the capital right now, then no, I'm only the second best medic. The smile on Ryuga's face vanished and he looked into the boy's eyes. But several seemingly tense seconds later, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I like that answer. The laughter died down, and he looked at the boy with a smirk. A man should always know what he's worth. He was silent for a few seconds and spoke again. Hiruzen tells me you're one of the most talented ninjas of this generation. I can see his claims were true. You identified the thief when no one else could, and you found the clues hidden by Ichiro. You're quite intelligent. Thank you, Lord Ryuga, but I couldn't have done it without Sensei's help. He was the one who figured out the important parts of the case. Daichi slightly bowed and replied, Yes, I'm aware. Your sensei is an excellent ninja. Despite addressing Kakashi, Ryuga's eyes were on Daichi. A smart, strong, capable, and talented child. Daichi, what do you say you stay here? Your skills will be tested, of course, but I have a feeling you'll pass with flying colors. You'll be trained by skilled teachers, and you can even join my personal guards. Daichi was surprised at the invitation. This guy is definitely nothing like the daimyo in the story. Hiruzen was outwardly calm as he listened to the daimyo's proposal, but inside he was surprised at the blatant way the man was trying to poach his shinobi. Kakashi looked at the daimyo with a cool face, but he too was shocked. To think he would have the nerve to ask that question with Lord Hokage sitting right in front of him, no less. Rumors about him are indeed true, it seems. A cunning, bold man who has no problems taking what he wants. His attention then turned to his student. What will you do? I have no doubt that Daichi at least has an idea as to what the offer entails. Joining the man's personal guards means he'll have wealth, power both political and physical, and the risk to his life becomes far less. It's a tempting offer, but I have a feeling I know your answer. Daichi gave a polite smile and bowed. Seeing Daichi's expression, Ryuga already knew the answer before the boy spoke the words. Thank you for the offer, but I apologize, Lord Ryuga. My place is in the Leaf Village. Daichi lifted his head and saw the man looking at him with a serious gaze. You're a smart lad, so you must know what my offer holds, don't you? The daimyo asked the boy with a serious expression. I have an idea. Yes, Daichi nodded. And you're still refusing? Ryuga raised an eyebrow at that. Yes, sir. The daimyo looked at Daichi for a few more seconds and turned his attention back to the Hokage. There was no hesitation when he answered me. That's a loyal shinobi you have there, Hiruzen. The Hokage chuckled and nodded along. Yes, Daichi is full of passion, and he carries the will of fire in him. Daichi inwardly snorted at that. More like I won't be able to accomplish my goals if I stay here. It's a pretty sweet, tempting offer, though. If I didn't know about Madara and Kaguya, I probably would have taken this guy up on it. The Fire Lord smiled, hearing that answer. Well, let's get back to the topic at hand. One of the conditions set forth when the intel was being shared by the Kages was that whoever finds the treasure gets 10% of its total value in cash, a reward for finding the elusive thief. Hiruzen nodded his head. Yes, but I'm sure you know what they really had in mind. They were intending for one of their shinobi to find the treasure and then use the cash flow to recruit outside forces and stockpile weapons. They all knew war was just around the corner, and it would have given them the advantage. That much money, if used the right way, could have changed the flow of battle. Thankfully, none of that happened. Ryuga replied as he sat back with his legs crossed. Yes, it was fortunate that it was these two who found it at this time. Yes, but the fact remains, whoever finds the treasure does receive the sum as reward. The daimyo then turned to his advisors. Have you made an estimate on how much everything they found is worth? Yes, my lord. Approximately 682,140,000 ryo. We took into account the item, their original value, and their infamy. One of the advisors answered. Ryuga nodded and turned his head to the two-leaf ninjas. Approximately 682 million. 10% of that is 68. 2 million ryo. Even when it's split between the two of you, there will still be a lot of money left. 68 million. Wow! Daichi couldn't help but smile at that number. The daimyo laughed heartily, seeing Daichi's expression. Yes. You'll never have to work again, but I'm sure that won't be the case. The monetary reward will be handed over to Hiruzen in a few days, and you can receive it from him. Yes, sir. Daichi and Kakashi bowed slightly. Now, why don't you two enjoy your time here? My men will guide you. The Hokage and I have some catching up to do. Ryuga spoke, and his advisors stood and motioned Kakashi and Daichi to follow as they bowed to their lord and left the room. Hiruzen nodded and dismissed them. Soon, the only people in the room were the Hokage, the daimyo, and his two trusted guards, hidden in the shadows. The Hokage was quick to notice the change in the man's aura. He became serious. Lord Hokage, I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to reply honestly. Hiruzen slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded. I know most everything that goes on in my city, so tell me, why is Kensei Yasaji investigating the members of my court? The jovial atmosphere Ryuga gave off was nowhere to be found as he asked this. Hiruzen looked calm and didn't even flinch at the accusation. He knew the man finding out about the task he assigned Kensei was a possibility. Since a few members of the daimyo court are involved, I have to tell him, especially now that he's directly asked me. Hiruzen decided to answer the question. He wasn't worried about the guards hidden in the room, as he knew they were some of the most loyal people of the daimyo. There is a war between me and Danzo going on behind the scenes. For the moment, it is a cold war, but soon things will boil over. I tasked Kensei with identifying Danzo's contacts here at the capital. I'm sorry for not informing you, but secrecy was absolutely necessary. You know how Danzo operates. Ryuga was surprised to hear that. He leaned back and rubbed the bridge of his nose. You and Danzo watched over the leaf together for decades. What changed? What happened? Hiruzen sighed at that question. Truthfully, he didn't know exactly when the relationship between him and his old friend turned sour. The Nine Tails attack did more than just kill our ninjas and destroy the village. It may have been long before then, but I believe that was the tipping point for him. The two sat in silence for a short while. So what now? Now that I know this, I can't pretend to go about as if nothing has changed. The daimyo spoke. Lord Ryuga, you're aware that the daimyo can't interfere in the internal matters of the village. Yes, and the same is said for the shinobi village, but you and Danzo violated that rule. The slight anger in the daimyo's voice wasn't missed by anyone in the room. The Fire Lord took a deep breath and was once again calm. This is going to be a problem. I understand your reasoning, Hiruzen. I'm not particularly happy about it, but I understand. The Hokage let out a small breath. Thank you, Lord Ryuga. This is such a mess. I need you to tell me everything that's happened these last few years. Hiruzen nodded to the daimyo's request, but he had a question of his own. Yes. But before that, I wanted to ask, did you ask young Daichi to stay here because of this? Hiruzen gazed into the man's eyes as he posed his question. Ryuga looked at the Hokage and smirked. He already had the answer in mind. Author's note. So I decided to create an original character for the daimyo. It came to me a couple chapters ago. Why write the same boring character from canon when I can create a new one? And the change will be explained. There is a reason, but that's long into the future. With the next chapter, this arc will be concluded, and Daichi and the others will return to the Leaf. The one important thing I learned when completing this mission arc is pacing. I expected to finish this in like 4 or 5 chapters, but this was too long. In the future, I'll try to complete missions without dragging it out to so many chapters. Well, I'll try anyway. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 183. A Wild Theory. Chapter 183 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi's group. Kakashi and his student bowed and followed the daimyo's advisors out the room. "This is your first time in the palace, isn't it?" one of the advisors said to the two ninjas. "Yes." Kakashi and his student nodded. "Come, I'll show you around." The court member gave a small tour of the palace to the two ninjas. Kakashi and Daichi were well aware that their every move was being observed by the guards hidden throughout the palace. As Daichi looked around, he met several people. One in particular caught his attention. It was a thin servant woman carrying out her duties. Her features, she seems. A picture came to his mind, and Daichi compared that to the thin maid. He finally recognized who it was. There's no way. That's Madame Shijimi, or her counterpart from canon. So here she's a maid and not the wife of the Fire Lord. Another change. I need to find the reason behind it. Daichi was about to ask the advisor the history of the Fire Daimyo, but decided against it. It's best I ask the Hokage for that information, and I also need to pay a visit to Kenichi and Hirohito. I have a feeling they'll have the answers I'm looking for. Their family would definitely have records of some sort. Soon their tour came to an end, and at that time the Hokage came to meet them. "We'll be here for a few days. The diplomats from other countries will arrive, and I need you to prepare a detailed report, Kakashi." The Jonin nodded. Dismissed. Kakashi and Daichi went their separate ways. Hiruzen looked at the disappearing form of Daichi Hikima. He sighed and went to his guest room. Kenichi looked at the boy in front of him with a tired sigh. The events of the last few days were stressful for him. "What brings you here, Daichi?" "I want to know more about your great-grandfather." The man was puzzled at that request. "Why?" "Call it curiosity. And I don't have much else to do at the moment. I'm curious about the ordinary man who saved a daimyo's life." Kenichi was suspicious, but he couldn't deny Daichi's request after everything that's happened. He took the genin to his personal library and took a few worn-out-looking books from the shelf. These were his personal journals. These should help you learn more about him. The man handed the books to the boy. "Have you read them?" Daichi asked Kenichi. The man shook his head. "No, I have no interest in wasting time and reading something that happened almost a century ago." With that answer, he left the room. Daichi began going through each journal. He thought his chances of finding something unusual was slim, but he was wrong. After just an hour, he stumbled on a critical piece of information. Daichi's eyes carefully read the lines written in the book. "An hour after I opened my shop, a strange traveler came in. The only thing I could see was his eyes. Everything else was shrouded in black clothing. The Komugi clan and the Hyuga clan had a small battle not too far from here, so I was wary of the stranger. Even though I was slightly scared, I served him without hesitation. At the end, he gave me the needed coins and something else. It was a small pouch with a herb in it." "Thank you. This tea is indeed very good. So as a reward, I'll give you something extra. This pouch contains a very special herb. It is the rarest medicinal herb in the world. It has the ability to defeat any poison, restore vitality, and cure any disease. Use it wisely." Those were the words he said to me as he handed me the pouch. He didn't even give me his name, and I didn't believe him. But I didn't throw it away. What if he was telling the truth? That question rang in my head and it bothered me. So I kept the small pouch in a safe place. 2 months later, on a Saturday evening, a man in wealthy clothing barged into my store. He was breathing hard, bleeding from his mouth, and had a wound on his leg. He didn't tell me who he was, but I could see that he was going to die. The next second, I was rushing to take the pouch the stranger gave me, and I gave the man the herb inside. The stranger was saved. I didn't know what prompted me to do what I did, but I'm glad it happened. It was only later that I learned that he was the daimyo of this nation. As a reward for saving his life, the daimyo gave me wealth, land, and a precious heirloom. But still, all this couldn't have been possible without that stranger. Whoever you are, thank you for giving me a new life. Daichi finished reading and leaned back in his chair. So that guy didn't have any secret knowledge about medicine or herbs. A customer gave it to him. But there is no way some guy would just hand over a herb that valuable to a tea stall owner without any reason. He must have known about the attack on the daimyo. It's the only logical explanation. But how could he predict that the daimyo would end up at that stall, or that tea stall owner would help him? And why not warn the daimyo or save him directly? Why use a random ordinary civilian as an intermediary? Still, it's clear now. Kenichi's great-grandfather was just a pawn in someone else's plans. I'm sure of that. But who and for what purpose? Whoever that person is, he must have some great knowledge about herbs to have something like that. Daichi closed the book and closed his eyes. Several theories went through his head, but without evidence he couldn't make a final judgment. I need to see Hirohito as well. I have to know more about Kyoto Inagi. And why did that man decide to burn something as valuable as that cloak? Daichi left Kenichi's home shortly after and headed to the hotel Hirohito was staying at. When will you be leaving? Tomorrow. Is there something the Hokage needed? Hirohito was unsure as to why Daichi had come to him. Don't worry. You're not in any trouble. I just came to see if you still had the books that were taken from your father's safe house. The man nodded and led Daichi inside. During the recovery of items from the first location, Kakashi and Akai came across the thief's personal notes and journals. They took it, and after thorough examination determined that it didn't contain any relevant information, and thus returned them to his son. Daichi went through the journals and notes and, like Kakashi, didn't find anything of significance. At first. Wait, this guy used Atamagai's cloak. That means there is a strong possibility that he could use mana powers? Is it possible? Daichi concentrated mana energy to his fingertips and placed them on top of the books. Nothing changed on the outside, but Daichi opened the book and saw new texts appear on the back of the book. I was right. He can use mana. So that's how he hid it. He wrote mundane information in normal ink from the right, and hid valuable secret info with mana from the left side of the book. No one would get suspicious at that. Now, time to find out what secrets you're hiding. Daichi read through the information and found several pieces of interest. During his childhood, he met a strange man who taught him the ability to use mana. And Kyoto was given a book with clues that lead to the third cloak. He was cunning, but also a rebellious man, and he hated his father. The eternal red crane was the house sigil of his mother, and when it was changed, Kyoto didn't want it to be forgotten and looked for a way to mark it forever. He solved the clues in the book and found the cloak. He used it not only for his robberies, but also to spy on his competition and enemies. Daichi closely read the last few parts of the secret texts written by Kyoto. This cloak is slowly killing me. Whenever I used it, I felt a small pain in my head, but now I feel like I'm dying. If I use this again, I know I surely will. Since I've accomplished my goals, I have no need for it. Now that I've completed the 40th mark, I can rest. That man, Ichiro Goroya, he found out about my secret identity, or at least found the location of my treasure. I don't know how that's possible. I was so careful, but it doesn't matter. His memory is failing him, and he let slip that he knew the location of a treasure to his friends. They thought the disease was affecting his memories and didn't take him seriously, but when I heard it, I knew I couldn't take the risk. After his death, I used the cloak one last time. I searched everywhere, and made sure to throw off the ones who will look for me from my trail. I cannot use this cloak any further. It's time I destroyed it. Daichi then read the text below that addressed him. If you are reading this, then that means you have the ability to use this special energy. In all my life, I haven't come across anyone that had this power other than the man who taught it to me. So if you're reading these words, then you have that power too, and you found out who I really am. I'm sorry I destroyed the cloak. I did it so that it wouldn't kill you. You have a unique power. Carve your mark on this world. Just like I did. Good luck. Daichi closed the book and let out a breath. So there was someone else who could use mana, and he taught it to Kyoto when he was young. But what could he possibly gain from this? What reason could he have had to teach Kyoto about mana? Maybe someone asked him to? An obligation? Or did this person do it on a whim? Daichi thought about the two cases. The man who gave Kenichi's great-grandfather the herb, and about the unknown man who taught mana to Kyoto. In both incidents, two unknown people helped them without seemingly getting anything in return. Strange. Very strange. Both incidents happened several decades apart. So I'm sure there is no connection between Kyoto and the old tea stall owner. Daichi stood from his chair and soon left Hirohito's place. He had one more person to see. Hiruzen was enjoying a warm, comfortable tea when someone knocked on his door. "Come in." He was surprised to see that it was Daichi. "What do you need?" The old man smiled and asked, "Do you know the history of the fire capital?" Hiruzen frowned upon hearing that question. "What exactly are you looking for?" "I'm curious about the attack that happened to Lord Ryuga's ancestor. An attack on the daimyo would definitely not be the work of some random person. Why the sudden interest in an incident that happened almost 100 years ago?" "I have an inquisitive mind, Lord Hokage," Daichi replied with a smile. Hiruzen chuckled when he heard that. "It seems we both have similar inquisitive minds." "You're not the only one who thought that. When I heard about it, I went through the library here and found out the truth." Daichi was excited. He wasn't sure the Hokage would have the answer he was looking for, but it seems he was wrong. "What was it?" "Before I tell you, you must understand that this is information not known to many, especially in today's time. Make sure to keep it that way." The Hokage's tone had a warning to it, and Daichi nodded in seriousness. "I'm only saying this because of your recent exploits. The daimyo at that time had a younger brother. The brother grew jealous and wanted the position of daimyo and sent assassins after his older brother. If the daimyo had died, his brother would have taken power. But the man survived the attack and soon found out his own flesh and blood was responsible for the attempt on his life. Saddened and enraged, he had his brother killed in secret, and he made sure to erase this shameful family history from the public. But it's recorded in the private archives here. I see. Brother rising against brother and leaving desolation behind. How tragic." Daichi spoke in a low tone. At that moment, the battle between Itachi and Sasuke came to his mind. Hiruzen also agreed with that sentiment. "Yes, indeed. Is there anything else?" "No, sir." Hiruzen nodded, and Daichi left the room with several thoughts swirling in his mind. He went to the garden in the palace compound and sat in a meditative pose. "Think, Daichi. Do these incidents have anything in common? Or were they all just random coincidences? In the first case, a stranger gave a herb to a random tea shop owner, and a couple months later, the daimyo who was passing by was attacked and saved. The daimyo must have also investigated the man who saved his life. He must have been suspicious that a random nobody could have saved him in the nick of time. So, assuming that's the case, and the fact that he rewarded the man means the tea shop owner wasn't involved, or the daimyo couldn't find anything, I was right in my earlier assessment. He was a pawn. Someone wanted that daimyo to stay in power. If I'm right, the canon daimyo must have been a descendant of the younger brother. Since he was killed, the canon counterpart was never born. Makes sense, but that doesn't explain the incident with Kyoto. Daichi spent his time in the garden analyzing the information from different angles. Come on, Daichi. Think outside the box. Find a different perspective. Daichi reviewed the incidents as if they were a play in a theater, and he was the director. The ones who benefit from all these are Kenichi's great-grandfather, Kyoto, the daimyo, and me. Daichi's eyes snapped open, and he took a deep breath. No way. A stranger who's knowledgeable in herbs, a stranger who can use mana, and someone whose actions influence the timeline. It can't be. Me? Can it? Daichi let out a deep breath and focused. Up until now, I've assumed the unknowns who helped were two different people. But what if it wasn't? What if it was one person? That's why his actions influenced the timeline. Because that person wasn't part of canon. Because it was me. Or there was someone else in this timeline like me. Someone from outside the story, but that probability is low. That monumental realization struck Daichi like thunder. 34 million is a lot of money. And there's much that I can accomplish with it. So sometime in the future I travel back and set events in motion that benefits me. I can time travel. Was it the dragon veins, or was it something else? Daichi stood and walked to a nearby pond. He looked at his reflection and sighed. This is still all just a theory, without any proof. Still, assuming I can time travel in the future, still a big if. What else did I do? Daichi sighed and slowly walked back to his room in the palace. Looks like I'll just have to trust that future me didn't screw anything up for Mimi. I hope. The diplomats arrived and negotiations were proceeding without any problems. The Hokage had to stay at the capital for a few more days, but Daichi, Kakashi, and Akai Hyuga returned to the village. Daichi went to his room and looked in the mirror. For the moment, I'll focus on the here and now. Whatever I might do in the future regarding time travel stuff, that's not my concern right now. Author's note. Show of hands. How many of you saw this coming? And how many like it? Just a reminder that it could also not be time travel and be all a huge coincidence. And Daichi's imagination was just running wild. If it were time travel, then that stuff won't come into play for a long time, and if it does, there won't be much of it. Who knows? Well, I do. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 184, Interlude, Around the World 01. Chapter 184 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. The items recovered will be returned to their original owners. But since we're the ones who found the treasure, the monetary reward for finding the items as per the original negotiations must be handed over first. Nomoru Nara said as he looked at the other diplomats. What about the one who stole the treasure? What is the identity of the phantom thief? The diplomat from Sand Village asked. His identity is irrelevant as he died months ago. The Nara replied, How can you expect our cooperation if you can't even reveal to us his identity? What are you trying to hide? This question came from the man who represented the Stone Village. He had an aggressive air as he looked at the Leaf Ninja. He has a point. How do you expect us to believe that the Leaf Village had nothing to do with the thief if you don't reveal who he is? What deceitful tricks are you trying to pull? A man with dark skin who wore the headband of the Cloud Village asked. Nomoru narrowed his eyes at that question. This coming from the man from the village which orchestrated a fake peace treaty to get at one of our clan heirs. Careful with your words, Nara. I could say the same for you. Nomoru took several documents that were on his side and handed them over to the others in the room. Those documents contain the dates and locations of all the places the Phantom Thief hit. He stole from the Fire Country just as much as he did from the other nations. And during the Third War, his actions forced the Hokage to divert some forces from certain areas, which allowed your village an advantage in the battle. Do you really think if the thief was from our village and acting under the Hokage, he would make a move like that? The diplomat from the Cloud Village was silent as he looked at the event in question. Maybe it was a ruse, and as I recall, that battle ended in your favor. Not without avoiding casualties. The robbery that happened here 4 years later. Do you really think the daimyo would show mercy for an insult like that? The Hokage has spoken with the Fire Lord, and it was his decision that the identity of the thief not be revealed. Not because we want to hide something, but because of what will happen to his family. The thief is dead, and his family had no idea about the double life he led. They are innocent. Getting back to the distribution of all the items. How long do you expect that to take? The Sand Village ninja asked. As soon as the conditions set forth by the Kages are met, we will return the properties. 682 million. That's a lot of money. The ninja muttered and looked at the documents on 2 leaf ninjas who uncovered the treasure. Kakashi Hatake and Daichi Hekima. Based on the report, it was the Genin Daichi who solved the puzzles that led to the identity of the thief. Another talented ninja growing in the leaf. The Sand diplomat sighed and moved on with the negotiations. It took a few days, but with the daimyo overseeing the meetings, it all soon came to an end. Hiruzen bid farewell to the Fire Lord and made his way back to the village. Meanwhile, the Fire Lord Ryuga Hino was having tea and relaxing in his garden. My lord, did you really want that genin to join the ranks of Imperial Guards? Ryuga's closet advisor asked him. Even though it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, I wanted to see his response. And what did you find, my lord? At this question, Ryuga turned to his closet advisor and smiled. There are 3 types of people in this world. The first are the ones who only know to follow orders without question, ones who cannot be a leader, the ones who follow behind everyone else. The sheep, the second and third, are wolves. But they are of a different nature. One looks for freedom while the other looks to conquer. But regardless of what category they fall into, they want one thing: power, be it physical or the political power to rule. There are people who achieve one or the other, but ones who achieve both of those things. Those people are a rare breed. You mean someone like you, my lord? You have the strength to rival a Kage, and you are also the ruler of a great nation. Ryuga laughed at that. Yes, but I was lucky. I was born into one of those roles and had to work hard for the other. But I'm talking about the people who had none of these when they were born, but still managed to achieve both. Someone like the Kages. Yes. The Fire Lord nodded at that. So that child, is he a wolf? He's a wolf, of that there is no doubt. But I don't think he's the kind that's looking to rule over anyone. I could tell when I was looking in his eyes. He's someone who wants freedom, and he knows that to have it, he needs strength. Lord Ryuga thought about the question the Hokage asked. Flashback. Yes. But before that, I wanted to ask, did you ask young Daichi to stay here because of this? Hiruzen gazed into the man's eyes as he posed his question. No. I was genuinely interested in the boy. What his grandfather was up to wasn't a concern for me. Hiruzen nodded and leaned back in his seat. Daichi has a passionate heart. He wanted to become a strong ninja from a young age. He is quite dedicated. Of that I have no doubt. Ryuga had a smile as he said that. I'm surprised you let it go so easily. That's not usually the case, Hiruzen said as he looked into Ryuga's eyes. The Fire Lord just shrugged and smiled. But there was something else in his smile that Hiruzen missed. The Fire Lord took a cup of tea and slowly drank it as he remembered Daichi's eyes. He's dedicated to becoming more powerful, but loyalty... I can tell that he is loyal to himself first and foremost. I've seen eyes like his plenty when I looked in the mirror in my early days, when I just wanted my freedom. I yearned for it. But I knew to achieve that freedom, I would need power. The Fire Daimyo looked at the clueless Hokage in front of him. A child like him, he won't submit to anyone for long. Because I wouldn't if I were him. It's why I didn't push the matter of recruitment any further. Well, I'm not going to interfere in the matter of the village, Hiruzen, so I'll just stay quiet. Flashback end. I'm curious to see what that boy will do in the future, but right now, he isn't all that important. Ryuga said and closed his eyes to enjoy the calm, peaceful atmosphere. It wasn't just the Fire Daimyo discussing Daichi, but various powerful ninjas across the world were becoming aware of him. Hidden Sand Village. The Kazekage looked at the reports his men had sent after the meeting at the fire capital. The village is already in a precarious position, and this will put the economy in even more of a struggle. At a time like this... The leader of the Sand Village took a look at another file on his desk. He flipped the page, and in it were the pictures of Kakashi Hatake and Daichi Hekima. So the son of White Fang took an apprentice, huh? It wasn't the Kazekage who spoke, but an elderly woman who came near him. He looked at her as she and another elderly man came to the room. Who that man takes as his student is of no concern to me. So what was so important that you had to call us here? You know that we are retired, correct? The old woman spoke with a slight irritation in her voice. Yes, and I apologize for calling you in at this time, but there is a matter that you should be aware of. The phantom thief has been found, and the stolen items have been retrieved. Both the newcomers were shocked. This is certainly news, to think that after all this time someone would discover the identity of that thief. The granny spoke as she digested the information. I assume it was this team who did it? She said, pointing to the Leaf Ninja duo. Yes, but there is more. This child, Daichi Hekima. He's not just the student of Kakashi Hatake, but he is also the apprentice of Tsunade Senju the Sannin. Lady Chiyo was shocked. What? The red-haired Kage nodded. Yes, and based on the information we found, his medical ninjutsu skills are already comparable to hers. Or at least that's the rumors at the Fire Capital Hospital. I did some more digging, and it seems this child is touted as a genius by the Leaf Village. Lady Chiyo frowned upon hearing that. That slug girl has caused me quite a bit of headache during the war. Every poison I created, she had a counter. When I heard she left the village with only a little girl as a companion, I was happy. Happy that she wouldn't be a thorn in our side again. But now you're telling me she took on another apprentice? One with genius potential? The Kazekage sighed and nodded his head. It seems so. At this time, an elderly man who has been silent the whole time spoke up. Have you spoken to the Wind Daimyo? Will he still continue to send missions to the Leaf and not us? It was Lady Chiyo's brother Ebizo. For the moment, a large amount of missions comes our way, but he has been slowly decreasing it. He finds that sending missions to the Leaf is easier since they charge less. And it also doesn't help that 2 of the missions he entrusted us ended in failure. The red-headed Kage clenched his fists as he said the last part. He was angry, thinking about the incident, and he made sure to punish the shinobis in question. Rasa stood from his chair and walked to the window in his office. He sighed as thought about his next move. I'll pay a visit to the daimyo, but I want you 2 to accompany me. You still have some power with him. There is also the matter of repossessing the precious items, but we will have to abide by the terms set. Only the daimyo will be able to help us out in that matter. It's why I called for you 2. And here I thought I could retire and leave everything to you. Chiyo said as she came and stood by his side. Hidden Cloud Village. A black muscled man in Kaji attire was looking over the documents in front of him. So they will only return the artifacts after the sum has been paid, huh? Yes, Lord Raikage. They were quite adamant. It didn't help that the conditions were set forth by the Kages and daimyos themselves. A ninja reported. 682 million. And even only a 10% of that will boost the Leaf's economy by a good margin. That's assuming that the money isn't given to the 2 ninjas who found the treasure, Lord Raikage. The leader of the Hidden Cloud Village looked at his men. You think the Hokage will give the money to the 2 ninjas? It makes sense for him to give half to Kakashi Hatake. His reputation is known far and wide, but the other 34 million to a genin? I doubt he'd do that. Well, sir, the genin in question is also one of the rising prodigies of the Leaf Village, and it's also confirmed that he is the apprentice of Sanin Tsunade Senju. A was shocked. What? Yes, sir. We've confirmed it. He was seen training with her for 2 years. A became silent and thought about the last interaction he had with the woman. It was when he had to save his men from chakra parasites. I thought that girl Shizune was her only apprentice, and from what she told me, Tsunade was still traumatized from losing her brother and fiancé. But now she has another student? How did that happen? Unaware of the thoughts of the Raikage, the reporting ninja spoke. Regarding the identity of the Phantom Thief, it was agreed that a sealed scroll containing the details and identity of the thief would be sent to only the Kages. The Hokage and Fire Lord made this decision. It had some pushback from the diplomats the other daimyos sent, but certain concessions were made. It's all in the report. A nodded in silence, his eyes still on the picture of Genin in front of him. I need you to get me everything you have on this child. Daichi Hekima. Yes, sir. The ninja nodded. Hidden Stone Village. A short old man looked at the file in front of him and frowned. Seriously, is there something in the Leaf Village's water that we don't know about? The moment one genius disappears from that village, another one pops up. Orochimaru, Minato, Kakashi, Itachi, and now him. The Tsuchikage muttered in displeasure as he looked at the details his ninjas sent. He was sitting at the end of a conference table, and several important figures of his village were there. The Council of the Hidden Stone Village. It was said that he, along with his sensei, was responsible for finding the Phantom's hidden loot, one counselor said. A 2-man genin team. That's certainly a first from that village. They usually always preach about teamwork and all that, but this is unexpected. Another one gave their opinion. Onoki looked at the picture of Daichi and had a twitch above his eye. Based on the reports, this child completed his medical training under Tsunade in just 2 years, and already the people at the Fire Capital are comparing his skills to hers. Chach, learning medical ninjutsu to that degree in just 2 years. Absurd. This could be some kind of trick from those tree huggers. Lord Tsuchikage, I'm afraid there is some truth to the rumors. His skill and abilities are verified, and he is currently under Kakashi Hatake, the copycat ninja. One of his ninjas standing by his side said, the prodigy of Yellow Flash. The Kage frowned as he recalled the face of the man who decimated his ninja during the last war. Lord Tsuchikage, the Chunin exams will start in a week. Do you think the Hokage will send this child here to participate? A counselor asked. Onoki took a breath and was silent for a few moments. There is a chance that Hiruzen won't send the child, but if he does, we'll crush him in the exam. What about the monetary payment proposed in the agreement, sir? At that, Onoki jumped to the table and crushed the papers into small balls. He then threw them to the ground and proceeded to stomp on them. That's what I think about their payment. Crack! At that moment, a bone-breaking sound was heard throughout the room. Oh, my back! Hidden Mist Village. It was nighttime. Clouds were gathering in the sky, and it looked like it was about to rain. In a dark room in a tower at the center of the Mist Village, a ninja was giving his report to his leader. Is that everything? A voice came from the shadows. Yes, Lord Mizukage. You're dismissed. The ninja bowed and left the room. A second later, a short young adult with messy gray hair and pink eyes reached forward and took the report his subordinate submitted. He looked over every detail in silence. The fourth Mizukage of Hidden Mist Village. At that moment, a light from outside shined through the window, and a shadowy figure could be seen standing behind the Mizukage. A man with a spiral mask and one eye hole. The ominous glint of the Sharingan could be seen. Kakashi, I thought you would take a team under you. Not a single genin. How strange. The masked man took the small picture and looked at it very closely. Daichi Hekima. I wonder what's so special about you that my old teammate would take you as his apprentice. He muttered in a small tone. Lightning struck outside and illuminated the Kage's room again, but this time the masked man was nowhere to be found. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 185, Daily Life of a Genin 02. Chapter 185 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. You certainly had quite the adventure these last few days, Kensei said as he looked at his grandson training in the backyard. Yeah, I still can't believe it, but I doubt I'd get a mission like that anytime soon. Daichi replied as he did another handstand push-up. There were several shadow clones meditating and directing chakra to the seal on the other side as the real one completed the physical training. True. Mission like that is a rarity, and a genin getting such a mission. It's unheard of. How long does your break last? Kakashi-sensei gave me 5 days. He said that I should be prepared just in case, whatever that means. Daichi replied as he pushed his body up. He had increased the weight on his training clothes to 600 kilograms and was completing his strength and speed training. Kensei looked at his grandson and his mind came up with a possible answer. The Chunin exams are taking place in the Stone Village in less than 6 days. Would Kakashi nominate him? Moreover, will he have 2 teammates to go along with him? Kensei wasn't silent and told Daichi his assumption. Daichi looked at his grandpa and digested what the old man just told him. The Chunin exams, huh? I'm strong enough to take anything coming my way, but that's if I go alone. Based on Kakashi's personality, he might recommend me for it, but will the Hokage agree? The exam is in the Stone Village, so that might be a problem. I don't know how hostile they would be to ninjas from our nation. If the Hokage does decide to send me, then he will have to send me in a team. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'll make a decision if I'm allowed to attend the exam. Right now, I'm just going to relax and enjoy myself. Daichi replied as he got closer and closer to completing his set. Daichi looked at the pop-up box and frowned. He did 4 more, bringing his set to 500, and stopped. He jumped and landed on his feet and went to the nearby tree to meditate. Daichi looked at the increase in stat point and frowned. Before starting my training, I created shadow clones and had them store their chakra into the 100 strength seal, and I made sure to use up my remaining chakra to make my physical exercise more demanding. And it paid off. I got an additional 4 in strength, 2 in vitality, 2 in dexterity, and 3 in agility. But I only got 1 point increase in the chakra stat. Daichi had a theory for a while regarding his stat increase, and the training he did for a few days were confirming it. It's taking longer and longer to get points in my chakra stat. but it's above 400. But this also means there is a possibility that soon I won't be able to increase my stats at all with training when I reach a certain threshold. After that point, I'll only be able to increase my stat with level up and save points. The boy opened his status page and looked at the saved points. 591 points, huh? I've been careful with how I spend them, hoarding them like a dragon with his gold. But now that I'm a ninja, not using the points could affect me adversely. The young gamer thought on the matter for a little longer and made a decision. If I'm indeed selected for the upcoming Chunin exam, then I'll add some points to the chakra stat. I'll need to test my theory, and I'll be able to increase my chakra points as well, allowing me to finish the first tier of the seal. As Daichi was making plans for his future, so was his sensei and the Hokage. Hokage Tower. Kakashi and his fellow Jonins with Genin teams were having a meeting with the Hokage. Hiruzen had returned a few days ago from the capital, and things were starting to get back to normal. Have all of you made a decision regarding your teams? We have Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded. Those of you who want to nominate your teams, please step forward. A few of the Jonins made a move, and then at the last second, Kakashi also stepped forward. The silver-haired ninja stepping forward indicated that he was nominating Daichi for the exam. Oi, Kakashi, what are you doing? Are you really going to let Daichi participate in the exam at the Stone Village? A Jonin asked with shock. Kakashi, don't you think you're moving a bit too fast? It was Guy who asked this question. No, he's ready. The silver-haired ninja's confident reply stopped any protest from his fellow ninjas. Hiruzen didn't speak a word as he looked at the Jonin in front of him. A few seconds later he spoke. Kakashi, stay. The rest of you are dismissed. Those of you nominated your teams, I'll take them into consideration. The Kage said, looking at the few sensei who want their genins to participate in the exams. All the Jonins left the room, and soon it was just the copycat ninja and the Hokage. Hiruzen took a few moments to gather his thoughts and then addressed the issue. You are right, Kakashi. Daichi is strong and intelligent enough that he'll most likely pass the exam. But I will have to reject his nomination for this exam. Kakashi was confused. If I may ask, why Lord Hokage? If he becomes a Chunin, then he'll have more freedom and mobility. It would be difficult for Danzo or Orochimaru to get to him. True, but you're forgetting what happened last week. At that moment, the Jonin realized what the Hokage was talking about. I know that solving that case was a big deal, but did it really garner him that much attention? Hiruzen nodded. Yes, now everyone knows that he's not just your student, but also Tsunade's apprentice, and a talented medic ninja. If we send him into the Chunin exam at the Stone Village, there will be a lot of eyes on him. And that's not mentioning the lack of team members to participate in the exam. Daichi will most definitely become a target. You know he can take care of himself. Yes, I do. But that doesn't mean something out of his control couldn't happen. Our intelligence have reported that the other villages are gathering information about Daichi. Now, whether they just want to know more about their enemy, or if they are planning to do something, we can't tell. So I'm rejecting your nomination. And for the moment, let him train and improve himself. I'm sure he already has some plans figured out. Hiruzen said. Kakashi took a breath and nodded. Yes, sir. The Jonin left the Kage to his thoughts. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and took his pipe. This mission brought Daichi a lot of fame, but whether it's good or bad, only time will tell. Hiruzen looked through the documents and saw 3 names among the lists submitted for the exam. There were only a few Genin teams participating in the Chunin exam at the Stone Village. Kabuto Yakushi and his 2 teammates, they are participating in this exam as well. Since they've been a Genin team for a while, they don't have a Jonin to supervise them, giving them much more freedom. This exam in the Stone Village, he must be there to collect intel. The Kage looked at the request put forth by the Jonins and approved it. He then went through the other documents and frowned as he looked at the location where the next exam was held. The next Chunin exam is in that village. The information written on that village didn't make the Hokage happy. Come on. Daichi concentrated on the bowl a meter in front of him. It was filled to the brim with leaves, and Daichi was trying to extract water from it. He had been doing it for hours. Several drops of water were extracted from the leaves, condensed and formed into a small sphere suspended in the air above the bowl with his chakra. Skill water extraction techniques level has risen by 1. Yes, finally got it to level 06. Daichi carefully took the bowl and examined all the leaves. No damage. Good. Daichi got up and went near the lake in Training Ground 3. He looked at the flowing water and let out a small breath. Soon. As he stood there enjoying the calm atmosphere, his senses alerted him to his teacher's presence. You're only an hour late. That's a surprise, Daichi said with a smile as he looked at Kakashi. Well, I couldn't keep my cute Jinin waiting too long, the Jonin said with a shrug. Daichi was silent for a while and then decided to ask his question. Will I be participating in the coming Chunin exam? Kakashi looked at his student and then sighed. Of course he'd ask that. Unfortunately, no. There wasn't a team with an open spot available, and given the mission we just completed, it was decided that it would be best for you to just lay low for a while. Daichi nodded at that. Next time then. Are you disappointed? Why? I'm not exactly in a hurry, and this gives me time to train and get stronger. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at that. Most people who take early graduation try to take the earliest Chunin exam available. You forget, Sensei. I could have graduated a lot sooner, or I could have skipped a grade in the academy, but I didn't do it because I wanted to be ready and as strong as possible. And now that I'm Genin, there's a lot I need to do. So missing 1 or 2 exams doesn't really bother me because it doesn't stop me from improving myself. And I will also have more mission experience under the guidance of a capable leader like you. The Jonin sensei nodded with that sentiment. Well then, what do you say we get some missions? Sure thing, Sensei. You know, when you said we had some missions, this isn't exactly what I had in mind, Daichi said with a twitch in his eye as he held several dog leashes. Daichi and his teacher were taking the pets to the Inuzuka compound. A D-rank mission pet delivery mission. They were tasked with collecting the dogs and getting them to the compound. This is the perfect time to relax, Daichi. You need to take some rest and do simple things. Kakashi then looked at his student and asked, Did you really have to place them in a genjutsu? Daichi looked at his sensei with some annoyance. They tried to bite me, and besides it's just a harmless genjutsu. And this way they behave till they reach the place, and I get to improve my illusion skills. A win-win for everyone. The Jonin shrugged, and soon they reached their destination. They handed over the pets and got the mission completion slip. That's how it went for Daichi. He would train his body and improve his chakra stat. Daichi would also spend time working on improving the 3rd step of nature transformation training. And every 2 or 3 days, Kakashi would take Daichi to complete a D-rank mission. Somewhere in Fire Country. It was the middle of the night. In a small inn somewhere in Fire Nation, a meeting was taking place between 2 people. They looked ordinary in appearance, and nothing about them stood out. One handed a small pouch to the other and collected a scroll in exchange. So this will work? The man asked his companion as he took the pouch. Yes, definitely. This is custom made. Just as you wanted. It will work, and it won't be traced. The other man replied. The first man nodded and spoke. Payment is all there. I'll take my leave then. The second man opened the scroll and verified the contents and soon left the place. He traveled through the forest and soon reached his house near the capital. As he entered his home, a voice came from the shadows. Is it done? The unnamed man nodded. Yes. The item is delivered on schedule, and payment has been received. The man handed the scroll to the appendage that appeared out of the shadows. Good. I'll activate you when I need you again. The man suddenly fell unconscious, and a few minutes later opened his eyes again. He slowly got up and checked himself. Oh man, I must have blacked out. I have got to stop drinking so much. He went about his business as if nothing had happened. Nearby the man's home, a blonde was waiting for his partner. He was wearing a black cloak with red clouds. He soon saw the one he was waiting for headed his way. Yo, Sasori, what took you so long, my man? I was getting bored. Calm down, Deidara. I told you I went to meet with one of my spies, and I'm not late, just as I said. The man identified as Sasori spoke. Yeah. So is it done? Deidara asked his partner. Yes, business is done, and we have the payment. Sasori extended his tail and handed the scroll to his partner. Well then, let's get this to Kakuzu. He's the one who handles the money after all, Deidara said. With a grunt, Sasori agreed, and both of them moved through the forest. Sasori and Deidara, two S-rank missing ninjas, and members of the Akatsuki organization. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 186. Observe the Diplomats, Chapter 186 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't know Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was in the backyard, in front of his canvas painting. He was recreating the underground treasure cave of the Phantom Thief on his canvas. Due to his absolute recall ability, Daichi remembered every detail and was bringing the location to life. This would make a killing in the auction house. People aren't allowed to visit the hidden cave, but that doesn't mean I can't draw it up and sell. Well, I would if I ever needed the money. The boy's goal was to make a masterpiece painting and improve his dexterity and the level of his skills. He has completed several sculptures of his friends and various animals these last few days, and has improved his sculpting skill. I need to create chakra puppets like the ones I took from Kenichi's home, but those items won't be of ordinary rank, and they would only be the start. I need the creation skill to be at a much higher level if I want to create the things I have in mind. One of the ways to accomplish that is to level up my painting and sculpting skills. After that, I'll examine the puppets more thoroughly. Daichi focused on his painting and slowly completed it, but it was not all he did. Several shadow clones were meditating or using ninjutsu and improving their level. He made sure to utilize his time to the fullest. He kept getting system messages of level up, but Daichi learned to ignore them long ago. About an hour later, he was done. You have created a masterpiece painting. Not bad. Not bad at all. Daichi thought to himself as he examined his latest work. A few days passed by with Daichi improving his skills and completing D-rank missions. And soon he got another C-rank mission. Hiruzen looked over the list of foreign diplomats coming to the village to finalize the agreements made days earlier. I need to keep a close eye on every person entering the village, but I also can't just focus on the ones coming into the village. I'll have to make sure the forces at the border aren't weakened. Sir, Team Kakashi is here for their mission. The Hokage nodded. Send them up. Soon the ninja duo was in the Kage's office. Kakashi, I have a C-rank mission for you today, Hiruzen said without wasting any time. Does this have anything to do with the foreign dignitaries and their guards? Kakashi made an educated guess. He knew the shinobi forces would be spread thin and the village would be on high alert. Yes. Your mission is to observe the group from the Hidden Mist Village. They should be arriving at the gates soon. I'll have their schedule for you in a moment. There will be 1 diplomat and 2 guards. Your task is to keep an eye on all of them. Report if there are any unusual movements, and detain if absolutely necessary. Daichi knew the mission was serious despite its low rank. Quest created. Observe the diplomats. The Hokage has tasked your team with keeping an eye on the foreign ninjas and diplomats. Do not let the targets out of your sight and take necessary action that will not put the village security at risk to complete this C-rank mission. Rewards, 1000 exp. Reputation increases with the people of the village. Reputation increases with Kakashi Hatake and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Failure. Reputation decreases with the Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. No C-rank missions for a while. Accept YN. Daichi immediately accepted the mission while Kakashi got the schedule and reports on the Mist Village personnel. The 2 ninjas left the tower and they could see that the village was full of activity. Ninjas were patrolling the streets, and Daichi could see that they had their guards up. I didn't expect such an aftermath when completing that mission, Daichi thought as he looked around. Come on, let's move. The genin didn't waste time and obeyed his sensei. They quickly made their way to the gates, and at that moment saw 2 ninjas with the mist headband. They were alert the moment they saw the copycat ninja. Kakashi and Daichi walked up to the group, and the jonin was about to introduce himself. Welcome to the Leaf Village. I'm Kakashi Hatake. We know who you are, a mist ninja said, interrupting the silver-haired jonin. His eyes then briefly turned to Daichi. Kakashi then turned to the diplomat representing the village. "Please follow me. Your accommodations have been arranged." The man nodded without saying a word, and the three foreigners followed Kakashi and his student. Daichi was on full alert in the presence of these people. They're from the Mist Village. If I'm right, then Yagura must still be in charge, and the rebellion must only be in its infancy right now. I need to be careful. One wrong move and I'll be on Obito's radar. If I'm not on it already. Daichi looked at the two ninjas and immediately used Observe on them the moment he came near them. The diplomat is only a little bit stronger than a civilian, but the other two, level 70 Shiroya and 78 Oboru. Based on their stats, I'm stronger than them, and they are proficient in water and lightning style. I'll have to be careful. I also need to make sure no water clones or such escape my detection. None of the people spoke, and the ninjas moved in silence, observing each other and everything around them. The group soon reached a large building, and Kakashi led the ninjas to their assigned rooms. Kakashi handed the diplomat a scroll. It contains the itinerary and details the time of the meeting. We'll come to pick you up. Please do not leave the premises without one of us. Kakashi motioned to himself and his student. The man nodded, and the trio went inside. Kakashi and Daichi soon left and got outside the building. "Come on. I know where we can get a good vantage point." Meanwhile, with the Mist Ninjas, they were looking around the room. There are no seals or traps of any kind. Well, nothing I can find anyway. Oboru, the leader of the two guards, said, "Hey, Captain, you want me to look around the village? Who knows what I might find?" Shiroya said with a smile. It soon formed into a grin. "I didn't think we'd run into that brat the moment we set foot here." "Don't cause any trouble here, you two," the diplomat said. "Come now, Kuma. I was joking." The laugh and sadistic grin coming from Shiroya didn't convince the diplomat Kuma at all. Oboru, who was done inspecting the entire room, spoke. "The location of this room was within my expectations. The Leaf Ninjas placed us here so they can keep an eye on us at all times." Obviously. It was only a few years ago that the Hyuga incident took place. They won't take any chances this time, and not with such a large group. Kuma said as he sat on the bed. "What about the border patrols? Surely with so many foreign ninjas, the Hokage would have pulled some back to the village," Shiroya speculated. "I wonder about that." The diplomat Kuma was much smarter than the two guards. Hiruzen has decades of experience. He wouldn't make a stupid mistake like that. I doubt the defenses at the Leaf border have been weakened because of this. Shiroya thought about the team assigned to keep tabs on them and slightly frowned. It's strange that the Hokage would task a genin with spying on us. Either that was a critical mistake, or that genin is indeed capable of spying on experienced jonin and even capture us if need be. The Hokage isn't a fool. If he had assigned that boy to keep an eye on us, then he's much more than he seems. Oboru finished. He closed his eyes and thought about how to proceed, and after a minute made a decision. The Mizukage has tasked us with investigating that child if possible. Based on the intel we have, he isn't from any clan. So I'm not certain he has some special tracking skills, but we can't be sure of that. I'll lure the Sharingan ninja away when the time comes. You try and see if you can escape the boy's sight and investigate," Oboru said. Kuma sighed as he recalled what the Mizukage said. "Don't forget, that is still a secondary task. Right now, your mission is to protect me for the duration of this journey. Gathering intel on that child and the village is a secondary mission, and a non-priority. Don't cause any commotion." The two ninjas nodded and waited. The building has one main exit and one emergency exit. Aside from us, there are also patrol ninjas roaming the area, and their room is in a corner so we can keep a close watch over them. Kakashi gave his student a brief overview of the building layout and the surrounding area. Daichi nodded. He also used Mana Scout skill to keep tabs on the guests. The meeting between the Hokage and all the foreign diplomats was tomorrow, and the team from the Mist Village was one of the early ones to arrive. Time went by, and soon it was night. Kakashi and Daichi noticed a ninja they knew as Oboru leave the building through the main exit. "Sensei, looks like that guy is looking to take a stroll." Kakashi's one visible eye slightly narrowed. "I'll go keep him company. You can keep an eye on the others, can't you, Daichi? The boy nodded. Yeah, I'll be fine. Kakashi disappeared, and Daichi paid attention to the two remaining inside the room. They must know that we're watching them, so I doubt they would do anything foolish. Still, I shouldn't let my guard down. Daichi used Chakra Sense and Mana Scout and made sure they wouldn't give him the slip. The diplomat is asleep, and the other guy is just sitting in his bed. Daichi kept a close eye on them and felt nothing wrong. That was until a few minutes later when he sensed the minute fluctuations of Shiroya's chakra. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the shadow of the man. What are you up to? Back in the room, Shiroya carefully made a few hand seals, and a small puddle of water began to form at his feet. The puddle of water then, as if it had a life of its own, moved forward and under the door, right out the room, all without leaving a trace. It climbed the wall under the nearest open window and escaped out the building. The water puddle soon reached into the alley, and in the shadows soon began to take the form of an unassuming man. Shiroya in disguise looked around. So that brat's not all that great. Looks like I'll be fine. Time to snoop around and see if I can't take anything of value. As the Mist Ninja in disguise was making his plan, he suddenly felt a presence behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Daichi casually sitting on the balcony of the nearby building. Hi there. Mind telling me why you were sneaking out? Daichi asked the ninja. His face was expressionless, and the look in Daichi's eyes somehow unnerved the Mist Ninja. This brat found me, but I used the bare minimum of chakra needed. He'd have to be a sensor to track me. I know the captain said no fight, but Shiroya couldn't help but sport a bloodthirsty grin on his face. Why don't you make me? Daichi didn't look impressed and just kept staring at the man. A few moments of silence later, he spoke. Do you really think a water clone is sufficient to battle me? The Mist Ninja grinned. This is a special water clone jutsu. It's much stronger than the normal one. Daichi looked at the confidence the man exuded and spoke. You know the thing about water clones? Once they're destroyed, the user will know they're destroyed, but nothing more than that. They won't know how or who. And you think you can take me down? The ninja had a mocking smile. I do. It wasn't the Daichi in front of the ninja that spoke, but one standing behind him. Before Shiroya could even react, over a dozen wind bullets tore through his body and reduced him to a puddle. The two Daichis looked at the puddle and narrowed their eyes. There is still some chakra left in the water. A small fireball jutsu from the genin reduced the water to vapor. They looked around and noticed a patrolling jonin looking at the scene. The jonin gave Daichi a small nod and left. Their task done, the two Daichis vanished in a puff of smoke the next second. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 187, Another Ripple. Chapter 187 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kakashi returned to his position and saw Daichi with a bored, nonchalant look on his face. Were there any problems with the other one? He used a water clone to try and sneak away, but didn't get that far. Kakashi turned his attention towards the building, and his eyes slightly narrowed. They're trying to test our limits. With all that's happened in the village these last several years, it's no surprise. The team kept a vigilant watch over their targets, and it didn't look like they were going to try again. Daichi and his teacher took shifts, and soon it was morning. Time to greet our guests, Kakashi said as he knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the guard Oboru opened the door. He walked out, followed by the Mist Village diplomat, and then the second guard. The group made it to their location without any problems. But during the journey, Daichi sensed that the two ninjas were vigilant towards him. Do they know I'm the one that took the clone down? Highly unlikely, but still, even if they do, it won't matter. The meeting between the parties started, and it lasted 2 days. Aside from the first incident, Daichi and Kakashi didn't encounter any problems. Before long, everything was settled, and the foreign ninjas left the village. Well done, you two. The mission was completed without any incidents. Hiruzen congratulated the team. The quest completion boxes appeared in front of Daichi as he said those words. Quest observed the diplomats completed. Rewards 1000 XP, 1500 XP. Reputation increases with the people of the village. Reputation increases with Kakashi Hatake and Hiruzen Tobi. Daichi dismissed the box and asked a question that's been on his mind. Lord Hokage, if you don't mind me asking, why did you select us for this mission? Hiruzen slightly tilted his head and looked at Daichi as if puzzled by the question. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I didn't want the C-rank mission, it's just... This was an important mission. If they were able to escape my senses somehow, it would have been a headache for the village. I get why Kakashi-sensei was on the job, but my question is, why did you select me, a genin, for this mission? And why was this mission a C-rank? If there was a possibility of confrontation with the Mist Shinobi, then shouldn't this have been a B or an A-rank mission? Daichi quickly explained himself and then asked the Kage. Hiruzen nodded and hummed at that. To answer your first question, it's true, this was an important mission, and yes, you are a genin. He let out a small breath and looked at the young boy. But then, that title is only in name, isn't it? You and I both know your strength far exceeds that rank. Daichi was silent as he heard that assessment. The Hokage continued. Truth is, letting you complete D-rank and low-risk C-rank missions is a waste of resources for the village. I wanted to see how you would perform when on a mission to observe and track other ninjas. I created your team with the intent that you and Kakashi would act as backup for other genin or chunin teams. I was going to wait before I tested your skills, but when an opportunity presented itself, well, I took it. Daichi silently nodded. The Hokage continued. You're right. They had 2 jonin ninjas with them. Usually a mission like this would be marked as an A-rank mission, but I made certain exceptions here. This mission was taking place within the walls of our village. The Mist Ninjas came here on a diplomatic mission. If they caused an incident, it would have serious consequences for them and their village. So the possibility of a confrontation was very small. But on the remote chance that they would try something, I added another jonin team to observe and patrol the area. It was one of their members you saw after you destroyed that water clone. Hiruzen explained his decision to lower the rank of the mission. There are also several parties in and out of this village who have their eyes on you. Having you, a genin, participate in a rank A mission would certainly raise a few eyebrows and question my judgment as well. But this way, all that headache is avoided, and I got to see your skills. A win-win scenario. Thank you for telling me, Lord Hokage. Daichi nodded his head at that. Does that mean you'll be sending me on higher-ranking missions? He was slightly excited at the prospect of going on tougher missions. Hiruzen chuckled, seeing Daichi's eager expression. Not yet. You are still a fresh genin, at least on paper. But in a couple months we'll see. Daichi nodded. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Well, I guess we'll take our leave then, Kakashi said. Oh wait, before I forget. The Hokage called out to them. He took 2 scrolls from his desk and tossed them to Daichi and his teacher. Each of those scrolls has 30 million ryo. That's your reward for finding the treasure. The village took a small portion as tax from the 68 millions. The remaining is rightfully yours, Hiruzen said. Daichi was surprised at the amount. I thought he would take a larger cut out of the reward and use it for the village and give us a small amount. I expected somewhere below 5 million. So this is certainly a welcome surprise. You're really giving us this much? Hiruzen expected the surprised tone in Daichi's voice. Are you sure about this, Lord Hokage? Kakashi was also mildly surprised. He had no problem if the money was used to boost the village's economy. Yes, you 2 are the ones who found the treasure, so the reward belongs to you. The Kage said with a smile. Daichi didn't argue any further and just bowed his head. Kakashi looked at the scroll and then pocketed it. The 2 ninjas bowed and left the tower. Well, this is a nice chunk of change, Daichi said. Be careful not to spend it on frivolous things. Don't waste that money. Kakashi advised Daichi even though he knew it wasn't necessary. Don't worry. I won't. Will there be a mission or training tomorrow? The boy asked his sensei. No. Take a week off. It's the beginning of June. Train your chakra nature. Relax. Whatever it is you do. Well, meet up after a week, the silver-haired jonin said, and vanished in a pile of leaves the next moment. Daichi shrugged at the exit. All right. The young genin sighed and looked around the bustling street. Okay, where to next? Daichi thought about his next move and had an idea. Well, I guess I'll head to the academy next. Why don't I see how Shikamaru and the rest are doing? With the decision made, the gamer ninja headed to the academy. Oh man, I know classes started 3 months ago, but still, it's only the beginning of the year, and Iruka-sensei is already going hard on us. Kiba said in a whining tone as he fed Akamaru some dog treats. Indeed he would. Why? Because it's the final year, and he wants us to be prepared. Shino spoke in a low voice from behind Kiba. The young Inuzuka had a shudder go through him as he heard the voice. Gah. Still not used to that. Hey Shikamaru, are you planning on just scoring the passing marks again? You know your grades are almost as bad as Naruto's, right? Ino said, looking at the relaxing Nara. Hey! My scores aren't that bad. Naruto tried to defend his academic marks, but it was futile. Who are you kidding? You only got by thanks to Sakura cramming all that info into that thick head at the last moment. Ino had a smirk as she looked at Naruto. The blonde Uzumaki gritted his teeth as he looked at the girl's challenging face. I think you did well, Naruto. Hinata's meek but encouraging voice brought a smile to Naruto's face. Thanks, Hinata. I knew you'd get how awesome I am. The Hyuga girl got red and just dreamily sighed. Hinata's just being nice. You really need to study more if you want to pass with us, Naruto. Even though Ino said it in a smug tone, there was a hint of worry hidden underneath it. She didn't want to see Naruto or any of her friends fail to get an exam. Yeah. Well, I did learn everything in the scroll Daichi gave me, Naruto said with a wide grin. Really? You learned the tree-walking chakra control exercises? Choji asked in surprise. Yep. Took me a couple weeks, but I did it, the blonde boy said with a peace sign. And all Daichi needed to do was tell you that Sasuke could do tree-walking to get you to train. Sakura said with a small laugh. Hey, I did it for me. Naruto crossed his arms as sat down, turning his head away in mock anger. Humph. Calm down, you knucklehead. I was joking. That technique isn't that difficult. I asked my sis to show me, and I got it down in a week too. Kiba spoke. Arf. Naruto laid down on the ground under a nearby tree and looked at the clouds. I need to see if Daichi has any more special techniques like that. I'm going to be an awesome ninja by the time I graduate. I do know some techniques. The voice came from up in the tree. Daichi jumped down and greeted his friends with a smile. I know how to do the tree-walking technique now. Want to see? Naruto was excited to show his friend how far he'd come. Daichi nodded with a smile, and Naruto took a few steps back. The others were also paying attention to the boy. Taking a deep breath, Naruto ran straight at the tree and jumped. His foot landed on the trunk, and his chakra kept him glued to the tree. Naruto kept running as high as he could and quickly reached the top. See, I told you. I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage, the blonde said with a wide smile. Not bad, Naruto. That's impressive. Looks like you got the first chakra control exercise down. Daichi's praise made the boy happy, and he jumped down and landed on his feet. As Daichi was congratulating Naruto, he sensed a malicious intent. He subtly looked around and saw Mizuki spying on them. This guy is going to be a problem. The classes for the day had ended, and the academy instructor Mizuki was walking down the halls. His mind was on the last time he met the Sannin Orochimaru, and the words the snake Sannin told him. Mizuki thought about his future in the Leaf Village, and it didn't make him happy. This village won't help me, and the fact that they won't promote me is proof of that. Even though I did what was best for the mission, I will only be crippling myself if I stay here. He's the future. But I can't just go to him empty-handed. I need something that will prove my loyalty. The Forbidden Scroll. It would be of great use to him, and I'm sure he'll reward me for something as valuable as that. Mizuki frowned as he thought about how to accomplish the task of getting the precious scroll. Taking the Forbidden Scroll won't be easy. I need to make sure I have enough time to get away once I have it, and for that, I'll need a diversion. At that moment, he walked by a window and saw Naruto and company at their usual spot. A small grin formed on his face as he looked at the blonde Uzumaki. Yes, I'll use him. He'll do nicely as a bait. I get the scroll and get to kill the demon brat as a bonus. As Mizuki was making plans, he saw Daichi jump down from the tree and join the gang. The teacher was further surprised when he saw Naruto's demonstration of the tree walking technique, and he almost couldn't contain the anger. That brat. He shouldn't have known that technique. It must have been Daichi. He must have taught Naruto that technique. Mizuki's fists clenched shut and were slightly shaking. Damn it, that brat is getting good. And his grades are also improving. The progress is slow, but it's a steady growth. If he keeps improving at this rate, he'll surely pass the final exams. The instructor looked at the kids surrounding the smiling Naruto. I thought they would get tired of him and leave, and then he wouldn't have anyone to help him. But it seems I'm wrong. At that moment, Mizuki noticed Daichi looking in his direction. Quickly schooling his features, he placed a gentle smile on his face and waved. Did he see anything? The man was nervous inside. He didn't know if Daichi saw his anger. But he soon sighed in relief when Daichi smiled and waved back as if he didn't notice anything wrong. That was close. I need to be more careful. Mizuki then walked away with a gentle smile, but inside, he was fuming. It seems just using the demon brat won't be enough. I thought framing him would be all I need to do, but now I know that that alone is not going to work. With all those other brats in the way, I'll have to adjust my strategy a bit. While almost everyone in the group was excited about Naruto's achievement, only 2 people saw the interaction between Mizuki and Daichi. Shikamaru Nara and Hinata Hyuga. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 188. An Ominous Warning. Chapter 188 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi smiled and waved at the academy instructor, as if there was nothing wrong. Man, such a faker. Makes me want to kick his teeth in. But I can't let him know that I'm on to him. When the Jonin saw Mizuki leave, the smile fell from his face, as if it was never there to begin with. Shikamaru, who was watching the whole interaction from the corner of his eyes, slowly got up. He had a frown on his face as he recalled his teacher's face. There was no doubt about it. That was pure hatred, and the fact that he tried to cover it up, he could be up to something. The young Nara's gaze then turned towards his genin friend. Did he know about Mizuki? Is that why he distrusts him? His eyes then focused on Naruto. Why does everyone hate you so much? It can't be because of the pranks. So why? At that moment, Daichi spoke, looking at Naruto and the others. Well, since you've learned a chakra control exercise meant for genin, I'd say this calls for celebration. My treat. You pick the place. Nice. Thanks, Daichi. Kiba and Choji were excited to go out and eat with their friends. Awesome. Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen, the blonde boy said with a smile. Seriously, ramen? Ino and Sakura sighed, expecting that predictable response. Come on. Once you've had a taste, you'll never complain about ramen again. It's the best place. And old man Tochi and big sis Ayame are really nice too. They make the best ramen in the village. Naruto had a wide smile as he tried to convince them of the deliciousness of the food served. Ah, I figured you'd say that. Daichi smiled. All right, Ichiraku Ramen it is. And so the group of future rookies slowly made their way to the ramen stand. As they walked through the streets, the more observant ones in the group noticed how the people were looking at them with a smile, and then their change in expression when they looked at Naruto. Shikamaru frowned as he thought about the situation. He looked at Daichi and saw the small frown on his face. So he noticed the looks too. And I have a feeling Daichi knows the real reason for all this animosity the villagers are showing Naruto. He turned his attention to the blonde boy and saw a wide smile on his face. But he had been around his friend long enough to know that it was just a weak facade. Shikamaru sighed and tried to distract his friend. So tell us, Daichi, are you really treating us just because Naruto learned the technique, or is there something else? The Nara asked his friend, trying to draw attention away from Naruto. Daichi looked at his friend, and he realized what Shikamaru was trying to do. The young gamer chuckled and quickly replied, Well, I did get some unexpected additional reward for my mission, and it's been a while since I've seen you guys, so I figured why not? Ooh, tell us all about your mission, Daichi. What was it like? Ino was excited to hear the details, and so was everyone else. Well, the client came to us with a C-rank mission. Daichi began the story of how he and his sensei were hired to track down the heirloom and the subsequent events. They soon made their way to the ramen stand. So wait, you're telling us that you guys found the identity of the Phantom Thief? Kiba was shocked. He had heard stories of the Great Thief. Yeah, it was tough, but the clues were there. Naruto, good to see you. And I see you brought your friends along too. Tochi greeted everyone with a smile. Yeah, it's Daichi's treat. Hit us up with your best old man. Naruto said as he excitedly got on his seat. That sounds like a challenge. The ramen chef took everyone's order and quickly got to work. All of them got settled and focused their attention back on Daichi and listened to his adventure. Daichi explained how he and his sensei first found the secret room. The students were amazed when Daichi told them how he found the clues hidden in the teapot and finally how the team managed to find the great treasure. And when we looked around, everything that was stolen was kept perfectly preserved. We found the Phantom's hidden treasure. Daichi concluded his story with a grin. That's awesome. Naruto and Kiba had stars in their eyes at the end. Oh wow, I want to become a genin and go on exciting missions too. It sounds totally awesome. Believe it, Naruto said, pumping his fists in the air. I assume the reward you mentioned is for finding the treasure, Sakura asked Daichi. The boy nodded his head. Yup, the Hokage figured we deserve it for solving that case. Just you wait, Daichi. When I become a genin, I'm gonna go on even more awesome adventures than you. The genin chuckled hearing that. It's not a competition, Naruto, and you have to be a genin first, which will only happen if you study and train some more. Do you know the chemical composition of the special invisible ink used? That's a great way to send secret messages. Sakura asked. I do, but Lord Hokage told me not to disclose that information. I see. At that moment, Tucci came with everyone's order. Here you go. Enjoy. Thank you for the meal. Everyone began digging into their food, and they were all surprised. You know, Naruto, I may have misjudged your taste. This ramen is really good, Ino said as she slowly ate her food. See, I told you, this is the best food in the world. I wouldn't go that far, Ino mumbled with a sweat drop as she looked at her friend's antics. Even though this ramen is good, I say yakiniku barbecue is still the best. Choji said as he dug into his bowl. No way, ramen is the best. Naruto wolfed down the remaining food and glared at the Akimichi. Barbecue! Choji finished his meal and looked at his friend defending his favorite meal. Ramen. Barbecue. Then as one they both turned towards Daichi, who was peacefully eating his ramen and enjoying the taste, trying to ignore everything else around him. He suddenly stopped eating and looked up to see two eyes boring holes into his head. Daichi, which is better, ramen or barbecue? Naruto asked. Please don't bring me into this, the young gamer said with a sigh. But we have to decide. Choji spoke up. Well, I'll treat you to a barbecue next time and then we'll come to an agreement. Right now, just enjoy the food. Naruto and Choji looked at each other and then ordered more. Choji ordered more in the name of tasting different flavors, while Naruto just loved Tochi's food. About an hour later, the group finished and left the ramen stand with happy smiles on their faces. They said their goodbyes to Daichi and soon left. Except for two. Shikamaru and Hinata stayed behind with Daichi. Should I be worried about Mizuki-sensei? Shikamaru asked his friend. Daichi looked at the Nara and sighed. You saw that, huh? I saw it too. Mizuki-sensei was really angry, but he pretended not to be when you looked at him. Hinata spoke in a low tone. You too? You didn't answer the question. Should we be worried about him? I noticed that he really hates Naruto. Do you know something? Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. When I first saw him, it was just a gut feeling, but after today's interaction, I have a feeling he's going to be trouble. The genin replied. Should we tell the adults or maybe the other teachers? Daichi shook his head at Hinata's suggestion. And tell them what exactly? We don't have any proof that he's doing something wrong. We don't even know if he's doing anything wrong. And as for hating Naruto, half the village does that. No one's going to take us seriously if we tell someone without any proof. And if he finds out that we made baseless accusations about him, then who knows what he'll try. So what are you suggesting we do? Shikamaru asked, crossing his arms. For now, nothing. As far as he knows, you guys didn't see his anger and hate and think nothing more of him than your average teacher. But be careful. If he does something that you think is strange, tell me or Iruka-sensei. You can trust him. The Nara sighed and nodded his head. Normally, I wouldn't bother with something like this, but since he has a problem with Naruto, I guess I have no choice. Seeing Shikamaru agree, Daichi then turned to Hinata. You can't tell anyone what you saw. Please keep this a secret. Hinata reluctantly nodded her head and soon was on her way home. Shikamaru asked one more question before he left. Do you know why they hate him so much? The Nara didn't specify who, they, or why, but Daichi knew what he was talking about. I do, but I can't say. Daichi had a somber expression, and when Shikamaru saw that, he didn't press any further for information and left. Daichi sighed and slowly made his way home. I wonder how things will turn out. Will things happen like it did in canon, or has everything gone to hell already? I suppose only time will tell. Yosh, I'm so pumped. Are you ready, Daichi? Lee was excited at the prospect of sparring with his friend again. Daichi nodded his head and tossed a stone up in the air. Both of them were in the training field where they first met. Lee had found Daichi meditating and insisted on a spar, which Daichi agreed to. The stone reached its apex height and began to fall down to the earth. The second it touched the ground, Lee and Daichi vanished from their spots. Both genin met in midair with Daichi blocking Lee's fist and sending a fast punch aimed at the boy's chest. Lee was unable to dodge the punch and so decided to attack at the last moment. He sent a swift kick aimed at Daichi's abdomen just as he was hit, and both of them fell back onto the ground and skidded several feet. Daichi didn't take any damage from the attack and was completely fine. He looked at his friend as Lee stood up. His battle instincts are getting better and better. I was right. Even with just training, you can't improve that fast if you don't have some hidden talent. It's only been a few months. Time to see how far you have come. With that thought, Daichi made the next move. He rushed at Lee and they began their taijutsu spar. Lee was surprised at the initiative Daichi took. He usually waits for me to attack, but now he must have been looking forward to this just as much as I have. Lee desperately blocked every attack Daichi sent his way, but that was the best he could do. He's not giving me a chance to counter. His speed is incredible, and it's taking everything I have just to parry his strikes. His taijutsu form is flawless. I can't take any advantage. Daichi wasn't going all out, but he was fighting with much more intensity than he ever did during their previous spars. I need to push him. I need to know where he's at and see if I can get him even stronger than in canon. Sweat started to slowly form on Lee's face as he pushed himself to stay in the battle. His punches feel a lot more powerful, so he was holding back so much during our previous spars. Lee blocked another punch and gripped Daichi's fist that was aimed to take his breath away and sent a high kick towards his opponent's face. The gamer tilted his body to the side to avoid the incoming leg strike. At that moment, Daichi felt the grip on his wrist tighten and sensed the weight shift. He saw Lee letting go to attack him with a spin kick. Lee slightly jumped and sent a spinning kick at his opponent only for Daichi to get under him and sent an attack at his leg intent on taking his mobility away temporarily. Rock Lee sensed the attack coming, and just before Daichi's strike landed, he used a leg technique his sensei Guy taught him to avoid the blow and launch a counterstrike. Daichi quickly raised his hands to defend himself. He felt the kick land on his forearm, and before he could throw a counter, Lee back, flipped away, and gained some distance. Daichi looked at his sparring partner, who was taking several deep breaths of air. There is no way this kind of battle instinct can be obtained with just training. Either he's fighting Guy every day of the week, or he was born with a warrior's battle sense. Daichi smiled as he looked at his friend. You can see that I'm not holding back much. In all our other spars, you would have gotten knocked out by now. But look at you now. Even with me upping the intensity, you're still standing. You've come a long way since we first met, my friend. Rock Lee smiled, hearing the sincere compliment coming from his best friend. It only motivated him to keep going. But I still have a long way to go before I catch up to you. Daichi smirked after hearing that response. If you want to catch up to me... The smile on the gamer ninja's face fell and he became serious again. You're gonna have to train a lot harder." Both of them took their respective taijutsu stances, and their next round of battle began. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.